Chapter 1 Driven Off the Mountain. At night, in the city of Suzhou, the lights were on a small hill in the suburbs, inside a quaint but slightly tattered Taoist temple called Cloudy Sky Temple. A teenager was following an old Taoist priest in a tattered Taoist robe as he did his evening lessons. "Master, tomorrow will be my 20th birthday. What present are you going to give me?" After the evening class was over, the teenager playfully asked towards the old Taoist. "A gift? It's also true that it's time to prepare a gift for you." After saying that, the old Taoist went back to his room. As soon as the teenager saw that the old Tao had closed the door, he could only finish offering incense to his ancestor and return to his room, and began to imagine what gift his master would give him tomorrow. The next morning, before dawn, the teenager began to knock up the wooden fish. Many people think that the wooden fish is a Buddhist thing. In fact, Taoism began to use the wooden fish in the North and South dynasties period, just passed on to the present. The two religions of the wooden fish in the shape of a more similar just. In the silence, a sudden bright knocking sound came, waking up the old Taoist. "Brat, what are you mad about? What time is this? The ancestor master hasn't even woken up yet." The old Taoist poked his head out of the room and questioned him. "Hey, master, I can't sleep. It's my birthday today," the teenager said while making a wink at him. After seeing this expression on his face, the old Taoist cursed and went back to his room. After doing his morning class, the old Tao handed him a letter and said, "Here, the birthday present you asked for." "Emma, thank you, master, but what's this?" The teenager casually opened the envelope, and inside was actually a marriage letter, with the names of the man and woman written as Qiu Chenfeng and Zhang. That's right, this teenager was Qiu Chenfeng, and the old Taoist called himself the Easy Sun. No one really knew exactly what his name was. 19 years ago, Easy Sun was still cultivating in the north, and one autumn morning on a windy day, in front of the then Taoist temple, he picked up this child. At that time, there was a note with his birth date on it, so his birthday was still accurate. Originally, the old Taoist was going to send the police away, but looked at the child looks good, and cried his heart out. In the heart, simply adopted down. As for the name, because it was a windy day in the fall at 8 o'clock in the morning, it was called Autumn Chenfeng. "Master, what's the situation? When did I have a wife?" Autumn Chenfeng didn't even react after reading it. He didn't even know who this Zhang was. How did he have a marriage contract? "You kid, just steal joy. Zhang family, that little girl long that called a handsome cannot lose you now. Immediately go to pack things down the mountain to fulfill the marriage contract to go." The progenitor didn't give him any time to think at all and directly threw him into the room. Half an hour later, Qiu Chenfeng was ready with his luggage. Said luggage, but it was actually just 2 sets of change of clothes. "Master, you're preparing to kick me out. I said that I would give you my old age. You haven't left yet. How can I get off the mountain?" Hearing Qiu Chenfeng's words, the old Taoist's beard buckled in anger and reached out to slap him on the back of the head. "You bastard boy, can't say something nice? This is $1,000. Buy a decent set of clothes to go after you go down the mountain. Don't give the old man a disgrace," the old Taoist said. From his personal clothes, he pulled out a stack of money and handed it to him. Qiu Chenfeng looked at this pile of money with zeros and hole in his hand, and his heart was suddenly hard. He had been eating and wearing the old ways for so many years, and he had also taught himself all his skills. This suddenly want to go. Also really some sadness. "Master, me." Autumn Chenfeng had just opened his mouth when the old Taoist interrupted him. "Go directly to that address after you get off the mountain." The old man went down the mountain that year to cure the poison that Zhang Shunkang had been hit by, and that's how this marriage came about. Now the Zhang family is already the top 3 richest in Sioux City, and they haven't come to see Lao Zi in the past few years. If they don't agree with this marriage, you can just burn the marriage contract directly and leave. After you leave, don't come back here either. Old me is going back to the north to cultivate. The rest of your life, it's up to you. Easy Sun had also sensed over the past few years that the Zhang family had completely stopped taking themselves seriously. So this time, when Qiu Chenfeng went to the Zhang family, he was just taking his chances. He himself had been in Sioux City for 20 years and it was time to go back to the north. If the Zhang family was willing to honor the marriage contract, then Qiu Chenfeng's life would be more comfortable in the future. If they didn't agree, then he would have to rely on himself. He had taught him all his medical and martial arts skills. If he still couldn't make a living, he really didn't want to recognize this disciple. "Master, you don't want me?" Qiu Chenfeng heard that the old man was going to leave and immediately became unsettled. From childhood to adulthood, he had never left the old Tao for a day. How could he just leave as soon as he reached the age of 20? If it is not for the sake of raising your kid to adulthood, the old man would have left. There are many things in the north. When you can help the old man, then think of coming to the north. Well, hurry up and get lost. Save the old son cooking, the old Tao said and directly closed the door. Qiu Chenfeng did not react at all. Originally happy to have a birthday, how suddenly there is not even a home. but there is no way. The old Tao's temper is not generally stubborn. What he decided, he did not dare to refute. If you turn around and go back now, the old road can directly kick him down the mountain, or go down the mountain. Even if the person repents, at least can stay to eat a meal or something. Thinking of this, Qiu Chenfeng adjusted his mood and slowly walked towards the mountain. To say so many years, Autumn Chenfeng is not that they do not want to go down the mountain, but because there is no money. There is also the old Taoist martial arts is too strong. Every time he is just over the courtyard wall, he was kicked back into the courtyard. Along the way, recalling the bits and pieces of the mountain, when he came to the bottom of the mountain, it was already almost 11 o'clock. Qiu Chenfeng followed the old Taoist's request and went to buy a set of clothes first. However, they do not know what brand. They thought a few years ago, the TV Huangbo said Benny Road, so they bought a set of Benny Road, after changing clothes, and went to the side to eat a bowl of noodles before pulling out the address to see, ready to go directly to the Zhang family to see. After waiting on the side of the road for a while, he did not see a cab. When he was wondering, he saw a young lady on the side using her cell phone to call a taxi. Autumn Chenfeng took out his own cell phone and looked at it. This kind of antique cell phone don't say taxi, not even a Weibo. After sighing, Qiu Chenfeng could only walk slowly on the road, and finally saw a lighted empty cab after half an hour. Only after getting in did he settle down and start looking at the roadside scenery. The driver looked at him like this and thought that he was from out of town, so he introduced him to some of the attractions in Sioux City. Qiu Chenfeng didn't say anything. Let him think he was a foreigner. It didn't make any difference anyway. He really didn't know anywhere. After driving for more than 40 minutes, the cab stopped at the door of a villa area. The driver said that the inside could not enter. Only here. Autumn Chenfeng got off the car. Meat Pain gave the driver more than $100, and then raised his feet to the villa area inside. Chapter 2, sure enough. You want to withdraw from the marriage. Hey, what's going on? Qiu Chenfeng had just taken a step forward when he was shouted at by the security guard in the guardhouse. Big brother, I'm here to find Zhang Yao, the one in building 16. Qiu Chenfeng said politely. Zhang Yao? There are many people looking for Zhang Yao every day. Call them yourself. They can only enter if they agree. The security guard saw that he was quite polite, completely different from those rich gentlemen who came to look for Zhang Yao in the past, so he didn't give him much of a hard time. Phone call? Big brother, why don't you make a call for me? My cell phone is out of battery. Call any random person in the Zhang family. Just say that my name is Autumn Chenfeng, and I'm from the Cloudy Sky View. Qiu Chenfeng actually didn't even know the person's phone number before he brazenly asked the security guard to help. The security guard gave him a look, told him to wait, and went in to call the Zhang family. It's not that Qiu Chenfeng's charisma is strong, but the security guard knows that these rich people just believe in these gods and ghosts, and if he offends them, he might lose his job. A few minutes later, the security guard came out and gave Qiu Chenfeng directions before letting him in. At the same time, Zhang Shunkong, the Zhang family's old man, also learned about this matter. Of course, he remembered the marriage contract he made with Easy Son 10 years ago, and counting the time, it was indeed almost time. After calling his son and granddaughter, he went downstairs and waited, at the same time remembering that past. Back then, Zhang Shunkong was still just an ordinary businessman who was poisoned by the other party because he had offended the underground bigwigs at that time. Coincidentally, at this time, Easy Son passed by and saved his life, and in the process, helped him teach this underground big brother a lesson. Since then, the Zhang family's business skyrocketed, and those underground forces never came after him again. A year later, the Zhang family's old man went up to the mountains to visit Easy Child, and on that day, he set up this marriage contract with Easy Child. Originally, he wanted to tie a high-ranking person like Easy Son to his own boat, but over the years, Freeze has hardly ever been down the mountain, and his own business is getting bigger and bigger, so he kind of can't see him anymore. So this time, he is saying nothing will not recognize this marriage contract, but thought after all, once Freeze's son helped himself, give him a sum of money even if a write-off. Just thinking about it, the door was knocked. After opening the door, Qiu Chenfeng saw the Zhang family's old man. After all, he had seen him a few times in the beginning, and before that, every year he would go up to the mountain to see his master, only that he hadn't seen much in the past few years. Good day Grandpa Zhang, I'm Qiu Chenfeng, my master is loose enough, he asked me to come over. Qiu Chenfeng greeted politely, and Grandpa Zhang welcomed him in politely. Little Wind how is your master, is his body alright? After sitting down, Elder Zhang asked. Qiu Chenfeng immediately felt a burst of contempt in his heart. Just like him, he didn't go up to the mountain for a few years to take a look. He also had the nerve to ask, but on his mouth, he still said politely, "Thank you Grandpa Zhang for thinking of me. My master is in good health. After kicking me off the mountain today, he went back to the north." Oh, he went back? I was thinking of having a good drink with him. Qiu Chen was uncomfortable listening to this false politeness, but it couldn't be helped. Master's words must be listened to. How could he say that he had to finalize the marriage contract today? Right at this moment, Zhang Yao and her parents were back. As soon as they entered and saw Qiu Chenfeng, they understood what was going on. Grandpa, I don't recognize the marriage contract that you guys made. What era is it? You still engage in this? Zhang Yao huffed after sitting down. Qiu Chenfeng sneakily glanced at Zhang Yao. The old road didn't lie to himself. It was indeed a beautiful woman. The figure was tall, curved where it should be curved, and there was also a pair of thin, long, big white legs. This is definitely the most beautiful one inside the women that Autumn Chenfeng has seen, although he is always in the mountains, and has not seen a few women. Seeing that Qiu Chenfeng was looking at himself, Zhang Yao glared at him without any good reason. Ha ha, Xiaofeng ah, this girl is spoiled by me. Don't be general with him, Elder Zhang said smilingly. It's fine, since everyone is here, let's talk about business. Saying that, Qiu Chenfeng took out the marriage contract from his bag and placed it on the table. This, Zhang Yao's father, Zhang Haoran, also did not expect that Qiu Chenfeng would be so direct. I say you brat, how can you have the nerve to take this out? You don't take a closer look either. Our Zhang family is now as good as new. What do you take to be worthy of my daughter? Zhang Yao's mother, Zhu Lan, wasn't so good-tempered and directly started to dig at him. Unexpectedly, Qiu Chenfeng acted as if he didn't hear anything and continued to wait for the Zhang family's old man's statement. After all, this marriage contract was signed between him and his master. That's right, wearing such a suit. Are you rustic? Also don't look at what status you have. This one on me. It would cost tens of thousands of dollars. I guess you can't get a few $100s out of you, right? Zhang Yao saw that he didn't react. Her anger came up. Following her mother's words, she continued to say sarcastically, what are you guys doing? Do you still know the rules? Elder Zhang angrily rebuked, but Qiu Chenfeng could see that this was just an act for himself. Seeing her grandfather lose his temper, Zhang Yao didn't dare to speak and just sat on the side with a puff of anger. As Qiu Chenfeng watched this, he felt amused. This family was really exactly the same, also hypocritical and snobbish. Besides, what's wrong with his own Benelux? It's not a brand name item. In fact, if it were not for this marriage contract, I would have left long ago, which would still be willing to stay and suffer this gas. If I really married Zhang Yao, such a family environment, I still live in the future not to live. However, the more they are like this, the more unlikely that they will take the initiative to propose that the marriage contract be annulled. With his own understanding of the old Tao, he definitely has left a backhand. This marriage contract to be voided, only they can mention it. Next, he was completely silent, just waiting to see what they were going to do about it. Seeing that he was completely unconcerned about it all, Elder Zhang knew that he had to step in himself, so he picked up the marriage contract and looked at it, putting it back on the table before saying, that, Xiaofeng ah, as you can see, Yao Yao does not accept this marriage contract. Nowadays, this society can't have arranged marriages. Since she doesn't want to, I think this marriage contract will be nullified. What do you think? Qiu Chenfeng felt even more amused in his heart after hearing his words. This marriage contract was signed 10 years ago. Was it still a feudal society back then? But on the surface, he still didn't move and said, Grandpa Zhang, I don't have the right to decide on this matter. This is a marriage contract signed between you and my master. So if you want to break the contract and withdraw from the marriage, you have to decide on your own. Looking at Qiu Chenfeng's lack of oil and salt, the Zhang family's old man ran out of patience and said directly, well then I will declare this marriage contract null and void. This is $1 million, just as my compensation to you. Saying this, Elder Zhang took out a check from his pocket and threw it to him. Chapter 3, crouching down with his head in his hands. Qiu Chenfeng also smiled when he saw this scene. It looks like it was prepared long ago. Since this is the case, then this trip is considered to be my intrusion. I won't ask for the money. In fact, originally I couldn't see your granddaughter. Her looks and figure are good, but her inner self is really bad, not the type that little master likes so buy. After saying that, Qiu Chenfeng grabbed the marriage contract, and instantly a flame emerged from his palm, and the contract instantly burned into paper ash. After doing this, he left the Zhang family. As he walked outside, he admired the old Taoist's mind. As soon as that marriage contract burned up, he smelled a different odor. That should be the same kind of poison as when the Zhang family's old man was poisoned by his enemies. Although it wasn't fatal now, it would still cause the Zhang family to be poisoned at the same time, with weakness and vomiting and diarrhea. Since the old Taoist had added something to it, normal medical treatments were completely unable to remove it completely. Alas, an old man is still an old man. Powerful. I'll return the poison to you if I break the contract, haha. Qiu Chenfeng laughed as he walked out of the gate of the villa area, and happily greeted the security guy. Not long after Qiu Chenfeng left, the Zhang family felt that something was wrong with their bodies. The first one in here to react was still elder Zhang, because this feeling, he had felt it 10 years ago. Not good. It seems that Easy Sun had known that this day would come. This was the reaction to the poison I was cured of by him back then. A few people in the family started to get scared even after hearing his words and immediately called for an ambulance. Before Qiu Chenfeng could walk out for long, he saw several ambulances whistling and rushing past. Hey, I'm going pretty fast, but the old man's poison isn't something that can be removed so simply, although I don't want to marry Zhang Yao either. You're the one who broke the contract. After muttering a few words, Qiu Chenfeng was ready to find a place to spend the night. He only had more than $500 left on him, so he found a small hotel to make do for the night first. But after he looked for several hotels, he realized that the cheapest ones were 70 to 80, and a kind person told him that the cheap ones were basically in the suburbs. But to go back to the suburbs, he would have to spend more than 100 taxi money again, and if he took the bus, he didn't know the way. After calculating, he still chose to stay. After returning to his room, Qiu Chenfeng laid down for a while and began to consider how he should live in the future. Relying solely on the few $100 he had on him, it would be gone in a week at most. Thought for a while, heard his stomach grumble, only to remember that he has not eaten, so a carp jumped up. What, do not care? First fill the stomach and then say. After walking out of the hotel, Qiu Chenfeng walked aimlessly. The city center of those big restaurants he absolutely cannot afford to eat, can only go to the less crowded places. Finally, in an old street, he found a cassoulet rice. Although the $10 or so was still quite expensive for him, there was nothing else to do. Don't run, catch the thief. Qiu Chenfeng had just taken his first bite when he heard someone shouting at the door to catch a thief. The instincts of a person who practiced martial arts caused him to immediately get up and chase after them. But this thief ran really fast, himself probably because of his hungry stomach, chased a little bit of footsteps fluttering. Finally, after crossing a few alleys, Qiu Chenfeng kicked the thief to the ground. The other party pulled out his dagger and still wanted to compete with him, only to see Qiu Chenfeng fly up with a kick, directly kicking the knife in his hand flying, and steadily sticking it into the sidewall by more than 3 inches. Don't even move. Hold your head and crouch down. Just as Qiu Chenfeng was carrying the thief and preparing to go back, he heard a female voice shouting from behind him. He turned around and a black hole of a gun was pointed at him. Looking further back, it was a valiant female police officer who was quite good looking. Police sister, I'm helping people catch thieves. Don't point the gun at me. Don't talk nonsense. Hold your head and squat down. Don't make me say it a third time. The policewoman completely ignored what he was saying, and the muzzle of the gun never left him for a moment. Ugh, my cassoulet, it's only taken one bite, Qiu Chenfeng muttered, crying and holding his head and squatting down. In a few minutes, the reinforcements of the police force also came over, and brought Qiu Chenfeng and the thief back to the criminal police team together. After entering the interrogation room, the policewoman who had just been there and a middle-aged officer interrogated him together. Police sister, police uncle, I'm innocent. Besides, how to still come to the criminal police team? This kind of small case should not be in the police station? Gu, you know quite a lot, don't you? Quickly say, what exactly do you do? The policewoman asked aggressively. Here, Qiu Chenfeng also wilted. I do not know why. Once I saw the police, I was afraid. Sister police, I'm really a good person. Don't believe you, go check the surveillance. I heard someone shouting to catch the thief before I came out to chase. My cassoulet rice all only ate a bite. Emma, it's okay if I don't say it. As soon as I say it, I'm hungry again. 2 police officers see him in this state. They are ready to hang him out to dry. And by the way, first go to check the surveillance, in case he really wronged him. The policewoman called Lu Yilin, Liao province people, after graduating from the police academy in the hometown police station for more than a year, just through the father's relationship, transferred to the Sioux City criminal police team for more than a month. Originally today was to catch a fraud suspect. Did not expect to leave, just saw someone shouting to catch a thief, together with the chase up. After chasing after, found that there are 2 people, so they can only bring back together. Half an hour later, the surveillance on that street was copied back, and also confirmed Qiu Chenfeng's innocence. The others also found the ID card from his bag, and as soon as the chief of the criminal police saw the 3 words Cloudy Skyview inside the address, he immediately reported it to the branch chief. Qiu Chenfeng waited inside for a long time, and finally saw Lu Yilin come in, and immediately began to cry foul. Lu Yilin looked at him and smiled. Qiu Chenfeng instantly stopped shouting and only felt that she smiled so beautifully. When Lu Yilin realized that Qiu Chenfeng was staring at her, her face instantly turned slightly red, and after coughing, she said, sorry now that your suspicion has been cleared, you can go out. After hearing Lu Yilin's words, Autumn Chenfeng was relieved and said with a smile, alright, thank you police sister. That what? Where is my bag? Lu Yilin also didn't notice his bag. It should have been taken by a colleague to search for evidence, so she decided to take him to look for it. Just as they were heading out, the detachment chief came over with a few people, and as soon as he saw Qiu Chenfeng, he came up with a smile on his face. You are Little Wind, right? I'm an old friend of your master. Easy son, how's his old man doing? It's been a long time since I've seen him come down from the mountain. This detachment leader was called Lin Feng, in his 40s. Back then, there was a serial murder case that was solved with the assistance of Easy Sun. During that period of time, he also learned about the martial arts attainments of Easy Sun, and for those suspects who had kung fu on them, there was a real need for such an expert to sit in on the case, so he made a report to the bureau, and eventually the bureau agreed that he could break the rules and recruit Easy as a supernumerary member of the criminal police force. However, he did it for just over a year and quit. He said that it was too much of a delay for him to teach his disciples. That was also when Lin Feng learned that he also had an apprentice called Qiu Chenfeng. Chapter 4: The Little Taoist. But Qiu Chenfeng did not know these things at all. He only knew that for 1 or 2 years, the old Taoist went down the mountain almost every day, not knowing what he was busy with. Good day, police uncle. My master went back to the north after kicking me off the mountain. If there's nothing else, I'll go back first. I'm starving. Autumn Chenfeng said while looking at Lu Yilin with a sly look. Seeing his eyes, Lu Yilin wanted to laugh again, but the branch leader was around and held back hard. Okay, then you go first. This is your bag. Feel free to look for me if there's anything. Right, where are you staying at night? Lin Feng didn't force himself to stay when he saw this. The disciple of this kind of high person must be a high person as well. He couldn't make people unhappy, or else he wouldn't be able to ask for his help if he needed it in the future. I live in Yichen Hotel. I'm not sure about the future. Anyway, the old man won't let me go back to the mountain. See you again sometime, police uncle. After saying this, Qiu Chenfeng wanted to run, but he was pulled by Lin Feng. What's the situation? Easy Sun expelled you from the master's school? When Qiu Chenfeng heard this, he immediately felt that this criminal police force is not without normal people. When he himself caught a thief, he was brought back as a thief. One's own master went back to his hometown, and he was said to have been expelled from his master's school. I said, police uncle, my old man just let me come to the city to experience only. What do you mean don't want me? Oh, so it is like this. Then you are ready to rent a house? Can't afford to rent. I only have $500. First find a job that includes food and shelter before you can do not say, I should go. Really fast, starving to death. Oh, well. Xiaolin, you give him a ride. I'll talk to you about other things tomorrow. It just so happened that now Lu Yilin was also about to get off work, so the detachment leader gave her a wink and asked her to give him a ride. Both of them didn't refuse to this offer. Qiu Chenfeng was trying to save money, and Lu Yilin was feeling a little sorry that she caused him to not eat so late. After getting into the car, Lu Yilin drove with Qiu Chenfeng and slowly drove towards the location of that hotel. Sister cop, you're so rich this car isn't cheap, right? Qiu Chenfeng looked around in the car and suddenly fixed his eyes on Lu Yilin. After changing out of her uniform, there was a different kind of beauty. Lu Yilin also noticed his eyes and asked without any good humor, what are you looking at me for? You look good. Good looking still, do not let people look at it. By the way, police sister, what is your name? Lu Yilin. Oh, name is also good to listen to the accent. You are also the north, right? With my master accent is similar. Yeah, I'm from my hometown in Liao province. Can you shut up for now? I'm getting a bit of a headache from you. Lu Yilin didn't give him a chance to continue talking at all, and directly accelerated with a kick of the gas and rushed out. A few minutes later, the car was parked in front of the hotel, which made him a little depressed. Lu Yilin also saw his expression and asked, what are you doing? This expression? Eat flies? Eat what flies? I am even ants have not eaten. You put me here. I have to walk 10 minutes to go over to eat. Directly take me to the old street side of the chant? At this time, Lu Yilin just remembered that he had called a night hungry, and he actually forgot about it. I forgot. But here near a lot of places to eat. Why have to go there to eat? Lu Yilin asked curiously. This side to eat something or several tens. I'm poor. Autumn Chenfeng pretended to be pathetic, making Lu Yilin feel like laughing again. Thinking that she barely ate anything for dinner as well, she simply brought him along for a meal, as if she had apologized to him. So, the two of them found a barbecue stand. Lu Yilin was also particularly generous and said eat openly. I did not expect to check out. The two actually ate more than 500. She looked at the Autumn Chenfeng who was still jerking the string over there, and was completely convinced. After sending him to the hotel, Lu Yilin went home. This is a relatively new neighborhood. Is the first time to learn that they are sure to be able to be transferred to the city of Suzhou. The old dad specifically for her to buy 2 rooms and 1 hall, although there is a kitchen, but she is not very good at cooking. At most boil a corn and steam an egg or something. After taking a shower, she suddenly remembered that little Taoist priest from today and smiled again. This was probably the day he smiled the most since he came to Sioux City, although she didn't know why. Just thinking about Qiu Chenfeng's expression made her want to laugh. On the other side, Qiu Chenfeng was the same, lying on his bed always thinking of Lu Yilan's charming smile. Alas, compared to her, Zhang Yao counts for nothing. Has such a bad temper, and there's still a lot of things to do. The police sister is my ideal type. Autumn Chenfeng muttered to himself and then fell asleep. This day running around, indeed too tired. Early the next morning, Qiu Chenfeng got up and checked out of the room. He had to go out and see if there was any work he could do, or else he would really have to starve to death. After turning around in the job market, he realized the difficulty of finding a job. The first item is the education. He never went to school. All the things are taught by the master. After hitting a wall looking for a job, he sat by the side of the road in boredom, thinking about what he should do with the rest of his life. It wouldn't be impossible to go back to the mountains. The old man should have already returned to the north, but there was still nothing to eat, only the vegetables he grew himself. Rice and meat still had to be bought, so no money or not. This is a problem. Just when he was bored and started counting ants, a nice voice came to his ears. Hey, little Taoist, what are you doing sitting there? Qiu Chenfeng looked up and saw Lu Yilan sitting in the passenger side of the police car, looking at him with a smile. Hi, hello police sister. I'm not looking for a job but I'm taking a break. Don't call me little Taoist, just call me little master. Autumn Chenfeng waved his hand to her and said hello, flirting with her a few times in the process. However, he still acted breezy. He did not want people to feel sorry for him. I didn't expect Lu Yilan to directly get out of the car and walk to his side. Today the detachment chief also told her a little bit about the prosperous son. This Autumn Chenfeng, since it is the disciple of the prosperous son, it is certainly not an ordinary person. If the criminal police team could get his help, the efficiency of the case could definitely be higher, and the arrest operation would definitely be easier. Therefore, it would be best to absorb him in and be a supernumerary helper just like Easy Sun, just as he was also preparing to look for a job. After accepting this mission, Lu Yilan started looking for his location, and finally saw him here. I say, little Taoist, how about sister introduces you to a job? Lu Yilan winked at him, once again revealing that smile he loved. A job? What kind of job? Does it come with food and shelter? Qiu Chenfeng was originally immersed in Lu Yilan's smile, but as soon as he heard the word job, he immediately came back to his senses. Come with me, I'll find someone to talk to you about your job content and treatment. Saying that, Lu Yilan took him onto the police car and returned to the criminal police team. Chapter 5, Supernumerary? Temporary workers? After coming to the criminal police team, Lu Yilan went to Lin Feng's office and directly pushed open the door and shouted, Branch Chief, the person I gave you the full back specific still have to you to talk about. By the way, the person wants to be provided with food and lodging. After saying that, she went back to her desk and saw that Qiu Chenfeng was sitting on her chair, looking at the photo with her parents that was on her desk, so she immediately snatched it over. Little Taoist, if you're sitting, can you stop messing with my stuff? Alas, the police sister, you put this photo on the table is not to let people look at it. I just look at the photo is quite good before picking it up to see. Autumn Chenfeng is completely a state of aggrieved, making Lu Yilan think that she is wrong. At this time, the detachment chief came out. As soon as he saw the fall, Chenfeng hurriedly took a chair and sat down next to him. Little Winda went to look for a job in the morning? How was it? Lin Feng just sat down and asked in a fake manner. Police uncle, you don't all know the results well. Police sister said she wanted to introduce me to a job, so I followed. Autumn Chenfeng said while pointing to Lu Yilan. Oh, good, then let's talk to you about your job. In the past, your master also hung out with us and was considered our supernumerary, helping us deal with some of the more dangerous thugs, as well as participating in other urgent operations. You're his disciple. Your hand kung fu shouldn't be weak either, right? Lin Feng saw that this kid wasn't being polite with him at all, so he directly stated his needs, and in the meantime, he also wanted to probe him. Kung fu? Emma, Uncle Cop, I'll tell you if you want to talk about kung fu, all of you here together are no match for me, and I also know medical skills. But what do you mean by supernumerary? Temporary labor? How much do you pay? Do you pay 5 insurance and 1 gold? And food and lodging? To say that one's own kung fu, that really isn't blowing. If he hadn't passed out from hunger that day, he would have caught that little thief in 3 or 2 steps. Little Taoist, let's not talk about the paycheck. Are you that good? Want to have a fight with me? Hearing the words of Autumn Chenfeng, those police around him are not convinced. What do you mean together are not his opponent? But in the way of the face of the branch chief, no one dares to speak. In the end, it was Lu Yilan who couldn't hear it anymore and shouted. Autumn Chenfeng glanced at her, shook his head and said in a serious manner, my master said that you can't hit a woman, not to mention that you're still a beautiful woman. After hearing his words, Lu Yilin also lost her temper. This kid actually molested himself in front of so many people. But the detachment chief is here. He really can't do anything to him, can only glare at him. See Lu Yilin's eyes. Qiu Chenfeng, also helpless, himself said the truth and then how to praise her long good looking still not happy it. Calculated want to see my kung fu only well. Qiu Chenfeng said and stood up, gently patted on the chair where Lin Feng was sitting. The crowd watched with wide eyes, but after a few seconds nothing happened. Just when everyone thought that Qiu Chenfeng was bragging, there was a click and the solid wood chair actually cracked straight away and then shattered into a pile of wooden pieces, and Lin Feng fell to the ground on his butt. Seeing this scene, Lu Yilin also stared wide-eyed. This was something that only a legendary martial arts master could do. At this time, Lin Feng also came back to his senses. His eyes started to become warm. Such a person, one had to keep. Little wind, salary 6,000, 5 insurance and 1 gold paid in full. Food is included. If you live, you find your own house to rent. Rent reimbursement. Hearing Lin Feng's words, Qiu Chenfeng was instantly happy. Good guy. The moment he opens his mouth is 6,000. It seems that he will soon become a $10,000 household. But at the same time, he thought of something, so he hurriedly opened his mouth and asked, Uncle Policeman, how much was my master's salary back then? Oh, back then his monthly salary was 8,000. You do a good job. I'll give you a raise then too. Lin Feng thought that he was thinking that his salary was low. That's why he drew him another pie. However, what Qiu Chenfeng was thinking about wasn't this. His own old man cried poor to himself every day, so he hardly ate much meat when he was in the mountains. It turned out that this old man was so rich, and besides these salaries, he must have a lot of money. He had seen his bank book in the beginning, but he had snatched it away before he could open it. Such a rich man actually only gave himself $1,000 to go down the mountain, almost living on the streets. Thinking of this, Qiu Chenfeng shouted up to the sky, Old man, you've cheated me so hard. I curse you for having diarrhea as soon as you eat meat. As soon as the words left his mouth, Easy Sun, who had already returned to the north, suddenly sneezed. He shook his head and laughed at the master brothers beside him. It must be that little brat cursing old man. I guess the money is all spent. On Qiu Chenfeng's side, he also confused an office of police officers who didn't know what he was shouting about. He came back to his senses and saw that everyone was looking at him, also felt a little embarrassed, so he coughed and then said, can I go eat first? Also, can you help me rent an apartment? No, a room will do. Hearing this, Lu Yilin was also a bit puzzled and asked, Little Taoist, it's all reimbursed to you, why don't you rent a bigger one? I didn't expect Qiu Chenfeng to say with a righteous face, Sister police officer, as a temporary worker, you should always think about the interests of the people. Although our great summer country has developed well over the years, the people's lives are not yet rich, and it's better for me to save where I can. After hearing his words, not only Lu Yilin, even all the people in the entire office were on the verge of bursting into laughter. This is true that there is nothing wrong with this, but from his mouth out, it is not that flavor at all. It was only then that Lu Yilin realized that this little Taoist actually had a comical side to him, and originally thought that he would only pretend to be pitiful. Lin Feng waited for everyone to finish laughing before he thought about arranging for someone to help him find a house. However, on second thought, Lu Yilin, there is not exactly a vacant room. A few days ago with his father on the phone, people also said that his daughter felt that a person living quite empty. This is not just right, and this kid's character himself is still the same. And this kid's character himself, or believe, the free son of the kind of decent people. It is impossible to teach poor character disciple. So, he glanced at Lu Yilin. The other party was also confused by his eyes. But after hearing his next sentence, Lu Yilin instantly understood the meaning of that look. That, Xiaolin you don't happen to have an empty room there, let little Win stay at your place. As you know, the team's funds have been tight lately, so I can't give you the rent until the new year. Chapter 6, The Covenant. My place? That's not appropriate, is it? Before Lu Yilin could finish her sentence, she was interrupted by Lin Feng. What's inappropriate? I'll give your dad a call later. It's settled. Little Feng, you can just go home with her at night. Let's go eat first. After saying that, Lin Feng went back to his office, leaving only a dumbfounded Lu Yilin and a bunch of watching colleagues in the office. Of course, Qiu Chenfeng was also a bit confused. This is living with a police sister? After dinner, Lu Yilin thought to give his dad a call. This thing cannot be agreed. I didn't expect my dad's phone to call first, and said directly on the connection. Xiao Lin things your Uncle Lin told me. Let him live it. Having a Zhongsher level person by your side will be extremely beneficial to your safety. Your profession is too dangerous. When I first sent you here, Dad was worried about your safety. Since there's such a good opportunity now, You should make a good relationship with him, and your safety won't be a problem in the future. Moreover, I've heard of this person, Easy Son. He's not as simple as he appears to be. I can't tell you the specifics, but Dad can guarantee that the people he looks at will definitely not have bad character. After saying that, he hung up the phone. Lu Yilin knew that she couldn't refuse this time, and sighed, but after carefully thinking about her father's words, she was relieved. Since this Easy Son could make his father hold him in such high esteem, his disciple definitely wouldn't be bad either. He's just a bit of a tease, so let him be his bodyguard. After thinking through these, Lu Yilin, also no longer entangled, resumed her big grinning character, and is not living in a room. Afraid of what? After returning to the office, she thought that she had to make a few agreements with Qiu Chenfeng. After all, there are differences between men and women, and there are definitely inconvenient places to live together. So she took out a pen and paper, wrote a few things she wanted on the paper, and then went out to look for Chenfeng. But after looking around, she didn't see him, and only after asking around did someone say that they saw him sitting alone in the training ground. Dazed, Lu Yilin just walked out of the office building and saw him sitting alone on the double bar of the training ground, his eyes looking at those skyscrapers in the distance, not knowing what he was thinking about. Hey, what are you gawking at? Lu Yilin asked after walking to his side and patting him. Qiu Chenfeng turned his head and saw that it was her and smiled back before saying somewhat disheveledly, "Police sister, I called my master and wanted to tell him that I found a job, but he turned off his phone. Ugh, I can't find anyone to share my happiness, so I'm a little unhappy." Then you can tell your parents and your friends. Lin Feng didn't tell her about Qiu Chenfeng's birth, although Lin Feng himself wasn't very clear about it. He had only heard from Easy Son back then that Qiu Chenfeng was a child he had picked up. Hearing Lu Yilin's words, Qiu Chenfeng smiled even more helplessly. "I was picked up by my master at the door of the Taoist temple in the north, and I don't know who my parents are. As for friends, for so many years, I've only been down the mountain a few times. I don't have any friends." After listening to his words, Lu Yilin realized that she had said the wrong thing, and her heart also felt more pity for him, and she was busy apologizing to him. "I'm sorry, I really do not know you are this situation. It's okay, get used to it, right? Police sister, you find me something?" Chenfeng quickly also returned to normal. After all, he had come this way for so many years. "Oh, right. I want to tell you that my guest room only has a bed. Bedding nothing. Later after work I'll take you to buy. Also, since we're going to live together, we have to make a pact. Take a look for yourself. I just wrote it," Lu Yilin said, handing him a piece of paper. He took it and looked at it. It was all normal stuff. What can't go into her room? Can't go without clothes at home, etc. So, he readily agreed. "Also, can you stop calling me a police sister? I'm not much older than you, right? I just turned 20 yesterday. What about you?" Qiu Chenfeng called her police sister. Not that he thought she was old, but he himself called someone else a police uncle, so he couldn't call her a police auntie. I'm 23. Lu Yilin rubbed her head. She didn't realize that she was 3 years older than him. Calling her sister seemed quite normal. "Hey, that's good. A woman's 3 years older holds a golden brick." Qiu Chenfeng, who had recovered, started to turn into a tease again. "What did you say? Do you want to die?" Lu Yilin said and swung her fist at him, and Qiu Chenfeng didn't think to dodge, just heatedly laughed, waiting for her to finish punching before asking, "Don't let me call the police sister. Then what will I call you from now on?" "Same as them, just call me Little Lin." Lu Yilin shook off the sore palms. This kid's body is like steel. Just that punch hit his own raw pain. "Okay, Xiaolin, go back. My first day of work, can't always be here todays." Chenfeng sighed, and went back to the office with her. After going back, Lin Feng began to let him learn some of the normal law enforcement procedures. After all, most of the time, he still have to follow the scene. After learning for an afternoon, Qiu Chenfeng had pretty much memorized it. Look at the time, has been almost 6 p.m. Is not said to be off work at 5 o'clock. Well, how Xiaolin has not called himself. Not to say that they still have to go to the supermarket to come. After going to Lin Feng's office to ask him out, only to realize that Xiaolin is still in the interrogation. Yesterday caught that fraud suspect is a little difficult to deal with. "Uncle Lin, why don't I go and try?" This time he really didn't want to help, but simply felt that the supermarket would have to close if he went back late. "You, okay, just in time for me to see your methods," Lin Feng said and brought him to that interrogation room. Still Xiaolin was with that middle-aged officer from yesterday. That middle-aged officer was called Li Tianxiang, the master who brought her. "Detachment leader, what did you bring him in for?" After Lu Yilin saw him, she thought he was in a hurry to go home. "Oh, Xiaofeng said he has a way to pry his mouth open. Let him try." "Detachment Lin, this young man is the disciple of the prosperous son?" the middle-aged policeman on the side also asked. After interrogating Qiu Chenfeng yesterday, he received a new case to go out and get busy, and he also happened to be out working on the case in the morning, not knowing what happened before. Yeah, you know his methods, his disciple shouldn't be any worse. Hearing this, Qiu Chenfeng was not happy. What do you mean it won't be as bad as? Himself just can't beat the old man, but everything else is stronger than him, and also more handsome than him. So, Autumn Chenfeng walked straight to the front of that fraud suspect. Little Taoist, what are you doing? There's surveillance here, haha. Lu Yilin thought he was going to do it and hurriedly stopped him. Chapter 7, the two of them live together? Don't worry, I'm such an impulsive person. When Qiu Chenfeng finished speaking, he directly released his internal energy outwardly. That fraud suspect instantly felt a huge pressure and intense fear, and instantly trembled and went limp on the chair. A few seconds later, water started dripping from the chair, and Qiu Chenfeng instantly smelled a foul odor. Afterward, he immediately withdrew his true qi and cursed. I actually peed in fear. I'm sorry. First time I've done this job. My power wasn't under control. You guys don't mind the tawdry odor. Just ask now. In the Autumn Chenfeng real qi outward, behind Lu Yilin 3 people also felt a powerful breath, although not directly facing them, but still very scary. After returning to their senses, Lu Yilin and her master started asking questions. As expected, after being so scared, he said everything and the interrogation went exceptionally well. Lin Feng also kept praising Qiu Chenfeng after he brought him out of the interrogation room. However, he himself still felt that he hadn't played well. This time he had used too much energy. In the future he would have to study the methods of interrogation. Among the medical techniques that the old man taught himself, there seems to be a needle technique that can stimulate a person's pain. Go back and think about it. It should be able to be used in the future. Half an hour later, Lu Yilin and the two of them walked out of the interrogation room. As soon as Li Tianxiang saw Qiu Chenfeng, he immediately greeted him. This kid is really good. After that, Lin Feng and Qiu Chenfeng were chatting on one side of the room. Then Li Tianxiang also joined in. But Qiu Chenfeng was still thinking about going home quickly. Shaolin when are we going home? The supermarket is almost closed. Seeing that Lu Yilin was still writing her report without slowing down, Qiu Chenfeng could only remind. I'll go. Forgot you. Go. Go now. The report will be written tomorrow. Lu Yilin looked at the time. It was almost 8 o'clock, so she hurriedly pulled Qiu Chenfeng out the door. Detachment Lin, what's the situation? The two of them live together? Li Tianxiang asked in surprise. He knew this disciple's temperament very well. How could he agree to bring a young man home to live? Lin Feng could only tell all about what happened. Only then did Li Tianxiang realize that it was her father's order. Rushing to the supermarket before it closed, the two of them finally finished their shopping. When they passed by the fresh food area, Qiu Chenfeng asked Lu Yilin if the kitchen could be used, and then they bought a bunch of vegetables to go back. On the way home, Lu Yilin asked, you bought so many dishes, you know how to cook them all? That's for sure. I'm good with my hands. After arriving home, Lu Yilin went back to her room to take a bath. Luckily both rooms have internal bathrooms, otherwise it would be really inconvenient. Autumn Chenfeng was left alone in the kitchen dealing with the dishes, and by the time she came out after her bath, she was ready to eat. Seeing her come out, Autumn Chenfeng said with embarrassment, inside, forgot to buy rice, we can only eat vegetables. Doing it halfway, Autumn Chenfeng just thought of this problem, but this time he is not much way out, can only do more dishes. Lu Yilin walked to the dining table and saw a large plate of buttery meat segments and a whole basin of sancho, and shouted in surprise, how do you know how to cook northeastern dishes? It looks good. That is, it tastes even better. It's all taught by the old man. Hurry up and sit down and eat. Originally, I wanted to make local dishes, but thinking that you're from the northeast and haven't had northeastern food in a long time, I made a temporary change. Qiu Chenfeng handed her a set of bowls and chopsticks and sat down on the opposite side as well. Lu Yilin didn't expect him to think about his own tastes when he was cooking, and was instantly a little touched. Don't look at people who are quite a bit younger than yourself, but they are quite good at taking care of people. After taking a taste, she gave Qiu Chenfeng a thumbs up. Give you a thumbs up. This flavor that's called authentic, mom's flavor. I'll do the dishes later, haha, can't let you do it all by yourself. Autumn Chenfeng was quite happy to hear her say that. This was his first time cooking for someone other than his old man, so he was a little nervous, but Lu Yilin's meal size was really small. She didn't eat much before she was full, and then nestled onto the sofa to play with her cell phone. Qiu Chenfeng finished eating alone with a whimper, then casually washed the bowl. When Lu Yilin put down her cell phone, he was already wiping the table, and immediately said in embarrassment, hey, why didn't you call me? Said I'd wash it, pull it down. Detergent hurts your hands? It's better for women to touch less. In fact, to say this sentence, he just heard it on TV and said it casually, not thinking too much at all. said he went back to the room to organize things. Just bought the bedding has not been unpacked, have to hurry up, or all the middle of the night. But Lu Yilin after hearing, but have a different feeling, said this little Taoist will not be like on their own right. After finishing up, Qiu Chenfeng took a bath and went to sleep. This was the most comfortable bed he had ever slept on in his life. Before in the mountains it was all hardboard beds, totally incomparable. He naturally woke up after 6 a.m. It turned out that it was morning lesson time, but there was no need to do it anymore when he went down the mountain. Since I don't do the morning class, I will make breakfast, and I don't know what Xiaolin likes to eat. Anyway, there are no ingredients. Casually cook 2 packets of instant noodles, forget it. Less than 7 o'clock, Lu Yilin smelled the fragrance and also came out of the room. Seeing that he was eating happily, he asked, "Little Taoist, is there a share for me?" "There is. It's in the pot. I'll reheat it for you." After saying that, he finished the last bite as well. After turning on the fire, he cracked another egg into it, and when Lu Yilin finished washing up, he also happened to bring the instant noodles to the table. Then he went alone to lie on the balcony to look at the scenery. Lu Yilin's house is on the 9th floor, and the view from here is very good. Lu Yilin looked at him while eating and asked, "Don't you even play with your cell phone? From the time I saw you until now, I haven't seen you play with your cell phone. This is not the state of young people." Qiu Chenfeng didn't even return his head and came directly. "Let's play next month." Next month. This word confused Lu Yilin. She still heard for the first time that she had to wait for next month to play with her cell phone. "What do you mean? Why do we have to play next month? Another thing your master said?" At this moment, Qiu Chenfeng had no choice but to sit directly back down opposite her, taking out his phone and showing it to her before saying, "I can play this phone, play calculator well, and so on next month's salary, I will change the phone to go." Alas, the old man is so rich, do not give me to buy a good point of the phone, really stingy. Qiu Chenfeng suddenly thought of the master again. "I do not know what he is doing now." "Why? It's not just a cell phone, I'll take you to buy it after work tonight just as I asked you to be a chef for me," Lu Yilin said generously after finishing the last bite of noodles. "Emma, little Lin, you're so rich, if it wasn't for the fact that I don't know how to drive, I would have to chauffeur you anyways and earn another share of money," Autumn Chenfeng said as he took away her bowl and washed it off with his hands. For this action of his, although Lu Yilin is still a bit uncomfortable, but since people have said that detergent hurts their hands, then they won't grab the wash with him, and will just take care of him more in other aspects. Chapter 8, The First Mission. After packing up, the two of them came to the criminal police team together. The few people that they just met yesterday saw the two of them enter the office together, and they all revealed unintentional smiles. Lu Yilin also sensed their strange eyes and directly slapped up her face and said, "What are you guys doing? Are all idle?" Those people instantly withdrew their gazes, although this girl was new, but once she started her temper, they couldn't afford it, not to mention the fact that she had other relationships with the detachment commander. Qiu Chenfeng looked around, as if there was no seat for him, so he found a corner and continued to read those law enforcement procedures from yesterday. At 8:30 in the morning, Lin Feng also came and shouted as soon as he entered the big office, "Little Wind, is Little Wind here yet?" When Qiu Chenfeng heard that, he stood up and even raised his hand. "Here, Uncle Lin, looking for me? What's the matter? Come with me, there's something I need your help with." Lin Feng didn't explain anything to him and directly pulled him into the car. Only in the car did Lin Feng say the reason why he was looking for him. "Today we're going to the Zhou family to arrest someone. They have a cousin called Wang Yu who hid in their house after killing someone. This Zhou family is a new martial arts family that has appeared in recent decades, and it is rumored that their family's old man is a Pekinate powerhouse, so we need you, a patriarch, to stand in line for us." "Oh, that's it, that's simple." After hearing this, Qiu Chenfeng didn't take it seriously at all. A Pekinate martial artist, come a bunch of them and he wouldn't even be afraid. If it wasn't for the fact that the old man had been suppressing his cultivation, how can he say that he would have to be at the late stage of the Zhongshi now? However, the benefits of being suppressed all the time are also obvious. Although he is only a mid-Zhongshi, but against a late Zhongshi he really won't necessarily lose. After the two of them chatted for a while, the car drove to the entrance of the Zhou family. Before they even got out of the car, Qiu Chenfeng saw two police cars already blocking the entrance. However, those police officers were not able to go inside at all. After all, this time, they had only heard the wind that the murderer had come to the Zhou family, and there was no substantial evidence. And there are also a few Hotian martial artists blocking the doorway, the police who haven't practiced ancient martial arts. In addition to moving their guns, there is really no other way to defeat them. Moreover, this Zhou family's backstage was also relatively hard. There were many officials in Su City and Zhang province who had dealings with his family, so this time, since they were only looking for them to cooperate with the investigation, they couldn't make it too ugly. "What's going on? Why are you making such a sword fight? All quit!" Lin Feng roared as soon as he got out of the car. Those police officers were relieved to see this. Since the leader was here, they wouldn't have to suffer such pressure. Branch Chief Lin, rare guest, what are you doing here with so many people this time? The butler at the door didn't put Lin Feng in his eyes at all. He just asked lightly. Ha ha, Steward Zhou. I'm so sorry, my men don't know any better. I've come to seek help from your old master this time. Please inform me. Oh, wait. After saying that, the butler walked in, but those few Hotian martial artists were still standing at the door, with no intention of retreating. Just now, Qiu Chenfeng also took a closer look at that butler. Early in 8th stage, since he had barely been down the mountain himself, he didn't understand the martial artists in the secular world, but he still didn't think that an early in 8th stage martial artist would be able to be so blind to this point. Uncle Lin, people can't see you at all, Qiu Chenfeng said with a smile from the side. Nonsense. People have a lot of industries, no matter if it's public or private. The people they come into contact with are all big officials. People at my level really can't look at me. In response, Lin Feng also told the truth. This kind of family that ranked in the top 3 in Sioux City really didn't need to be too polite to him. During the waiting process, Qiu Chenfeng closed his eyes and carefully probed the mansion. He could clearly sense that there was indeed a man with a bloody body in the house, which should be the murderer. It was only after a few minutes that the housekeeper walked out. I'm sorry, Detachment Lin, our old man is busy. We won't see any guests today. Please go back. Hearing his words, Lin Feng had no choice. After all, this time he was only looking for someone on his doorstep and didn't have a warrant. He couldn't do anything at all. He could only look at Qiu Chenfeng beside him, hoping that he would have a solution. Seeing Lin Feng's gaze, Qiu Chenfeng knew that he, the temporary worker, was going to come out to take the heat. We're not looking for your old master. We're only looking for that person inside the first room on the second floor of your house on the left. I hope you can send him out. If I wait for me to go in, your old master is afraid that he'll get angry. Oh, the butler has heard all the words of flattery over the years, suddenly being stimulated by Qiu Chenfeng so much, he almost couldn't even speak. And how did he know that Wang Yu was in that room? When he came back to his senses, he pointed at Qiu Chenfeng and cursed. Where did the little bastard come from? Daring to come to our Zhou family to spread wildness. Detachment Lin, is this your man? Lin Feng was just about to answer when Qiu Chenfeng directly reached out and plucked a leaf from a nearby tree, then waved his hand and flicked it out, only to see the soft leaf as if it was a willow dart, flying straight towards Butler Zhou, eventually cutting through his clothes before plunging into the solid wood doorframe. I'll give you one more chance. If you guys don't send the people out, I'll go in myself. After Qiu Chenfeng finished speaking, he leaned against the hood of the police car, but the car hadn't been turned off, plus the day was rather hot, so it was a bit hot on his ass, and he could only stand up straight again. Only then did Butler Zhou realize that he was facing an existence that could completely crush him. Moreover, a stunt like flying leaf injury can only be performed by a martial artist who knows how to externally release internal energy. Even the old master can't do it. Suddenly, he thought of a terrible possibility and asked shivering, "You are a grandmaster?" Qiu Chenfeng directly spread his hands towards him and said nothing. This time he was finally able to be sure, and hurriedly ran into the inner mansion to report to Zhou Ling, the Zhou family head. However, when they came out, there were only their master and servant and a few early and 8th stage henchmen, and Qiu Chenfeng did not see Wang Yu's figure. Ha ha, Detachment Lin, I'm so sorry, the old man was just a bit busy and slacked off. Zhou Ling finished his speech and started sizing up Qiu Chenfeng again. He couldn't see any fluctuation of martial aura on Qiu Chenfeng at all, so he assumed that it was the butler's old eyes that were blind. Where's Wang Yu? Sure you want me to go in and bring him out myself? Qiu Chenfeng couldn't care less what he thought. His mission was to take Wang Yu away. After all, he was on salary. This little friend. We really don't have any Wang Yu here. If you don't believe me, you can go and search yourself. Of course, provided that you have the skill to go in. Zhou Ling increasingly felt that he was just an ordinary person who could play smart, so he didn't put him in his eyes at all. Qiu Chenfeng also lost his patience at this time. On a hot day, he himself had been standing for more than 10 minutes. Really troublesome. Still have to do it myself by my little master. Chapter 9, A Patriarch Cannot Be Humiliated. After saying that, he took a big step forward, and a few innate martial artists who were authorized by Zhou Ling immediately appeared in front of him. Qiu Chenfeng glanced at them, and with a wave of his hand, he swatted them through the air as if he were chasing away flies. It was only at this moment that Zhou Ling realized that he was in trouble. This was definitely a genuine sovereign, and by the looks of it, he should have already reached the late stage. By the time he tried to come back to his senses, Qiu Chenfeng had already slapped a dozen or so people away and walked straight towards the room where Wang Yu was hiding. In the blink of an eye, he brought Wang Yu back to Lin Feng and smiled. Uncle Lin, done. Lin Feng immediately called for someone to handcuff Wang Yu to the car, and just as he wanted to be polite to Zhou Ling for a few moments, Zhou Ling suddenly pulled the butler and hurriedly ran over and knelt in front of Qiu Chenfeng, and said timidly, "I'm sorry, senior. It's because I had eyes and didn't recognize Tai. I didn't know that the patriarch had arrived and was still speaking wildly in front of you. Please forgive me." At this time, Qiu Chenfeng thought of what the old man had once said, saying that the secular world called all martial artists whose cultivation was higher than their seniors. Moreover, all martial artists below the level of patriarch would kneel and bow when they saw a patriarch. So after clearing his throat, he snapped, "It doesn't matter if you disrespect me, but since you have this ability, don't do these nasty deeds. It's also that I didn't see any blood light on you. Otherwise you would have been dead already. Alright, all get up. The heat is killing me. Uncle Lin, let's withdraw." After Qiu Chenfeng finished speaking, he and Lin Feng got into the car, and only after all the police cars had left did Zhou Ling dare to stand up. "Master, should we find someone to investigate him?" The butler spoke with some confusion. Zhou Ling nodded and instructed, "Investigating is fine, but we must not let people notice. Also, if you see him in the future, you must not talk nonsense. This time he is letting us off the hook. If there is a next time, we might not be so lucky. The patriarch must not be insulted." After saying that, he began to slowly walk inside. Halfway there he shouted again, "Inform Zhou Tianming, have him bring Zhou Yu back earlier today. I have something to talk to them about." Only after saying this did he return to the study alone and began to think about how to befriend this young sect master. At this age, he was already at the late stage of the patriarchal master's strength. In the future, he might really be able to reach that legendary realm. Such a person, since he couldn't be defeated, he had to be befriended. On the other side of the police car, Lin Feng was exceptionally excited, which time he came to the Zhou family to do something and didn't nod his head. He didn't expect that old guy Zhou Ling to directly kneel to Qiu Chenfeng. Although he didn't kneel himself, he definitely wouldn't dare to be too reckless with himself in the future. Little wind is really a blessing. Seeing that Qiu Chenfeng was hot, he directly stopped the car on the side of the road and bought him a cup of iced milk tea, and only after drinking it did he feel quite comfortable. Suddenly Qiu Chenfeng screamed again, startling Lin Feng. He was busy asking him what was wrong. "Oh, nothing. Just forgot to ask you to bring a cup for Shaolin as well." Hearing him say this, Lin Feng also has some gossipy thoughts. This kid will not be only 2 days, like their old comrade's family, this girl, right? But since he said so, Lin Feng simply bought a few dozen cups after seeing another milk tea store on the side of the road. "I'm in a good mood today, so it's not too much to ask everyone under me to drink a cup of milk tea, right?" After buying the milk tea, Qiu Chenfeng asked Lin Feng to take him to the bank to do bank cards. He is a temporary worker. He can only do his own payroll card. After returning to the criminal police force, Qiu Chenfeng followed him to the interrogation room. He wanted to try the needle technique he thought of last night, and Lin Feng went directly to the big office, sent down the milk tea, but also did not mind saying that it was Xiao Feng was embarrassed to invite only Shaolin, so he simply all the people's bought. Hearing this, the office did not go out to handle the case of the police. All issued a sound, making Lu Yilin very embarrassed. Secretly scolded the Autumn Chenfeng. Autumn Chenfeng himself, of course, is completely unaware of these things. He is still thinking about whether he can let his own needle method to test the water it. However, this kid Wang Yu, who had just seen the Zhou family master kneeling down and knew that he was definitely hopeless, simply admitted to the murder. Seeing here, Qiu Chenfeng left, and in his heart, he was still thinking that later he would find Lin Feng to say when to let him test it. When he returned to the office, everyone shouted thank you for Xiao Feng's milk tea, and confused him, but afterward, thinking about it, it might be that Lin Feng, in order to let himself integrate as soon as possible, said that these milk teas were on his own treats. Since that's the case, what's there not to admit? Not only do I not have to spend any money myself, but I'm also getting a good reputation. Are you sure it's your treat? Don't lie to me. Seeing his behavior, Lu Yilin was 100% sure that this was the detachment leader messing things up. If other people asked, maybe Qiu Chenfeng wouldn't have said anything, but since Shaolin asked, he would just tell the truth himself. "My treat. Uncle Lin spends the money." Hearing his words, Lu Yilin instantly relaxed and said, "I knew it was the detachment commander who was up to something." Qiu Chenfeng didn't understand the sentence, so he chased after him and asked what was going on. Lu Yilin was also thinking of giving herself a proper name, so she said the same thing Lin Feng said to him, thinking that she was finally innocent this time. She didn't expect Qiu Chenfeng to nod and continue. "That really didn't happen. At the beginning Uncle Lin bought me a cup. After drinking it I remembered that I didn't buy it for Shaolin, so I said that I forgot to buy a cup for Shaolin as well, and then Uncle Lin bought such a bunch." After hearing his words, the crowd's gossiping heart, which had already been extinguished, rekindled. Lu Yilin sat in her seat, but also began to chagrin. He said so much to do what? To get half a day and get into their own body. After lunch, Qiu Chenfeng took advantage of the lunch break to go to Lin Feng's office and advance his first month's salary. Lin Feng, after the morning thing, everything is good, immediately hit a note. Let him go to the financial office to collect money. This time, Qiu Chenfeng happened to register his card number to the finance as well, and in a few minutes, the text message that $6,000 had arrived came. Looking at the text message, Qiu Chenfeng was excited for half a day. He had never owned so much money, but later will certainly have to spend a lot more. In the morning, the words were just words, which is good enough to really let Xiaolin to buy himself a cell phone. In the afternoon, Qiu Chenfeng was in the little corner that belonged to him looking at the pile of materials that Lin Feng had sent him, which had all the circumstances of the Zhou family on it. There was also information on the Li and Zhang families, the first and third in terms of wealth in Su City. He hadn't met the Li family himself, but the Zhang family was a different story. Before he came down the mountain, he was still the prospective aunt of the Zhang family. Of these three families, the Li family was the most low-key. The Zhou family was relatively more complicated because they were a martial arts family, and the Zhang family was the most jumpy, and was rumored to have dealings with many underground forces. It seemed that after the old man helped them deal with the threat of the underground forces back then, those punks thought that the Zhang family had a high-ranking person. By the time he finished reading this information, the time had also reached 5 o'clock. Since Lin Lu had only been here for a short while and hadn't started working with the case yet, he stretched and wanted to go over to ask if he could get off work on time. Chapter 10, Cutie. I am the little cutie. Let's go. Getting off work. Autumn Tatsuke shouted as he walked up to her. Wait a minute. Busy, Lu Yilin said without looking back. At this moment, she was a little angry that this kid had just come and started a scandal with herself. On the other hand was that there was indeed a report on her hands that wasn't finished, and it would take at least 2 more hours. Oh, then roughly when will you leave? Autumn Chenfeng weakly asked. 8 o'clock. Lu Yilin still didn't turn around. Alright, then I'll go back and cook dinner first. After he said this, there was another burst of laughter in the office. Lu Yilin helplessly turned her head to look at him and finally sighed and said, got it. When he came out from the criminal police team, he happened to meet a colleague, and he started to ask the person what cell phone he should buy. After the other person understood his needs and budget, he recommended a mid-range Huawei for him, so Qiu Chenfeng didn't spend much time at all, and after entering the Huawei store and asking for that model, he just swiped his card and paid. Although it's not a high-level cell phone, but all of a sudden spend more than 2,000 is also really neat pain. In the store, he asked the clerk to help him download WeChat, after registering, and then asked people to help him open WeChat payment, which is much more convenient to buy things. After buying a cell phone, he went to the supermarket to buy a lot of food. Yesterday, I saw that Xiaolin has a refrigerator at home, so it's no problem to buy some more. Then there was also a bag of rice and a bag of noodles. Anyway, at the end of the day he took a taxi directly home. After arriving downstairs, it took 2 moves to get everything into the elevator. It's not that he couldn't move it, but his hands were full of grabs, and he had a bag of flour in his mouth, and he still hadn't finished it. After resting for a while, he started cooking. Xiaolin said that she got off work at 8 o'clock, so it was almost 8:30 for dinner. This time he simply wrapped up the dumplings, leek and egg filling, boiled a pot of pork stewed vermicelli, and the meat slices battered, mixed sweet and sour sauce before being considered ready. After playing with his cell phone on the sofa for a while, he realized why everyone was holding a cell phone, and the elimination game was quite fun. Looking at the time, immediately 8 o'clock, he hurriedly threw the phone aside, began to cook dumplings. When Lu Yilin entered the door, the pot of meat just under the pot. A few minutes after the meal, Lu Yilin had been quite angry. He called him several phone calls, actually down to him to pay the phone bill and then call again and no one to answer. But as soon as the door smelled the flavor, those unhappy immediately disappeared. Changed slippers immediately ran over and asked, Little Taoist, what did you do today? Your old family dish leeks and egg stuffed dumplings paper. There are pots and pans, pagan stewed vermicelli paper. Hey, I'm going to go. The guy's northeastern dialect is quite correct. After saying that, she sat back on the sofa and waited, suddenly saw a new cell phone, and asked, Little Taoist, you bought a new cell phone? Qiu Chenfeng turned his head and nodded towards her and said, yeah, I got an advance on my paycheck from Uncle Lin at noon. Come and eat. He waited for the dishes to be brought to the table before he picked up his cell phone again and looked at it. Emma, why did you call me so many times? I don't seem to have my voice on. I wasn't afraid you wouldn't be able to find your home. Lu Yilin complained as she ate. He, where can little cutie? I can't find a home. I still have the ability to do this. Hey, I go. I can't find a home. I still have the ability to do that. Hey, I go. I can't find a home. I still have the ability to do that. I'm not sure which cutie is the one who charged me. I don't know which one of you has the wrong number. I don't know which one of them has the wrong number. Qiu Chenfeng said as he handed his phone to Lu Yilin to look at, but what met his eyes was her angry eyes. I'm that little cutie. Called you when you were out of service before I filled it up for you. Qiu Chenfeng then realized that he had said the wrong thing and immediately apologized. Ah, I don't mean that. How can you be the little cutie? What about? I'm a little cutie, talking about myself. After saying this, he began to wonder how he had stopped his cell phone so quickly and owed several tens of. Lu Yilin helped him take a look and asked, are you not opening a traffic package? Hurry to connect Wi-Fi, you said, and helped him to connect the Wi-Fi, and opened a 50 yuan package by hand. Before returning the phone to him, the two people ate the meal together, chatting with each other, but also some cozy feeling. After a moment of silence, Lu Yilin asked, didn't you say I'd buy you a cell phone? Why did you go and buy it yourself? Why? How can this be good? You give me a place to live, and take me to and from work, and then let you buy a cell phone. This can't be said. This is really his heart. Since childhood, in addition to the old man, no one has ever cared about him, so after getting a little benefit, he would always think of returning it in other ways. As for those that he couldn't afford to pay back, he wouldn't accept them easily himself. Hearing him say this, Lu Yilin's heart was somewhat inexplicably unhappy. She herself didn't understand why. After finishing the meal, the time was just over 9 o'clock. Qiu Chenfeng's body was covered with the smell of fumes, so he went straight in to take a bath. Only after taking a bath did he realize a problem. He seemed to have no clothes suitable for going to work in addition to that set of Benelux. After he put on the clothes he had on the mountain and walked out of the room, Lu Yilin immediately threw a strange look at him and then said with a smile, little Taoist, why are you still wearing a Taoist robe? I don't have any other clothes. The one I wore during the day is still the one I bought the day I went down the mountain. Qiu Chenfeng was a little embarrassed. Wearing a Taoist robe in someone else's home seemed really not good. Right, there's something I've been wanting to ask you for a long time. How did you come up with the idea to buy Benelux? Lu Yilin just remembered. When he first met him, he was wearing that one. Now wearing Benelux is really not common. I do not know what brand. Years ago to watch TV, Huang Bo said a Benny Road brand. I remembered this one. How? Is there a problem? Looking at Qiu Chenfeng's curious expression, Lu Yilin was completely paralyzed with laughter. Isn't it because of Huang Bo's words that made Benny Road rustic? I didn't expect him to specialize in buying this. This little Taoist is quite cute. After hearing Lu Yilin's explanation, Qiu Chenfeng came to a sudden realization that this was the case. No wonder Zhang Yao still disliked him for wearing the Benny Road in the first place. Let's go. Sister, take you to buy clothes. After saying that, Lu Yilin directly pulled him out of the door. In fact, originally he was not willing to come out. He wore this body of Taoist robes although he did not care about the eyes of others, but still some of the feeling of not being able to integrate into this world. But just look at Xiaolin because he did not let her buy a cell phone. Seems to be a little unhappy. This time again refused. It is a little ungrateful. Lu Yilin directly brought him into a men's clothing store and bought 2 sets of clothes. When trying clothes, Lu Yilin suddenly found that this little Taoist actually dress up quite handsome. To height has height, to face value. Well, also still say the past. When paying, Lu Yilin directly pulled out his cell phone. See this situation. He did not refuse, but a look at the bill. Actually 2 sets of clothes to more than 2,000. Once again he confused. The world of the rich, their own seems to really do not understand. Chapter 11. Zhang was surrounded. After returning home, the two of them chatted for a long time again before they were able to understand each other a bit more deeply. Qiu Chenfeng's life was a bit simpler. Anyway, he had been in the mountains since he understood, and Lu Yilin's family situation surprised him a bit. Her father was a soldier, or a colonel. Her mother was a doctor, working in a tertiary hospital in Liao province, and the reason she came to Suzhou city was that when Lin Feng was in the army, he was his father's best brother. So in the end, her father found someone to get her to Suzhou city. This job was very dangerous, so having someone who knew what they were doing to take care of them was definitely better than going to a place that was completely unknown. Moreover, the law and order in Su city was better, at least a lot better than back home. Chatting to the back, both of them were a bit tired. Qiu Chenfeng leaned on the sofa and tilted his head to look at her, and there was a hint of a different sentiment in his heart. Although he had also felt that she was very good looking before, it was the first time that he had this kind of tension that burst out directly from his heart. At this time, Lu Yilin also realized that he was looking at herself and directly asked, "What are you always looking at me for?" Qiu Chenfeng retrieved his mind and said with a smile, "Didn't I tell you? You're good looking. Cut. I'm not going to mess with you. I'm going to sleep." After saying that, Lu Yilin turned around and walked towards her room. Shaolin. Suddenly behind her, Qiu Chenfeng called out to her. Turning back after a slight stare, she heard him say, "Don't lose your temper all the time in the future. It's not good for your body. Also, you really look good when you smile." After hearing him finish, Lu Yilin went back to her room and closed the door. At that moment, her own heartbeat accelerated for no reason. She didn't understand what was wrong with her and could only lie on the bed and stare. Seeing her go back to her room, Qiu Chenfeng also turned off the light and went back to his room to sleep. Similarly, he couldn't sleep. This feeling that he had never had before made him very uncomfortable. The next morning, both of them were a little nervous when they first met because of those words before bed last night. But soon, the two of them joked and ate their breakfast and went to work together. Just entering the office, he saw that Li Tianxian was also there, and after Lu Yilin obediently called out to her master, she returned to her seat. Chenfeng looked at Li Tianxian smiling at himself and could only call out stiffly to himself. "Good morning, Uncle Li. Good morning, all big brothers and sisters. There is something I need to find me at any time on the line. Temporary workers do not use for nothing. After all, a month to open a lot of money it." He said this sentence, instantly put the original "not many people talk to the office" atmosphere completely revitalized. Even Li Tianxian began to admire him. This kid is really a bit interesting, and his own disciple is quite match. It seems to be a match. Just when he was about to say something, Lin Feng pushed the door in and shouted when he saw him, "Tianxiang, it's good that you're here. Take your disciple to Zhang's group. Say there are gangsters causing trouble." Colleagues at the police station said that Black Diao also went. "This thing we have to go over and take a look. Really evil. They are not with Black Diao. Relationship is very good. Well, okay, Shaolin, bring your equipment and follow me." Li Tianxiang did not hesitate at all. "Take the bag is ready to go out." Lu Yilin also took out the handcuffs from the drawer to follow behind. Need me to go together? If it's Zhang Xuankang's Zhang's group, I also want to go and see the action. They were just about to go out the door when Qiu Chenfeng raised his hand and shouted. Lin Feng, who heard this, also began to look at him suspiciously. Could it be that this kid has a grudge against the Zhang family? It was unlikely. Didn't he say that he basically never went down the mountain? But he didn't bother to think about it. It was said that there were hundreds of people over there. Letting him go would also ensure that things wouldn't get out of hand. So he nodded his head and said, "Alright, Tianxiang, you can take him. There are still a lot of secrets on this kid. There might be unexpected effects." Thus, Li Tianxiang brought the two of them downstairs together, drove the police car and pulled the alarm and went out. "Little Taoist, you have a grudge against the Zhang family?" As soon as she got into the car, Lu Yilin couldn't wait to ask. Nothing. Go home and tell you." Originally quite a normal sentence. Put Li Tianxiang listen to laugh. Flirting. What? Dislike me this light bulb. Eavesdropping on the two of you whispering? Lu Yilin did not expect that the always serious master would actually say this, but she really didn't dare to dislike him back. Master's temper was too intimidating, but Qiu Chenfeng wasn't afraid of him and directly asked back, "Uncle Li, what do you mean by light bulb?" Asked to see Lu Yilin's lifeless expression, and snickering Li Tianxiang, but they really do not know what to say wrong. But in order to maintain the relationship between Lu Yilin and her master, he still slowly said it. "Uncle Li, do you know that 10 years ago Zhang Shunkang was poisoned? Seems like there was this matter. At that time the hospital was helpless. Right, wasn't it your master who took care of it?" Li Tianxiang instantly thought of this matter. At that time he was still talking about it when he was drinking with Easy Sun. "Since you know, I won't say what happened. Anyway, the result was that the boss of that underground force was screwed by my master, and the Zhang family was left undisturbed, and their business took off. The next year, old man Zhang came to the mountain to see my master, so he wrote a marriage contract between Zhang Yao and me with my master." Speaking here, Qiu Chenfeng sneaked a glance at Lu Yilin and found that her face was a bit unsightly, so he immediately continued. "Before I went down the mountain, my master said that the old man would most likely not honor the marriage contract, and told me to directly burn the marriage contract in front of them if I was bounced out of the marriage. Later on, the marriage was indeed withdrawn, so I burned that marriage contract. I didn't expect my old man to do something on that piece of paper. A little bit of fire, I smelled the problem inside. It should be the kind of poison that the underground big brother put down at the beginning. But the old man himself also added a little bit of what? Anyway, it is difficult for general hospitals to completely remove." After listening, the two people realized that there is such a thing on this kid. Also do not know how to think. Lu Yilin offhandedly asked, "If people don't withdraw from the marriage, are you just going to be your Zhang family's aunt?" After asking, she herself felt that it was inappropriate, but had absolutely no idea how to find a remedy. Li Tianxiang didn't say anything either, just waiting to watch the show. Chenfeng saw her asking this and knew that the situation was not good. Immediately shook his head violently and said, "How is that possible? Although Zhang Yao looks okay, but that temper is really killing me. The whole family is also a snob. If I stay still live not live." After saying that, see her expression is still not good, and then weakly said, "I mean, her looks are also average. completely incomparable to Xiaolin. Only after hearing this did Lu Yilin feel a bit better, but soon he felt his master's eyes with laughter and hurriedly explained. Compare with me for what? What does it have to do with me? Chapter 12 The Old Man's Layout. Li Tianxiang just snickered on the side and didn't say anything. Fortunately, the criminal police force is not far from Zhang's group. Wait until the car stops. Lu Yilin finally relieved. Once out of the car, a few people saw Zhang's group door surrounded by a group of black pressure. Originally thought that the detachment chief's comment about hundreds of people was an exaggeration, but now look at it, he may have even said less. What are you all surrounding for? Quickly disperse. Before Li Tianxiang got out of the car, he shouted with the car-carried shouting device. This group of gangsters saw the car of the criminal police team came, finally loosened up a little bit, but still surrounded. Li Tianxiang saw that shouting was useless, so he directly peeled off the crowd and took the two of them together and walked to Black Biao's side. Qiu Chenfeng sized up this He Biao. He looked like he was in his 40s, but his looks were really dark and he was still a martial artist. He Biao, what's your situation? Hurry up and take your people away. At this time, He Biao also acted quite polite, waving his hand and letting the people withdraw slightly to the side before saying, Team Li, long time no see. I don't have any other meaning this time. Zhang's group owes us half a year's salary. We are here to ask for the salary. Li Tianxiang had also heard a little bit about Zhang's group hiring them, and now that he heard He Biao say this, it was sort of confirmed. But now the annoying thing is that Black Biao, this person just started to do things very carefully, and in these years and opened a security company by himself, although the outside world still say they are underground forces, but in fact, they have long been cleansed. At this time Zhang's group's current chairman Zhang Haoran walked out, looking weak. However, he was still trying his best to appease He Biao. After all, a lot of the things that he had been asked to help deal with over the years were not on the table. As for the arrears of wages, because Black Biao was very obedient to them over the years, so they were a little reluctant to pay. But He Biao, who had always been obedient, didn't know what was wrong with him today, and didn't give him any leeway at all. At this time Zhu Lan also came out, equally depressed. Suddenly she saw Qiu Chenfeng, who was watching from the side, and immediately pointed at his nose and scolded. So it's you, little brat. You're the one who messed up the Black Biao thing, right? There's also the poison on us. If you don't give us an explanation, you don't think of leaving here today. Li Tianxiang had just heard Qiu Chenfeng finish the grudge between them, and now that he heard someone scolding him like this, he instantly came to be angry as well. I say Mrs. Zhang, you don't have a small mouth? Xiaofeng is now a member of our criminal police team, so let's see you snap one. As soon as she saw Li Tianxiang, Zhu Lan immediately changed her face and hurriedly greeted him curtly. Although the Zhang family is now the third family in Suzhou City, but because they are very bad at dealing with people, and also have collusion with the so-called underground forces, so there are very few leaders who dare to befriend them. Facing the law enforcement units, they were still a bit overwhelmed. While Zhu Lan was thinking about how to make Qiu Chenfeng suffer a bit, He Biao quickly walked over and carefully asked, Little brother, may I ask if you're the disciple of Senior Easy's son? Qiu Chenfeng was also confused when he heard this. What was the situation? How come the bosses of the underground forces knew about him? However, he still nodded, wanting to see what the other party wanted to say. Ha, that's great. I was framed by Zhang Shunkong 10 years ago and almost lost my life. After I recovered, I gave him something to put down, and then I was nudged by Senior Easy's son, and now I also have early innate cultivation. Back then, he said that I should help the Zhang family properly, and if I found the symptoms of the original kind of stuff on the Zhang family, then I can stop helping them. This morning, a little brother of mine told me that all 4 members of their family had gone to the hospital, and I realized upon checking that they had developed those symptoms. So it's revenge for revenge for revenge. So that's how it happened. It seems that the old man knew then that this Zhang family wasn't very trustworthy, so he was also less prejudiced against He Biao. If he could get a nudge from the old man, then this person must not be bad in nature. So that's how it is. Then hurry up and take your people back. Later on, come with me to the criminal police force. They let you do all those things, all left behind, right? Just tell them all at that time. Hearing Qiu Chenfeng's words, He Biao immediately waved his hand and told all the people to leave. Those things that terrorized others over the years he did tell people to do quite a bit, but the things that really hurt the heavens, hurt people and even harmed people's lives, he secretly sent people away. Because Easy Sun had told him at first that as long as he slowly cleansed himself, he would get a lot of benefits in the future when his disciple entered the world. If he continued to do those things that harmed heaven and earth, then the only thing that awaited him was death. At that time, He Biao had already been completely subdued by Easy Sun and did not dare to disobey his orders at all. It was only until today that he realized that he had made the right choice. Seeing this scene, Li Tianxiang said that what Detachment Lin said was really right, and it really had an unexpected effect. Since the things on this side are solved, he is also ready to close the team. By the way, he can also talk to He Biao. This time may be able to make a merit. Just as they were about to leave, Zhang Haoren came over and pulled Qiu Chenfeng down, praying, "Little wind, please be merciful. At first, your master said that the Zhang family was only helping you accumulate assets. It was us who were too greedy and repented of our marriage. You're a big man. If you make a mess of everything, it's your own estate that will be destroyed. How about this? You go back with me? I'll immediately announce your engagement to Yao Yao. We'll be a family after the engagement, and then you'll help us lift this toxin as well. How about that?" He originally thought that even if Qiu Chenfeng didn't agree, he would still give it some thought. Even Lu Yilan thought that Qiu Chenfeng would agree. After all, in her opinion, this kid liked money too much. Unexpectedly, Qiu Chenfeng directly shook his head and righteously said, "I don't need money earned with your dirty tricks. Go back and think about what you've done over the years. If you can turn yourselves in, perhaps you still have a way to live." After saying that, he pulled Lu Yilin away, and He Biao also followed behind and got into the police car together. Hearing these words from him, Lu Yilin suddenly felt as if her previous understanding of him was inaccurate, and sure enough, her father was right. No matter what, this kid definitely won't be a bad guy. On the way back, Lu Yilin started flirting again. "Little Taoist, do you know how much money his family has? Just reject it like that? Or else pinch. Although I'm poor, I won't take a single penny of his family's money. I don't know why. From the time they withdrew from the marriage, I felt that his family wasn't a good person. So I didn't take the $1 million check that Zhang Shunkang gave me at that time." "How much? 1 million? That's too stingy. I feel like I'm giving you less even if I give you $10 million. After Lu Yilin heard the figure, she felt that Qiu Chenfeng was right. None of them were good people. His own family has so much money. Withdrawing from the marriage is also even. How to give only 1 million to the disciple of the person who saved his life? It really is not to take people seriously at all. Chapter 13 Zhang's overthrow. Right, Black Biao. You also know that the Zhang family is helping me make money? Qiu Chenfeng suddenly thought of Zhang Haoren's words and immediately asked. He Biao nodded and said in a serious manner, "Of course, Elder Easy Son said that if the money's origin is fine, it's reserved for you. If the money is dirty, destroy them." After listening to Black Biao's words, Autumn Chenfeng was completely convinced that the old man's ability himself was indeed no match for. "Emma, I didn't expect the old man to treat me so well. Although what I've been entrusted with is not right, I'll keep this sentiment in mind. I take back all those words that I scolded you before. Amitba is not right. Fuxing Infinite Heavenly Father. Put, little Taoist, are you a monk or a Taoist monk?" In the first words, Lu Yilin listened to it and was still somewhat moved. But what the hell is the Amitba Buddha at the end? Watched a little journey to the west. Mouth last night. The two just messed around. Li Tianxiang and Black Biao just watched, suddenly feeling like they were at least a 500-watt bulb. After returning to the criminal police team, Lin Feng saw that Black Biao had followed him, so he was busy asking what the situation was. Only after Li Tianxiang finished reporting the matter to him did he start to be glad that leaving little Feng behind this time was really the best decision. The morning passed like this, and when it was almost time to eat, He Biao also explained things almost. All those tax evasion tactics of the Zhang family, all the evidence that had allowed him to deal with his competitors, were all taken out by him. Since he had kept his hand in all of these things, there was almost nothing too big on him, and Lin Feng directly reported all the circumstances and He Biao's meritorious performance to the prosecutor's office. Because the things involved were really too big, the procuratorate held an emergency meeting and then approved the decision to arrest a few people from the Zhang family that afternoon, and for He Biao, also made a decision not to approve the arrest. This result, Black Puma really did not expect. Originally thought how they also have to be sentenced to a few years, at most probation. Predecessor of the Prowler said really right. It did not take long. The Zhang family that several people were brought to the Interpol interrogation. Other people involved in some cases Autumn Chenfeng is felt normal. What he didn't expect was that Zhang Yao was involved in several cases of school bullying and buying murder. Although He Biao didn't really do anything, she just gave the other party a sum of money and let her leave the city. However, she was convicted of attempted intentional homicide for buying a murderer. When he left, Black Biao asked about Qiu Chenfeng's intentions, and after hearing that he was going to stay in the criminal police force, he decided to continue to open his own company here as well. Now without the Zhang family's fingerprints on him, he had been completely cleared, so he had nothing to worry about. It was also from this day onwards that He Biao's address to Qiu Chenfeng became Little Young Master. For this name, Qiu Chenfeng was also speechless, but since he wanted to call it that, then he called it. After returning to the office, logistics came to him, saying that they wanted to take measurements and help him make uniforms. This word Autumn Chenfeng came to the spirit as soon as he heard it. Did not expect that he could wear a police uniform. After going there, while taking measurements he asked, Brother, is there any difference between my uniform and yours? Is not a glance can be seen as a temporary worker? The auxiliary police officer who was helping him measure his size heard this question and said with a smile, a clear-eyed person can tell at a glance. It's pretty much the same as mine. Both belong to the auxiliary police. Oh, got it. Thanks, big brother. Coming out from the logistics, he went back to his little corner and started studying the law. Today, due to the fact that the evidence in that case of the Zhang family was very sufficient, the trial was finished very quickly, so it was rare for Lu Yilin to be so punctual in her off-duty time. Sitting in the car, Qiu Chenfeng looked out the window with a heavy heart, not knowing what he was thinking. Lu Yilin also noticed his state and asked, "What's wrong with you? In a bad mood? Because your ex-fiancé was arrested?" Qiu Chenfeng turned his head to look at her at the words, then shook his head and muttered, "Her arrest has nothing to do with me, it's just that the big brother who sized me up today said that my uniform says auxiliary police officer. So I was thinking about whether or not I could take a police exam, but Uncle Lin said that at least a bachelor's degree would be possible before I could take the exam. I'm a fetal education incomplete. What the hell? Fetal education also incomplete? What does that mean?" When Lu Yilin heard the first words, she thought he was quite progressive, but when she heard the latter, she was completely confused. "My master gave me my birth date, said I was born at least a month prematurely. Is not that fetal education is incomplete?" After listening to his explanation, Lu Yilin was kind of convinced. His mouth is really powerful. What can say a little way? The two just arrived home in a few minutes. Outside the knocking sound. "Who is it?" Lu Yilin asked and ran to open the door. Opened the door to see, actually is a pretty good-looking beauty. Dress very decent. Set off the lines of the body is very perfect. It seems to be well-dressed, but they do not recognize. "Excuse me, who are you looking for?" That beauty immediately said politely, "Hello, I'm looking for Autumn Chenfeng. Does he live here?" Upon hearing that she was looking for him, Lu Yilin let the other party in, and after calling out Qiu Chenfeng, who was cleaning his room, she went back to her room. She didn't know why, but she was quite annoyed by the presence of girls around him, let alone such a pretty girl. After being angry for a while, she suddenly realized that how did she start caring so much about that little Taoist priest? Just now she was considered to be jealous? While he was still torn, Qiu Chenfeng knocked on the door of her room. "Shaolin, come out. There aren't many vegetables left at home. See what you want to eat, I'll go buy it." After opening the door, Lu Yilin didn't say anything, just stared straight at him, causing his back to start to chill. Can only hurry to explain. "That's Zhou from the Zhou family. I went to her house with Uncle Lin yesterday. His family's old man must have sent someone to investigate me and then wanted to befriend me." The Zhou family? That martial arts family? Lu Yilin had also learned about the three great families of Su City, and had some knowledge of the Zhou family. "Yeah, after all, I'm a grandmaster. Yesterday, his family's old man knelt down for me on the spot, knowing that I just entered the world. Didn't he think of making friends with me or something?" "Make friends? What kind of friend? A boyfriend or girlfriend?" Lu Yilin blurted out the words again, making herself a little uncomfortable. On partner she can't match me." "Cut. Tell me what for. What's it got to do with me?" In fact, at this time, she had already begun to say a bit unable to go on. Obviously it was herself who raised this question, but when it came to this, she couldn't back off. Okay, quickly say what you want to eat. I have to go out to buy food." After Autumn Chenfeng got her answer, he ran out. As soon as he went out the door, he touched his chest. "This Nima is too scary," and then asked down, "Don't know what to say." Chapter 14 Silver Needle Stops Bleeding. After the two of them finished eating, Qiu Chenfeng was idle and bored, so he suggested that they should go out for a walk. Lu Yilin happened to have this idea as well, so the two of them went downstairs and went to a nearby old street. For everything here, neither of them were actually familiar with it. One was a real outsider, and one was a local who had been in the mountains for 20 years, so it was fun to skate around, finding something interesting everywhere. "Shaolin, have you ever worn clothes like this?" Qiu Chenfeng looked at a Hanfu rental store on the side of the road and asked curiously. "No, it's too cold in my hometown. It's not too popular. What's wrong? Why don't you buy a set and try it too? It sure looks good," Qiu Chenfeng said as he stared at one of the pink sets. "Okay, I'll wear them if you buy them. Don't look for rentals. I don't like to wear what others have worn." Lu Yilin also found the set he was staring at. It was indeed quite pretty, but the price of this store wasn't cheap, so she was ready to tease him. "No problem, go." Saying that, Qiu Chenfeng pulled her into the store. How can he say that he still has more than $3,000 on him? Buying a piece of clothing isn't a spill. As soon as he entered the store, he pointed at the Chinese dress and directly asked the boss to take it down for Lu Yilin to try. The boss did not say anything, directly removed. When she finished changing her clothes and came out, Qiu Chenfeng was completely dumbfounded. This time is really dumbfounded. When he imagined it, he thought it must be very good looking, but when he really put it on, he realized that it was 10,000 times better looking than what he imagined. Seeing his eyes, Lu Yilin also began to be embarrassed, walked to his side and patted him, asked, "How is it good looking?" Only then did Qiu Chenfeng come back to his senses and said with satisfaction, "I won't hide it from you, Shaolin, you're definitely the best looking girl I've ever seen." Hearing him say this, Lu Yilin became even more embarrassed. However, the boss saw him in such a state and knew that his business was definitely a success, and hurried over to compliment him again. The more he heard, the happier Qiu Chenfeng became, so he directly asked the boss to settle the bill. "Okay, sir, total is 2,350, wipe a zero for you, 2,300, WeChat or Alipay?" Hearing this number, Qiu Chenfeng froze for half a second. That's right, only half a second. Then he directly opened the WeChat payment code and let the boss scan the code. This was what made Lu Yilin look dumbfounded, not expecting him to be so quick this time. After the boss finished settling the bill, he put the clothes she changed into a bag and handed it to her, but before she could reach out, Qiu Chenfeng was next. "What for? You're holding it for me?" Lu Yilin smiled especially brightly this time. "Of course, it doesn't look good for you to wear this and carry a bag." After Qiu Chenfeng finished, he pulled her back to the old street. Then he didn't hold back and secretly took a few pictures. However, this scene was still discovered by Lu Yilin, but she just treated it as if she didn't see it. Instead she felt a bit strangely happy. Just as the two of them were spending time together, Qiu Chenfeng's phone rang. He originally didn't want to answer this kind of call that ruined the atmosphere, but when he saw that it was Lin Feng's call, he instantly lost his temper and obediently picked it up. "Uncle Lin, calling so late, is there something wrong?" "Little phone, I remember you said that you know medical skills. I've also seen the medical skills of Easy Sun back then. Tell me honestly, compared to him, how many % have you learned?" Lin Feng's anxious voice came from the receiver. Qiu Chenfeng immediately replied. The old man said that there is a 70 to 80% of it. "What happened, Uncle Lin?" After hearing Qiu Chenfeng's words, Lin Feng didn't say anything and told him to immediately rush to the Sioux City Central Hospital across from the criminal police team. After Lu Yilin heard his relay, she immediately pulled her and ran to the side of the road, stopped a car and went straight over. "You can actually not go. How nice to rest early." Qiu Chenfeng originally intended to go over himself, so don't let her go along at night, but as soon as people heard it, they knew that someone was injured, so they had to go and take a look anyways. After the two got off the bus, Qiu Chenfeng saw a familiar police officer waiting downstairs, and as soon as he saw them, he immediately pulled them to the door of the operating room. At this moment the door stood 7 or 8 police. See Lu Yilin dress is also a stunned. "I didn't expect this girl, who has always been windy, to dress up so beautifully." "Uncle Lin, what's the situation?" Qiu Chenfeng ran to Lin Feng and asked. Just now they went out to catch a few robbery suspects. Originally they just wanted to subdue them, so they didn't even shoot. "I didn't expect a person to come out from the side and directly stab old Zhou." Lin Feng smoked a cigarette and squatted on the side to tell him what happened. This old Zhou was over 50, also from one of their big offices, and generally didn't go out on missions. Many times when he saw Qiu Chenfeng alone in the corner, he even went over to chat with him all the time. "What about now? What do you need me to do?" The doctor said that the location where that knife was stuck was dangerous, not more than 2 millimeters away from the heart at most, but if they were to pull out the knife, it would easily touch the heart, so they're still working on how to pull out the knife. Hearing him say this, Qiu Chenfeng immediately asked him to bring himself in. "This kind of problem takes care of itself. Are you sure?" Lin Feng looked at him incredulously. "Of course, Uncle Lin, if you want to say that your hands are stable, how can an ordinary person be as stable as a martial artist? Besides, even if it touches me, I have a way to stop the bleeding." Lin Feng looked at his eyes and knew that he wasn't lying, so he immediately informed the doctor to change his sterile gown. Originally the main surgeon refused, but he really wasn't completely sure himself, so he had to let him in. Qiu Chenfeng had someone prepare a set of silver needles and walked over to the operating table. Qiu Chenfeng then saw old Zhao's entire body was full of tubes. This was the first time he had ever felt that people were so fragile. After gathering himself, he first quickly stuck a dozen or so silver needles around the incision. The doctor at the side couldn't understand this wave of operation at all, so he asked a question. "Comrade, what is the function of this needle?" "To stop the bleeding. You guys are sure that other than the blade position being a bit dangerous, there's no other damage internally, right?" After receiving their confirmation, Qiu Chenfeng gently held the hilt of the knife with 2 fingers. After taking a deep breath, he gathered the qi from his body onto the 2 fingers and gently lifted it upwards, only to see that the knife was steadily pulled out, and there was actually no sign of any bleeding from the blade. This time they were all convinced. It turned out that silver needles could really stop bleeding. "Alright, it's up to you guys next. If there's no blood vessels that need to be connected, let's sew it up. I'll pull out the needle after sewing. After saying that, he took the knife and sat down next to the anesthesiologist. This was the first time he had entered an operating room, and looking around was quite a novelty. By this time the doctor had already started stitching, and someone had also gone outside to tell Lin Feng and the others that old Zhou was out of danger. Chapter 15, Streamlining the Feats. After hearing this news, the people outside were finally relieved and all sat down. It was at this time that Lin Feng noticed Lu Yilin, who was wearing a Chinese dress, and finally revealed a smile and said, "Xiao Lin, you do need to dress up more. Little girl, how? When I called, you two dating? No, eat a full meal outside skating it." Lu Yilin did not say much. Others do not understand her. Lin Feng still understand. In her dad's words, this girl didn't even wear many skirts, and to be able to wear such a set today, she definitely couldn't explain it. Lin Feng saw that she didn't say anything, so he didn't flirt with her, but this matter will have to talk to her father later. After all, it's a major life event. He didn't know what his old comrade thought, but he thought they were a good match. An hour later, the operating room door finally opened. Lao Zhao has also woken up, although some weak, but the body indicators are normal. Lao Zhao's family is out of town and can only come over tomorrow, so Lin Feng let two people stay with the escort. He drove the two children home. On the road, Qiu Chenfeng had only just recovered from the surgery. This profession was indeed dangerous, but it was also because of this group of people that these ordinary people outside the window could live happily ever after. When he was in the operating room, he also thought about Shaolin, and he didn't want to see something like this happen to Shaolin as well. So when he got home, he immediately went back to his room. Lu Yilin didn't say much when she saw how tired he was. Today's matter was also a big blow to herself. When she saw old Zhao being pushed out of the operating room, only then did she deeply understand that when she formally joined the force, her master said that she had to be worthy of the police badge on her head. After Qiu Chenfeng took a shower, he immediately called the old man. This time it was able to get through, but no one picked up. Anyway, he had nothing to do, so he called dozens of times without getting tired of it. Finally, the phone was picked up. "Little brat, do you want to die? The phone for me is out of battery." Only after hearing this voice did Qiu Chenfeng reveal a smile. Although the old man was always cursing, it did sound very kind. "Master, I have business this time." Next, he talked about the Zhang family and Black Biao, including his joining the Interpol. Finally, he also talked about what happened tonight, and he wanted to ask Master if he could compile a streamlined version of the Gongfu and teach it to these police officers. After Prosperity heard his idea, he was also silent for a long time. He had also had this idea in the beginning, but his own master was rather old-fashioned, and before he died, he had said that the Gong methods could only be taught to his own disciples. However, after what Qiu Chenfeng had said, he also detected a loophole. The complete Gongfu couldn't be passed on. Wouldn't it be fine to streamline it a bit? Anyway, it was unlikely that the police would be able to use those profound martial arts stunts, so giving them some stance and fighting techniques wasn't out of the question. So, he agreed to Qiu Chenfeng's proposal, but he was very busy himself, so he let him handle this matter on his own. After getting his master's consent, Qiu Chenfeng was much happier. Tomorrow he would have to talk to Lin Feng about this matter. Although he wouldn't reach the strength of a martial artist after he was done streamlining, but against ordinary people, as long as they hadn't practiced ancient martial arts, they would be purely crushed. Looking at the time, it was just after 10. He immediately took out a pen and paper and recalled the Gongfu in his mind, picking a few fighting techniques and a few body techniques and fusing them. Then he practiced it himself according to this Gongfu, and only felt relieved when there was no problem. But since it was already written, it wasn't too much to ask for Shaolin to practice it first, so he knocked on the door of her room. "What are you doing? Don't look at what time it is." As soon as he opened the door, Lu Yilin roared. It was then that he remembered that he had forgotten to look at the time. Looking towards the wall clock, it turned out to be more than 3 o'clock. Sorry, I didn't look at the time." "That's what? This set of Gongfu you practice first in these days. I've greeted my master, and he has agreed that I will write out some of the body techniques and fighting techniques that the police can use, so that all the police can practice them. That way, things like old Zhao will be much less frequent, and as long as they don't encounter ancient martial artists, they'll be basically invincible. You must practice well, huh? I don't want anything to happen to you. Alright, go to sleep. I have to sleep too, or else I'll have dark circles under my eyes tomorrow." After saying that, he ran back to his room. Taking out his cell phone, he looked at it again and confirmed that it was past 3 before lying down on the bed. "I didn't realize that I had spent a full 4 hours writing this Gongfu." After Lu Yilin lay back on the bed, she flipped through this set of Gongfu, and remembered that Qiu Chenfeng said that he didn't want anything to happen to him, so the anger in her heart disappeared, and instead, she was a bit elated. As soon as he got to work the next day, Qiu Chenfeng went to Lin Feng's office and told him about it. Lin Feng this time is really think he underestimated him. I did not expect this kid can be so generous. This kind of thing, if you take it for money, he will be able to enter the rankings of service or not. Of course, this matter is not their own power to decide. He immediately reported the matter to the bureau. The director heard this. What else to say? Of course, have to The next few days, the criminal police team became the first pilot. Autumn Chenfeng cameo coach. After going home, to Lu Yilin after cooking, but also have to give her a small stove to practice, so these police inside, her proficiency is the highest. Of course everyone else knows that they live together. It would be strange if she practiced worse than others. A week later, Lu Yilin finally started to follow the case, which made her a little excited. Finally she didn't have to nestle in the office anymore. But Qiu Chenfeng was bored. Usually when there was nothing important, Lin Feng let him rest in the office. Good steel should be used on the blade. Seeing that Lu Yilin is very busy these days, Qiu Chenfeng is also ready to find something to do for himself. Suddenly thinking that he didn't have a driver's license yet, he ran to Lin Feng's office and asked if there was a place to learn how to get a driver's license. Lin Feng gave him the number of a driving school, but Qiu Chenfeng didn't answer. What's wrong? Lin Feng said suspiciously. Inside, Uncle Lin, I only have a few $100s on me. Qiu Chenfeng said with embarrassment. I go. What did you kid buy? 10 days $6,000 and it's gone? Buy cell phones clothes what? Hearing him talk about clothes, Lin Feng suddenly thought of Lu Yilin's set of hanbok. He had heard that this stuff wasn't cheap. It couldn't have been him who bought it. So he looked at Qiu Chenfeng with unsuspecting eyes and asked, clothes? Hanbok, right? You kid can not much money in hand. So expensive clothes are bought for her. Uncle Lin, the clothes I'm wearing were also bought by her. It cost more than 2,000. I'm not returning the favor. As soon as Lin Feng heard this, he knew that there was a real possibility that these two kids could come together. So when he left, he took out his phone and called Lu Yilin's father. Lu Yi, who had forgotten to make this call last time. Chapter 16 Lu Yi's reaction. Just as the phone was picked up, Lu Yi's cheerful voice came through. Old Lin, it's been a long time since you called me. How's Xiaolin doing? Hearing him ask that, Lin Feng of course told him truthfully. Old Lu this daughter of yours is just like you. Can she not perform well? Some time ago we had an old comrade injured. Then Xiao Feng was stimulated a bit, directly changed a set of gong methods out by herself. Now our entire detachment is practicing. Your family Xiaolin is the one who practiced the best. Lu Yi immediately smiles when he hears this. His daughter's character has always been very strong. He is still very clear about it. Oh, that's good. I was afraid that she would lose my face. Who was Little Wind, that disciple of Easy's son? By the way, the two of them live together relationship. How I am embarrassed to ask. You also know that this girl, although all day long big-headed, can easily get along with co-workers as brothers. But when the opposite sex is too close to her, it is easy to make a mistake. 2 months ago her mom's unit there was a young man confessed to him, sitting a little closer to her. She was beaten up. Old Lu, my intention to call you today was to say something about the two of them. Anyway, Xiao Feng, this child, no matter what he does, he thinks about Xiaolin. Xiaolin, she doesn't seem to reject her either. That kid has never seen any money since he was a kid. And 10 days ago he came to me and advanced his first month's salary of $6,000, saying he wanted to buy a cell phone. Later I also looked. A cell phone is just over 2,000. But when I asked him today, he said he only had a few $100s left. Guess where he used his money? Lin Feng deliberately sold a secret, but also by the way to explore Lu Yi's mouth. But this confused the always straight Lu Yi. After thinking for a while he asked, Manhwa Xiaolin? Old Lu. Today that kid told me that just before when he lived in the past, Xiaolin bought him 2 sets of clothes and spent more than $2,000. Then the night our co-worker was injured, the two of them went out for a stroll after dinner and saw a set of hanbok that looked good. So that kid bought it for her. It was also over $2,000. You know how generous this must be for a kid who hasn't seen much money. These things immediately confuse Lu Yi, and he asks, what's the situation? Old Lin, you know I'm straight. I can't understand all those twists and turns. Do you mean that these two kids are a bit interesting? And Xiaolin doesn't dabble in the cafeteria at night anymore? He has just been a little bit to understand Lin Feng's meaning, and then heard him say, the two people after dinner went out to sneak around. Obviously before Xiaolin has been in the unit to eat dinner before leaving. Alas, old Lu, to tell you the truth, now Xiaolin everyday dinner is small windu. You also know that the Free Sun was originally Liao province over. So this kid's northeast cuisine is estimated to do not bad. As for the two of them having some meaning, I do think there is a bit of a hint. What do you think about this? Lin Feng finished, waiting for Lu Yi's attitude. After all, people are the real father. They feel like a match doesn't make much sense. Old Lin, what's the age difference between the two of them? I'm not trying to do anything, huh? I'm just asking. If Xiao Lin thinks it's suitable, I have no problem with her mom, but he's a grandmaster after all. Although my daughter is outstanding, can she really subdue him? Xiao Lin is 3 years older than him. The female big three hold gold bricks well as for Xiao Lin cannot hold him. So far, it is not bad. You also don't too much to take him as a master. This kid, although the ability is really strong, but the character is a comical. If you're free, call Xiao Lin at night to spy on her. That's all I know right now. Hearing Lin Feng's suggestion, Louis also felt that it was time for him to learn more about his daughter. However, being a father himself, it's not quite appropriate to poke around for this information, so he can only give this task to his wife Suing. After hanging up Lin Feng's phone, he immediately called Suing. When he told him what happened, Suing also became interested. She then kept inquiring about the various information of Qiu Chenfeng. However, Louis couldn't possibly tell the situation of him being a Zhong easily. He just simply said that he was adopted by an old Taoist priest and that his abilities were very good. As for his character, he himself can pack his bags. After all, the vision of this person, Easy Sun, and Lin Feng's evaluation, sums up that there is absolutely no problem. It's just that he's only a temporary worker now, but in time, he'll definitely be an existence that he can only look up to. Hearing her husband say this, Suing also put her heart down. She has never heard such a high evaluation from Louis before. Therefore, she happily takes up this task of spying on intelligence. Also on the same day, Louis Lin finally finishes her first case and can finally go home early today. Qiu Chenfeng was also quite happy when he got the news. He hadn't had dinner with Xiao Lin for several days. What do you want to eat tonight? He looked at the people around him not paying attention to him, so he quietly moved to Lu Yilin's side. It wasn't that he had any ideas, but Xiao Lin didn't like it when people kept making fun of the two of them. Lu Yilin glanced at him and only ordered a pot roast. The rest was whatever. After getting her request, Qiu Chenfeng gave her an okay gesture and then quietly moved back to his little corner. This action made the originally quite fatigued Lu Yilin laugh out again. This kid doesn't know what to do, always able to balance the two personalities of teasing and understanding very well. When he got home in the evening, he started preparing dinner. Although Northeasterners don't really like soup, but today he was also prepared to stew a pot of chicken soup to replenish her tired body. Add a few small vegetables, and you're all set. When he finished cooking, he realized that Xiao Lin had already fallen asleep on the sofa, so it seemed that she was really tired these past few days. Just as Qiu Chenfeng was thinking about whether or not to wake her up, he realized that she had already opened her eyes. Luckily, he hadn't gotten too close to her, or else he would have to misunderstand again. Gu, I've been too tired these past few days. My back hurts. Lu Yilin got up and said while stretching her back. Need massage service? A professional one. My master even praised me for my good hand skills. Hearing his words, Lu Yilin really wanted to try it, but felt embarrassed. Right at this moment, Qiu Chenfeng seemed to have seen her entanglement as well and directly said, just take off your jacket and lie down on the sofa. Lu Yilin didn't know what she was thinking and actually did what he said. She didn't react until his hand pressed on her shoulder, but at this point, she could only let him go. Can you relax a little bit? You're tensing up too much. When I exert myself, you'll easily get hurt. Qiu Chenfeng could not notice anything strange and concentrated on pressing. Chapter 17 Spying on the Situation. With Qiu Chenfeng's soft techniques, her body gradually relaxed. Not to mention, his craftsmanship was really good. Just after pressing her shoulders, she felt a lot more relaxed. You have to pay attention to this waist in the future. The lumbar vertebrae are a bit twisted. I'll help you straighten your bones first. While saying that, he pressed on Lu Yilin's waist. At this time, Lu Yilin only began to shy up. His body has not been a heterosexual so long contacted, but this feeling was really comfortable, making her want to moan out. Fortunately, Qiu Chenfeng quickly ended the massage. After sitting up, she realized that this kid's technique was indeed extraordinary, and her entire body was relaxed, completely lacking the tiredness she felt when she came back. Emma, why are you so red in the face? The old man didn't say that massages would blush. It wasn't known if Qiu Chenfeng said this on purpose. Anyway, in the end, under Lu Yilin's punch, he returned to the table happily. Hurry up and eat. The dishes are getting cold. With those words, he served Xiao Lin another bowl of chicken soup before sitting down and starting to eat. Why did you think of making chicken soup? I've never had much chicken soup in my life, Lu Yilin said as she drank the chicken soup. Because it looks like you're fatigued. To give you some energy, it's better absorbed than eating meat directly. After eating dinner peacefully, the two of them leaned back on the sofa and chatted idly again. However, they didn't chat for long. Lu Yilin's phone rang, and once she saw that it was her mother, she said a word to Qiu Chenfeng and went back to her room. Qiu Chenfeng also understood that she was too tired these days and needed to rest. So again, one can only go downstairs to throw the garbage to go. By the way, blindly, eat too full. After returning to her room, Lu Yilin picked up the phone. Mom, why are you calling me today? You know I'm done with my work. Su-ying heard her voice, still slightly tired, and was instantly a bit distressed. After chatting for a while, she got to the point. Shaolin, did you have dinner? What did you eat? Lu Yilin hadn't thought at all that there was a trap inside this sentence, so she honestly explained. Gu, not bad. You know how to cook yourself? When will you come back and give Mom a taste? Hearing Su Ying's words, Lu Yilin realized that she had been fooled. Mom must have heard what the wind. It must be the detachment leader again. So, she simply recruited the Qiu Chenfeng out. Girl, talk to Mom about the specifics. Listen to your dad. That child is still an orphan? Su-ying knew that at this time, it was useless to go around any bends with Xiaolin. It was better to ask directly to be simple. So, Lu Yilin said all about Qiu Chenfeng. After listening, Su-ying realized that Lui was right. But wherever there was a little bit of badness in this kid, his own girl would not have praised him so much. Thus, she once again returns to the topic and asks with a smile, then what is the situation between you two? You grew up with only boys as brothers, but this time, listening to your Uncle Lin, it's a bit different, Lu Yilin knew that she couldn't avoid this question this time. Since this was the case, she might as well just play a big game. Mom, I and Xiao Feng are already together. Hearing her words, Su-ying also felt a bit unbelievable. Actually together in 10 days? It seems that it's not that her daughter doesn't want to find a boyfriend, but that she hasn't met the right one. This is good. One of her own heart disease is cured. After hanging up the phone, Lu Yilin lay on the bed, still not coming out from the emotions she just felt. The reason she told Su-ying so was actually very simple. There are still 3 months to the new year. If not so say, and so on back after. Mom again have to let their own blind date to go. This time is considered to be once and for all. But what about Qiu Chenfeng? Since we know that he is an orphan, when the new year Mom will certainly let himself take him back together, then not still have to wear a disguise. This is another headache thing. No matter, take a step to see a step. Thinking of this, she also did not sleep. Out of the room door to find Qiu Chenfeng chat. Did not expect the living room and the room are black. Where did this kid go? After returning to her room, she picked up her cell phone and called him. At this time, Qiu Chenfeng was sitting on the pedestrian street, watching people come and go. After receiving her call, he asked her if she was coming, and if not, he would go back. Lu Yilin felt that she couldn't sleep anyway, so she went out for a walk. So she went out as well. After arriving at the location Qiu Chenfeng said, she saw him drinking milk tea and looking at a bunch of kids and dogs walking in the small square. Why did you run here? Hearing her voice, Qiu Chenfeng handed her another cup of milk tea that was sitting on the stool and said, I was too full to eat. Then I wandered around blindly, and finally found a stool here. So I rested for a while. Lu Yilin nodded and took a sip of the milk tea, suddenly feeling a bit off. It was her favorite one. How did you know I like to drink this? I heard you buy it twice before, so I remembered. His words were said in waves, but it made Lu Yilin's heart surge. Just finished talking to her mom about him being her boyfriend, and now his words. It's like he's responding to himself. Sit, or walk. Qiu Chenfeng saw her standing still, so he asked, well, walk. So the two of them skipped around the commercial street again, actually tacitly not speaking to anyone, until finally, Lu Yilin couldn't help herself and asked, something on your mind today? Why don't you say anything? At this time, Qiu Chenfeng came back to his senses and said with an apology, no, it's just that I just saw all those walking children's parents, and I couldn't figure out why my parents wanted to throw me in front of the Taoist temple. This question really couldn't find an answer, at least not right now. Lu Yilin also didn't know how to comfort him, and suddenly looked a bit rushed. Alright, go back. In the end, it was Qiu Chenfeng who opened his mouth to break the silence. After returning home, Lu Yilin just wanted to go back to her room when she heard Qiu Chenfeng ask, Shaolin, do you think I can discuss with Uncle Lin and go with you guys to investigate the case? Staying in the office is so boring, and if I follow you guys, it will definitely be less dangerous, right? Hearing the last, Lu Yilin only laughed out. This kid how to speak every time so beat around the bush it. You can go and ask, but we are not so dangerous, harmonious society, which has so much like stabbing people. Besides, your set of gongfu I practiced very well. The average person cannot hurt me. Qiu Chenfeng nodded. For the gongfu, he is still very confident. Then ask Uncle Lin tomorrow. Temporary workers put aside more waste. Chapter 18 Brutal Murder. The next morning, the two just arrived at the office. Lu Yilin was called away by Li Tianxiang, saying that there was a case. Qiu Chenfeng also wanted to follow, but Lin Feng has not yet come. Li Tianxiang does not dare to move this team's treasure at will, can only let him discuss with Lin Feng. As soon as Lin Feng arrived, Qiu Chenfeng ran his ass to his office and asked if he could follow Shaolin to investigate the case, because last night, Louis had also told him about the situation that Suing had spied on, so he had readily agreed. Whether it's for the sake of the two of them, or for the sake of higher security, he can't be used for anything else right now anyway. But the problem now is that Li Tianxiang has already taken Lu Yilin away, and he himself can't drive. He can only wait and see if they come back, although he can let Lin Feng send him there, but he felt that it was a bit too much of a hassle for people, so he didn't mention it. Fortunately, less than noon, Li Tianxiang brought Lu Yilin back. As soon as he entered the door, he realized that Lu Yilin's face looked very bad, and there was still heavy blood on her body, so he poured her a glass of water and then asked, "What situation? A human murder case?" Lu Yilin nodded and drank a few mouthfuls of hot water before her face looked better. "Uncle Li, we're still going out in the afternoon. I'll go with you guys," Uncle Lin agreed. Hearing him say that, Lin Feng agreed. Li Tianxiang, of course, no problem. More such an expert. Maybe there will be some unexpected gains. Seeing that Louis Lin's face is still not very good, he can only find Li Tianxiang to ask about the case. Li Tianxiang directly connected the camera to the computer, while explaining the case, while showing him the scene photos. After listening, he realized why Lu Yilin's face would look so bad. In the morning, when he just went to work, he received a call from the local police station, saying that there was a murder in an old neighborhood, and asked the criminal team to go over to investigate the scene. When he was about to go out, Lu Yilin came, so the two went to the scene together. Only after arriving did they realize that this was no ordinary murder. Just as they entered the unit building, they smelled the strong odor of blood. At this time, Li Tianxiang also realized the seriousness of the matter. After all, this time the floor of the crime is the 5th floor. The general murder will not have such a strong smell of blood. As expected, when the two men took the forensic scientist up to the 5th floor, they saw an unusually tragic scene, only to see that the living room was full of blood, not even a place to land. In the middle of the pool of blood, two bodies, one male and one female, were lying side by side. Later, according to the forensic pathologist's on-site investigation, it was found that both bodies had their carotid aorta slashed by a knife, and they died in about 5 minutes. There was no sign of any fight at the scene, and the neighbors downstairs did not hear any sound. Later, according to the neighbors' reaction, this man and woman is just moved over, not long tenants. Usually work are very busy, have not seen a few times face. Specific identity information is still checking. Uncle Li, turn over the close-up photo of the knife wound to see. Qiu Chenfeng felt something was wrong from the beginning. This was not like a case committed by an ordinary person. When he saw the fatal neck wound, he was even more certain of this conclusion. Uncle Li, these are scalpel scratches, and it's definitely an expert with a knife, most likely still a doctor. Look at the length of these two cuts. It's only less than 2 centimeters, and the shape of the cuts is basically exactly the same. Only professionally trained doctors or killers can do this. You can check doctors first, the kind that often go to the operating table and also have fitness habits. After listening to his words, Li Tianxiang immediately felt that it's a pity that this kid is not a criminal police officer. As long as the condition of the cut is indeed as he said, the set of logic he said is completely fine. It didn't take long for the forensic report to come over, and it was completely consistent with what he said. At this time, Lu Yilin also began to impress him. Did not expect the little Taoist priest still have this ability. So after dinner in the afternoon, Li Tianxiang took him and Lu Yilin out together. This time the main thing is to line up the identity of the two deceased. The scene investigation. They searched the whole house, did not find any supporting documents. Under the leadership of the community police, Li Tianxiang went to visit. He and Lu Yilin was arranged to the monitoring room to check the monitoring. Now it has been determined that the time of death is about 11 p.m. yesterday. So relatively speaking, the monitoring is better to check a little. But after looking at the surveillance at the entrance of the unit, they didn't find any suspicious people at all and could only continue to push forward. After watching for a while, Qiu Chenfeng thought that the video playback was too slow, so he let the security guard teach him, and started to operate it himself. Next, Lu Yilin watched as he adjusted the speed faster and faster, and in the end it directly turned into a 20x speed playback. At this point she could no longer see clearly at all, but Qiu Chenfeng was staring furiously. While Lu Yilin was imagining things, he suddenly paused a screen. After intercepting it, he once again looked back at the footage after the report, and soon he found the same person, mixed in with the crowd of people watching and descending the stairs together. That's him. He sneaked in before it was dark, and then came out in the morning following the crowd of people watching. Qiu Chenfeng turned back to look at Lu Yilin as if inviting credit, just waiting for her to praise herself. However, Lu Yilin didn't have this mind right now and immediately called Li Tianxiang. In a few minutes, Li Tianxiang came over, and after seeing the video intercepted by Qiu Chenfeng in his deduction, he nodded heavily. It's really unexpected that before the victim of this case could be investigated, the murderer already had a suspect. After taking the photos and visiting all the residents of this building, they learned that no one knew this person before they finally confirmed the major suspicion of this person. After returning to the office, Li Tianxiang went to find Lin Feng to report on the case. When Lin Feng heard about these abilities of Qiu Chenfeng, he wanted to tie him up more and more in the criminal police force. This way Tian Xiang, when this case is over, you write a separate recommendation report for Qiu Chenfeng. Then I'll go to the director and see if I can get a special recruitment. This kind of talent, working as a temp, might run away at some point. Li Tianxiang also shared the same feeling. This kid is indeed a talent. That night, they didn't go home for the first time, and have been busy investigating the real identity of this person. Lu Yilin then followed this photo and started mapping the senior doctors in the city's hospitals. Qiu Chenfeng was then in charge of tuning into the surveillance video of the Sky Eye to see where he finally disappeared to. Shaolin, want some milk tea? I just realized that my takeout platform has a big red packet. When it was almost 11 o'clock, Qiu Chenfeng quietly moved to her side again. Hearing this, Lu Yilin nodded without moving and waited for him to leave before smiling. Want to invite yourself to drink milk tea? Just say it straight, but also find a big red envelope excuse. This time he is also more atmospheric. To the office of the remaining 10 or so people have ordered a cup. This time is considered to be a solid Lin Feng that sentence. Xiao Feng is embarrassed to buy only for Xiaolin. Chapter 19, Liang Bo's story. At more than 3 in the morning, Qiu Chenfeng finally chased the suspect to the last place where he disappeared. It was a neighborhood more than 30 kilometers away from the place of the crime, and the suspect had spent roughly 7 or 8 hours circling around before returning here when it was almost dark. He had thought to tell Lu Yilin immediately, but realized that she had already fallen asleep from exhaustion. The weather in October in Suzhou City was still a bit cool, so he gently helped her put on her coat. Then he gently went to Li Tianxiang's desk and told him the news. Originally, Li Tianxiang was also a little sleepy, but as soon as he heard his words, he immediately came to the computer with him. After confirming this person, he rushed to that neighborhood with him overnight. With the help of the security guard on duty, they found this suspect from the internal surveillance of the neighborhood. Isn't this Dr. Leon? At this time, the security guard also recognized him. You recognize? Tell us about him. Li Tianxiang immediately pursued. I'm not sure about the specifics. I only know that his name is Liang Bo. He used to be a surgeon in the city hospital, and then it seems like he had a medical accident and was fired. But he used to drive back and forth all the time. Seldom see him walking back. As soon as he heard that he had a car, Li Tianxiang felt that the situation was not good, and immediately asked the security guard to call up his vehicle entry and exit records. As expected, he already drove away at 10 p.m. It seems that he has to find the traffic department to help again. After making a call to the transportation department, the two drove back. Now they just needed to wait for news. At this time, Lu Yilin also woke up and discovered the jacket she was wearing, revealing an imperceptible smile. On the way, Qiu Chenfeng felt a little hungry, so he and Li Tianxiang packed some fried noodles and fried rice or something. Qiu Chenfeng saw that there were also roasted cold noodles, so he specifically brought one for Xiaolin. Northeastern people should be accustomed to eat this. When the two of them came back, a few people in the office smelled the aroma and immediately rushed up to grab it. But in the end, Qiu Chenfeng still put the roasted cold noodles on Lu Yilin's table. Hey, what's the situation? Why are we all having fried noodles and fried rice? And she's having baked cold noodles? There's even meat added. The colleagues on the side took a look at the situation and started to flirt again. Big brother, you see, I myself do not also eat fried rice while people came all the way here. Always have to eat some of their hometown is not. Autumn Chenfeng said while eating fried rice. After the others said oh again, they all sat down to eat. When Lu Yilin heard this, she also smiled gently. This time she wasn't going to refute anything. The words were all said by him anyway. Li Tianxiang then ate while telling everyone what they had found out, letting them eat and then hurry to rest. When the results of the transportation department come over, they will have to be busy again. Hearing Li Tianxiang say that it was the doctors of the city hospital, Lu Yilin was also a little chagrined. He did screen all the doctors in the city hospital, but only did not think of the who had already left the hospital. After eating, all of them lay down on the chair and fell asleep. Only Qiu Chenfeng on one side secretly looked at Lu Yilin. Anyway, it does not matter if he sleeps or not. Suddenly, Lu Yilin also opened her eyes, and all of a sudden, she looked at each other. Then, Lu Yilin softly said to him, "Hurry up and sleep," and closed her eyes again. Qiu Chenfeng had never seen such a quiet Shaolin. He really didn't expect her to have this side. More than 8 o'clock the next day, the news from the transportation department came through. That car got off the highway in Lu province at around 7 a.m. The high-definition camera captured the person in the driver's seat, and it was none other than Liang Bo. Let's go. It's time for a long-distance run. After Li Tianxiang finished speaking, he took Lu Yilan and Qiu Chenfeng to the car and chased after them. The three of them arrived at the place where he got off the highway at noon, and once again received a message from the traffic department where this car last appeared. It was a country road, and there was no surveillance further on. After the trio drove to the place, they realized that there was a very small village in front of them, and it definitely wouldn't work for them to go in like that. So the three drove to the local police station again, and after learning about Liang Bo's situation, they realized that his hometown was indeed in that small village, but now almost no one lives there, now preparing for demolition, have all moved away. After hearing about Liang Bo's case, the local police station arranged for two people to take the three of them to Liang Bo's old home. At this time Liang Bo may also notice the difference, is in the dilapidated house, secretly looking at the roadside. It wasn't until he spotted a police car driving over that he realized he had no way back, and simply walked straight out and stood right in front of the police car. Liang Bo, come with us, you always have to take responsibility for committing a crime. Li Tianxiang also did not directly go over, but got out of the car and directly shouted, "Ha! Killing that pair of greedy dogs and girls, it's also considered to be contented, but I really don't intend to go with you guys, you're not my opponent, hurry up and leave." Hearing Liang Bo's words, Qiu Chenfeng also got out of the car, and after sweeping a glance, he realized that this Liang Bo was actually a mid-Hotian martial artist. Thus, he immediately stood in front of a few people and shook his head at Li Tianxiang who was about to go over, then asked, "Can you tell me about that couple of dogs? Even if you don't come with us, we still have to write a report." Liang Bo sniffed and sized him up as well, agreeing to his suggestion. He had finally raised his eyebrows for once when he had gone through a lot of hard work to get admitted as a doctor at the Suzhou City Hospital. But a few years ago, a medical accident directly knocked him into the bottom. Not only lost his job, but also got a lawsuit. But he survived that time, and finally used all the money he had left to open a small clinic. And the days were not too bad. Until later, he met this man and woman. When the man's left hand was fractured, but they had no money to go to a big hospital. They could only go to his clinic to see if they could tie a plaster. It was also this time that Liang Bo happened to drink some wine at home and was temporarily called to the clinic. Because of the alcohol, he actually put him in a cast without completing the reset. When he found out a few days later, the man's arm could no longer be reset and needed direct surgery. This time he was quick to help them pay for all the surgery straight away. However, these two people do not know where to find out. He had a medical malpractice. On the basis of their hands have his black information this time, began to frequently ask him for money. After half a year or so, Liang Bo really can't support it, so he offered to rent them a house in Sioux City first, before they were living in the hotel. The cost is somewhat unaffordable. Those two people are not picky about living, as long as the current money on the line, so agreed to this proposal. Chapter 20, the Dragon Group appears. But what they didn't realize was that having them move over this time was a ploy set by Liang Bo. There was too much surveillance elsewhere right now, so it wasn't too easy for him to get his hands on them. And this house was the one he paid someone to rent with a fake identity, so he had a spare key in his own hand. The next thing was just like what Qiu Chenfeng thought. He hid in the house in advance, and when the two of them came back, he relied on his skill and directly ended their lives with 2 knives. After that, he left the front door open so that someone could find out as soon as possible, and hid in the room himself. When someone called the police, he immediately came out towards the stairs, and when he saw that some people watching the event had gone upstairs, he pretended that he had also come to watch the event, turned around and slowly walked upwards, and finally followed them away. After listening to his account, everyone had some sympathy for what happened to him, but there was no way out. If you commit a crime, you should be punished. So, Qiu Chenfeng walked towards him alone, then took out handcuffs from his pocket and threw them over. You are not my opponent, leave. Liang Bo still didn't intend to go with them, but he wasn't a person who killed indiscriminately and likewise didn't intend to harm them. Hearing him say that, Qiu Chenfeng then exploded his entire body's true qi and directly crushed him to the ground. You're a Zhang. Liang Bo only felt fear at this time, his eyes filled with an unbelievable look. Yeah, so there's no way out. You can only follow me. Wait, he can't go with you guys. We're taking this case. Autumn Chenfeng was just about to handcuff him when 2 young men suddenly walked over from the roadside and stopped him. Who are you guys? Police on the case? Leave now. Li Tianxiang roared. Oh, Mr. Policeman, we are from the Dragon Group. We took this case. Just leave the person to us. One of them flashed his ID. Li Tianxiang took it and immediately reported to Lin Feng. A few minutes later, Lin Feng called back, telling him to just hand the person over. This matter is not ours to manage. In the end, the person was handed over to them. But Qiu Chenfeng wasn't that good-tempered, and flirted there. What a bullish department. not investigating the case themselves, waiting for us to arrest someone to pick up the present. After saying that, he also skimmed his mouth and shook his head. Kid, what did you say? At this time, the man who lit up the documents directly exploded out of the body's aura. Che, then Chi. Little master is not afraid of you. A mere early innate stage dares to act recklessly in front of me. After saying that, he once again released his true chi, and immediately the two felt a terrifying pressure. No, elder, it's our fault. Please be merciful. The other man took one look at the situation and immediately knelt down and prayed. Qiu Chenfeng hadn't intended to hurt them. He just couldn't stand to see their bullish behavior. Alright, people, you guys take away Uncle Li. Shaolin, let's withdraw. Wasted a day and night, giving someone else a graft. After saying that, several people got into the car and left straight away. The two Dragon Group men left behind heard his flirting, but did not dare to respond until they were far away, and then they breathed a sigh of relief. What's going on? There's actually a patriarch in the Suzhou City Criminal Police Force. Let's hurry and bring the people back. This must be reported. So they took Liang Bo with them and left as well, and after returning to their unit, they told Qin Yujia, the head of Dragon Team Lu Province, about the matter. Once Qin Yujia heard it, he also understood the seriousness of the matter and reported it directly to the Dragon Team headquarters. When Qiu Chenfeng's trio returned to the criminal police unit, Lin Feng immediately called Qiu Chenfeng to his office. After going in, he saw an old man in the middle of the Zhong master stage, and a woman in her 30s, visually in the middle of the innate stage. From the Dragon Group? Before Lin Feng could say anything, he asked, little friendly eyesight. I'm Zhu Linsheng, the head of the Dragon Group in Zhang province. We're here to recruit you into the Dragon Group this time. From today onwards, you don't belong to the criminal police team anymore. Come with us directly. After saying that, he grabbed Qiu Chenfeng and wanted to take him away directly. Wait a minute, when did I agree to go to your place? I'm not afraid of you if you want to use force. After saying that, he flicked his hand and directly threw out Zhu Linsheng's grip on him. You're a late-stage Zhongsher? Zhu Linsheng was not calm at this time, originally thinking that he was at most at the early stage of Zhongsher, but he didn't realize that he was already at the late stage. That's not true. I'm still in the middle stage, but your gongfu doesn't work and neither does your precipitation, so you're not my opponent. Hearing this, Zhu Linsheng instantly became a bit angry and said angrily, all martial artists are under the management of our Dragon Group. If you can beat me, can you beat the people above me? Hey, I go. Threaten me? Then you wait a while, who doesn't have a backer? After saying that, Qiu Chenfeng took out his cell phone and started to make a life-threatening serial call to Easy Sun. Regardless of whether or not he had any other identities, his cultivation of a peak martial grandmaster alone was enough to make the Dragon Team fearful. Finally on the 16th call, Easy Sun picked up. Little brat, did I give you face? Believe it or not, I'll come back immediately and beat you until you can't crawl. Qiu Chenfeng didn't care what he said and directly cried out, Master help. It was hard to do a case today, and when I was preparing to arrest someone, I was intercepted by the Dragon Team. After coming back, this Zhu Linsheng of the Dragon Group insisted that I go with him, and if I don't, they'll exterminate me. Hearing Qiu Chenfeng's words, Easy Sun first froze for a moment, then roared, these little brats, they're getting more and more out of line. But what do you think? You want to stay? Yes, master, I like it here better. Of course he couldn't say anything about Shaolin, he just liked it here anyway. But at this time, Lin Feng spoke. Elder Easy, I'm Lin Feng. Your disciple has a crush on my old comrade's daughter. For the sake of your disciple's daughter-in-law, you have to let him stay. What the hell? Can. There's my demeanor. Just down the hill and there are peach blossoms. Let him wait. Someone will have them withdraw in a moment. After saying that, he hung up the phone. Uncle Lin, can you not reveal my old self? Qiu Chenfeng said in aggravation. At this time, Zhu Linsheng was once again not calm. His tone changed and he asked with a trembling voice, little friend, are you the disciple of Senior Easy Sun? Autumn Chenfeng didn't give him a good face even after hearing this and said, yes, what's wrong? You recognize? Zhu Linsheng waved his hand and said in a panic, no, I don't have the ability to recognize Senior Easy Sun. This is all a misunderstanding. I'll leave right away. After saying that, he directly left. Before he could walk out of the door of the criminal police team, he received a call from the Dragon Team headquarters, and was directly scolded by his head, but he is also quite aggrieved. Is not you call me to take people well? Now let me take the blame. Chapter 21 Head of the Office. Uncle Lin, what exactly is my master's identity? After they left, Qiu Chenfeng also started to get curious. How come a name scared him to run away directly? I don't know. Anyway, it's very bullish. The Dragon Group looks like they don't dare to offend him at all. No, I have to ask the old man. After saying that, he continued to call the Free Sun. but the handset directly came up. The phone number you dialed is empty. Got to. The old man pulled me black. After he returned to the office, Lu Yilin immediately came over and asked, "What are those two people just now? Looking for you?" Qiu Chenfeng nodded, not thinking about the issue of keeping it a secret or not, and said directly, "Yes, from the dragon group, wanting to take me away." "What does taking away mean? Who gave them the authority to take you away?" Lu Yilin asked softly again after she was halfway through her sentence, probably a bit too loud, and there were already several people looking at her. "So, what's the result?" "The result is that my old man stepped in and told them to just get lost." "Oh, good." Lu Yilin was relieved when she confirmed that he wasn't leaving. However, at this time, Qiu Chenfeng's comical character came out again and said playfully, "What? You don't want me to go?" Lu Yilin didn't expect him to ask it so directly, and turning her head to see his playful expression, she immediately came up with, "Yeah, I don't want you to go. I want you to roll ah." After saying that, another direct punch slammed up. When she left, Qiu Chenfeng rubbed the place where he had just been hit by her, and still had some feeling, so he shook his head and softly said, "Alas, after teaching her kung fu, she actually used it to hit me. Then before the force is mostly, but hitting is kissing and scolding is loving. Hit it, anyway, can't hit me." Lu Yilin saw him talking to himself on one side, so she came over to listen, just in time to hear the sentence that hitting is kissing and scolding is loving, and immediately questioned, "What did you just say?" "Ha, oh, I said that your strength to hit me is still too light. You need to practice harder." After saying that, he just pissed himself away. Since they had just finished a case, the whole group was relatively relaxed. At this time, from the door walked in a policeman wearing a white shirt. His age looked a bit older than Lin Feng. As soon as he entered, he went straight to Lin Feng's office. Then Lu Yilin walked up to him again, skimming her lips and said, "Still you're capable. The director is here." "The director? That was the director just now? Why don't I go out and hide first? It's not good for a temporary worker not to work here, right?" Qiu Chenfeng was originally terrified at the sight of the police, and it was only because he had gotten acquainted with his co-workers during this period of time that he didn't feel this way anymore. But the one who came back was the chief. Clothes are different, and look at the face should be quite fierce. He should still hide good. "What are you hiding for? You're not even afraid of the dragon team. You're still afraid of him?" Lu Yilin some headache. This kid is really cannot distinguish the size of the king. What do you mean? The director is not as big as them? Qiu Chenfeng is really do not know. I did not think that the non-uniformed than the uniformed rank is still high. Lu Yilin had no choice but to give him a ranking by official position, the current leadership of the bureau, followed by the mayor secretary and so on, which allowed him to understand some, but after understanding, he found something else and immediately asked, "Uncle Lin official so big Emma, I thought it was not much different from you guys. Is it better to be a little more restrained in the future?" Lu Yilin heard his words, is completely out of temper. He so long, has always thought that the detachment commander is opposed chanting, but the old saying is true, speak of the devil. Lin Feng started looking for him as soon as he entered the big office. "Here, Uncle Lin, looking for me? What's the matter?" "Nothing much, come with me, the director wants to see you." After saying that, he dragged him to the office without saying a word. Just after entering, Lin Feng introduced him to the two people sitting on the sofa. "This is Director H.D. Rong of our city bureau, and the young man beside him is He Yufei, a special representative of the Dragon Group headquarters, specially here to deal with your matter." "What's the situation? Still want to take me away? My old man will be angry." At this instant, he was beginning to feel that Easy Sun was unreliable. How come two just left and another one came? Hearing his words, He Yufei directly stood up and hurriedly explained, No, Senior, you've misunderstood. I was assigned by the headquarters to talk to you about the arrangements that Senior Easy Sun has made for you." It turned out that he had misunderstood, so there was nothing wrong with that. Smiling and signaling him to continue, Elder Easy said he needs you to stay here, but according to the relevant laws, martial artists must be under the supervision of the Dragon Group, based on your abilities and requirements. Our group leader directly appointed you as the head of the Dragon Group's resident office at the Suzhou City Public Security Bureau, and your job will be to cooperate with the Suzhou City Public Security Bureau in handling all special cases, other than your normal work, which will be arranged by the Zhang Province subgroup. You don't need to accept the Zhang Province subgroup's management. You are directly subordinate to the headquarters. This is your appointment letter and documents. Qiu Chenfeng took what he handed over and took a cursory look at it before asking with a smile, "Then I'm considered an official? Or a bare-knuckle commander?" Yes, personnel. At the moment, the headquarters has not been deployed, depending on the needs of the later stage. If necessary, it will still be arranged for you. He Yufei saw that he was in a better mood before relaxing a bit. This kind of patriarch-level person, one wouldn't dare to offend. It's too damn scary. Okay, pretty good, just be able to stay. Qiu Chenfeng looked over his documents, which were quite advanced. Yufei looked at him like this, then directly excused himself and left. This place feels scary even if he stays a little longer. After he left, HD Rong let him sit down as well and started chatting. Without chatting for long, Qiu Chenfeng suddenly thought of a problem and directly shouted out, asterisk 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 asterisk. Forgot one thing. This shout startled both HD Rong and Lin Feng, and they thought something big had happened. What's the situation, are you? Startled. In the end it was Lin Feng who opened his mouth and asked a question. Uncle Lin, just now that kid didn't seem to talk to me about wages. I'm an official who wants money but no money and no one? Looking at Qiu Chenfeng's expression as if he had eaten a fly, both of them burst out laughing. HD Rong also sort of completely understood why Lin Feng had told him earlier that this kid was better to interact with than normal people after getting acquainted. So he smiled and spoke. Don't worry, your Uncle Lin has already given the card number to someone else. How can you, the director, have a couple of $1,000 a month? Really? Then I'm relieved. You're a big official. Surely you won't cheat people. After saying that, he sat down again and began to count his 1 month salary. It doesn't take long to buy a car and a house. No, can't buy a house. Or Xiaolin's place is more comfortable. When he thought of this, he was happy again, causing the two people around him to be puzzled. Chapter 22, Just Marry You. Taking advantage of the fact that Qiu Chenfeng was now happy, HD Rong spoke out his other intention of coming. That, Xiaofeng your set of gong methods I see the criminal police team practicing well. All aspects have improved greatly. Do you think you can let everyone in the bureau practice it? After all, there's almost no position in our unit that isn't high risk. After saying that, he looked at Qiu Chenfeng with some anticipation. Gong fu, didn't I give it to you guys a long time ago? Just practice directly according to it. Qiu Chenfeng didn't react, although he was thinking of giving it to the criminal police team in the first place. Lin Feng had called the director in front of him at that time. Oh, you're not for the criminal police team, well, other departments to use. Always have to ask your opinion. HD Rong knew that he didn't understand, so he explained again. Why, director, this thing is for you to use, just don't pass it out just fine. After all, if it's practiced by the bad guys, you'll still be 50-50. For this stuff, Qiu Chenfeng didn't care at all. This set of gongfu was kindergarten level for him. They could practice if they wanted to. Good. Thank you then. HD Rong had heard Lin Feng say before that although this kid hadn't had much contact with the outside world, Easy Sun had cultivated his sense of family and country particularly well. When he saw him today, it was true. He had no second thoughts at all when it came to the greater good. No. Then I'll go out first. I have to show them that I become an official too. After saying that he was about to head towards the door, Lin Feng immediately called out to him. Wait. This identity of yours is top secret. You can't let others know about it unless it's a special case. On the surface you're still a temporary worker here with us, but the director has just made a statement. He'll soon have you regularized. Hearing this, Qiu Chenfeng's mood is instantly a bit unbeautiful. Can't show off the words. This thing doesn't make much sense, but on second thought there is still a salary. Top secret is top secret. Lin Feng looked at him with this expression and knew that he wasn't very happy. So he added, if you want to show it to Xiaolin, it's not a problem, but it's best to talk about it when you get home. Don't let anyone else know about it, and instruct Xiaolin to keep it a secret. Okay. It's no problem then. Then I'll go out first. Thank you, director. Thank you, Uncle Lin. After saying that, he opened the door and went out. Lin Feng could only smile helplessly, while HD Rong was on the side in a completely confused state. Old Lin, what's the situation? Oh, it's something like this. Lu Yilin, that girl is not the daughter of my old comrade in arms, and then by mistake, met this kid. Then he was recruited. He wanted to rent a house. I told my old comrade in arms about the situation. He agreed on the spot to the daughter's home, another room for him to live. After all, there is a master in the daughter's side. Security is absolutely no problem. Later on, these two kids seem to have made some progress in other areas. I'm not too sure about the specifics. Anyway, they haven't made it public yet. Hearing Lin Feng finish, HD Rong realized that this was the original meaning. It seemed that he was willing to stay in the criminal police force for this reason as well. This is quite good. Originally he was still thinking about what kind of conditions to offer to make him stay voluntarily. Soon, to the end of the work time, Autumn Chenfeng cannot wait to pull the small Lin Wen out. The road also urged her to drive faster. After arriving home, Qiu Chenfeng immediately took out his documents and said cheerfully, Xiaolin, look, I'm an official too. Lu Yilin took the document and looked at it. She was also startled and hurriedly gave it back to him. This thing you give me to see what? Don't know confidentiality well. Although he can give himself to see this, Lu Yilan heart is still quite happy, but this thing is top secret. Just give yourself to see. Easy to let him get into trouble. He. Don't worry. Uncle Lin said that he can't show it to anyone else. There's no problem if he shows it to you, so I didn't tell you in the office. Oh, what else did you say? No. Lu Yilan heard a joy in her heart, but still asked without moving. Also said for you to pay attention to confidentiality. Nothing. Qiu Chenfeng carefully recalled, and indeed only said this. Okay. Then Commissioner Autumn, how many people do you have under your hand? No one. It's just that they're afraid that the old man will find them in trouble and give me an identity. But this way I can stay here with honor. By the way, the director also said he's going to regularize me from now on. I'll be the one who gets a double salary. Looking at his longing eyes, Lu Yilan also helped him to calculate. It won't take more than a year to buy a nice car. I didn't expect that he actually shook his head and said, still don't buy it. The first test for a driver's license is a must. Then I'll give you as a driver on the line. The rest is saved to marry a daughter-in-law. Hearing him say this, Lu Yilan wanted to tease him again. Then I'm not too miserable. Giving you a house to live in, giving you a car to drive, and not getting a penny? Qiu Chenfeng was envisioning his future life, and didn't care, and said directly, nothing. After marrying you, not on the line. After saying that, he continued to long for the future, until he realized that Shaolin hadn't spoken for a long time, and only then came back to his senses. What's wrong? He saw Shaolin looking at him with unblinking eyes before he suddenly remembered the words he had just said. Emma, haven't bought any food yet. I'll go buy. Forget it, let's go out to eat. I'll go change first. You wait a while, haha. Seeing him hurriedly run into the room, Lu Yilan finally revealed a smile. How is this kid so gutless? But after coming back to God, she also feels that if she determines the relationship now, it is indeed too fast, or more understanding to understand and then say, know that there is a good feeling for each other on the line. So, this day, the two of them incomparably relaxed together out of the door. Lu Yilan also changed into that set of Chinese clothes. Seeing her wearing this set of clothes, Qiu Chenfeng also understood her thoughts. This young man in love finally decided to start precipitating this relationship. Since both people have a good feeling, there will always be a day when the water comes to the surface. After dinner, the two casually skipped around and suddenly realized that they had come to a familiar place. As soon as he saw that knife wound on the wall, Qiu Chenfeng sighed. Alas, you almost shot me back then. I was squatting in this position. Who let you hold someone's wallet in your hand at that time? Lu Yilan also recalled that day, not realizing that just such a casual encounter had triggered so many things behind. After returning home, the time was already more than 11 o'clock, but the two of them still didn't go back to their rooms and were still sitting on the sofa and chatting. Forgot to catch up on the drama. It was almost 12 o'clock before Lu Yilan remembered that she had forgotten to catch up on Qing Yunyan. Why don't you watch it on the computer? Qiu Chenfeng only occasionally watched the drama, never chased it. No, cell phone. I can't read it lying down on the computer. It's not comfortable, and the cell phone is small and not very comfortable, but it's more convenient. What's wrong? Chapter 23, Mother's mother is coming. Try not to look at it on your cell phone. It hurts your eyes too much. Alright, I'll try. After saying that, she went back to her room, while Qiu Chenfeng in the living room froze. This was the first time Shaolin had listened to herself, and in this tone. The next day when he just woke up, Qiu Chenfeng saw a bank card credited text message, a full 16,000 plus. This can put him happy, not light. He actually can meet this good thing. The old man cattle. Today he happens to be off. The original was prepared to go with Xiaolin, but now since the money, the first to learn the driver's license to go. So he told Xiaolin, let her go to work. Seeing that it was almost time, he called Lin Feng again and asked for the address and contact information of the last driving school, and then went out. Since Lin Feng had greeted him in advance, all the processes of his registration and physical examination were accompanied by someone from the driving school, which saved a lot of trouble. After receiving the book for Subject 1, he was ready to take a taxi home. A lookup just happened to see the roadside electrical city. Thinking that Xiaolin is uncomfortable to catch up with the drama, he wanted to buy a TV, when he can still watch with her on the sofa. Once inside, he was dazzled by all the different televisions. In the end, after talking to the shopper about his needs, and the size of his living room, he chose a large TV with a better style. Not long after he got home, they came to install it, because he did not know the Wi-Fi password. Call Xiaolin phone cannot be reached, so let them go back first. Afterwards, he sent a WeChat to Xiaolin, asked about the Wi-Fi password, and then cooked a bowl of noodles for lunch. It didn't take long for Xiaolin to reply to the Weibo, and asked him what he wanted. He also just said that his cell phone Wi-Fi accidentally point deleted. After connecting to the network, he tried to look at it, and everything was normal. then began to search for that Qing Yunyan. Did not expect to watch a few episodes to be members. There is no way to buy a TV, but also pour that money well. Fortunately, after opening a member, there is no problem. In the evening, Lu Yilin arrived home, saw more TV on the wall, immediately ran to the kitchen and asked, "You bought? How to think up to buy a TV? Oh, I'm not going to the driving school today to enroll in it. When I left, just happened to see the side of an electrical city, and just think of you said that the phone computer look uncomfortable. Just buy a TV. I tried, lying down to see quite comfortable." Qiu Chenfeng said while frying vegetables, suddenly felt that he had the potential to be a housewife. "Oh, then I'll try." After saying that, Lu Yilin prettily laid down on the sofa, and later on, Qiu Chenfeng simply served all the dishes on the coffee table over there, and ate them right there, so harmonious over a few days. This morning Autumn Chenfeng is unit computer to do subject 1 simulation questions it. Lu Yilin put him out of the office. "What is the situation? I do questions it." Qiu Chenfeng was pulled to the stairwell by her with a confused face, completely unaware of what she was going to do, and Lu Yilin had no choice but to pull him out, having just received a Weibo message from her mom that she would be arriving in Suzhou City in the afternoon. Inside my mom more than 4 o'clock in the afternoon to the railway station in Suzhou City, the evening together outside to eat a meal. "Oh, okay, then you find a place. I don't know what to eat." Seeing that he was completely indifferent, Lu Yilin became entangled again. Soon after, Qiu Chenfeng noticed that her state was not right and asked, "What's wrong? Is there something else?" When my mom asked me how my relationship with you was, I said I was with you." When she stammered out these, Qiu Chenfeng was confused. "No, what's the situation? You, oops, I'm afraid that my mom will let me go on a blind date again, so I just said so. Who knows, she will come. She will just stay for a few days, so you pretend to be my boyfriend for a little while, okay? Count on me to beg you." Autumn Chenfeng still hadn't come out of his state of confusion and shook his head just as he came back to his senses. Seeing his reluctance, Lu Yilin wanted to say something again when she heard him speak first. "Pretend not to be interested. Is it okay to really be your boyfriend?" This time it was Lu Yilin's turn to be confused. How is it always at such an unexpected point in time to confess? After thinking for a while, she finally looked at Qiu Chenfeng again and said softly, "Not right now, but maybe if you accompany me through this play, I'll be willing. After all, the time we've known each other is still very short, less than a month it." "Okay, then it's settled. I'll go and ask for a vacation for both of us first. We can't keep Auntie waiting." After saying that, Qiu Chenfeng went to find Lin Feng, leaving Lu Yilin alone in the stairwell. At this time, she also seemed to be relieved and returned to the office with a smile. "Uncle Lin, I want to take a vacation for me and Shaolin. Just leave 2 hours early. Do you think it's okay?" As soon as he entered Lin Feng's office, Qiu Chenfeng couldn't wait to say, "What's wrong? You two have to take time off for a date? That's not good, is it?" "Alas, no. Shaolin's mom arrives at the train station at 4 p.m. We can't let her wait for us, right?" "Oh, mother-in-law's coming? Ha, but you have to go to the city office this afternoon to do a favor. There are a few Korean martial artists entering Sioux City. Because you stayed in Suzhou City, the Dragon team won't arrange someone to come over to deal with it. You have to go over there yourself to deal with it. I guess it'll take until after 4 o'clock to come back. Shaolin has to go with Li Tianxiang to the detention center for arraignment in the afternoon, so I guess it won't be much earlier either. Originally thought that this vacation is very good to invite. Did not expect that a few of those rods to come so coincidental. However, have received people's wages. Do not officer seems to be unable to say. Then what about my Zhou? Xiaolin's mom? This anxious, he almost said a slip of the tongue, but fortunately immediately fine to make up for it. Don't worry, I'll go pick it up. You, Uncle Lin, you know Zhou Chenfeng only knew that he knew Shaolin's father. He didn't think that he also knew her mother. Nonsense, when I knew old Lu was not married yet. They got married and I didn't know his wife. Oh, so that's it, that's fine. That will trouble Uncle Lin. Alas, this one the official is a lot of things. Fortunately the treatment is good. With the matter settled, Qiu Chenfeng muttered and left Lin Feng's office. But these two words made him all angry and laugh. This official that he cares so little about. I don't know how many people want it. After returning to the office, Qiu Chenfeng said the matter of not being able to take leave. Originally, Lu Yilin was quite worried that her mother was not familiar with the area and could not find a place. But then she heard him say that Lin Feng was going to pick her up by himself, so there was no problem. After lunch, the two of them went to different places. Qiu Chenfeng had just arrived at the entrance of the city bureau when he saw the imposing building with more than 20 floors. Emma, the city bureau is the city bureau. It's really different. Chapter 24. Let us feel it. When he entered the hall, he didn't know where to look for people again. He could only ask the passing police where the director's office was, but people didn't even know what he was doing, and definitely wouldn't tell him these things, and this dragon group of their own documents. When Lin Feng also said that you cannot see anyone to show people. In the end, he was forced to have no choice but to call Lin Feng. When Lin Feng learned that this kid had actually been ignored, he laughed for a long time. In the end, he gave him HD Rong's phone number, and after he made the call, HD Rong told him to find a random place on the first floor to sit for a while, and that he still had a phone call to make, and that he'd come down afterward, just for a few minutes. Since he contacted the person, he was not in a hurry, just to visit. The visit to the city council is what kind of. After he wandered around the office halls of several departments, he felt that this place was really grand. When he was about to walk back, he saw two policemen walking towards him. "Comrade, may I ask what you're here for?" Qiu Chenfeng understood that his behavior just now must have made them suspicious, so he said truthfully, "Nothing much. I'm waiting for Director Gao. He told me to casually turn around, so I casually turned around. Can you show me your ID?" "Yes, ID is fine, right? But you'd better hurry up. Director Gao is probably coming down soon." He didn't care about this kind of routine check. It was just an ID check. Just didn't expect them to brush his ID card on the police pass. The interface directly shows no query privileges. This time the two police officers confused. Never seen this kind of tips. Little wind. In there. Do what? Let's go. After seeing HD Rong, those two police officers also saluted, and then asked, "Director, do you recognize this person? How come the ID card we don't have permission to check it?" Only then did HD Rong see that they were holding Qiu Chenfeng's ID card in their hands, so he laughed and scolded, "You two boys, hurry up and give the ID back to the person. Not to mention you, I don't have permission to check his identity information." Upon hearing this, those two immediately returned their ID cards to him, and even saluted and apologized to him. "Although I don't know what the situation is, but the person that the director doesn't even have the authority to check, he or she should not provoke it. Director, you are indeed quite strict here. I wandered around for a few minutes before they caught me. Ha ha, those two boys are from the Inspector Brigade. See, you face is not familiar to interrogation. Oh, so that's how it is. I've never seen an inspector before." As the two of them talked, they arrived at the entrance of the building, and by this time, there were already two policemen waiting in a car. "Get in the car, we'll interrogate them when we arrive. You just need to calm them down." After HD Rong reminded him, he got in the car with him. In the car, HD Rong introduced him to the normal process of dealing with martial artists. Since there were no martial artists in the Public Security Bureau, the monitoring aspect was done by the Dragon team, but there would always be some leaks, just like the three Koreans this time. It was only when the police station did a routine check at the hotel and registered the information that they found it in the information database. After discovering them, they immediately reported to the Dragon Group, and after confirming the identity of the three, the Dragon Group would send someone over to assist in the investigation. As long as they themselves had no problems, they would not be interfered with after the cross-examination was over. However, due to the presence of Qiu Chenfeng in the Suchang Bureau, the Dragon team directly gave this task to him. Soon, the four of them arrived downstairs at the hotel, and after confirming with the front desk that a few people were still in their rooms, they went straight upstairs. "Director, I'll just go knock on the door later, but I don't speak Korean. What should I do?" Just after getting off the elevator, Qiu Chenfeng was ready to rush to the front. It's fine, those guys can speak Chinese," the policeman driving the car said with a smile. Knowing that there was no problem with communication, Qiu Chenfeng had no worries. After knocking on the door, the three people in the room looked a bit annoyed when they saw that the police had come again. "Why are you guys here again? Aren't you done registering?" "Oh, due to your special identities, you need to register again," Qiu Chenfeng said and took out the Dragon Group's ID. Although these few people couldn't read much Chinese, they still recognized the Dragon Group's emblem. Immediately changing their faces, they enthusiastically invited the few people in. This time, the interrogation was especially meticulous, and in order to prevent them from not understanding, they even specifically let the police officer who knew Korean be in charge of asking questions. Qiu Chenfeng was watching from the side. He also sensed that there was nothing hostile about these few martial artists, so there should be no problem. However, according to the program, what should be asked must still be asked, so he could only play with his cell phone in boredom. When he left, it was already almost 5 o'clock, and it was true that, as Lin Feng said, it had to be more than 4 o'clock before it ended. "Excuse me, may I ask this gentleman from the Dragon Group, what is your cultivation level?" "We don't mean anything else, we're just curious." Qiu Chenfeng was just about to leave when he heard the voice of a Korean behind him. He looked at the chief and saw the other party nodding, so he revealed a smile and turned back to say, "Do you guys want to listen to me?" or do you want to feel it? Of course it's best to feel it. We've long heard that the ancient martial artists of the Summer Kingdom are all very powerful, and we want to see them. Although the words were said this way, they were actually still a bit disdainful. After all, several people did not see any breath fluctuation from him. Alright, after Qiu Chenfeng finished speaking, he directly released his entire body's aura, and an invisible but terrifying pressure, like a mountain of mountains, surged towards them. However, it was only a few seconds before he retracted it, or else these few early innate stage martial artists might not be able to stand it. Afterwards, he smiled at them and left. After closing the door, the oldest of the three started barking. It's amazing that such a usual routine inquiry has come from a zone master. It's better to restrain ourselves in these few days of our traveling. They really aren't normally strong. After leaving the hotel, Qiu Chenfeng refused their offer to send himself back. After all, the criminal police unit and the city bureau were completely out of the way and not even in the same district. When he took a taxi back to his office, he realized that Xiao Lin had not returned, so he could only go to Lin Feng's office to ask. Before he entered the door he shouted, "Uncle Lin, when can Xiao Lin come back? This is 5:30. Right, I tell you Today those three stickmen had to let me release my chi to let them feel the feeling, and finally almost scared to urinate. Auntie good." He originally thought that Lin Feng would send Xiao Lin's mom directly to her home, so he didn't expect that people were waiting in the office. When Suing heard him ask Xiao Lin in his first sentence, she knew that he must be Qiu Chenfeng, and seeing his dumbfounded expression after seeing himself, she also made a joyful sound. Chapter 25, Pay attention to safety. Sister-in-law, this is Xiao Feng, you guys chat first, I'll go ask Tian Xiang how things are going over there. After saying that, Lin Feng left the office, leaving time for the two. Come, little wind, come and sit down, no need to be so formal. Good. After sitting down, he realized that he was actually so nervous that he didn't know what to say at all. Luckily, Suing kept asking him about his personal situation, and he only needed to answer truthfully. But the further he went, the more wrong the questions asked became. You live with Xiao Lin. This girl didn't make you angry, right? No, pretty good. Usually it's me who pisses her off. So do you two sleep together? No. Qiu Chenfeng did not expect Suing actually even ask this. Heart said he has not held hands it. Oh, Auntie doesn't mean anything else. She just wants you to be safe. Okay Auntie, we must pay attention to safety. Qiu Chenfeng actually completely did not understand the meaning of her words. Pay attention to safety is not very normal it. However, at this time, Lu Yilin happened to enter the office. Also heard this sentence, suddenly blushed and shouted, "Mom, what are you saying? How do you say everything?" After saying that, he ran to Su Ying's side and sat down. What do you mean? What do you mean by saying everything? Isn't being safe quite normal? Looking at Qiu Chenfeng's naive eyes, Lu Yilin was completely speechless, and even Lin Feng couldn't help but laugh. This kid really didn't understand this. After all, when he was in the mountains, the internet wasn't even there, much less anyone who would teach him such words. Originally, Lin Feng wanted to do his best as a host and invite Suing to dinner, but Suing didn't let him treat him. She was very clear about Lu Yi's feelings with Lin Feng. There was no need to be so polite. So in the end, it was still Suing who brought the two children to dinner. After returning home, Suing realized that this place was becoming more and more like a home. When she first sent Xiao Lin over, this place could at most be considered a place to sleep. Since it was getting late, Suing went back to her room with Xiao Lin, and Qiu Chenfeng similarly went back to sleep. Girl, you two don't seem to have any intimate behavior. He doesn't understand, you have to teach him. Hearing her mom's words, Lu Yilin started to get a headache. Can this thing be said so bluntly? Seeing that she didn't speak, Suing changed the topic. I see that when we had dinner tonight, he was always frothing. Is there something on his mind? No, I don't think so. It was all fine during the day. Lu Yilin also reacted after a while. It must have been his close proximity with his old mom that made him think of himself. Mom, maybe he saw the two of us and thought of his own birth. It was at this time that Suing remembered that this child had been with his master since he was a child and had never seen his parents at all. Qiu Chenfeng, who was separated by a wall, was currently lying on his bed in a daze. He was indeed envious, but yet he didn't seem to be looking forward to it much either. This night, he basically didn't sleep much, and kept thinking about why his parents had abandoned him, whether they didn't want him or had encountered some kind of change. So at dawn, that is, around 6 o'clock, he got up. The usual rule, if you can't sleep, make breakfast. At almost 7 o'clock, mother and daughter Suing walked out of the room together and immediately smelled the fragrance. Little Wind, did you make this? Suing asked as she looked at the large ballast porridge and a few small dishes on the table. Yes auntie, there's also leek box. It'll be out of the pot soon. You can't keep doing it yourself. You have to teach Shaolin, otherwise she'll be spoiled by you. This is really not a flirtation. She knows that Xiaofeng is 3 years younger than Shaolin. She didn't realize that she is actually so good at taking care of people. Why, this is all trivial. The fumes are bad for your skin, and her hair is long and troublesome to wash. It's better for me to do it. After saying that, he brought up the leak box and then washed the pot off by hand. Then you can let her wash the dishes? Suing still felt that she should let her daughter do something, or else it would really be all about eating. He said detergent hurts your hands. It's better for women not to touch it. Before Qiu Chenfeng could say anything, Lu Yilin said what he had said before. Suing thought she had made it up herself until she saw him nodding his head as well. Gat. Messed up half a day. People are willing to be like this. If the two of them can really get married, the daughter in this life is considered to be able to lie down flat. While eating breakfast, Qiu Chenfeng's cell phone rang. He took out a look. Actually is the high director. Immediately picked up the, Xiaofeng, are you up yet? Director, I'm having breakfast. What's wrong? Oh, then come to the city hospital after you finish breakfast. I heard Lin Feng say that you know medical skills. I want you to come over and help. Okay, then I'll come over right away. Putting down the phone, he talked about the matter, then hurriedly ate a few bites before preparing to go out. I'll give you a ride. It's rush hour now. Taking a taxi is slow. Shaolin finished and also put down her dishes, grabbed a piece of clothing and went out with him. But when he arrived downstairs, Qiu Chenfeng realized that Suing had also followed him. Mom, what are you doing here? Just rested home. Just after getting into the car, Shaolin asked in confusion. Your mom? I'm also a doctor. What's wrong with going with me? Of course, what she wanted to see more was Xiaofeng's medical skills. This kid gave too many surprises. 10 minutes later, the car was parked in the downstairs parking lot of the hospital. Fortunately it is relatively early, otherwise the parking space is not available. After Qiu Chenfeng called and asked for the exact location, he took the two of them up the stairs together. When he arrived at the door of the resuscitation room, he realized that in addition to Director Gao, there were a few more wearing administrative jackets as well. Director Gao, what's the situation? Hearing his voice, HD Rong immediately walked over and told him the basic situation. Those 3 Koreans yesterday, all of them were seriously injured. I don't know how. Many fractures all over their bodies, most notably their internal organs and brains. If we let them die like that, I'm afraid there will be no small amount of diplomatic pressure. So it's necessary to revive them and then ask for the truth of the matter. Alright, just get someone to prepare a few packs of silver needles for me. In between asking people to go find silver needles, HD Rong introduced him to the two beside him, which were Wei Dongpeng, the secretary of Su City, and Chen Jian, the mayor. This time, he had met all the high officials of Su City, but they also knew his identity of the Dragon Team, so they were polite to him. Soon, the silver needle came and he went straight into the resuscitation room. Can I go in together? I'm Liao Province's brain surgery expert. Suing. The doctor beside him was also taken aback when he heard Su Ying's name. This was a real expert. What a coincidence that she came here. So, he let her go in with him. Only Lu Yilin and a few leaders were waiting at the door. Chapter 26, Japanese Patriarch. After going in, she also took a close look at the CT of the brain. All 3 people had stasis in their brains. The probability was that they couldn't be saved. Even if they were saved, the chances of being vegetative were high. Not to mention the problem of ruptured internal organs. However, Qiu Chenfeng was calmly taking his pulse on the side, only his brows getting tighter and tighter. All 3 people were in poor condition, and he himself estimated that he would have to use a desperate move. With that, he took out a silver needle and slowly stuck it into the chests of the 3 people. The sharp-eyed doctor had already noticed that these silver needles were still shaking even though they had been stuck in for a long time. With the passage of time, the bleeding in several people's bodies had stopped, and their lives were not in danger. Only that they still needed open chest surgery. After all, the ruptured internal organs and fractured ribs still existed. However, before the surgery, the stasis blood in the 3 people's brains had to be drained out. Several people, please help me bring over a cranial drill. After saying that, he stuck needles in several acupoints on the top of the head for anesthesia and to protect the brain tissue. Cranial drill is here. With the doctor's shout, Qiu Chenfeng turned around and picked it up. It was fortunate that someone had already shaved their heads, or else they would have to waste time. Only to see him take the scalpel and gently cut a slit. As the sound of the cranial drill rang out, all the doctors, including Su Ying, stared in disbelief. They had never seen such a drainage surgery before, and they actually didn't even use anesthesia. But since the leader outside had said that the lead would be given to him, he could not stop it himself. With all 3 people having a small hole drilled into their heads, the several needles in the acupoints on their heads began to shake at intervals again. If a Chinese medicine expert saw this at this time, he would recognize this as the long-lost Qi to needle. And only by using Qi to needle could the blood stasis be completely forced out without harming the brain tissue. Half an hour later, all the blood stasis in the three people's brains had been drained. Qiu Chenfeng checked again that there were no skull fragments in there, and had the other doctors come over to stitch and bandage them. After the bandaging was done, he pulled out the silver needles from the top of the three people's heads. Alright, push them all to the operating room. You can just open the chest directly. Just take care of the broken internal organs. The few needles I left in their chests have the effect of stopping the bleeding. Your anesthesia will be done as usual, but don't pull out those needles until the treatment is complete. Pull them out directly after processing the internal organs. Let the internal organs resume blood flow, and then close the chest after finally confirming that there is no bleeding. With that said, he left the resuscitation room. Anything else wasn't something he could do on his own. It wasn't that he couldn't do it himself, it was just that it would be too tiring. How's it going? Little wind? Just after walking out, HD Rong hurriedly asked. There's nothing wrong, just do another surgery. At this time, Suing also came out, pulling Qiu Chenfeng and asking questions. After he had pulled out the silver needles from the trio's heads, through the bedside CT machine, she had completely confirmed that the trio's brains were fine. She didn't realize that there was such a drainage technique in this world, so she was eager to figure out the principle. Autumn Chenfeng was pestered and had no choice but to tell her that it had to be performed by a martial artist above the level of a zongshi, which made her give up on asking for advice. Afterwards, Qiu Chenfeng told Shaolin and Suing to leave first, and stayed behind to wait for them to wake up. These three people were martial artists after all, and investigating the cause of their injuries was something within his scope of duty. He waited at the hospital with a few leaders for the whole morning before he got the news that the trio's surgery was successful. This time, the hospital had also put up a fight, directly arranging for the three to be operated on at the same time, calling over all the doctors who were originally resting. Qiu Chenfeng followed a few leaders to the three people's ward, and for safety reasons, all three people stayed together. However, after waiting for more than an hour, there was still no sign of awakening. The two city leaders became a bit anxious and kept asking Qiu Chenfeng if there was any way to make them wake up quickly. In the end, he had no choice but to use the needle again and transfer some of his true qi through the silver needle. This business is considered a loss to Grandma's house. This way to ferry into the true qi, almost only less than 10% of the acceptance rate. That is to say, the true qi that one desperately ferried over. They could only receive a very small amount, but just this little bit, basically can let them recover a little spirit, so that they can wake up. As expected, not more than 10 minutes later, the three of them woke up one after another, and they all spoke more clearly. So HD Rong immediately arranged for two police officers who knew Korean to ask them what exactly had happened. However, all three of them kept their mouths shut and only said that they wanted to see the sovereign lord who had gone to the hotel to ask questions in the first place. Qiu Chenfeng had thought of sleeping next door for a while. Just now did ferry out too much true qi. Now they do not say fight, walking or tired panic, but people had to see him. He had no choice but to go over. As soon as he saw him, the three immediately opened the box, said he met the patriarch. Listening to the accent is Japanese. Let him hurry to catch people. Last night they just went to a bar to drink, and they met 4 Japanese martial artists. Then because of the national honor side of things, the two parties quarreled, and in the end, that patriarch directly shot out and sent them flying. What the hell? A Japanese patriarch? How did he run to Suzhou City? I'll call and ask first. After saying that, Qiu Chenfeng immediately flipped through the Zhang province Dragon Group personnel list that was given to him in the beginning, and called Zhu Linsheng, the Zhang province subgroup leader. Hello, who is it? Zhu Linsheng was taking a nap at this time. Being woken up by the phone made him a little angry. Subgroup leader Zhu, this is Qiu Chenfeng. Do you remember me? When he first heard this name, Zhu Linsheng only felt that it sounded familiar, but he instantly remembered. Isn't this the disciple of the prosperous son? Thus, he immediately said enthusiastically, so it's Director Qiu. What is it that you're looking for me for? It's like this. Wasn't there 3 Korean martial artists on the Sioux City side yesterday? And today they found out that they were almost killed. Now that I've revived the people, they said that they met a Japanese grandmaster. So I want to ask if there are any Japanese grandmasters existing in Sioux City? Hearing Qiu Chenfeng's words, Zhu Linsheng also broke out in a cold sweat. If these 3 people died in their own territory, wouldn't their career be over? Fortunately, Qiu Chenfeng saved them all back, worthy of being the senior disciple of Senior Lofty. It's like this, Commissioner Autumn. There's a Sakura Budokan in Sioux City. Their president is Japanese, called Ichiro Yamada, a grandmaster. Behind them is the Yamada family, the largest martial artist family in Japan. Hearing him finish, Qiu Chenfeng felt a bit offended and immediately disliked him back. I say team leader Zhu, you guys don't come to people's control and leave everything to me. That's fine, but shouldn't you hand over the list of Sioux City's martial artists and their basic situation to me? How can I still work if I'm so messed up? Chapter 27 Closer to You. Zhu Linsheng only remembered at this time, when he let someone organize this information, has been placed on his desk, forgot to give him. So, he immediately said that he would immediately arrange for someone to send over all the relevant information and apologize to him, since people were so put out. Of course, Qiu Chenfeng couldn't say anything else, and just asked for information about this Yamada family. According to Zhu Linsheng, this Yamada family had a lot of investments in the summer country, but there was only one martial arts center. It was said that there was an early-stage grandmaster within their family, but there was no way to verify the truth of this matter. However, he suggested that when Qiu Chenfeng dealt with it, he would look at the other party's attitude, and if the other party was willing to admit fault and compensate for it, he would directly expel them. It wasn't because he was afraid of them, it was just that if something really happened, diplomacy would be more troublesome. After understanding, Qiu Chenfeng hung up the phone and pondered on the side. Xiaofeng why do I feel that you, the director, is even more hardened than him, the leader of a province's group, and it's totally you that's disciplining him Although HD Rong knew that the dragon group would give face to Easy, he didn't expect that he would act so humble. Director, it's still our old man who is powerful. By the way, please lend me your cell phone. The old man is tired of me and has blacked me out. I have to ask him for his opinion on this matter. Autumn Chenfeng was a little embarrassed when he said in the end, I didn't expect to have to use someone else's cell phone to contact his master. After he used HD Rong's cell phone to dial the old man's phone, it didn't ring a few times before it was picked up. At this time, he was a little aggravated in his heart. How come he didn't pick up his own phone? Which one? Master, it's me. Don't hang up the phone. It's urgent. Qiu Chenfeng hurriedly stabilized him first, otherwise the old man might really hang up directly. Have a fart and let it go. The old man is busy. Hey, good Lu. Then, he told the whole thing to Easy Sun, and then Zhu Linsheng's suggestion and asked him how he should handle it better. That is not simple. Attitude is good to send him back home. The attitude is average to leave him alive. The attitude is not good directly slaughtered. Ghosts in the great land of Xia, when was it so valuable? Easy Sun complained, then said, watch yourself. Send the result over with a text message when you're done. Don't call. I don't want to take your call. It's annoying as hell all day long. After saying that, he hung up the phone, leaving only Qiu Chenfeng aggrievedly listening to the beeping sound after hanging up the phone. It didn't take long for the person responsible for delivering the information to arrive, and after receiving it, Qiu Chenfeng casually flipped through it and found this Yamada Ichiro, and immediately took his picture out for the three to identify. The three unanimously decided that this was the person who injured them, and with a nod, Qiu Chenfeng loaded the information back. Director, please send me back to the criminal police team. This matter will be taken care of by me tomorrow. I'm almost woozy now. HD Rong saw that he really didn't look too good, so he greeted the two city leaders and sent him back directly. As soon as he entered the office, Lu Yilin could see that he was not in the right state and asked what was wrong. Those few leaders want 3 rods to be able to talk immediately, so I can only give them ferrying real chia. Then I almost deflated. Autumn Chenfeng went to the chair and began to complain. They are also really, how do they not care about you at all? Then what are you doing here? Why don't you just go home and sleep? Lu Yilin is now really treating him as her own person. As soon as she heard that people don't care about him at all, she was furious. Oh, right, these things I still need to find Uncle Lin to ask for a safe to put them in. I'll go there first. After saying that, he got up again and went to Lin Feng's office. It just so happened that there was a safe in the next office, so he let him use it. Originally, he was going to give this office to Qiu Chenfeng. He's also a director, so he can't just keep shrinking in the corner. After fixing this matter, Qiu Chenfeng returned to the big office and went to sleep in his little corner. Hey, not going home? Lu Yilin asked as she poured him a glass of water. I won't be getting off work for a couple hours, so I'll go back with you. I'll sleep closer to you to feel more at ease. After saying that, he fell into a deep sleep, but Lu Yilin seemed to be a little bit moved by his words. This word, if in his awake, is absolutely not say out. This is also considered to be a corner to hear a sincere words it. I didn't realize that I was already so important in his heart, although a little younger, but in terms of mental maturity, it was already far beyond her, although a lot of times are acting very amusing. In his words, this is just the game of the world. A lot of things are too serious to live too tired. It was not easy to stay up until the end of work. Lu Yilin woke him up to go home together. Where's Auntie? Was she at home all day today? Qiu Chenfeng, who had some spirit, began to worry again. Yeah, you'll be able to eat ready-made food when you get home today too. That's good, Emma. It's rare for me to get a ready-made meal in a year. Not talking about you, I'm talking about my old man, who hasn't cooked a single meal for me since he taught me. Hearing this, Lu Yilin smiled again and shook his head. He was all a bit curious as to what kind of person this easy son was. It should have a good personality as well, otherwise it wouldn't make the little Taoist so amusing. After arriving home, sure enough, Suing had already prepared a sumptuous dinner, and while eating, she asked about the 3 Koreans again. Auntie, they woke up in the afternoon. The statements are done, of course, this is all my credit. You see, I don't have much appetite today. I'm tired. Otherwise you have a table of food. I can eat all of it. Suing smiled when she heard him say that. This kid was nervous as hell yesterday, but today he can even joke with himself. It's a bit interesting. Mom, tomorrow I'll take a break and take you out for a stroll, although I also don't know. You free? Speaking at the end, she was a little embarrassed to ask a mouthful of Qiu Chenfeng. Woody, tomorrow morning is definitely not free. I'm going to fight the ghosts afternoon. If it's okay, I'll come to you guys. Autumn Chenfeng said while eating. Alright then, it's settled. We'll eat outside at night. It just so happens that it's not a weekend. Lu Yilin also knew that he must be going to do that case in the morning. Although she was very curious, there were some things that she really wasn't in a position to know, so she didn't ask much. This night, for the first time, Qiu Chenfeng didn't have to cook or wash dishes, and felt a bit empty, but it just so happened that he was also quite tired today, so he simply rested early. The next morning, he went to the Sakura Budokan with HD Rong. In fact, there was no need to call on him, but he didn't have any soldiers under him, could only let him go together, and by the way, he called a few people to police the surrounding area. Chapter 28 Ichiro Yamada. Upon entering the door, several men in suits greeted them with smiles. So it's Director Gao. Nice to meet you. I'm Yuichi Watanabe, the general manager of the Sakura Budokan. I don't know what's the matter with you coming over here. Autumn Chenfeng himself is very dislike of this kind of hypocritical greeting, but there is no way. The scene cannot do 2 bad things. The first courtesy after the army. Well, hello Mr. Watanabe. It's like this. We received a report from a few Koreans that they were injured by your martial arts school's director Ichiro Yamada. According to the laws of Xia, we need to invite him back for questioning, so please inform us. This is unlikely, isn't it? I don't know if you have any evidence? If there is no evidence, Mr. Yamada is not really fit to go to the Public Security Bureau. Please forgive me. Watanabe knew very well in his heart that the video of the fight that day had already been deleted by the people they had gotten to delete it, and it was impossible for the other party to have evidence, so he was not afraid at all. But he didn't expect that last night HD Rome had arranged for someone to be busy all night and recovered the surveillance records. Mr. Watanabe, we went to retrieve the bar's surveillance records and found that they were artificially deleted, so we directly asked someone to spend the night to completely restore it. So we do have evidence. Please inform us immediately or we will go in and forcefully take them away. Seeing that HD Rome's purpose was clear, and that the person had recovered the video, Watanabe didn't really know what to do. At this time, Yamada Ichiro finally walked out. Qiu Chenfeng carefully checked it out. Mid-sect master. Fortunately, if you look at the breath, you can do it yourself. Ha ha ha, Director Gao. I'm really sorry to make you run personally. The night before last was just a small conflict that happened after drinking too much. We will contact the other party for compensation. His implication was that this matter did not require the Public Security Bureau to intervene, and really took himself seriously. I'm sorry, the Public Security Bureau is only cooperating in this matter. The Dragon Team is the main person in charge. Autumn Chenfeng said and took out his credentials and flashed them. Seeing the badge of the Dragon Group, Yamada Ichiro realized that this time things really couldn't be solved so simply, and immediately smiled at Qiu Chenfeng. Oh, so you're a friend of the Dragon Group. I'm also close friends with your leader Zhou Linshang. Do you think you can let us settle this matter privately? He originally thought that if he raised Zhou Linshang, Qiu Chenfeng would be able to give some face, but he didn't expect Qiu Chenfeng to directly shake his head and said, I'm sorry, Mr. Yamada. We are acting in accordance with the laws of Xia. In addition, I am under the Dragon Team headquarters and do not receive direct management from team leader Zhou. Hearing Qiu Chenfeng's words, Yamada also fell into deep thought. He was thinking about this matter, and it was incredible that it could actually make the Dragon Group headquarters send someone here. I'm sorry, sir, I do have something to do today and I can't go with you guys. How about tomorrow? I'll personally come to the door tomorrow. He certainly knew what he had done this time, and if he went with them, he definitely wouldn't be able to get out. Therefore, he had to leave Xia immediately. Sorry, that won't work either. We have to follow the laws of Xia. This time, we didn't come over to discuss with you, but to make a direct arrest. If you resist arrest, I can't guarantee what the consequences will be. After Qiu Chenfeng finished speaking, he quietly waited for his choice. As for Yamada Ichiro, he was also secretly sizing up the cultivation of the young man across from him, but for some reason, he could only vaguely sense that the other party was a grandmaster. and he couldn't really see through the specific segment. In the end, he decided to take one last shot. He didn't believe that such a young man would be a late-stage sect master. As long as he returned to Japan, no matter how powerful the dragon team was, it would be impossible for them to go to his home and arrest him. After making up his mind, he immediately began to push up the breath in his body and began to concentrate it into his hands. And Qiu Chenfeng also noticed his movements, so he similarly began to mobilize his body's true qi, and then stopped HD Rong behind him, only to see that in Yamada Ikiru's palm, a red qi mass that could not be seen by ordinary people gradually condensed. He then let out a loud shout and sped towards Qiu Chenfeng. Chenfeng was not afraid of the danger, and with a flash of his body, he easily dodged his fatal blow. Seeing this, Yamada Ichiro's moves became more and more vicious, making moves one after another, but they were all skillfully deflected by Qiu Chenfeng. After a few moves, both of them returned to their original positions. Yamada Ichiro's heart began to fear. He knew that this person on the other side must have a higher cultivation level than himself. Chenfeng saw that he wasn't going to make a move anymore, so he also stood there and waited. After all, the law enforcement recorder was filming next to him. He would definitely not take the initiative to beat him up himself. The current Yamada Ichiro, there was no turning back. He could only luck out again and attack Chenfeng. This time, Qiu Chenfeng didn't give him a chance. Seeing the right moment, he directly slapped his palm on his dantian, followed by intense pain, along with a powerful air current that swept through Yamada Ichiro's entire body. He was still thinking of struggling, but it was completely useless. As time passed, he felt that his cultivation was disappearing, and in the end, he didn't even have the strength to raise his hand. Sigh, you didn't listen when I told you properly. You had to force me to make a move. Chenfeng shook his head and directly picked him up, put on the handcuffs and threw him into the police car, then turned back and shouted, Mr. Watanabe, let's stop the business of the martial arts school from today onwards. Next there will be a relevant department investigating all of your actions during your operation. If you have any problems, you'd better turn yourselves in, or else if you're found out, it'll be an added crime, haha, and don't think of running away. Look at the cameras all over the sky. Your faces will be easily recognized. After saying that, he escorted Yamada Ichiro, got into HDR's car, and returned to the city office. Director, I've already abolished his cultivation. I'll leave the interrogation to you guys, haha. I still have to contact someone to go to the martial arts school. This small request, of course, HD Rong directly agreed to it. After all, this public security bureau of his own is the only public security bureau in the country that has a Zhongsher level dragon team member stationed there. After leaving the city bureau, Qiu Chenfeng once again called Zhu Linsheng. Commissioner Autumn, is something wrong? Nothing much, it's just that old kid Yamada said that he has a good relationship with you, so I'm reconsidering whether or not to report it to headquarters. Goo, my director Autumn, this must be his own nonsense. I've only met him a few times during routine inspections. Zhu Linsheng's legs went weak in an instant, although he did have nothing to do with Yamada. But if the headquarters a check, will certainly leave a note on the file, then the future promotion will be difficult. Alright, it also looks like he's slandering to me in order to clear yourself. Just send a few people above the middle innate stage to assist the joint investigation team from several departments. They will sift through everything in the martial arts center. You only need to protect their safety. After all, there are several early innate Japanese inside. Chapter 29 Third Class Police Inspector. Chenfeng finally said his main purpose. He cannot have that time to stare there. Underlings, no one is really annoying. Okay, I will immediately arrange for someone to go over. This old kid dares to slander me. I will definitely check him out. After hanging up the phone, Qiu Chenfeng burst out laughing. This team leader Zhou is too easy to fool. It looks like he can be used more in the future. Afterwards, he compiled a text message with the details and sent it to the old man before taking a taxi back to the Interpol. When he returned to the criminal police team, it was dinner time, so he simply finished his meal before going to look for Shaolin. Xiaofeng, come and take a look at your office. Are you satisfied? I'll have them change it if it's not satisfactory. Just after eating, Lin Feng pulled him to that office next door to his own. The last time Qiu Chenfeng came in, or borrowed the safe, this will come in completely different. Desk, computer, sofa and so on. All of them. Uncle Lin, how did you think of getting me an office? How do you say is also the director of the Dragon Group? Even an office are not. Say out also think we do not see you. How about it? Satisfied? Lin Feng said with a smile. Satisfied. Of course I'm satisfied. Thank you Uncle Lin. That's good. By the way, tomorrow the director will come over to give you your rank. We've been thinking about it for a long time, and since your Dragon Team identity can't be made public, we've arranged for you to be the head of the Special Cases Investigation Division. After communicating with the Ministry of Public Security, it was decided that you will be directly awarded the rank of third-grade police inspector, with a deputy division-level treatment, which is just right for your position. These things, in fact, Qiu Chenfeng didn't understand a lot of them, only knowing that he was going to be converted. Then of course he was still happy. As for what the third-level police inspector, one simply has not heard what it is. Okay, Emma, finally turn straight. It's really good, thank you Uncle Lin. As soon as Lin Feng heard this from him, he understood that he completely didn't understand those police ranks and positions, and went on to say, you're not a normal transfer. Your Uncle Lin I mixed to the present is only the second level of police inspector, departmental level, administrative positions than you higher than half a level. Sneak happy yuan. What? Lower than you half a level? I can't handle such a big official at once. I don't know if Shaolin knows it will beat me a few times less. After all, it's much more senior than him. After Qiu Chenfeng figured it out, he became even more excited. This can really be the ancestral tomb. Although his own family's ancestral tomb still doesn't know where it is. Are you planning to tell her now? I'm suggesting that you keep it a secret. When you're given your rank tomorrow, she'll be even more shocked when she sees it directly in her eyes. Lin Feng of course understood what he was thinking, but still gave him an idea. How pointless to say it directly. It's still more shocking to see it directly. Well, Uncle Lin, you can be too good at this. I can't understand these things at all. Then I'll withdraw first. Xiaolin and her mom are still waiting for me. Okay, go. Looking at Qiu Chenfeng's figure, Lin Feng still decided to tell his old comrade in arms about this first, and of course he had to keep it a secret from his wife and daughter. In the afternoon, Qiu Chenfeng followed his mother and daughter around, either the ancient town or the gardens, all of which gave him a confused look. How are things today? Did it go well? Only after returning home did Shaolin ask about his morning. It went well. Beat up a ghost, it was awesome. Just after saying that, his phone rang again, and when he saw that it was HD Rong again, he thought that there was something else, so he could only pick it up. Director, what's the matter at night? Xiaofeng watch the CCTV news channel. Watch it and you'll know what's going on. After saying that, HD Rong hung up the phone. Qiu Chenfeng hurriedly exited the TV series. The TV tuned to the CCTV news channel. What was being broadcast at this time was an announcement from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, which was probably about the Japanese government protesting to the Xia government over what happened to Ichiro Yamada. The Foreign Ministry then replied directly with a long paraphrase of the incident. And in the end, in order to make it easier to shut people up, a small segment of the law enforcement recorder video was also put up. This segment was exactly when Qiu Chenfeng was talking to Yamada, and the footage clearly showed that it was Yamada resisting arrest. This kind of active resisting arrest, not to mention being maimed, no one would dare to cry foul even if they were killed. It is these things sent out a few minutes later. Even Japan's own nationals feel that the government is nonsense. This kind of poor and vicious people actually protest for him. Hey, what's the situation? Give me a mosaic, do what? Autumn Chenfeng saw that all the videos that captured his face were all mosaics, and he was unhappy at once. Nonsense, you're a special person. Can I let you go straight into the camera? When he heard Shaolin say this, he reacted. So that's what happened. Seeing the two sitting together and chatting, Suling was completely relieved. The first reason she came over this time was to see if her daughter was lying to herself, and the second was to get to know Xiaofeng. Now that it had all been clarified, the two had a good relationship, and Little Wind was a very suitable person for her daughter. So, it was time to go home myself. Shaolin Mom is leaving tomorrow if I don't go back I'll be unemployed. So soon? It's only been a few days Shaolin sniffed a little unhappy, but she also knew that her mother must have scraped together a long vacation to come, so it couldn't really be helped. Little Wind, in the future, Shaolin will be in your hands. She has a bad temper. You have to let her off more. Alas, you're still 3 years younger than her. I'm ashamed to say this. Originally, Suing wanted to exhort a few words, but when she said it later, she couldn't say it herself. Don't worry, Auntie. My master's so hard to serve people. I have served well Shaolin this temper. Compared to my master, that completely no comparison. What do you mean? Is your master's temper bad? Taking advantage of the fact that he himself had mentioned the prosperous son, Shaolin also wanted to know more about it. In fact, it seems not. Should be from childhood to annoy him to make him bewitched. Did not see him or not much to pick up my phone well. How do you annoy him? Why can annoy into this? Autumn Chenfeng carefully recalled before saying. In fact, I think it's okay, such as the tribute to the ancestor to take away and eat, replaced by a plastic do morning classes always lie to him ancestor manifestation and so on. But, if that's the case, I say I understand him. Hearing this, Autumn Chenfeng was depressed. It's okay, isn't it quite normal for kids to be naughty? The next day, Suing refused Shaolin's offer to give her a ride. She also knew that her daughter was busy at work, so she could just take a taxi. On the way to work, Xiaolin's mood has not been too high. See her like this. Qiu Chenfeng let her cheer up. Not their own is still there. However, this is an export bar. There are some different feelings. Make him also do not know what to say next. Chapter 30 Transformation. After a long moment of silence, he gathered the courage to ask, Shaolin, now that auntie is also gone, what happened to what you said in the first place? What? This time she really didn't react. Her heart was still full of the sadness of parting. That is, the matter of really being my girlfriend. After saying that, he secretly looked at her, waiting for a response. What do you think? Do you think I'll agree to you? Lu Yilan's heart is also a bit touched, but her own heart is a bit messy. She really doesn't know how to say it. I think it will. How good I am. Hearing him say this, Lu Yilan also laughed. How can people be so narcissistic? Let's put it this way. Didn't you say that the director is studying the matter of transferring you to the official position? After you have been transferred and formally ranked, I will promise you. How about it? Okay, no problem. You can't regret it. Qiu Chenfeng said that this is not sent directly to his arms. It is so coincidental. Don't worry, absolutely no regrets. Lu Yilan thought, this ambiguous is also quite good. I'm afraid that after he gets it, he will not pay attention to himself. How can a trainee police officer need a year to be formally awarded the rank of third-grade superintendent of police? A year is also enough for himself to understand him. Of course, if it was true that he could be awarded the rank earlier because of his ability, then he would be promised earlier. What she didn't expect at all was that just after arriving at the office, Lin Feng informed everyone to dress up and go to the auditorium. A group of people were still discussing what had happened. Only Lu Yilan could see a hint of what was going on, because from the moment he got to work, he hadn't seen Qiu Chenfeng. It can't be such a coincidence that, just finished the transfer? Sure enough, when everyone arrived, Qiu Chenfeng came in wearing a police uniform along with a few trainee police officers who had completed 1 year. With empty shoulders, under Lin Feng's presidency, the conferral ceremony officially began, and those few guys who were conferred with the rank of third-grade superintendent were all very excited. Let Lu Yilan also thought of a few months ago when she was officially awarded the title. That time she was still in the police station in her hometown, and like them, her hands were a little shaky with excitement. Lu Yilan waited for a long time. The stage did not call his name. He thought that there was no him this time, and he just breathed a sigh of relief when he heard Lin Feng call out the name of Qiu Chenfeng. With the approval of the Ministry of Public Security, it has been agreed that Comrade Qiu Chenfeng will be granted the rank of third-grade police inspector, and will be appointed as the head of the Special Cases Investigation Division of the Criminal Police Detachment directly under the Public Security Bureau of Suzhou City. Hearing this appointment, not just Lu Yilan, everyone was dumbfounded. It wasn't until Director Gao put the 2-bar and 1-flower epaulette on his shoulder that the stage erupted in applause. After a decent salute, Qiu Chenfeng looked at Lu Yilan with a smile. By this time, she realized why he had just agreed so readily. It was hard to get through to the end of work. The two just arrived home, and Qiu Chenfeng held her in his arms. What are you doing? Lu Yilan symbolically struggled for a few moments before letting him hold her. He. You said you wouldn't back out, so now you're my girlfriend. That doesn't count. You already knew that this isn't cheating, little cutie. It's not. Seeing that Lu Yilan still wouldn't let go, Qiu Chenfeng simply kissed him directly. After a full 5 minutes, the two people separated. At this time, Lu Yilan, which still had the air of just retorting, after locking eyes with him, she immediately buried her head in his chest. They hugged like this for a long time, and only when they were hungry did the two of them separate. How can you kiss me without my consent? Lu Yilan said with a red face. Didn't the TV say that people who even ask if they can kiss are sick in the head? I'm not sick in the head. After hearing his explanation, Lu Yilan also laughed out loud, not realizing that she was taken down by a person who learned to fall in love after a TV show. 3 days later, when the two of them took their first turn to rest together, Qiu Chenfeng thought of taking her to the place where he grew up. Lu Yilan drove her car to the foot of the mountain and realized that there was no way to get there, so she could only park here. Let's go. We'll be there in half an hour. As soon as Qiu Chenfeng got out of the car, he felt the long-lost breath. This is also no road. How to go? Lu Yilan looked around and completely failed to find a path that could walk. Follow me here, I'm familiar. There is no obvious road at the foot of the mountain. No one lives around here for more than 10 kilometers, so no one goes up the mountain. With those words, he directly pulled up Lu Yilan and drilled into a small forest, and after about 10 minutes of walking around in it, he finally saw a path leading to the mountain. Was that piece of woods just now a vertigo formation? I can't tell the direction at all. Lu Yilan glanced back at the grove and said in doubt, Emma, my daughter-in-law is too smart. This is really a vertigo formation. The old man set it up. A forest just like this. There are several pieces at the foot of the mountain. There's really a vertigo formation? Tell me about it. Lu Yilin could be considered interested this time. This kind of thing that was only seen in novels was actually right in front of her eyes now. Principle is actually very simple. Is planted a lot of groups of similar length of the tree. You can imagine to put 10 of the same toothbrush together, and then put in an ant. He will certainly think that he ghost hit the wall. Go wherever is the same place. Oh, so that's how it is. But this forest looks different. Still noticing the difference, Lu Yilin continued to ask, because the toothbrush kind is the base. The old man changed some things himself and used an irregular layout. Qiu Chenfeng patiently explained, but this is something that can't be said just by talking. If she's really interested, just get her a model later. After the two of them had talked and laughed for 10 minutes, they were finally able to see the land that someone had reclaimed. Is this what you guys planted? Nah, this is what I planted. Remove the guys, the old man doesn't care about that. Next, Qiu Chenfeng introduced her to what each piece of land was planted with, except that a lot of it had withered now. After entering the courtyard door, Qiu Chenfeng looked around and there was no sign of outsiders intruding. Only then did he open the door to his room and said, "This is the room I've lived in for almost 20 years. Can't imagine it, right?" Lu Yilin poked her head in and looked around. There was only a bamboo woven bed, and even the quilt was thin. Sleeping like this, what about winter? Cool, the old man said. This is called body refining, and I don't know if it's true or not. Saying this, he took out the incense and candles in the drawer and lit them for the ancestor. Alas, the old man is gone. This place will be deserted before long. Ancestor master, don't blame me for not offering you incense. I have to go down the mountain to practice. This time is to bring my daughter-in-law back to see. You have to protect her. After saying that, he respectfully kowtowed a few times. These few words touched Lu Yilin, just like introducing herself to the elders of her family. Chapter 31, Protective Jade Pendant. Wow, you still have a TV in your room? Lu Yilin asked after turning around. Yeah, my master brought it back from the mountains a few years ago. No surprise, it was bought when he was working in the criminal police force. At the same time someone else came up and pulled the wires. And by the way, that's when I got my account. So I guess it was all arranged by the leader of the criminal police force. The two of them skulked around the mountain for quite a while until they were hungry, and then they went down together. Do we still keep these woods? You guys don't even live on the mountain anymore anyway, so the vertigo formation can be withdrawn. Just after getting into the car, Lu Yilin pointed at the grove and said, "This thing doesn't need to be done actively. As long as no one takes care of it for a few months, these trees will be able to grow completely different. By then the vertigo formation will naturally be gone." Oh, so that's how it is. Then where are we going now? Lu Yilin then asked. Didn't you say you wanted to eat hot pot 2 days ago? Let's eat hot pot. So the two of them drove back to the city and went to a large hot pot restaurant in the mall that had just opened not too long ago and slammed it. Hello, may I ask if you're Mr. Qiu Chenfeng? As he was eating, suddenly a young man he had never seen before, in his 30s, came beside him and was greeting him politely. After locking eyes with Lu Yilin, he nodded and said, "Yes, may I ask who you are?" "Hello Mr. Qiu. I'm Li Yuqing from the Li family. This mall is my family's property. I'm glad to meet you." "Oh, so it's Mr. Li, nice to meet you. I won't shake your hand. My hands are full of oil. I don't know what Mr. Li is looking for me for." It was only then that Qiu Chenfeng remembered. Isn't this Li family the number 1 ranked one in Sioux City? It's really low profile. There's not much going on. I just happened to come over to the mall to take a look, and I didn't expect to meet you. I don't know if I can leave a contact with you? Although this is something that Qiu Chenfeng does not believe in, but just leave a contact information. It does not matter. After leaving him a phone number and adding WeChat, he politely left without bothering them again. Little Wind, what do you think he wants to do? After he left, Lu Yilin asked. I don't know, it won't take more than a few days to contact me basically. He just wants to get on good terms with me. After all, I'm now the number 1 martial arts cultivator in Sioux City. Looking at his bullish appearance, Lu Yilin smiled and shook her head. This kid's character is too inscrutable. 1 second is quite serious. The next second may become a comedian. But he kinda likes this kind of character. There will be a lot more fun in life. After dinner, the two of them went back home and nestled on the sofa to watch TV dramas. Only it turned out that they were each lying on their own, but now they were leaning together. After watching for a while, Lu Yilin suddenly thought of her mother's words and said to him, "Xiao Feng, when my mom left, she told me that she wants you to go home with me for New Year's Eve then. Are you going?" Hearing this, Qiu Chenfeng nodded without even thinking. Okay, take a few more days off at that time and play for a few more days. After saying this, he thought of something else and asked with some embarrassment. Inner one, is your dad good to get along with? Is he fierce? Hearing him ask this, Lu Yilin turned her head and said with a smile, "What? You've cheated me into your hand before you remember to ask about my dad? Why? That's definitely with you just ordinary friends. If I directly ask you your father's temperament is good or not, you must not think that I have what non-thinking well although originally also have non-thinking, but certainly can not show. Watching him finish these words in a serious manner, Lu Yilin suddenly felt that this kid doesn't seem to be ignorant of everything, just hide it better. After watching TV for a while, due to the fact that she was really tired from climbing the mountain in the morning, Lu Yilin quickly fell asleep on the sofa. Seeing her asleep, Qiu Chenfeng simply turned off the TV as well, kissed her and hugged her as she slept together. When Lu Yilin woke up, it was already a bit dark. Looking up, she saw that Qiu Chenfeng was also asleep, so she simply lay in his arms and ordered takeout. Gu, when did you wake up? The first time I hugged you to sleep. My shoulders are still a bit sore. Then you don't hold it cut. Lu Yilin was still quite enjoying herself, but when she heard him say that, she started to get upset. No, not that. I mean that I have to get used to it more in the future. Maybe the sofa has problems too. Sleeping on the bed at night should be no problem. After saying that, he hugged Shaolin tighter, not giving him a chance to run away at all. Off. I'm not sleeping with you at night. Lu Yilin even rolled her eyes when she finished speaking, which made Qiu Chenfeng even more convinced of what the TV said. If you want to sleep with her, just go directly. Only ask if you have a sick brain. After the two fought for a while, the takeout also arrived, and after eating it, they continued to nest and watch the TV show. It's not easy for a break. So quickly passed. I haven't rested enough. Lu Yilin looked at the time. It was almost 10 o'clock again, so she started to complain. Hearing her say that, Qiu Chenfeng also remembered a question he always wanted to ask and took this opportunity to ask it. The police station is a bit easier than the criminal police force, right? How did you think of having to transfer to the criminal police force? Well, this thing right, or the TV series Harm. You see how handsome they go out on missions, and I'm a person who has a hard time mediating those kinds of trivial things, so I'm not too suitable for the police station, or the environment of the criminal police force is suitable for me, just too little rest. This month or with 1 or 2 cases to adapt. Uncle Lin said that starting next month. Let me follow the case normally. I guess the rest is even less. The more Lu Yilin said, the more she felt that she could not compare with Xiaofeng. People just joined the 3rd level police inspector, or the director of the Dragon Group. Office are independent, but also so easy, too angry. Thinking half, directly open his mouth in his arm bite, but did not control the force. The teeth marks left quite deep. What are you biting me for? Autumn Chenfeng is watching TV, suddenly felt a pain in the arm, fortunately collected internal force, otherwise she can be her teeth are broken. Nothing, it's just that I suddenly thought that you work so easily, a little angry. Seeing her in this state, Qiu Chenfeng was also helpless. The current Shaolin, completely not the way he just knew. At first, I felt that this person's temper was bad, but now I look at it and it's quite cute. You don't fight too much in the future. To catch people and so on, don't rush too far ahead. Didn't catch it? Big deal. I'll help you catch it back. By the way, here's something for you. It was only then that Qiu Chenfeng remembered that he had been wearing a protective jade pendant on his neck since he was a child that was handmade by an old man, and there were a lot of formations in it, which, according to the old man, could withstand the full force of a Zhongshi level master's blow. Lu Yilin then watched him from his neck, took down a rounded milky white jade pendant and hung it on his neck, and asked busily, "What's the point of giving me this? This is a protective jade pendant made by the old man himself. Even if it is an ordinary bomb, it can't hurt you. Don't take it down after you put it on, and don't take it down when you take a bath." Chapter 32 Out of favor. Why? Lu Yilin asked in disbelief. Because it needs time to create a connection with your body so that it can better protect you. Also, once you encounter danger and it has helped you fend it off, make sure to check for cracks as soon as possible. If there are any, tell me right away and I'll help you make another protective jade pendant. Although it's definitely not as good as the one the old man made, it's certainly more useful than the one that's not working. Seeing him instructing himself in a serious manner, only then did Lu Yilin nodded her head obediently, but she was still uneasy and then asked, "What about you? Won't you be unprotected?" How powerful I am. Between the two of us, surely you need this more. If it's a big deal, I'll find the old man and ask him to make another one when we go back to our hometown. Anyway, you mustn't have anything happen to you. If anything happens to you, I won't be able to live. What this said, right, was indeed quite heartfelt, and Qiu Chenfeng really couldn't accept anything happening to Shaolin. But these words did also make Shaolin very touched, looking at him with eyes full of tenderness, and took the initiative to kiss him. When the Autumn Chenfeng ready to reverse the guest when the good dead phone rang. Originally he didn't want to answer it, but suddenly saw that it was actually his master calling. It couldn't be helped. If he didn't answer this call, he was afraid that he would be scolded to death. "Hey, master Why are you calling me? This is not scientific. Did you miss me? I miss you? You can pull it off. Why did you take off your jade pendant? The progenitor was preparing to rest at this time, when he suddenly sensed a fluctuation in Qiu Chenfeng's body protection formation, before he immediately called him. Master, how come you even know that I put it on Shaolin? Qiu Chenfeng said truthfully. Shaolin? Which Shaolin? Easy Sun was confused by what he said. How come he didn't know there was such a person? At this time, Lu Yilin summoned up the courage to bring the phone over and spoke. Hello master, I'm Lu Yilin, Little Win's girlfriend. After Lu Yilin finished her sentence, the other end of the phone was suddenly quiet for a moment, and then a burst of cheerful laughter immediately came. Emma, so it's my disciple's daughter-in-law. Good. You have to help me control this little brat. He's a pain in the ass all day long. That jade pendant, you wear it. I thought the little brat out of something. Master, aren't you going to make him another one? Lu Yilin asked. No more. This jade pendant is of no use to him anymore. The damage that the jade pendant can carry, his own body can carry. Alright then, it's alright girl. If he's being a jerk, you should beat him up. If he fights back, you call me directly. I'll come over and waste him right away. After saying that, he directly hung up the phone without even saying a goodbye. Alas, why am I so miserable? My master actually doesn't protect me. Qiu Chenfeng was on the side, and after hearing Easy Sun's words, he immediately felt out of favor, although he hadn't been favored in the first place either. What? You mean you want to be a jerk with me? Or do you want to fight back when I beat you up? When he felt Shaolin's icy gaze, he realized that he seemed to have said the wrong thing, and hurriedly smiled playfully and went up to admit his mistake. And by the way, he also kissed her. This wave of operation really messed up Lu Yilin some reaction. After a minute or so, only helplessly said, before his really did not see out, how you sometimes so shameless it. To that thing what to do, as long as you can make you happy, face counts for nothing. After saying that, he turned off the TV and prepared to sleep. But this time, he was following Shaolin in the direction of her room. When he reached the door, Lu Yilin suddenly stopped and turned back. What are you doing? Didn't we agree that you can't enter my room? That time we were not relatively unfamiliar. Now you are my girlfriend. Should cancel those agreements. Finished speaking, looking at her with expectant eyes. Off. Lu Yilin laughed and cursed, then walked into the room and closed the door. Alas, it seems that one still has to sleep alone. Although he hadn't thought of sleeping together so soon, and had just been joking around, but to say that he wasn't looking forward to it in his heart, that would definitely be a lie. The next morning, the two walked into the criminal police team together. Qiu Chenfeng was still in the big office as usual and blew off some steam with everyone before going back to his own office. Little Wind, take a look at this. Someone from the dragon team brought it over in the morning. Seeing that you haven't come yet, they gave it to me. Not long after he sat down, Lin Feng came in and handed him a document. Qiu Chenfeng opened it and saw that it was actually a war letter. It was written by the patriarch of the Yamada family in Japan himself, asking him to fight a duel on a hill west of Sioux City this evening, and it was also signed with a life and death contract. There was also a wager underneath the war letter. If Qiu Chenfeng lost, he would have to scrap his cultivation. If he lost, from then on, the Yamada family would not look for trouble from him. This old guy really dares to say, I have to scrap my own cultivation if I lose, and if he loses, he just won't look for trouble from me anymore. Where is such a cheap thing? So, he gave a phone call to Easy, maybe because he found a girlfriend. The old man did not make it too difficult for him this time, and the third call was answered. Are you not bothered by the old man for a day? As soon as he picked up the phone, Easy's son shouted, Master, there's a serious matter. Do you know the head of the Yamada family? Yamada Ruji? He gave me a war letter. Afterwards, Qiu Chenfeng said the contents of the war letter and the bet, then waited for Easy's son to help him out. Yamada Ruji, this may have had too good a time all these years. A late zongsure garbage only, although a little higher than your cultivation, but as long as you take it seriously, it's still no problem to defeat him. However, this bet should be changed. If you lose, do as he says. If he loses, he has to hand over their Yamada family's sacred weapon, the green dragon seal. If he is willing, you will accept the war. If not, it is exempted from negotiation. Well, I'm going to be busy. If you lose to him, don't say you're Lousy's disciple in the future. Lousy can't afford to lose this person. After saying that, Easy Sun hung up the phone. Qiu Chenfeng could then only follow his request and send the revised bet to the Dragon Team headquarters. An hour later, the headquarters confirmed that the other party agreed to the bet. Ugh, there's going to be another fight. I wonder what the green dragon seal is and what the old man is going to come for. Qiu Chenfeng muttered to himself. Of course he knew that this green dragon seal was not for himself. This time he was going to be used as a gun by the old man again. What Qiu Chenfeng didn't know was that from the moment he confirmed his acceptance of the duel, the news had already spread throughout the circle of martial artists in Sioux City. There were even martial artists from other regions who were rushing towards Sioux City, wanting to witness the fight between the two grandmasters with their own eyes. Chapter 33, Yamada Ruji. That night, Qiu Chenfeng made a good dinner for Lu Yilin as usual, and then asked Lin Feng to give himself a call to say that there was an emergency, before he could be considered to have fooled her out of the door. This thing can't let Xiaolin know, otherwise she will definitely not let herself go. This kind of thing, even if you are late for a while, it's quite disgraceful, not to mention breaking the appointment. After going downstairs, Lin Feng drove him over in his car. Although he was still worried in his heart, Lin Feng knew that Easy Sun must have had full certainty before letting Little Wind take on the battle. He just scolded his disciple a lot with his mouth, but in his heart he was extremely protective. No one cared about Little Wind more than him. After arriving at the foot of the mountain, Qiu Chenfeng found that a lot of people had actually gathered, and many of them had their information inside their safes, so it seemed that tonight would be very busy. In less than half an hour, Qiu Chenfeng arrived at the top of the mountain. This place was really nice. There happened to be a large flat area with no residents around. Within eyesight, there were no lights other than the streetlights. The old geezer hasn't come yet? After Chenfeng swept around the surroundings, he found that there wasn't a single Japanese. I guess it's almost here. If he's late himself, he'll really be laughed at. Right, Uncle Lin? You're the only one here who isn't a martial artist, so pay attention to your own safety later. I might not have the time to look after you. Qiu Chenfeng suddenly thought of this matter before admonishing. Don't worry, I'm the person in charge of the scene appointed by the Dragon Group for this duel. Offending me is offending the Dragon Group. No one would be so stupid. Chenfeng was only relieved when he heard this. So that's how it is. Then no one would indeed bump into the gun. There was still half an hour before the duel would begin, and from the bottom of the mountain came a few people with a somewhat familiar scent. Qiu Chenfeng carefully identified them. It turned out to be people from the Zhou family. They also came to watch the fun. Uncle Lin, the Zhou family has also come. They probably want me to lose after all. Last time, old man Zhou knelt down. Qiu Chenfeng felt bored, so he chatted blindly with Lin Feng. Lin Feng also glanced over there when he heard this. This Zhou family's stand was indeed rather vague. On the one hand, they were trying to befriend Qiu Chenfeng. On the other hand, they were also contacting offshore martial arts organizations. Stepping on two boats. When there were still 5 minutes before the duel time, Yamada Ruji finally came, followed by a dozen or so attendants, all of whom were innate martial artists. Sorry, Mr. Autumn, I'm late. Old man Yamada walked up to Chenfeng and even gave a fake bow. Ha, it's fine, Mr. Yamada. Do you think we can start? In front of so many people, Qiu Chenfeng was definitely polite and had to show his good qualities. Of course, Mr. Lin, please. Yamada Ruji bowed again towards Lin Feng, and Lin Feng nodded towards him before stepping forward to read both the battle book and the bet before asking the two if they had any objections. Once the two had confirmed that they had no objections, Lin Feng left the center field, allowing them to begin at any time. The two were now separated by a distance of 7 or 8 meters, both sizing each other up. Qiu Chenfeng looked himself and realized that Yamada Ruji was pretty much the same as the old man had said. He had just advanced to the late sect master stage not long ago. Luckily, this time, it wasn't the old monster that the Yamada family had provided himself with a letter of war. It was rumored that that old monster was a grand master, so he definitely wouldn't be able to fight. Yamada Ruji also realized at this time that the aura on Qiu Chenfeng's body was indeed very thick, but no matter how thick it was still only a mid-zone sure cultivation, and it was still not a problem for himself to take this duel. So let's start? Chenfeng asked, with Yamada Ruji nodding his head. Both of them took up their positions and began their initial test. With a flash of his figure, Chenfeng took the lead in attacking towards Yamada Ruji as he used his self-created martial art, Autumn Wind Palm, and his palm wind was like the sluggish autumn wind, carrying a stern aura. Seeing this, Yamada Ruji, instead of retreating, also slapped out a palm towards the front, colliding with Chenfeng. For a while, the field was filled with smoke, and the people around them retreated backwards to avoid being affected. After Qiu Chenfeng flew back to his original position, he was also secretly shocked. This old man's strength was really powerful. He was able to receive his own autumn wind palm hard, so he took a deep breath and once again exerted his strength. His moves became even more ferocious. Yamada Ruji was also not willing to show weakness and responded with all his strength. The two of them fought back and forth. Only then did Yamada Ruji realize that he had underestimated this young man, and that his strength was already comparable to that of himself, a late-stage sect master. It seems that this time he must be abolished. Such a person to keep. The future will be endless. Both sides fought dozens of rounds. still difficult to distinguish between winners and losers. Qiu Chenfeng also gradually anxious. He knew that if he continued like this, he was bound to run out of stamina. Yamada Ruji's cultivation was one stage higher than his own, so a prolonged battle would be unfavorable to him. At this moment, he had a plan. When he contacted Yamada Ruji again, he pretended that he was physically exhausted and his steps were weak. Yamada Ruji really fell for the trick. Thinking that the opportunity had come, he immediately pounced over. Qiu Chenfeng took the opportunity to utilize his old man's master skill, phantom steps, and instantly disappeared in place. When Yamada Ruji missed, Qiu Chenfeng had already appeared behind him, and once again used the autumn wind palm to hit Yamada Ruji's back. Yamada Ruji flew forward tens of meters, spat out a mouthful of blood, and collapsed on the ground, breathing heavily. Mr. Yamada, continue? Qiu Chenfeng walked to his side and asked with a smile. Of course he was unwilling to admit defeat so quickly, and immediately braced himself and swung a fist straight at Qiu Chenfeng's face. But the fist wind only reached halfway and could no longer advance by half a point. It was only then that the onlookers noticed that Yamada Ruji's fist had already been grasped by Qiu Chenfeng's hand. Logically speaking, a mid-Zhongsher master would never be able to grab the fist of a late Zhongsher master. This time, I don't know if it was because of Qiu Chenfeng's perversity or because Yamada Ruji's stamina was low after his injuries, but anyway, the crowd just watched as Qiu Chenfeng grabbed his fist with one hand. After reacting, the crowd was in awe, but the duel wasn't over at this point. After all, Yamada Ruji hadn't admitted defeat yet, so he could only wait for Autumn Chenfeng to completely disable him. Stop, we admit defeat. Autumn Chenfeng was just about to make a move to waste him when one of the attendants that followed him took out a fist-sized wooden box, which should be the green dragon seal inside. Do his words count? Qiu Chenfeng asked. Yamada Ruji had no fighting spirit at this point and nodded helplessly. If he admitted defeat, at least his life and cultivation were saved. As for the green dragon seal, after all, it was something outside of his body. Besides, he had no intention of handing over the real green dragon seal. The one held by the attendant was nothing more than an imitation, as long as it wasn't recognized on the spot. Even if it was found to be a fake in the end, no one could say it was their problem. Chapter 34, The Prosperous Sun Comes. The green dragon seal is given to you. From now on, our Yamada clan will not look for trouble from you. Farewell. Yamada Ruji handed over the wooden box to Qiu Chenfeng, and led his men to prepare to leave. Stop. Right at this moment, an immortal old man slowly fell from midair and stopped in front of him. Master, why are you here? That's right, the person who came was none other than Easy Sun. At this time, he had already changed out of his tattered Taoist robes and was wearing a decent set of white tunic. Nonsense, if Laozi didn't come, you wouldn't have been fooled by others. Easy Sun blankly glanced at him and walked towards Yamada Ruji. This is Senior Easy Sun. I didn't realize that Qiu Chenfeng's master was actually Easy Sun. No wonder he was able to defeat Yamada Ruji across stages. Yeah, what did Senior just say about cheaters? Did Yamada Ruji cheat? This green dragon seal is a fake? At this time, someone recognized Easy Sun, and there was a chorus of whispers all around. Little brat of the Yamada family, I advise you to accept your bet and bring out the green dragon seal. If you breach the contract, I will not be polite. After saying that, Easy Sun looked at him with a smile, but right in that smile, he sensed an overriding killing aura regarding Easy Sun's great name. Of course he had heard of it. Even the old ancestor that their family enshrined was not his match. In the end, he sighed, and from his own clothes, he took out a small square seal and handed it to the Prosperous Sun, then walked away without looking back. Well, this is the right thing to do. Not bad, not bad. This time back to harvest quite big. Little brat, good cultivation. Don't have a wife on a cultivation wasted. By the way, this is for you. This is the old man for you to prepare the wife of the book. You grew up on the savings habit, but the woman cannot be stingy. Search the flower on the flower. Okay, I'm off. When you break through the Grand Master, then come back to me, otherwise don't have this mind. Come, you can't help me. After saying that, he threw a bank card to Qiu Chenfeng, then directly turned into a white light and shot straight into the sky, disappearing in an instant. Not, Master, you wait a while. You at least meet your disciple daughter-in-law before you leave. But the only thing that responded to him was the sound of the wind. And after waiting for a few minutes, Qiu Chenfeng could only let out a bitter smile and follow Lin Feng. Originally, many martial artists wanted to take this opportunity to say a few words to Qiu Chenfeng and get acquainted, but seeing that he was in a bad mood, they could only follow behind and go down the mountain together. Before getting on the bus, Qiu Chenfeng turned around and arched his hand to the hundreds of martial artists behind him and said, "Thank you all for coming to watch the battle. If anyone wants to join the dragon team, they can always come to the Sioux City Interpol to find me. I only need 2 people, and after you pass the test, you will follow me to be stationed in Sioux City. You all know what the Dragon Squad is for. so weigh yourselves. Don't come here and do anything wrong, then I may have to deal with you. Okay, let's disperse. After saying that, he got into his car and left the place with Lin Feng. You kid really doesn't miss any opportunities. Recruiting people here. What were you thinking? Lin Feng was a bit surprised by his move. There was a real mix of fish and dragons amongst these people. There probably weren't many that could meet the conditions of the dragon team. Why? Isn't this coming all the way here? Just in case there's a suitable one, bare knuckle commanders are too tiring. Qiu Chenfeng doesn't care about this. Anyway, he will personally review, no matter its character or ability. Those who can't meet the requirements absolutely don't want. How much money is on the bank card given to you by Senior Easy? At this time Lin Feng became curious again. This card is with my ID card. I just checked. 2 million whole. As soon as he talked about Easy, Qiu Chenfeng started to get upset again. What? $2 million and still not happy? Lin Feng looked at his unhappy expression and joked. Alas, Uncle Lin, money actually I don't care. Enough to spend on the line. Since I was a kid I've only had one relative like him. Now that I have a girlfriend I definitely want to bring him to meet. I'm upset that he's gone straight away. Listening to what Qiu Chenfeng said, Lin Feng also felt as if Easy Sun didn't value this disciple at all. But looking at it from other aspects, he favors this disciple a million times more. I really don't know what the hell I'm thinking. By the way, just how old is your master? Why do you call the 60-something Yamada Ruji a little brat? Lin Feng suddenly remembered their conversation and asked curiously once again. I don't know. I once asked as well. And the old man said that he had seen the Empress Dowager Cixi. I don't know if it's bragging. Regardless of what Qiu Chenfeng thought, Lin Feng thought it might be true. It was almost 1 in the morning when he sent him downstairs to Lu Yilan's house. When he closed the door, Lu Yilan came out of her room. Honestly explain. What for? It was only when he looked into her eyes that Qiu Chenfeng lost the unhappiness he had just felt. He himself still had Shaolin now. He couldn't immerse himself inside the previous orphan state. My master came, gave me a bank card, said it was my wife's book, and then ran away. I chased after him for a long time but couldn't catch up. He told me to look for him after I advanced to Grand Master. Otherwise I couldn't help him even if I went. These are all the truth, just hiding the matter of the duel. There was nothing to say about this kind of thing, and saying it would only make her worry. Here you go. Putting it here with me isn't much use. Qiu Chenfeng pulled out the bank card from his pocket and told her the password again before preparing to go back to his room. Give me what for? How much money is in here? $2 million? What do you mean give you what for? Isn't the wife's book for the wife? Okay, go to sleep. Tomorrow still work. If you don't sleep, the sky will soon be bright. After saying that, he went back to the room to prepare for a bath. This fight is full of gray. Lu Yilan took the bank card back to the room, and immediately locked it in the safe. Although he gave it to himself, but this card himself is absolutely not going to move. Just as help him to keep it. Lying on the bed, she also felt this joy of being cared for and trusted by him for the first time. A wall away from Qiu Chenfeng, after taking a bath, also quietly lying on the bed, thinking about these years of life. His own life is now considered to be the real beginning, right? Early the next morning, he got up, found nothing to eat at home, so he had to go outside to buy some food. How do you have to go to the supermarket at night, or break food? Time flies, a flash will come in January of next year. In a month or so it will be the new year. Shaolin, when are we going back to your house? This day after dinner, when the two were chatting, Qiu Chenfeng suddenly asked, what for? Do you want to go so badly? Lu Yilan didn't understand what he was trying to express. I've never been to the Northeast. I've never been on an airplane. I've never been on a high-speed train. And I've never spent New Year's Eve with anyone other than my master. So I'm looking forward to it. Chapter 35, The Li Family Feast. Alright then I'll ask my mom later to see when it's better for us to go back. Lu Yilan actually wanted to bring her back home earlier to see the place where she grew up. The two were about to go out for a walk when Qiu Chenfeng's cell phone suddenly rang. Hey I go. It's actually Li Yuqing. I said at that moment that it wouldn't take more than a few days to contact me. I didn't expect it to take more than a month to find me. After saying that, he picked up the phone. Hello Mr. Li, what is it that you're looking for me for? Hello Mr. Autumn, I'm sorry for disturbing you. It's like this, my family's old man would like to invite you for dinner tomorrow. I don't know if it's convenient for you? Li Yuqing was still so polite in his speech. If he had said so, then he definitely couldn't refuse himself. It's just a dinner, although there must be something to ask for his help, but it's not up to him whether to help or not. That's fine, you send me the address. Tomorrow I'll go there directly after work. Hearing that Qiu Chenfeng agreed to go to the banquet, Li Yuqing immediately sent him the address. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, Qiu Chenfeng hung up the phone. Try to get off work on time tomorrow and go to dinner with me. They must be very high class for treating me to dinner. It's not worth not eating. Qiu Chenfeng held Lu Yilin's hand and said as he skipped around. Me? I won't go. People didn't invite me. How embarrassing. Lu Yilin instinctively disliked this type of meal. A meal is not always enough time to say a true word. Go, you just as accompany me, okay? Ugh. Go. I'll go, still can't. Looking at his expectant eyes, Lu Yilin also ran out of options. Hey, still daughter-in-law is good. Go, buy clothes to go. Immediately go to the northeast. We both buy some thick, or I'm easy to freeze to death. After saying this, Qiu Chenfeng pulled her and started to stroll through the clothing store. Not even 10 minutes. His own clothes have been bought. The next hour or so is purely accompanied Xiaolin to buy clothes. This was also the first time he had ever known that buying a dress could be looked at for so long. By the time the two of them returned home with their large bags, it was already past 9 o'clock. How much did you spend today? Didn't empty you out, did it? After organizing these clothes, Lu Yilin asked before sitting back on the sofa. I didn't count. I guess there's 5,000 or 6,000 less than a fraction of my salary. Sprinkle water, Qiu Chenfeng said with a smile as he held her in his arms. Hearing him say that, Lu Yilin instantly felt like she bought less today. Alas, it really can't be compared to the first day I saw you. I couldn't afford to eat, and I spent more than $500 on a barbecue. Now it's good. The salary is more than twice as much as mine. Where to reason to go? Autumn Chenfeng heard the words, also felt that his months are like a dream. The things that happened in his front 20 years more. It was only when he came back to his senses that he flirted. What's there to compare? Mine is not yours or you call a husband. I'll send you another red envelope. Che, still husband. Do you believe that I will turn you into a eunuch? Lu Yilin disliked back and made a scissors gesture again. Emma, this can't be done. You don't want to ruin your own happiness. Lu Yilin was also stunned after hearing this, then red-faced as she pinched his ear in question. You can now know things really quite a lot. Say, who taught you? Hey, pain. No one teach me. Online seems to be. Autumn Chenfeng escaped after truthfully said, I should not give the computer to you to play. All day and night are looking at what? Said. She went to the Autumn Chenfeng room to take the computer back. How about, when I play the computer, you just watch by my side, just play in your room? Autumn Chenfeng said tentatively. Roll. This is after reading the theory. Want to practice? After saying this, she felt embarrassed herself and directly closed the door to her room. Autumn Chenfeng saw her go back to her room, so he turned off the lights and also went back. Boredly lying on the bed, he swiped his cell phone and muttered to himself. Alas, cell phones are still not as comfortable to play as computers. Of course, this kind of small fight completely does not affect the relationship between the two. The next morning after getting up, it is business as usual. Almost at the end of the day, Qiu Chenfeng began to hang around Lu Yilin, and Li Tianxian looked confused and asked, Xiaofeng, what are you doing? Shaking my head is dizzy. Uncle Li, someone invited me to dinner today. It's not waiting for Xiaolin. Since he had said his head was dizzy, Qiu Chenfeng could only sit down next to him. It was hard to get through to the end of work. After the two of them went home together and changed their clothes, they walked to the restaurant that Li Yuqing said yesterday. This restaurant was very close to home, and it was only about a 10-minute walk. The two hadn't even gotten to the door when they saw Li Yuqing waiting at the door with a 17 or 18-year-old girl. Hey, waiting for you, quite a big face. Lu Yilin immediately teased after seeing that. That's, you also don't look at who your husband is. Lu Yilin was about to retort, when Li Yuqing saw the oncoming two and immediately went forward to greet them. Mr. Autumn, Mrs. Autumn, welcome, quickly upstairs please. Hearing Li Yuqing call herself Mrs. Autumn, Lu Yilin instantly blushed, and after greeting her, she tightly held onto Autumn Chenfeng. After entering the box, Qiu Chenfeng realized that there were quite a few people here today. Even HD Rong was there. Good day, Director Gao. I didn't expect to see you here. As soon as Qiu Chenfeng's words fell, Lu Yilin, who was following behind him, also hurriedly greeted him. Master Li is my father-in-law. It's not too much for me to be here, right? HD Rong responded with a smile. Then aren't you the legendary rich second generation? Can I go and hug my thigh in the future? The words just fell. Everyone laughed out. Lu Yilin looked at him somewhat helplessly from the side and said, so many people don't talk too much. Good Lu. Daughter-in-law tube tight. No way. This is the old Master Li. Right. Nice to meet. Really sorry. Let me come to dinner, I came. Broke. Hearing his words, Li Pangyuan, the old master of the Li family, then immediately stood up. Just because people were polite to them, didn't mean they could take it. This was a real patriarch. Mr. Qiu is polite. It's just a casual meal. Sit down. After saying that, Li Yuqing started to let people serve the food. During the meal, he also introduced everyone to Qiu Chenfeng. The one who had just greeted him at the door with him was actually H.D. Rong's daughter, Gao Xin Ran. This time, Qiu Chenfeng became curious. Isn't the high director more than 50? How is the daughter so small? Then he turned his head to look at Shaolin and realized that she also had questions in her eyes, and when she saw that he was looking at himself, she smiled at him. Obviously she definitely didn't know either. Chapter 36, Director Gao's Story. If this matter were someone else, he would definitely be embarrassed to ask. But who is Qiu Chenfeng? Here in him there is nothing to be ashamed to ask something. So, he secretly came to H.D. Rong's side and gently asked, "Director, I have a question. I don't know if I can ask." H.D. Rong happened to not be chatting at this time, and looking at him, it was easy to guess what she was going to ask. So he smiled and said, "You are trying to ask why Xiao Ran is still so small when I am almost retired, right? Right. The director is the director. He can tell everything. So why? Oh, you kid, how to be so gossipy. But this is not a secret, because when I married Xiaoran's mom, I was already more than 30. Xiaoran's mom is 10 years younger than me." H.D. Rong finished and looked at Qiu Chenfeng with quite a bit of pride. "Holy, an old cow eating a young. Not. Director. I'm convinced." Qiu Chenfeng finished speaking and went to one side to share the news with Shaolin, while saying that he also looked at H.D. Rong, making him look uncomfortable. Lu Yilin also felt incredible after hearing this. Actually the big miss of this kind of family could marry someone so much older than herself, and at first, Director Gao must have been just a small police officer. This meal almost ate an hour or so, during which Li Pengyuan just talked to him about family life, and did not say that he wanted to help. Qiu Chenfeng thought that he just wanted to get to know him, but he didn't expect Li Pengyuan to call out to him when the meal was over. "Mr. Qiu, do you have time tomorrow? I want to invite you to come to my home. There are some things related to martial artists that I want to talk to you about." "Okay, then I'll come over tomorrow afternoon, around 1 o'clock. Qiu Chenfeng didn't hesitate at all and directly agreed. Hearing him being so quick, Li Pengyuan was a bit incredulous. He was immediately curious about this young man, as he had no idea what he was thinking. When they left, H.D. Rong had wanted to send them back, but with 3 people in his car, Qiu Chenfeng didn't want to squeeze in with them, and besides, it would only take 10 or so minutes to walk back with Shaolin, so it was just a treat. After saying goodbye to them and walking away, Lu Yilin asked, "Why did you agree so easily? Aren't you afraid that it's something dangerous?" Knowing that she was worried about herself, Qiu Chenfeng touched her head and said with a smile, "Whether it's for the face of the director or because of this meal, I manage all the things related to the Sioux City martial artists, so in public and private, I have to go. Don't worry, silly girl, the Li family won't harm me. They have a very good reputation, and I heard something today that makes me even more sure that there's someone I can have a deep friendship with." "What matter? Where did you hear about it?" Once she heard that there was something she didn't know, Lu Yilin also became interested. "Just now when you were chatting with Director Gao's daughter." "I wasn't chatting with Director Gao. I asked him how he and his wife met, and he told me a story. 20 years ago, the Li family was already a very wealthy family. Master Li has 2 children. The eldest son is Li Yuqing's father Li Qian. There is a young daughter is the high director of the wife. At that time, Mrs. Gao was also overeyeing the people who pursued him, and could not look at them, and delayed until she was 25 years old. And this time, Li Yuqing are already 10 years old. Li Qian also in the old man's help, began to gradually manage the company. Although the family is very anxious about their daughter's marriage, but the old man is very spoiled this daughter. So no matter how much the other side of the family property, as long as she cannot see, all do not want. Until one day, the old man went home when he found his daughter is not at home. Originally thought it was out to play. I didn't expect that half an hour later, a phone call came in, saying that his daughter was in their hands and asked him to prepare 2 million in cash. At that time, Mrs. Li had completely lost her mind and kept urging Master Li to prepare the money. But Elder Li thought deeply and decided to call the police. He knew very well that if he gave the money this time, then there will definitely be a next time. And giving the money does not necessarily guarantee that the ticket will not be torn. After the criminal police team received the report, they sent people secretly into the Li family, and the one who led the team was Director Gao, who was still a criminal police chief at that time. After more than 20 hours of investigation, they finally knew the location of the hostages. While rescuing them, Director Gao was accidentally stabbed by the robbers, and although he didn't injure the vitals, he stayed in the hospital for 10 days or so. During these 10 days, Mrs. Gao went to see him every day, and over again. The two of them rubbed the spark of love. When Director Gao was brought to the door by Mrs. Gao for the first time, he originally thought that Elder Li would disagree. After all, his family is not good. I did not expect the old man was very good to him. And in a casual conversation after the marriage, the high director also asked the old man what he thought in the first place. The old master said that whether it was because his daughter liked him or he had saved her, he would treat him as a guest. He does not need what business, marriage, strong union and other things, as long as the child likes, as long as the heart is not guilty on the line. Therefore, even though Director Gao was so much older than Mrs. Gao, and his family's situation was poor, elderly didn't have any contempt for him, and after their child was born, he also followed Director Gao's surname. Until now the old man is like this. You do not see today the high director is sitting on the right hand side of the old man, equivalent to the level of the son. Mrs. Gao can only sit next to the high director. So this kind of person who knows the favor and is not snobbish at all. His nature determines that he can be deep friendship, and the word betrayal basically won't appear on his body. After listening to the story he told, Lu Yilin also felt shocked, and at the same time also thought of the time when Qiu Chenfeng was withdrawn from the marriage. That family is not exactly the antithesis of it. Thinking of this, she looked at Qiu Chenfeng wistfully and asked, "Are you thinking of your ex-fiancé's family? Do you hate them? Didn't you say that those properties were originally yours?" Qiu Chenfeng also didn't expect that after he told such a long story, she could actually think of the Zhang family, could only say helplessly, "Hey, I go. How to pull on me? Not to mention them, they are not worthy of me to hate. Besides, it may be because of the loss of such a property that I met you. I'm all glad now that they were able to swallow that money and cancel the engagement." Saying that, he gripped Rin's hand tighter. After feeling the strength in her hand, Lu Yiren also revealed an imperceptible smile. After returning home, the two of them got tired of being together again. Suddenly, Lu Yilin thought of a question and asked, "Aren't you free tomorrow morning? Why do you have to go to the Li family in the afternoon?" Chapter 37, Jin Ming. Right. Someone is coming to apply for a job tomorrow morning to be my subordinate. As soon as this matter was mentioned, Qiu Chenfeng was a bit upset. From the day he sent out the invitation at the foot of the mountain to now, it had been more than a damn month before a single person contacted him. Really? It won't be a bare-bones commander from now on? That's not necessarily the case. Character and ability. As long as there is one that does not meet the standard, I do not want. Anyway, there wasn't much to do right now, so Qiu Chenfeng wasn't in a hurry to recruit anyone at all. After chatting for a while, Su Ying's phone call came over. This time Lu Yilin didn't avoid it, and directly leaned in Qiu Chenfeng's arms and picked it up. "Mom, what's wrong? Calling me so late?" "Late? Goo. I didn't even notice. It's 11 o'clock. I just got home from surgery, so I'm calling you. Did you talk to Little Wind? When will you be back? Your dad has been asking about it for the past 2 days. Lu Yilin was thinking about what to say, when she heard Qiu Chenfeng talking on the side. "Auntie, we go back at the beginning of February. No surprises is before the 5th. Hearing Qiu Chenfeng's voice, Su Ying immediately said happily, "Little Wind, before the 5th. Right, that's fine. Auntie will prepare some more delicious food for you." You're still by her side in the middle of the night. Are you two sleeping together? Hearing this, Lu Yilin went completely crazy. What kind of mom is this? The last time they just met, they told him to pay attention to safety, and now they're asking if they slept together. So she hurriedly broke away from Qiu Chenfeng's embrace and walked to the side of the TV before saying, "Mom, you don't think nonsense. The two of us are watching TV in the living room. You listen." After saying that, she hurriedly blinked at Qiu Chenfeng, signaling him to say a few words as well to explain. After getting her signal, Autumn Chenfeng shouted from afar, "That's right, Auntie, we didn't sleep together. She wouldn't let me into her room." Before he could finish his words, Lu Yilin ran back and covered his mouth. "You child, in the middle of winter, there is no heating in the south. How warm it is to sleep together." Lu Yilin heard Su Ying say more and more outrageous, so she hurriedly said a few words and hung up the phone, then looked at him angrily and said, "Who let you say this? You just have to say that you didn't sleep together." I also don't know what you want me to say but what I said is not the truth." Autumn Chenfeng still felt a little aggrieved. "It's not you who let me talk." After a moment of silence, Lu Yilin softly asked, "Do you want to sleep with me that much?" Qiu Chenfeng didn't know what she meant, and didn't dare to speak for fear that he would say something wrong again, and could only desperately nod his head. Seeing his movements and expression, Lu Yilin could only shake her head with a bitter smile. "Can you give me some more time? I'm really not ready yet." Okay. But what to prepare? These words once again touched the blind spot of his life. In fact, he had watched some romance dramas on the internet, and had not watched anything that he shouldn't have. This time, Lu Yilin was completely out of temper and could only say again, "Mental preparation. Okay, no problem. I'm not in that much of a hurry. It's just that holding you in your arms does make sleeping more comfortable." Lu Yilin shook her head and didn't bother with him anymore. She already didn't know what to say. Alas, Let nature take its course. Can't really teach him everything by himself, right? Should not have to. See him kissing himself is also quite good at it. The next morning, the criminal police team came to a very young man. Visual inspection is also 17 or 18 years old. See his appearance. Lu Yilin also feel very surprised. Not that the recruitment of henchmen how to come a child. After entering Qiu Chenfeng's office, he weakly shouted a senior before stopping talking. What's your name? How old is it? Who are the people in your family and what do they do? Qiu Chenfeng asked. My name is Jin Ming. I'm 17 years old, and there's no one in my family. I grew up with my father, but he had cancer when I was very young and died a few days ago. A few words were said in a choppy manner, and Qiu Chenfeng didn't find anything at all from above his expression. All that could be ascertained was that he hadn't had a human life on his hands. Nothing else was known, so he could only continue to ask. Then who taught you your ancient martial arts? So young to already be at the early innate stage? Hearing Qiu Chenfeng's question, Jin Ming immediately replied, it was my father. He himself turned out to be in the middle stage of innate. He brought me to practice when I was very young. Qiu Chenfeng nodded and gave him a piece of paper to write down his name and ID number, then let him sit for a while and walked out of the office himself. Uncle Lin, help me check this kid out? Lin Feng took the piece of paper in his hand and said after looking at it, I can only find out the basic information here. You might as well go directly to the dragon team. They can check people from birth. Emma, why did I forget about this? Line. Then Uncle Lin, I'll leave first ha. After saying that, he walked out of Lin Feng's office. Then he called Zhu Linsheng in the corridor. As soon as the other party heard that he wanted to check on someone, he immediately arranged for someone to handle it. Within a few minutes, his call came back. Commissioner Autumn, this kid is quite good. From the time he was 14, his father couldn't work anymore, and in the 3 years or so between then and now, it was him who went out to do odd jobs to support himself and his father. Talent-wise he's pretty good too, just a little withdrawn. Alright then, thank you team leader Zhou. After saying that, Qiu Chenfeng hung up the phone and returned to the office. Youngster, there are still 3 months left before you reach adulthood, so these 3 months are your probationary period, with your salary paid as usual, but no official status. Starting tomorrow, you'll come here every morning before 8 a.m. I'll teach you a few things. What I need to remind you is that you can't disclose your work to anyone, including the police outside this door. Can you do that? Can. Although Jin Ming had a somewhat withdrawn personality, he still showed a hint of excitement after hearing Qiu Chenfeng say that he was willing to accept him. Is your home close to here? If it's far away, you'll have to rent a house to live in. Not bad, 20 minutes by bus. That's fine. No problem then. Do you have any money on you? Qiu Chenfeng in him seems to see the previous self, so instinctively have some good feelings towards him. No, Jin Ming said shyly. Come on, first add a WeChat to Autumn. Chenfeng see his phone is quite old, but still smartphone, so he directly took his phone over, added his WeChat, transferred $2,000 to him, and gave him his own phone number to save before returning the phone to him. Chapter 38, Zhou Li's controversy. You spend this money first, there's nothing more to do today. Go back first, come back tomorrow. I have to go out in the afternoon. I don't have time to arrange for you. When you go back, go and buy a set of clothes first. The ones you're wearing are too old. If there is anything, call my phone or WeChat to find me. Seeing the extra $2,000 on his cell phone, Jin Ming felt the concern from a stranger for the first time, and it was also a person not older than himself by a few years. He instinctively wanted to not want the money, but he really needed money now, whether it was for food or clothes. Now that he was working here, he couldn't wear those raggedy clothes from before. Thank you, Commissioner, Jin Ming said weakly. After that, Qiu Chenfeng let him leave. He didn't ask Jin Ming about his family situation in too much detail. If he were him, he would definitely be very reluctant to bring up things that caused him pain. So let's wait for him to mature a bit more. When he left, Qiu Chenfeng reported his information to the Dragon Team headquarters. Soon, after their audit was completed, they immediately gave him a probationary period procedure, with a probationary period salary of 3,000 and 6,000 after regularization, and the salary card and documents would be sent over the next day. After finishing this matter, he went to the main office to find Lu Yilin for dinner. During the meal, she couldn't help but ask about the young man in the morning, so Qiu Chenfeng said what he could and couldn't tell her anything else. After lunch, he went straight to the Li family. It was about time. After arriving, he found that it was a villa that wasn't too big, but it had a large garden, and old lady Li was watering the flowers. Old Mrs. Li, hello, I'm Qiu Chenfeng. Can you open the door for me? Hearing his shout, the old lady only turned her head to see him and immediately came over to open the door for him. Xiao Feng don't mind if I call you that. The old man is upstairs in the study. Just go up the stairs and turn left. You go straight up. The old lady looked at him kindly. no different from an ordinary old lady, completely without a little bit of the faults found in rich people. Ha ha, you can call it whatever you want, then I'll go up first, you're busy. After saying that, he entered the door. The house was very quiet, there should only be the old couple at home. After going upstairs, in that study on the left, he really saw Elder Li's figure. Elder Li, I'm here. Yo, is this a genuine painting of Tong Pak Fu? As soon as he entered the study, he saw a rather large peach blossom painting hanging on the wall, and the inscription was none other than Tang Yin. Ha ha, Mr. Qiu, welcome, you're also knowledgeable about paintings? Elder Li was looking at a book, and when he heard the voice, he immediately got up and greeted him. Elder Li, just call me Xiaofeng, you are Director Gao's father-in-law, there's no need for the two of us to be so formal. After saying that, he took a closer look at the painting on the wall before saying, I do not have much research on painting, but Sioux City is not Tong Pak Fu's hometown. Here from the Peach Blossom Dock is only a few kilometers away. What I can see is that this painting is indeed something from 500 or 600 years ago. The breath is different. After hearing his words, Elder Li was happy and said with a smile, ha ha, if I had your eyes, I would go to the antique market every day to pick up leeks. That's not a handful. After the two joked and sat down, the old man poured him a cup of tea. After 3 rounds of tea, he talked about what he wanted to talk to him about today. A few months ago, the Zhang family was exposed because of those things and all of them were arrested. So the Li family and the Zhou family started to annex the Zhang family's industries, which was a normal operation in the business world. However, since the Zhou family got the news late and let the Li family grab the big headache, the two families have been somewhat at odds recently. A month ago, the Zhou family had invited a Zhongsher-level martial artist back to help handle these matters together, and the Li family had never offered a martial artist before, so their plans were disrupted in an instant. This would be the first time within the boundaries of Sioux City that a martial artist had been used to grab land, so Elder Li felt that he should be made aware of this matter, whether it was for the sake of his own family's property or for the sake of the situation in Sioux City. Hearing this, Qiu Chenfeng also began to recall what the old man had told him a long time ago. In the mundane world, many families had enshrined martial artists, but these people were regulated by the Dragon Group, and as long as they didn't do anything out of the ordinary, the Dragon Group usually acquiesced. So this time, when the Li family approached him, he probably couldn't control much. However, he was still very direct to the point of asking, Elder Li, what do you want me to do? There's no need to do anything, just show up, just as long as they don't come and devour my industry. I know you have your rules, I won't let you break them. This request of Elder Li's was relatively pertinent. By showing himself in front of the other party, he was representing that he was befriending the Li family, and since he was not an envoy of the Li family, he would not directly intervene in this matter. This old man should have repeatedly weighed his options many times before making such a request. Alright, it's no problem, Qiu Chenfeng agreed without even thinking about it. This matter didn't violate his principles. It was just a matter of helping out with a word between friends. It was all a small matter. Then I'll trouble you. Later on, Zhou Ling will bring that patriarch to the door to negotiate, so you can just sit on the sidelines. At the same time, Zhou Ling, the Zhou family head, was bringing a 70 or 80-year-old sect master named Qin Tianqi out of the Zhou family gate towards the Li family. This Qin Tianqi, he had met at the scene of the fight between Qiu Chenfeng and Yamada Ruji back then, since Zhou Yu had twice tried to negotiate a partnership with Qiu Chenfeng and was rejected by him. This time, after meeting Qin Tianqi, they gave up on befriending Qiu Chenfeng, as long as they didn't mess with it. Qin Tianqi himself couldn't wait to be worshipped. He had just stepped into the sect master not long ago, so his reputation wasn't big, but as long as he abided by the rules of the Dragon Group, it was no problem to reign supreme in a prefecture-level city. It didn't take long for the two to arrive at the Li family's door. The same old lady Li opened the door, only they weren't as polite as Qiu Chenfeng, and directly barged into old Li's study. Zhou Ling was just about to open his mouth when he saw Qiu Chenfeng sitting across from Elder Li, and he forced himself to swallow his prepared words before he could say them. Family Master Zhou, here you are, have a seat. At this time, Zhou Ling and Qin Tianqi were both in a state of confusion, completely at a loss as to how to open their mouths. Since this was the case, it was only Elder Li who spoke. Elder brother Zhou, I think it's better for us to stop here. Those things you took away, I don't want them either. Keep the status quo and coexist peacefully. How about it? Seeing that the other party had handed him a step, Zhou Ling hurriedly grabbed it. Ha ha, Elder brother Li, you have a point. Then I'll listen to you. Let's do it. Let's develop together in the future. The two of them were polite for a while longer before Zhou Ling left with Qin Tianqi, and throughout the entire process, neither Qiu Chenfeng nor Qin Tianqi spoke. Chapter 39 Preparing to go home for the new year. It was only after they left the house and returned to the car that the two of them came back to their senses. Zhou Ling was furious and smashed at the car's seats. then took out the phone and called his son Zhou Tianming. As soon as he connected, he cursed. How come Qiu Chenfeng is in the Li family? Are those idiots under your command a bunch of fools? Why did so many people not realize that Qiu Chenfeng had already befriended the Li family? Hearing his father's scolding, Zhou Tianming did not react at all until he heard that Qiu Chenfeng had befriended the Li family. Then he understood what had happened. Father, I really didn't scout out any news. Moreover, Xiao Yu has made several visits to the door, and people don't even talk to her about cooperation. Exactly how the Li family did it, I'll immediately go and investigate. To this day, you actually still don't know what happened. Those dumbass you raised, let them go sweep the toilet. After saying that, Zhou Ling directly pinched the cell phone to scrap it. However, for Qin Tianqi, he did not dare to say anything. After all, he was not a match for others. After returning home, Zhou Ling pondered for a long time before realizing that he had done a very stupid thing. Since there was no way for his granddaughter to befriend Qiu Chenfeng, why didn't he go himself? From the beginning, he had thought of using his granddaughter's poise to attract him, not realizing that he would get no reaction from the person at all. Thinking of this, he also regretted why it didn't work twice. He hadn't changed his tactics, but now it was too late to say anything. He only hoped that Qiu Chenfeng didn't see himself as an enemy. As for friendship, it was unlikely. On the other hand, after Zhou Ling left with Qin Tianqi, Elderly finally revealed a relaxed smile. Little Wind, thank you. If it wasn't for you, this would have been really difficult for me to handle. It's all a small matter in fact. This time, if you were to say that it's another family, I could really not necessarily help you. But the Zhou family is different. I carefully checked the Zhou family's information over the years. It has been jumping up and down. It's time to cure them. Autumn Chenfeng's impression of Zhou Ling was not good from the start. After he had his granddaughter seduce him, the impression was even worse. In his heart, a family that liked to use such tactics would not have any good people. So he had also long wanted to find something to target the Zhou family. Alright then, Elderly, I'll leave first. If I don't, my daughter-in-law will be off work soon. Good. Come and sit often if you have nothing to do in the future. Elderly didn't keep him. He understood that such a person didn't like too much politeness. After returning to the criminal police team, he turned around and did not find Shaolin, asked the colleagues on the side, only to know that there is a murder case in the afternoon. Shaolin and Li Tianxian led the team out. It seems that today again sleep is not good, so he went back to the office and fell asleep before long. Xiao Feng, wake up, go home. In his sleep, he heard someone calling him and opened his eyes to see Shaolin, only to realize that he had already slept until more than 8 o'clock. I went. How did I sleep for so long? Did you get off work? Yeah, just got back. They said you were still in the office, so I came over. Lu Yilin said, pulling up his hand and leaving the Interpol together. Hungry? In the car, Lu Yilin asked with some embarrassment, because she and Li Tianxian had already eaten outside. Indeed. How about you? Have you eaten? Qiu Chenfeng asked rhetorically. Well, forgot about you. Lu Yilin nodded in embarrassment. Why, what's this, just eat it? No matter how busy you are, you have to remember to deal with a bite. If you don't eat well, you'll get more tired by the day. Lu Yilin didn't expect him to actually not be angry at all, and still keep caring about herself. She originally thought that he would be angry when she forgot to tell him to not wait for her. Then what are you eating? I'll accompany you. Go home, you hurry to take a bath and sleep. Look at you. You're tired. I'll cook an instant noodle to deal with a meal on the line. After arriving home, he really only cooked an instant noodle. Lu Yilin wanted to accompany him for a while, but were driven back to his room to sleep. A person who practiced martial arts for many years knew the importance of eating and sleeping better than anyone else. These two things, as long as one of them was not done properly, the whole person would have a noticeable feeling. In the long run, any illness would come, and Shaolin, with this job, was especially prone to eating and sleeping poorly, so he had to get her into the habit of sleeping when she was tired and eating when she was hungry. Early the next morning, Qiu Chenfeng got up to make her breakfast again, muttering as he did so, have to do what the criminal police, little girl, to do a clerical more good. Eat and sleep are normal, vacation is also more, but also not dangerous. Just out of the door of the room, Lu Yilin heard him from a distance what he was chanting, walked to his side and asked, what are you mumbling? No, I said to add an extra egg for our Shaolin. I'm sure I won't be able to eat on time today. Of course he couldn't say these thoughts of his own, he could only make up a random sentence. Che, haven't married you yet, how come it's your family's? Lu Yilin didn't know what he was thinking and fought with him again. That's all just a formality. I say yes, as said, also busy kissed her. After eating breakfast and coming to the criminal police team, it didn't take long for Lu Yilin to go out. At this time Jin Ming also came. Qiu Chenfeng gave him the documents and bank cards that people sent to him on his desk. However, when his probationary period is over, he still has to find Uncle Lin to do a temporary worker's ID. Otherwise it is inevitable that this kid will light up his Dragon Team ID. This day, Qiu Chenfeng spent it in the midst of introducing Jin Ming to the job requirements and testing his abilities. By the end of the day, as expected, Shaolin had not yet returned. He simply continued to sleep in the office. Anyway, there was no point in being alone at home. Time finally came to the end of January. Qiu Chenfeng's driver's license was also finally examined. Jin Ming's work ability was also recognized by himself and the headquarters. Shaolin, on the other hand, was still so busy, but it was time for himself to go and give Shaolin leave to go home. He first made a call to the Dragon Team headquarters to ask when he could leave Sioux City, and the reply was that he could do it at any time, as long as he came back to deal with it when there was something going on. Next, he went to find Lin Feng. He had to give Shaolin a 10 days and half a month's vacation. She was too tired during this period of time. Luckily, with HD Rome's approval, Lin Feng gave Shaolin a 20-day vacation from the 5th to the 25th, so she could finally take a good rest this time. When Shaolin returned to her unit and the two of them went home together, Qiu Chenfeng told her the news, and instantly the fatigue on her face was swept away. But the days before vacation are always the hardest. It was hard to make it to the end of work on the 4th before Xiaolin was finally able to let herself go. Chapter 40, Embarking on the Journey Home. That student Xiao Ming. Starting tomorrow you can rest and prepare to get ready for the new year. Even if there's only one person at home, you still have to live a good life. Don't think about the things that happened in the past. I have to go to the northeast this year, to your sister-in-law's house, so if anything happens over here, I'll contact you directly. Alright, go home, get some rest. After New Year's, we'll probably be busy for a while. I'll let you know when you'll be working. By the way, as your leader, I'll privately send you a New Year's money red packet. Don't mind less ha. I'm also quite poor ha. Autumn Chenfeng saw that the time was already 5 o'clock, so he let Jin Ming withdraw as well. He was still very satisfied with this young man who was more than 2 years younger than himself. Okay, thanks big brother. I'll go first then. After familiarizing himself with Qiu Chenfeng, Jin Ming changed his name to Big Brother, and at the same time, he also figured out his character. If he gave himself something, he would just take it directly. If he was polite with him, instead he would be unhappy. After leaving the house, he took a sneak peek. The red envelope is quite thick, at least 2,000 or 3,000. He knew that Qiu Chenfeng was taking the opportunity to subsidize him, and his heart was also sincerely grateful to the director of the Big Brother. After he left, Qiu Chenfeng went to the big office, see Xiaolin is still packing things, and talked to Li Tianxian them. Of course, it was unavoidable to be teased again. After saying goodbye to everyone, the two of them drove home. The thing that was different from before was that it had now changed to Qiu Chenfeng driving. On the road, both of them were very excited. Lu Yilin was finally being able to go home, and Qiu Chenfeng was finally being able to go see the outside world. What time do we leave tomorrow, and are we taking a train or a plane? Qiu Chenfeng asked, because he hadn't done any of these things, so it was all done by Lu Yilin. High-speed train. Get on the train at Sioux City North Station tomorrow morning at 10 a.m. or so, and we'll be there in 10 hours or so. Come back, we then take the airplane. Now the ticket is not good to grab. I did not buy a ticket. Okay, Agu I go. More than 10 hours. My life sitting in the car time add up to not 10 hours. That night, after the two packed up their things, they have been chatting on the sofa, perhaps too excited, until more than 12 o'clock are not sleepy. Shaolin, go to bed quickly, or you'll be exhausted tomorrow. Seeing how late it was, Qiu Chenfeng proposed. Good, but I'm too excited to sleep. Lu Yilin also knew that it was getting late, and he had long wanted to go to sleep, but the complete lack of sleepiness made it difficult. Lie down on the bed and blink rapidly for 30 seconds and your sleepiness will come. Really? Then I'll try it. With that, Lu Yilin went back to her room. Qiu Chenfeng stayed in the living room for a while longer, lest she couldn't sleep, and came out again. After waiting for half an hour, he also went back to his room. Only he didn't force himself to sleep. Anyway, it didn't matter if he slept or not for a night, so he just let it happen. The next morning, Lu Yilin got up even earlier than him. It seemed like she was really excited. Seeing that Qiu Chenfeng was up, he proposed. Let's not make breakfast today. Let's go outside and eat something. Good drop. Then get ready to go later on. Let's go to the specialty store first. We can't just go back for two people. Autumn Chenfeng said while checking the gas valves and water and electricity in the house. Emma, I forgot about it. But what to buy? I didn't even understand. Lu Yilin then remembered this and started searching online for what to buy. Let's go. Don't look. I had Uncle Lin order it for me yesterday. He's lived here for half his life. He definitely knows more than the two of us. Qiu Chenfeng said, then put on a down jacket, picked up a big backpack, and pulled Shaolin out the door. Waiting until he got to the specialty store, he realized that Lin Feng had helped him prepare a whole bunch of things. That is, he had practiced ancient martial arts, otherwise he would really be exhausted. Is it heavy? Lu Yilin saw him staring at the 2 packages on the ground and smiling bitterly, so she went up and tried it. My mom, how can be so heavy? Are what specialties? Well, the cake dough is definitely the first choice. They are all weighing things okay. Directly take a taxi to go. Take so many things. The subway is a bit inconvenient. After saying that, he carried it away with one hand. Waiting for 2 people to the high-speed rail station. Has been almost 10 o'clock. Fortunately there is no traffic jam today, or really cannot catch up. After getting on the high-speed train and putting down their luggage, the 2 people were considered to be a bit more relaxed. A few minutes later, the car finally moved. Lu Yilin looked at the speeding away Su Chang. The heart is still some inexplicable feelings. If he did not come here, I do not know what kind of life he would have lived. Anyway, surely he would not have met him. She was still sighing while she was still sighing, when she heard a soft muttering sound coming from the side. Asterisk 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 crouching. Trough. This is more than 300 yards? Good boy. I'm driving at 100 is pretty scary. Lu Yilin turned her head and saw that he was looking at the speed display in front of the high-speed train compartment without looking away, and couldn't help but laugh out loud. At this time, Qiu Chenfeng also noticed that she was looking at herself and inexplicably asked, laughing at what? Don't you think it's scary? Aha. Scary, so scared. After saying that, her smile grew even more. Alas, you people in the civilized world, how can you appreciate my feelings? I'm suddenly a bit unhappy. Give me a hug. After hearing his words, Lu Yilin was about to go crazy with laughter. How can this person be so shameless? If you want a hug, just hug, but also find a reason. But even though she thought so in her heart, her body still obediently leaned into Qiu Chenfeng. The 2 of them almost talked all the way, all completely without sleepiness, until the scenery outside the window turned snow white. Autumn Chenfeng only began to get up again. Shaolin, is it cold there at your house? Is it also this icy? Icy sky and snow is there, but in the northeast, we are considered warmer there. This period of time the lowest night is also minus 10 degrees. Daytime are minus a few degrees. Not bad. I go to death. Suzhou City minus 2 or 3 degrees. I feel to death. Qiu Chenfeng had brushed a lot of videos of the northeast before, and saw that those places were all minus 30 or 40 degrees. After hearing this answer, although he felt okay, he still had some fear of the unknown. At 7 o'clock in the evening, the 2 of them finally got off the high-speed train. As soon as they got off the train, Qiu Chenfeng felt the knife like cold wind. I go, you guys hear? The wind hides the knife. This wind blowing, with the knife pull me like. Okay, don't be poor. Hurry out of the station. My dad is waiting, said. Lu Yilin pulled the suitcase, walked in front. Autumn Chenfeng can only bid her backpack. Hand also carry 2 big bags of heavy specialties. Chapter 41, Home Indeed. Why is the area around your station here so empty? As soon as he left the station, Qiu Chenfeng froze. The surroundings were dark, and it was only when he went around to the other side that he saw the lights of the city. We have a lot of land and few people here, so we don't have many buildings. It gets more lively when we enter the city. As the 2 of them talk, they walk to the parking lot, because the weather outside is too cold. Shaolin lets her dad wait in the car directly. When Louis sees the dusty 2, he immediately gets down from the car. As soon as Louis Lin saw her father, she waved her hand happily and shouted, Dad, quickly open the trunk. We have a bit too much stuff. Good day, uncle. I'm Qiu Chenfeng. Only after hearing his voice does Louis take a closer look at this young man. Dad, if you want to see him, go home and then look at it, okay? First unload the stuff on him in the car. Louis Lin sees that her father has not moved for more than 10 seconds, so she hurriedly reminds him. Oh, good, he said and hurriedly opened the trunk and picked up the things in his hands. 2 big bags into his hand. He realized that he was hasty. This damn each have to be 50 or 60 pounds. See, his face is not red and breathless. Also thought it was very light. After getting on the car, Louis chatted with his daughter, and Qiu Chenfeng sat alone in the back, quietly listening. What are you doing? Not a word? Louis Lin talked to her father for a while before thinking that there was someone behind her. I'm listening to you guys, so what? Uncle's clothes are really nice. Since Louis has just come out from the army camp, he is still wearing his military uniform, and when Qiu Chenfeng takes a look at it, he feels that this set of clothes makes him wear it. Ha, what? Do you want to come and be a soldier for a few years as well? I can specially recruit you. Louis sniffs and jokes as well. That or don't. I have enough to spend with 2 salaries. 3 salaries would be a bit unreasonable. This is something that Louis can't understand, until he remembers the Dragon Group. Then he understands why he has 2 salaries. A few minutes later, the car finally enters the city, but because the weather is too cold, there are not many people on the road, but there are still quite a few stores that are open. Autumn Chenfeng just lay down in front of the window and watched. reading the signboards one by one. Meat sandwich, iron pot stew, sauce big bone. Emma, look hungry. Put, can you be a little decent? You see on TV when people see their old man for the first time, they are scared to death. How do you do it and still keep it so amusing? Lu Yilin kind of can't look at it. This kid obviously came before still with their own inquiries about the father's temperament, preferences and so on. How now see instead of nervous it? Just aren't all afraid of it? This all no 10 minutes. I feel with uncle quite familiar. For these words of his, Lu Yilin has been completely speechless, but Louis feels quite good and picks up the conversation. That's right, have a drink with uncle later to enhance your feelings. Okay, no problem. Seeing that these two people can get along harmoniously just after meeting, Lu Yilin also sort of let go of her heart, but she suddenly felt that in the next period of time, her status in the family will be lower than his. This can't be done. Have to think of a way. Little wind, is your master back? While waiting for the traffic light, Louis suddenly asks, back to the northeast? He's back. He came back in October, but I don't know where he is. Mentioning his master, Qiu Chenfeng still misses him a bit, although he doesn't have good words once he meets him, but after all, he is the only relative he had for the first 20 years of his life. Besides, this old man is just a tough talker. The things he did for himself, he knows very well, even including the last duel with Yamada Ruji. The old man must have come because he was afraid that something would happen to him. You don't know? He didn't tell you where he used to be a monk? Hearing this, Louis feels a little unbelievable. How can living alone with him for 20 years actually not even say this matter? I don't know. He only told me that it was the north. Exactly where I don't know how. Uncle, you know? Of course I know. We here older people all know the free son of this person, just do not know his real strength. We have a Phoenix mountain here, and there's a cloudy sky view on the mountain, and he became a monk in it back in the day. Not surprisingly, that's where you were picked up by him. Louis's words are like thunder echoing in his ears, and for a moment he is even a little short of breath. It turns out that the name Yunxiaobuan originated from here. After calming down, he asked, Uncle, does that mean that there is a possibility that I am someone from here? Louis nods approvingly and says, it is indeed possible. Even if it is not from Phoenix City, it is not too far away. Egu I go. Shaolin, this is really fate for us, huh? You actually brought me home. Although he says this in a very playful manner, his heart is actually still mixed. Originally he has not thought about his parents and family for many years, but now he has the urge to look for them again. After a few minutes of silence, Louis's car stops under a neighborhood and shouts at the two of them. Get off! Things will be put in the car. Tomorrow we go back to our hometown. Here is the house divided by the army. Closer to the camp, hurry up and go upstairs. After saying that, he took the two of them up the stairs, and as soon as he opened the door, he smelled the aroma of food. At this time, Qiu Chenfeng had also long since adjusted his mood. After all, after so many years, he had already let go of a lot. Auntie, what's cooking? It smells good. Before anyone entered the door, Qiu Chenfeng started shouting. When Lu Yilin saw his state, her face was filled with helplessness. For the first time on the door, shouldn't it be very restrained and scared? Himself would have liked to tease him while he was embarrassed, not realizing that he was more like this family than he was. Xiaofeng came. Hurry to take off the jacket. It is very hot inside. Come over for dinner. You're starving. Suing received her husband's call in advance, and had also just warmed up the dishes. Mom, don't you care about me? Why do you both surround him? Lu Yilin was really a bit jealous, pouting and said, Pipe, how can I not care about you? Quickly wash your hands and eat. As soon as he sat down, Louis opened a bottle of Mao Tai and drank it with Qiu Chenfeng. Watching them chatting familiarly, Suing curiously asks, didn't you two just meet? Why does it feel like you've known each other for years? Before Louis and Qiu Chenfeng can speak, Lu Yilin snaps and says, Mom, it's not the first day you've known Xiaofeng. How self-acquainted he is, you're not unaware. After saying that, she also gave Qiu Chenfeng a glance in passing. At this time Suing just remembered. He went to Sioux City when not the same it. But this is good. Family should be like this. Chapter 42, back to Sioux City, okay? After dinner, a few people sat on the sofa and chatted idly, and when Suing learned that Xiaofeng was most likely a local, she also kept saying that the two children were really destined for each other. All of them tacitly agreed not to mention his parents and family and other topics. Soon, it was getting late, so Suing started to urge them to go to bed early. At this time, Lu Yilin reacted. There are only 2 rooms in the house. Even if you go back to the old home afterward, it will be the same. Doesn't that mean that you have to sleep with him? However, she still wanted to fight for it one last time, so she said to her mother, Mom, let Xiaofeng sleep with my dad. I'll sleep with you. I haven't slept with you in a long time. How could Suing not know what her daughter was thinking? she immediately shook her head and said, "That won't do. Your dad's snoring is too loud. I'm used to it, but Xiaofeng is definitely not used to it. Hurry up and go back to your room to wash up and go to sleep." After saying that, he also made a wink at Qiu Chenfeng, letting him seize the opportunity to sleep together this time. And then when he returned to Suzhou City, he wouldn't sleep separately. Lu Yilin of course saw her mother's actions very clearly, and all of a sudden, helplessness was written all over her face. There was no way out, so they could only go back to their room. After taking a shower, the two finally laid down together, but they were a bit nervous with each other. In the end, it was Qiu Chenfeng who summoned up the courage and took her into his arms. "Hey, don't move around, sleep in a hug, just sleep in a hug." Lu Yilin's heartbeat instantly sped up after being hugged by him. "Alright, just hug and sleep, quickly go to sleep." After saying that, Qiu Chenfeng looked down at her. "It doesn't matter if you don't look, something happened when you look." Originally when she slept, Lu Yilin only wore pajamas, and when she was just hugged over by him, her clothes were somewhat ripped apart, and from his angle, she could just see a touch of Snow White. "Ah, you're going to die." Lu Yilin followed his eyes downwards and immediately wrapped her clothes tighter, and also broke away from his embrace. I said I accidentally saw it. Do you believe me?" Autumn Chenfeng was also nervous as hell at this time. This was something he had never experienced before. What emanated from him was all instinctive urges. "I believe you, a ghost. Oh, not allowed to touch me anymore. Just sleep." And so the two of them lay down again. Only the distance between them was almost enough to sleep another person. After a moment of silence, Qiu Chenfeng turned around and lay on his side, looking at her with his eyes open. Just as he was admiring this sleeping beauty, Lu Yilin also turned on her side and opened her eyes, and all of a sudden the four eyes were facing each other, and the two of them were getting closer and closer together. As Qiu Chenfeng kissed her on the mouth, everything started to develop in the direction of childishness. With the passage of time, Qiu Chenfeng's hand also began to be dishonest, and when he was about to touch the last forbidden place, Lu Yilin immediately grabbed his hand and gently said, "Don't! The soundproofing here is not good." After returning to Sioux City, "Okay?" Qiu Chenfeng knew that this time she should just be ready, so let's wait a few more days. So, the two calmed down a bit, embraced each other and slept until more than 8 o'clock. When Lu Yilin woke up, she saw that Qiu Chenfeng was staring at her with unblinking eyes, and instantly her face turned red. "What are you doing, staring at people early in the morning? Because you look good." Qiu Chenfeng, from knowing her to now, this sentence has never changed. After getting up, Lu Yilin found that her parents had gone out and didn't know what to do, so the two of them ate breakfast slowly. Qiu Chenfeng directly took a cake and sat at the window to watch the snow. Behind this building, there weren't many high-rise buildings, so he could see far away. Northern scenery, 1,000 miles of ice, 10,000 miles of snow. Looking at the Great Wall, just as he was waxing poetic and started reciting, Lu Yilin interrupted him. "What are you doing? Is this the first time you've seen so much snow?" "Yeah, in the past, on that little hill of ours, there would occasionally be a little bit of snow, but it's still good here in your place. It's snowing heavily outside and it's hot and bare inside." Autumn Chenfeng sighed while looking at the snowy scenery. "Alright, eat quickly." They should be back after eating. Not long after the two ate breakfast, Xiaolin's parents came back, and after packing up their things, they directly drove back to their hometown. Saying that it was back to their hometown, the distance was actually not far, less than 20 minutes to arrive. Little wind. This is Phoenix Mountain. The cloud view is on the mountain. Tomorrow, let Xiaolin take you up to see it. As he passes through the scenic spot gate, Louis also specially points out to him, although he can't see any Taoist temple even now, he is still looking at that direction obsessively. A few minutes later, the car drives into an ordinary northeast small courtyard, and when several people get off the car, two old men come out from the house. "Grandparents, I'm back." Just after getting out of the car, Lu Yilin ran to their side and hugged the old lady. After introducing them to Qiu Chenfeng, the family entered the house. "Little Wind, where is your family from?" The two old men didn't know about Qiu Chenfeng's origins and asked as they ate. "I should be from here, right?" "I don't know." Hearing that he was a bit unsure of what to say, Lu Yilin opened her mouth and said a bit about his birth. "Oh, it turns out to be like this. Good boy. In the future, this is your home. Come back and stay for a while when you're tired outside." Hearing the old lady's words, Qiu Chenfeng's nose soured for no reason. He had never quite hilariously said these words to himself. "Grandparents, do you guys also know about prosperity?" After calming down, Qiu Chenfeng asked. It was only during this period of time that he realized that he didn't seem to know his master, so he thought about whether he could ask about it from the side. "No, of course I know. Several decades ago the three of them, master and brother, came to Cloud View, which at that time was still a dilapidated temple. That is, it was only 10 or so years ago that it was rebuilt. At that time, The three of them often went down the mountain to give the villagers medical treatment, and did not charge a penny. At that time there were people who rumored that the three brothers and sisters came here to live in seclusion after fighting the devils. Ah, my master also fought the devils? Hearing this, Qiu Chenfeng was a bit surprised. Never heard him say that before. Logically speaking, the old man was such a stinky person. How could this kind of heroic deed not be told to himself? The old lady nodded and continued. Yes, at that time, the villagers spread the word that at the very beginning they were 5 brothers and sisters in the division, and 2 of them died when they fought the devils, so they almost didn't mention this matter. It was only then that Qiu Chenfeng realized that the old man was also hiding a lot of things in his heart. Alright, don't talk about it. Let's eat first. We'll slaughter the pig together later. In the end, Louis interrupts their conversation. If they keep on talking like this meal is still not eaten. In the afternoon, several people plus a few neighbors in the village start to kill the New Year pig together. After finishing the process, Suing is ready to take the 2 children to her mother's house. Anyway, it is the same village, not a few steps away. Chapter 43 Grounded Official. Little Wind. Wait, bring all the cigarettes and alcohol you brought. I'm all smelly, so I won't go alone. Seeing that they are preparing to go to his old husband's house, Louis immediately calls out to them and asks Qiu Chenfeng to bring some New Year's goods over. Gu, you this person, this is what other people's children gave you. Can't you buy some more? Suing was quite dissatisfied with his practice of lending flowers to the Buddha. What's this? What's the point of dividing it so clearly? Louis said and continued to drink with his neighbors. Suing can't do anything about it, so she can only take the 2 kids and go to her parents' house. Auntie, why are all of your houses bungalows here? How nice to build a small building. Qiu Chenfeng walked all the way to see. Basically are a few cottages a large yard. Make him quite puzzled. Buildings don't work. Buildings are too troublesome to heat. Anyway, there is a lot of land. Building a bungalow is very suitable. I see. This brain of mine is probably freezing. I didn't think of such a simple thing. Qiu Chenfeng said and patted his head, causing the mother and daughter to laugh. After arriving at Xiao Lin's grandparents' house, she introduced Qiu Chenfeng around. Suing had 3 older brothers above her, so this was quite a large family. When they returned home after delivering the New Year's goods, there was an extra young man in military uniform at home, and as soon as he saw Lu Yilin, he immediately ran over. Little Lin, you're back. I heard Uncle Lu say yesterday that you were coming back, so I immediately took off work today to see you. Here, for you, only to see him take out a white gold bracelet from his pocket as he spoke. The rest of Qiu Chenfeng couldn't see it, but he could tell that it definitely wasn't cheap. Louis Lin was instantly a bit upset and glared back at her dad, but Louis also feels aggrieved. Yesterday he was just talking to the adjutant when he was going home and happened to be heard by him. I don't want it. I can't wear jewelry at work either. You'd better take it back. Let me introduce you to my boyfriend, Qiu Chenfeng. Saying that, Lu Yilin pulled him over and continued. This is Tian Lei. We grew up together. Although she didn't say anything else, but Qiu Chenfeng is not just down the mountain like that, don't understand anything. He can obviously see that Tian Lei likes her. Oh, Brother Lei is good. Does Brother Lei smoke? I'll get it for you, said you. Directly grabbed a cigarette from Louis and handed it to him. This seemed to see the Tian Lei some surprise. Dare to grab a cigarette from the hands of Uncle Lu is not much. The most important thing is that Louis is not angry at all. Just like what did not happen. Xiao Lei, you go back first. Don't keep using your few vacations on such trivial matters. There are only a few days left before the new year. Once the new year is over, your special operations team will have to have special training. If you dare to drag your feet at that time, I will have to peel off your skin. After hearing Louis's words, Tian Lei immediately stands up straight and after giving a military salute, he rushes away. He doesn't dare to talk back to Louis at this time. It will really kill him. But Xiao Lin actually has a boyfriend. This makes himself very hurt. Always have to find a time to give that kid a long lesson. When he left, Qiu Chenfeng started to get jealous. Louis Lin looked at him and also felt funny that he would actually get jealous. So, she sat next to Qiu Chenfeng and said softly, well, I have nothing to do with him. It's just hair small only. People like me, I have no way. Of course, Autumn Chenfeng is not the kind of careful person. This small episode quickly passed. When he went to bed at night, he started brushing the travel video of Phoenix Mountain, and it was quite fun to watch. Ding dong, I have a secret. Whisper it to you. Welcome to the entrance to paradise. Lu Yilin was listening to his cell phone on one side, and a creepy song came from it, and immediately kicked him in the face and hated it. Can you read something from the young world? Emma, this can blame me well. I just searched the Phoenix Mountain. You look at your Liao Province Cultural and Tourism issued a video. Go to his homepage to search directly. Dong, I have a secret, said Autumn Chenfeng aggrieved. Lu Yilin disbelief searched, immediately patted his head, speechless. How is it that now the official are in line with the hell? Wrongly blame you, kiss you to compensate you. Saying this, she really came over and kissed Autumn Chenfeng. Autumn Chenfeng looked at her and asked with some curiosity. Shaolin, I feel like you're completely different now than when I first met you. You didn't even smile much then, and every time I had to tease you to see you smile. Is that so? It's okay, but how can you make me laugh when there's nothing going on? Won't be a psycho. Lu Yilin is completely unimpressed. Anyway, she is this character. Everything is on her face. It seems like right after I told you that you really look good when you smile, I feel like you're smiling more and more. Did you? Then did you feel at that moment that I was just smiling for you? Lu Yilin said and asked as she came closer to him. That's not true, but I do quite like to see you laugh. It's really pretty. How dare I think of letting you be my girlfriend at that moment. Then when did you like me? Lu Yilin asked as she continued to stare into his eyes. The first time I saw you smile was when you still handcuffed me in the interrogation room. Qiu Chenfeng didn't think at all and blurted it out directly. Really? That's also considered love at first sight? I seem to have fallen in love with you at that time as well. After coming to Suzhou City I have not been able to get used to it or adapt to it, and your amusing appearance that day made me laugh many times. Originally, Qiu Chenfeng was still listening quite happily, but it turned sour at the back. What do you mean by comical look? The way you put it, I was deliberately making you laugh. Okay. Intentionally make me laugh. No, you're good. Quickly go to sleep. It's almost 12 o'clock again. Thus, Qiu Chenfeng obediently put down the phone and turned off the lights, hugged her and went to sleep. The next morning, the snow stopped. After breakfast, Lu Yilin was ready to take him up the mountain to see. Maybe his master was there. Dad, I'm driving your car to Cloudview, huh? After Lu Yilin said that, she pulled Qiu Chenfeng into the car. Aren't we going up the mountain? Still need to drive? Yeah, the car can drive directly to the entrance of Yunshaoguan. Then, Lu Yilin started the car. Originally, she wanted to let Qiu Chenfeng drive, but thought that he had only just finished his driver's license. So this kind of road with snow, it's better to do it yourself. The two of them chatted for not a while, just 10 or so minutes, and then they saw the gate of the cloudy sky view. I'm going. All three words are exactly the same as the old man's hanging on the door. As soon as he saw the mountain gate, Qiu Chenfeng marveled. Alright, get off. Go in and take a look. Chapter 44, Cloud View. After entering the mountain gate, he realized that the courtyard was packed with people. This place was already a scenic spot, and now that it happened to be almost the new year, there were even more people. Shaolin, this is not at all the same level as the broken temple my master messed up. Our place, we don't see 2 outsiders a year. Qiu Chenfeng looked around, into a shrine to worship once, although he said he is not particularly obsessed with cultivation, but with the ancestor master also no 20 years. How are some feelings? After arriving at the hall, he organized his clothes, went in to pay homage to the grandmaster, but also read a few words of their own New Year's Day will not be on the offerings. Do not be angry with me. What? Today it happens to be the duty of the temple as the inner disciple of the Cloud View. A look at his posture know that it is the same way. Then warmly went forward to ask, Fuxing Infinite Heavenly Father, where did you come from? Autumn Chenfeng had just gotten up at this moment and immediately saluted upon hearing the voice. Fuxing Immeasurable Heavenly Father, good day senior brother. I would like to ask if Easy Sun is here? The moment these words came out, the Taoist priest who was on duty in the temple was immediately on guard. Listening to his accent, he wasn't a local, and it was rare for outsiders to know that Easy Sun was a monk here. However, he still asked politely, Easy Sun? How do you know about Easy Sun? Is there something you're looking for him for? Easy Sun is my master, who taught me for 20 years in Sioux City. In October, he said he went back to the northeast, so I came to try my luck and see if he's around. Hearing him say this, the Taoist priest on duty at the temple didn't dare to be slow, letting him go in the inner courtyard with himself first. Trouble the two of you to wait here for a moment. I'll go in and report to Master Ancestor. With that, after making a bow, he ran into the small inner courtyard. Little wind, this is making me a little nervous, Lu Yilin said as she pulled his sleeve from the side. Nervous what? I'm not even nervous. As the two were talking, they saw the Taoist priest who had just come out with an immortal old Taoist priest. Autumn Chenfeng quietly measured. Should be about the same cultivation as the old man. Himself looks all misty. You are my master's disciple, Autumn Chenfeng? The old Taoist monk hurriedly walked to his side, carefully measured. After all, he also just saw Qiu Chenfeng when he was a child. After he grew up, he has never seen again. The free son did not even send back a picture. You see this? Seeing that he was still a bit unconvinced, Autumn Chenfeng let Lu Yilin pull out the jade pendant that he had given him to protect his body. The old Taoist priest just glanced at it lightly and said excitedly, That's right, this is my senior brother's handiwork. I am your master's senior brother, Taoist Qing Yun. My nephew, Qiu Chenfeng, pays his respects to his senior. This is my girlfriend, Lu Yilin. After confirming, it was natural for Qiu Chenfeng to make a big bow. After all, it was the first time they had met. Lu Yilin thought she was going to kneel down as well, and just as she was halfway there, she was lifted up through the air by a soft force. He's just performing the ritual of a master. You don't need to kneel. Ha ha, quickly follow me in. After saying that, the old Taoist priest led the two into the inner courtyard. Little wind, how have you been these years? That old kid didn't torment you much, did he? Just after sitting down, Taoist Cheng Yun asked. These past few months have been okay. I can only say that the first 20 years indeed didn't torture much, Qiu Chenfeng said truthfully. Ha ha, I knew it. When he came back a few months ago, I asked him why he didn't bring you back with him, and he said that you would be back in the new year, and that he still had things to do in Sioux City at the time. Hearing these words from Taoist Master Cheng Yun, Autumn Chenfeng was not feeling anything, but Lu Yilin felt surprised and asked busily, at that time why can know you will come here? At that time, he knew that you would come back with me? That's my master can tell fortunes. To say fortune-telling, the old man had always been a godlike existence in his heart. What? It wasn't his intention for you to come back? Taoist Cheng Yun was also curious. No, my master didn't say anything to me. I met Shaolin in the Sioux City Criminal Police Force, and then came back with her for the new year, and her family is in the village under the mountain. I also arrived here and only realized that there is also a cloud view here. After hearing his words, Taoist Cheng Yun smiled and shook his head inside. Alas, this senior brother of mine, is really inscrutable. This hand of his trigrams is truly out of this world. Right, senior, is my master not here? Autumn Chenfeng saw that he hadn't been letting anyone call easy, so he guessed that he must have gone out again. Yeah, your master has gone on an errand with your senior uncle, and it's estimated that it will take another 2 months. Don't ask them what they're doing there. Your current cultivation level is still too low. At least wait until you're in the middle of the Grand Master stage before we might let you come along for the ride. As if he had seen through him, Taoist Cheng Yun refused without even waiting for him to ask. Alright, stay here for dinner today. I'll introduce you to a few of your senior brothers at noon. After saying that, Taoist Master Cheng Yun let people arrange lunch, and when he arrived at the table, he realized that it was all vegetarian. So he secretly asked, Elder brother, are you all from the Chuanjian sect? Yes, your master didn't even tell you about this? Then what have you been doing in Sioux City all these years besides practicing Kung Fu? This time it was Taoist Master Cheng Yun's turn to be surprised, thinking that his senior brother was also too uncharacteristic. Why didn't he say anything? Even if you do not intend to let people also into the Chuanjian, at least have to say it. Wipe the offering table, put on incense, do morning lessons, eat breakfast, practice, eat lunch, practice, eat dinner, do evening lessons, put on incense, go to bed. Autumn Chenfeng very dryly set out his daily life in the first 20 years of his life. In addition to each day not to do morning and evening lessons, that really is not even a rest day. Oh, that's not bad. I thought he just taught you to practice Kung Fu. When Taoist Master Cheng Yun heard him say that he still did morning and evening lessons, he felt a lot more comfortable in his heart. After all, he had faith in his heart. This senior brother of his own is really just like his Taoist name. One life at large. After finishing his meal, Taoist Master Cheng Yun called both of his own disciples and the 2 disciples of his junior brother Taoist Master Chengfeng to the inner courtyard. Come, let me introduce to you, your eldest senior brother Yuan Cheng, your second senior brother Yuan Ming, your third senior brother Yuan Pang, your fourth senior brother Yuan Lin. This is Free and Easy's disciple, your youngest senior brother Autumn Chenfeng. He hasn't entered the Quanjin, so just call him by his common name. Autumn Chenfeng looked at these 4 senior brothers. They all had to be in their 40s. And he seemed to have taken advantage of them, waiting for the 5 senior brothers and sisters to greet each other. Taoist Cheng Yun pointed at Yuan Ming and said, back then, this kid was still found by you at the entrance of the temple, but look at him, he's now in the middle of the sect master stage, and he's still suppressed. Look at you guys, the tallest is only in the early sect master stage. Let's see if you still have the face to let people call you senior brothers in the future. Chapter 45, Rules. But Yuan Ming doesn't care about that, as he pulls over Qiu Chenfeng and says, don't listen to my master, you're a genius. When I brought my master and my uncles to see you at the temple entrance, they could tell, so I don't have any inferiority complexes. Junior brother, you must come here more often in the future. Even though we are so many ages apart, we can still talk. The other senior brothers chimed in. They were actually all orphans adopted by the 3 old Taoist priests from various places, so their feelings for each other easily blended together. Alright, second senior brother, don't worry, I have a home this time. Then, the 5 of them, the senior brothers, chatted together for more than 2 hours, and when he saw that it was getting late, he remembered that he still had to go back to Shaolin's house. So, after he got up and said goodbye to his senior brothers and went to the inner courtyard to say goodbye to his senior uncle, he took Shaolin out. When he went out, the Taoist priest who was on temple duty had already changed his name to senior uncle, presumably a disciple of one of the senior brothers. How is it? In a good mood, right? Lu Yilin saw that the smile on his face hadn't broken and asked with a smile as well. Yeah, although I don't know where my parents and family are, at least, this is already my home. After returning home, he also told Shaolin's family about this matter. After they learned that Qiu Chenfeng had gained so many more family members, they were also heartily happy for him. Time passed quickly, and in a flash it was New Year's Eve. A large family gathered together to make dumplings and eat New Year's Eve dinner. This was something that Qiu Chenfeng had never experienced before. On the night of New Year's Eve, Louis also specially went to transport a trunk full of fireworks, which could be considered as letting Qiu Chenfeng and Lu Yilin put on enough. After 2 days of waiting for the two to lay flat, Louis suddenly finds Qiu Chenfeng. Little Wind, you are from the dragon group, right? Yes, uncle. What's wrong? Qiu Chenfeng thought that something had come up here to ask for his help. No big deal. It's just that tomorrow can you go with me to the army? We have a special operations team that needs to improve its strength. Your senior brother Yuan Ming is the chief instructor of this special warfare team. Do you want to go along to see? Anyway, there is nothing to do at home. As soon as Qiu Chenfeng heard that his senior brother was also there, he immediately agreed. He hadn't been in the army himself yet, so it's a good time to go and see the world. Dad, I'll go too. You don't know. Little Wind gave us a condensed version of the Gongfu. Believe it or not, you can't beat me now. What the hell? Little girl, can I still not beat you? If you can beat me, I'll take you there. After saying that, father and daughter went directly to the outside of the house, saying that the place in the house is too small, and can't be utilized. Egu, I say you too, put on some clothes before you go out. Aren't you afraid of freezing? Although Suing and the old two are used to this father and daughter moving to practice things, but still feel a little childish. Don't worry, auntie, at most half a minute. Uncle will lose, can't freeze them, Qiu Chenfeng said with a smile. What? Little Lin is so powerful now? That's great. If you can really put your uncle on the ground, auntie will give you another big stupid chicken stew tonight. After hearing these words, Qiu Chenfeng had already begun to observe a moment of silence for the chicken that was about to give up its life. Although Louis is taller in size, he has not practiced ancient martial arts, so Shaolin is still able to completely crush it. As expected, not even 20 seconds later, Louis was flipped over in the snow. Yay! Dad, are you convinced? Convinced? Little Wind, can you give me a copy of this set of Gongfu as well? After seeing his daughter's strength this time, he realized that this kid was definitely a treasure, and how he had to pick something off him. Uncle, this set of Gongfu is not necessarily suitable for your special warfare team. Tomorrow I will go to take a look and say, then I will give you to change a set of suitable for them. Okay, Io. This girl, not at all stay hand. Give me fall enough. After Louis climbed up from the ground, only then did he feel as if he was getting old. But it is also true that the daughter has brought her boyfriend back, is not old. When she goes to bed at night, Louis Lin starts pestering Qiu Chenfeng to practice ancient martial arts as well. She has been interested in these since she was a child. It's just that there is no one to teach her. She enrolled in the police academy after the college entrance exam. Alright, I'll teach you after I return to Sioux City. Alright, but you have to promise me one thing. Aha, you tell me. As long as she could practice ancient martial arts, any request would do for her right now. In the future, don't go near people you can't see through. Even if you have a mission to capture someone, as long as you find out that the other party is a martial artist, regardless of whether their cultivation is higher than yours, you must retreat and report it. Good, I promise you. But why? Although Lu Yilin agreed, she still didn't understand what kind of Tao was involved, because martial artists have a different set of laws that bind them, and they don't fall under your administration. In addition, martial artists aren't as nice as those criminals you've encountered. When people make a move, it will be a killing move, and they won't make a move against ordinary people until they have no choice, because violating this rule will make their life worse than death when they are arrested. But if you are a martial artist, there is no such taboo. This is also the reason why the Gongfu I've given you doesn't really incorporate ancient martial arts, so whether it's for your own sake or for mine, make sure you don't try to be brave. No matter how strong your protective jade is, there will be someone who can break it. I agreed to let you learn it only because it will increase your lifespan after your cultivation improves, and I want to spend the next 100 years or even 200 years with you, rather than letting you go and try to be strong, and leave me in a very short period of time. At the end of his words, he tightly hugged Lu Yilin in his arms, and Lu Yilin was also touched by his emotions and inexplicably shed tears, saying, "Don't worry, I will definitely do what you say." Well, You have to understand the significance of the Dragon Team's existence. These cases are under the Dragon Team's control, and the police can't cross the line. Just like the military's cases, you don't have the right to manage them. Don't have any psychological pressure of not being able to administer justice yourself. You're just handing this case over and letting the authorities manage it. I know. After listening to his words, a lot of things within Lu Yilin began to change. It was indeed as he said. If everyone didn't follow the rules, once they encountered a dispute, they wouldn't look for the police, but rather take revenge themselves. One is authorized to manage just this type of cases, so just manage this type. Early the next morning, Louis calls the two of them up. After they finish their breakfast, he immediately drives them into the camp. This is the army, In such a cold day, they all started running? I'll go. Can I touch this gun? Qiu Chenfeng sees this for the first time and is curious about everything. At this time, the special operations team under Louis has also finished assembling under orders. When they passed by, Tianlei saw Qiu Chenfeng and was instantly delighted in his heart. The opportunity had finally come. On his own turf, he wants to properly thwart him in front of Shaolin. Chapter 46 Special Warfare Team. Come, little wind, take a look at how this special warfare team of mine is. Just walking in front of them, Louis said as if showing off. Well, not bad, just average hand kung fu. Qiu Chenfeng of course also saw Tianlei, so he intentionally wanted to piss him off. Sure enough, as soon as he hears this, Tianlei holds back his red face, but he doesn't dare to say anything due to Louis's presence. However, Shu Qi, the leader of the special warfare team, is different, and immediately starts to fume. Captain, what kind of person is he? Since he said we can't do it, can I have a match with him? What do you mean by average hand kung fu? If the chief instructor said that about himself, of course he had nothing to say. But where did this kid come from to have such a big mouth? At this time, Tianlei, who was standing behind him, started to speak. Captain, this kid is the chief's prospective son-in-law. You have to pay attention to it, Don't give people injuries. Ha 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 ha. At that moment, a dozen or so of the special warriors laughed. Qiu Chenfeng didn't react at all to this level of mockery. In his mind, it was just like a child's fight. But Lu Yilin next to him couldn't stand it anymore and immediately roared. Tianlei, if you want to fight, go on your own. If you don't dare to go on your own, don't keep cricketing others behind your back. Also, that captain, you fight with me just fine. Fight with him, you are prone to accidents. If it were someone else, they would really dare to take it. But this was the chief's daughter. They were crazy to dare to go up against her. Just when everyone was at a loss as to what to do, Yuan Ming came. What's all the bickering about? All the way to hear you guys bickering. Sorry, headmaster. Today there are a bit too many incenses. I was delayed for a while. Senior brother, younger siblings, why are you guys here too? Yuan Ming is greeting Louis when he sees Qiu Chenfeng and Louis Lin. He. Second senior brother, your headmaster is Shaolin's father. Asterisk. This is not coincidental. How on my team? Just took over, not teach a few days. It can not enter your eyes, right? Hearing the chief instructor or so said, the whole team are a little surprised, but when they think of the name between them, they thought it was a polite word. Chief instructor, your senior brother said that our hand kung fu was not good, so I want to spar with him. Do you think it's okay? Zhu Qi was really angry this time, and didn't even intend to give face to Yuan Ming, but Yuan Ming was furious and happy when he heard his words. This kid is really good at picking on people. You, cutting with him? Are you crazy? I can't even beat him. You dare to go on? Go play on the side. Hearing his words, Shu Qi was even more surprised. Can't it be that this kid is really a supreme expert? Impossible. How come I haven't heard of it before? Tianlei behind him was even more incredulous. Did he really underestimate him? But think about it, if it was an ordinary person, Shaolin wouldn't be able to look at it. While they were still thinking in the dark, Qiu Chenfeng opened his mouth. How about this? If you can beat Shaolin, I'll count you as better than me. How about it? Before Zhu Qi could speak, he heard Yuan Ming shout, Senior brother, what are you doing? There's no cultivation on my sister. Just watch second senior brother little Lin. Use your full strength, remember. In the future, no matter how much weaker the opponent is than you, as long as he tries to hit you, you'll use your full strength to counterattack. Louis Lin nods after hearing this. Then he pulls Yuan Ming and Louis to the side. Inside, Chief, am I using my full strength too? Aren't you even worried? This time it was Zhu Qi who was confused. It's fine to cut a little. If one's hand is heavy, will the headmaster peel off one's skin? Oh, don't worry about the fight, all the consequences have nothing to do with you. Louis is just happy to be free, leaning on one side to watch the show. He said that he is not his daughter's opponent. You little brats really take themselves as a dish. The two quickly set up a stance, but the fight goes quickly. In less than 10 seconds, Zhu Qi is sent flying out more than 2 meters and slumps to the ground. This scene shocked everyone in the special operations team, especially Tianlei, who had taken a beating from Lu Yilin before, and although his hand was quite heavy, it was absolutely impossible to beat the captain. Holy, sibling, what kind of gong method is this? Why do I feel that it looks somewhat familiar? Yuan Ming also felt surprised when he saw her take down Zhu Qi so quickly, but he was even more surprised because many of the moves that Lu Yilin used seemed to be ones that he had learned, but they didn't seem quite the same. Senior brother, I changed a part of my master's kung fu out and made the police in Sioux City practice it. Such kung fu won't reach the level of a martial artist, but it's just a little bit close. Hearing his explanation, Yuan Ming came to a realization. So the gong fu could still be used in this way. He. Senior brother, you know that senior brother isn't very good at these things. Why don't you give them that set of gong fu to practice as well? No problem. I wanted to make up a new set for them again, but there's not much I can do when I think about it, and if I enhance it again, they'll have to enter the Hotian. If they become a martial artist, will they still be able to stay in the army? Qiu Chenfeng asked. Basically cannot. The official martial artist team can only go to the dragon group. Louis shook his head and said, then there's no way out. Let's practice this set. Senior brother, you watch it once first, then I will spar with you once to show them. Yuan Ming nodded at his words and immediately looked through it. Soon, he fully grasped this set of gongfu. After all, they were all castrated versions of his own original gongfu. You all watch carefully, we will only fight once, Shaolin. You also watch carefully, you have many movements that are a bit flawed. Learning this step will be very helpful for your later cultivation. Qiu Chenfeng teaches the gongfu to Louis and asks him to arrange for someone to make copies and bring them over. Then he turns his head to the special operations team and Lu Yilin. The special warriors didn't look much excited since they didn't know the marvelousness of this gongfu. They just saw that Lu Yilin had defeated the captain. This was not the case for Lu Yilin, who hurriedly pulled her father to the side, her eyes beginning to shine. Senior brother, let's begin then. Saying that, both Qiu Chenfeng and Yuan Ming erupted their auras at the level of a zongshi. In order to take care of their senior brother, Qiu Chenfeng had specially suppressed his cultivation to the early stage of a zongshi. The two did not strike very quickly like a traditional sect master duel, but instead, they fought in a complete manner with movements that they could see clearly. It was only when the two dispersed their entire body auras that all of them breathed a sigh of relief. Those few minutes just now were as if they were gasping for air, as if the air around them had been drained. Well, did you see it clearly? Qiu Chenfeng turned his head and asked. See it clearly. This time, the Special Forces team members have been completely afraid to flirt with him again. This is a ing zongshi, and then flirt with him himself, still live not live. What about you? Qiu Chenfeng looked at Lu Yilin again. See clearly. Two people teaching against each other is completely different from one person teaching. Lu Yilin exclaimed. Chapter 47, Future Guardian God. That's not true, practice hard, haha. This set of gongfu is just the foundation. After my master agrees to pass on your gongfu, your cultivation will be smooth. Qiu Chenfeng said with a smile. What? Senior brother, are you trying to get your younger sibling to follow this path as well? Yuan Ming asked in surprise, and Louis beside him also cast a puzzled look. So Qiu Chenfeng could only smile helplessly and said softly, alas, senior brother, I'll be honest with you, you also know that we martial artists live a lot longer. If I don't let him practice, when he's gone, I'll still be able to live for 100 years or so. I even want to let Uncle Lu they also embark on this road. But this thing, too many rules and regulations. I do not know how to do. My master do not know when to come back. I want to talk to him. Yuan Ming then reacted. The younger brother is not with himself as if the whole truth disciples. He also has to have a wife and children it. But this matter is indeed, as he said, not easy to operate. What are you talking about? Lu Yilin saw the three of them together on the side, so she also walked over. Didn't say anything, just considering whether to give my master a call, but he should not pick up. Then when we go back, I'll give him a call and pay my respects. Lu Yilin was actually embarrassed to make this call, but in order for her to become a martial artist earlier, she could only go through with it. Soon, the photocopied gongfu had been sent to them. Yuan Ming would simply let him explain it. He made up something that he was definitely more familiar with. Looking at this junior apprentice brother of his, Yuan Ming's thoughts also went back to 20 years ago. That morning, he was supposed to go water the vegetable field, but he didn't expect to hear the sound of a child crying just as he left the mountain gate. After he saw a child lying on the ground, he immediately went back to call his master and his uncles. The second master uncle, Easy Son, only took one look and said that the child had strange bones and was a wizard in practicing martial arts. The three of them discussed for a while before deciding to keep the child. After 3 months, senior uncle Easy Son suddenly decided to take Qiu Chenfeng away from the Taoist temple and change his place of seclusion. At first Yuan Ming and the few of them didn't know why, and it wasn't until years later that they heard the reason from their master's mouth. From the time the three of them confirmed that they had taken in Qiu Chenfeng, they had made an agreement that if no one came looking for him within 3 months, they would take him out of here and practice martial arts in peace. And over here, even if someone came looking for him, they would inform them to come back when they were 20 years old. The reason for doing this was because they wanted to teach the next guardian god of Xia, and this child had a good chance. Therefore, Qiu Chenfeng worshipped under Easy Sun, who had the highest martial arts attainment among the three. Of course, these things were forbidden to be talked about, so he wouldn't tell Qiu Chenfeng. A flash of more than 20 years, when the little doll has also become a big tree, just do not know where his parents will still come to find him. Finally, Qiu Chenfeng spent more than an hour to talk about this set of gongfu in its entirety. By this moment, no matter if it was Zhu Qi or Tianlei, there was no more contempt. Tianlei even began to feel that Qiu Chenfeng and Shaolin were the perfect match. They could clearly feel that after they practiced this set of gongfu, there was a stream of qi starting to flow inside their bodies that was slowly improving their abilities. Let's go, Uncle Lu. It's almost time for us to go back. Seeing that they had practiced well on their own, Qiu Chenfeng was ready to retreat. Ro, Yuan Ming, going together? I can't leave yet. I'll give them some more volume. Thus, after greeting Yuan Ming, Autumn Chenfeng went home with Shaolin's father and daughter. When he arrived home, it was just under 11 o'clock, and lunch wasn't ready yet. Lu Yilin simply dragged him back to his room and called easy peasy. Hello, who is it? Hello master, I'm Yilin Lu. Thought of giving you a call to pay my respects. Emma, disciple daughter-in-law or you thought of it that little brat doesn't think of old me at all. Hearing the words of Easy Sun, Autumn Chenfeng snatched the phone. Master, you say this. I'm not unable to get through to your phone. Are you busy now? Not busy, then I have a thing I want to say to you. Have fart quickly put. Really grating. Easy Sun or that Easy Sun. Completely do not give Autumn Chenfeng good face. Master, I want Shaolin to practice our gong methods as well. Do you think it's okay? After hearing his words, Easy Sun froze for a long time and asked, what do you think? If she becomes a martial artist, she might be transferred by the dragon team. Oh, this is not to rely on you. Master, you also know that I grew up without parents, so it's not easy to have a daughter-in-law. Can't be that I live halfway. She's gone. The free son of this only understand his meaning. Said just with their own family members are dead for how many years? Alright, but only her one. The others you don't think about. If you want all of your daughter-in-law's family to follow our path and not be transferred by the dragon team, then you need to hurry up and cultivate. When you reach the late martial grandmaster stage, you'll have the ability to do so. After saying that, Easy Sun hung up the phone. At this point, Qiu Chenfeng realized that he could have such privileges as long as his cultivation went up. He didn't know about the guardian god, so he thought about it rather simply. And the truth of the matter was that the family members of the guardian god, no matter how high their cultivation was, were prohibited from being called by any department without the consent of the guardian god. After resolving this heartache, Qiu Chenfeng had nothing to worry about. In the next few days, he began to teach the heart technique to Lu Yilin. Only by first skillfully mastering the heart technique would he be able to quickly master the ancient martial technique later on. While she was practicing her heart method diligently, Qiu Chenfeng went up the mountain alone. This time it was the 20th. He had to go to the clouds to watch more. Otherwise, when he returned to Sioux City in a few days, he would have to wait for a long time again before he could come back. This time, he entered the inner courtyard in a familiar way, and after looking around and not finding his senior brothers, he went directly to find Taoist Master Chang Yun. Senior, I'm coming. Taoist leader Chang Yun was reading a book and walked out as soon as he heard his voice. Little Wind is here. Come in and sit down. I heard Yuan Ming say that you helped him solve a piece of his heartache. What? A heart disease? You mean that set of gongfu, right? Qiu Chenfeng froze for a while before reacting. Yeah, I have to say, you kid is really a genius. I reckon that even if your master personally adapted it, he wouldn't necessarily be able to change it like this. Regarding the set of gongfu he had adapted, Taoist Ching Yun did not hide his appreciation at all. Everything had been adapted to the extreme, and any further and it would become an ancient martial art. Senior, if my master hears you say that, he'll probably beat me up again. Alas, this senior brother of mine, his temperament is really inscrutable. So many years can be enough for you to suffer. Chapter 48, Leaving Phoenix City. Why, Elder Master, my master actually still cares about me. He's just being a bit of a stinker on the surface, acting like he doesn't care about me at all. That day when I dueled with Yamada Ruji, he must have been afraid that something would happen to me as well, so he went there early. Regarding this point, Qiu Chenfeng was still very certain that the old man was only harsh on his own cultivation. Other than that, other than his love for cursing, he didn't have many other shortcomings. It's best if you can think that way. is there something going on up the mountain today? After chatting for a while, Daoist Qingyan began to ask him about his reason for coming. Oh, Elder Master, I guess I'll have to return to Sioux City tomorrow or the day after tomorrow, so I came up to see you guys. Also, I want to ask about my parents. Speaking later, Qiu Chenfeng's voice began to lower. Hearing that he wanted to ask this, Daoist Qingyan also sighed and said, I won't lie to you, from the time we picked you up until now, no one has ever come over to ask. Although he could have guessed that it would turn out like this, it was still hard to actually hear it said. According to our original prediction, your original family must have been extraordinary as well, and your family must have barred you to protect you. The clothes you were wearing at that time were all very good fabrics that ordinary people couldn't afford. Moreover, a martial arts prodigy like you is usually the offspring of a martial arts family. At first, we also went out to investigate. We secretly probed all the martial arts families in Liao province, but there wasn't any indication that you were related to them. Therefore, our conclusion at first was that you are not from Liao province. Not from Liao province? Qiu Chenfeng was instinctively a bit resistant to this conclusion. He originally thought that no matter what, he was considered to have returned to his hometown, but he didn't realize that this was not the case at all. That's right, so there's no way for us to check anymore. The scope is too big. Kid, work hard on your cultivation. Things in martial arts families are usually very complicated. Maybe it's not that your parents don't want to look for you, but that they've been in danger, and when you soar to the heavens, maybe that's the day you'll go home. Daoist Qingyan euphemized his guess. If a martial arts family wasn't threatened, it would be impossible to send a martial arts practicing prodigy away. Good. I know, Elder. After adjusting his mood, he then asked, right, senior uncle, where are those senior brothers of mine? How come I couldn't find them after searching around? Oh, went up to the mountain. Cut some firewood to burn the bed almost back. You go to the firewood room to see. Okay, uncle. Then I'll leave first. After Qiu Chenfeng made a salute, he exited Daoist Qingyan's small courtyard, and after looking for a while he finally found them. Hello, senior brothers. Gu, junior brother, when did you come? Yuan Ming opened his mouth and asked. I've been here for more than an hour. I didn't find you guys, so I went to chat with my senior brother quick. Add WeChat. Do you guys have a group? Qiu Chenfeng said and took out his phone to scan it. Of course I do. I really forgot to leave my contact information last time. Several senior brothers. Only Yuan Ming had a lot to say. The other three barely spoke at all. However, Qiu Chenfeng could tell that they were still quite attached to themselves. After a few people chatted for a while, Qiu Chenfeng opened his mouth that it was getting late, so he was ready to say goodbye. Senior brothers, I'll go back first. Maybe tomorrow or the day after tomorrow I'll go back to Sioux City. When you guys are free, come to Sioux City to find me to play. A few people were a bit reluctant to leave when they learned that their junior brother was leaving, but they had been cultivating for so many years and quickly recovered their mood. Alright, junior brother, when I'm bored, I'll sneak out and look for you to play. Alright then, senior brothers, I'm off. Bye bye. After saying that, Qiu Chenfeng left without looking back. He was very clear that his senior brothers were definitely still looking at him from behind. It was better not to turn back. Turning back would just add to the sadness. After returning home, Lu Yilin happened to tell him that tomorrow's flight back to Sioux City. Fortunately, he had the foresight to go to the cloud view in the afternoon. Otherwise he didn't have time to say goodbye. Early the next morning, Qiu Chenfeng was woken up by Lu Yilin, learning that they were leaving on a plane. The family had no way to prepare any specialties, and could only bring a little bit of meaning. Before leaving, Xiaolin's grandparents still pulled down the two and urged a lot, and then Xiaolin's mom and dad also said a lot. This came back to Fengcheng. Autumn Chenfeng is considered to feel the parting of the loved ones. This time Lu Yilin in order to let him take a trip on an airplane. The trip is divided into 2 days. The first day is a high-speed train to Dalian, and then just play there for a day. The next day in Dalian to take a plane to Shanghai, and then transfer high-speed train back to Sioux City. Who let Sioux City have no airport? At more than 2 o'clock in the afternoon, the two had arrived at the hotel and went out to have a good stroll for a couple of hours before coming back after dinner. After taking a shower, the two quickly entered dreamland. It wasn't that Qiu Chenfeng hadn't thought of doing something, but Xiaolin was just too tired, and he couldn't bear to wake her up again. The next morning, the two finally boarded the airplane. This could make Qiu Chenfeng excited. He knew that the old man could fly, but he didn't know how to do it himself yet. It was also a beautiful thing to see the great mountains and rivers of Xia with the help of an airplane. Emma actually flew above the clouds. Autumn Chenfeng said in surprise. Lu Yilin also take him no way. Let him say go. Anyway, who has not had a first time at 3:30 in the afternoon? The two finally returned to the home of the city of Suzhou. This trip can be the two tired enough. The next time to say what not to take the airplane. In the evening, after a hasty dinner, the two went to their respective rooms to take a bath and go to sleep. Until lying on the bed, Autumn Chenfeng only feel wrong. Why do you want to go back to your room? Crazy? So he quietly went out of the room, and then tried to open the door to Xiaolin's room, which was actually unlocked. Then with the speed of a thunderbolt, he directly drilled into Xiaolin's nest. Lu Yilin originally thought that nothing would happen tonight, but she didn't expect him to open the door and come in directly. As the atmosphere gradually became pink, the two finally moved towards the final step. Ah, you're gentle. Inexperienced for the first time. It'll be fine later. More than an hour later, Qiu Chenfeng tightly hugged Lu Yilin, and her face was also filled with redness as she sweetly slept. Early the next morning, both of them woke up from their fatigue. Just after glancing at each other, Lu Yilin turned her head away with a red face. What's the point of turning your head? Turn around and give me a kiss. Autumn Chenfeng didn't let her hide at all and directly kissed her. You hate. Ugh. I actually let you have your way just like that in a blur. Thinking about last night's madness, Lu Yilin even doubted if she was controlling her body at that time. Finished. I didn't prepare anything yesterday. What if I get pregnant? Chapter 49, Going to the mountain again. Pregnant? If you're pregnant, just give birth. Autumn Chenfeng said without thinking. Or don't. You still need to pay attention to safety in the future. You're still a year and a half short of marriageable age. Little brat. Lu Yilin said while flirting. What? You dare to say I'm small? After saying that, another battle started. By the time Lu Yilin got up from the bed with her whole body aching, it was already almost lunchtime. Alas, I now realize that what Auntie told me last time about being safe originally meant this thing. Hearing him say this, Lu Yilin is a bit headstrong. Really still got him figured out. Don't mess with you. I'll take a bath first. Take a bath? Want to come together? Originally, Qiu Chenfeng had already gotten up, and as soon as he heard about bathing, he immediately turned his head and said, Scram! When she finished her bath, Qiu Chenfeng had already ordered takeout and was waiting for her. Alas, today is the 23rd. After today there are still 2 days of rest. Time flies. Lu Yilin counts the days as she eats. A year has passed so quickly. Should we find a day to go to Uncle Lin's house to pay our respects? He's also your leader. Qiu Chenfeng suddenly thought of Lin Feng. He was the only one who could be considered a friend with Master in Sioux City. But don't you believe that if you go today, he can let me work tomorrow? Lu Yilin hurriedly stopped him. This idea, pay tribute to the new year, is still worse than these 2 days. That's fine. Later we go to the supermarket, and then I take you up the mountain. We live in the mountains for 2 days. It's not appropriate for your first lesson of initiation to be held here. The commotion is too big. Since this was the case, Qiu Chenfeng was prepared to use these last 2 days to cut her hair and wash her marrow. This was a necessary step, but the pain of this was something he had experienced, so it had to be in a place where no one was around. Okay, then let's go to the supermarket now. As soon as Lu Yilin heard that she was finally going to be allowed to get started, she immediately became excited. Thus, just after eating, the two of them directly killed their way to the supermarket. Hey, what are you buying these for? Autumn Chenfeng had just finished taking bath towels and a bunch of household items when she saw Lu Yilin was taking instant noodles. What's wrong? If we don't take these, what are we going to eat on the mountain? Lu Yilin asked in disbelief. Buy rice and vegetables. Go up the mountain and I'll make them for you. You can't eat these for the next 2 days. Qiu Chenfeng picked the things in the shopping cart and put all those unhealthy things back on the shelf. When he left, Lu Yilin found that there were still quite a few chips and Coke and whatnot snacks in there, so she looked at him suspiciously. This is what I eat, don't think about it. If you don't have a good foundation, then you're wasted. After saying that, the two of them went to the food market to buy 2 days worth of vegetables. The ones planted on the mountain were definitely out of luck. Luckily it was cold, otherwise it would not have been easy to preserve them. After preparing things, the two were ready to leave. When they passed by a traditional Chinese medicine store, Qiu Chenfeng stopped the car beside it again. What's wrong? Still need to drink Chinese medicine? Lu Yilin had been afraid of drinking Chinese medicine since she was a child. She couldn't drink anything as long as it was bitter, so she never even drank Americano. It's not for you to drink, it's for you to take a bath. After saying that, he let Xiaolin stay in the car. After all, it wouldn't take more than a few minutes, so he saved her from going down to freeze. In less than 10 minutes, Qiu Chenfeng carried a large bag of Chinese herbs to the car, and when blown by the hot air conditioner, it immediately gave off a strong smell. This smell can be really heavy. Lu Yilin immediately opened the window a bit before feeling a bit more comfortable. Think about what else you need know. If not, we'll leave. If I want to soak in the Chinese medicine, do I have to bring shower gel? The first thing that came to Lu Yilin's mind was still the problem of the flavor of the Chinese medicine. No need, just use water directly when the time comes. These chemical products are not suitable for you to use these days. Nothing, then let's go. With that, the two drove slowly to the place where they parked last time. The place was still the same. Not even a trace of wildlife due to the cold weather. These trees aren't as distracting to me as they were last time. It feels fast to walk over here this time. Just after walking out of the grove, Lu Yilin was surprised. Yeah, didn't I tell you last time that if no one trims them, they'll grow messy soon? When the two of them skipped to the cabin at the top of the hill, it was already more than 3 o'clock. Since the small mountain also had an elevation of over 100 meters, there was still a thin layer of snow on it. It's so nice and quiet here. In the future, let's also find a place like this to live in seclusion, Lu Yilin said yearningly as she looked at the beautiful scenery on the mountain. Hearing this, Qiu Chenfeng just smiled faintly. This kind of life can only be experienced to know how uncomfortable it is. Of course, if one could fix all the infrastructure and go live in a place where no one is, it wouldn't be impossible. Shaolin, clean up your room. I'm going to chop some firewood to make a stove. Without a stove, you'll freeze to death at night. After saying that, he lifted an axe from the side of the door and walked out. Wait, where to find water here? No water can't clean up. It's all gray. Seeing him about to go out, Lu Yilin immediately called him back. Emma, look at my brain, then I'll get you water first. After saying that, he took a flat stretcher and picked 2 large buckets and went out the door. Originally, he had planned to let Shaolin rest for a while, but he didn't expect her to follow him. The water in this pond is so clear. That's not true. It's all spring water. It's much cleaner than the tap water in the city. When it comes to water quality, Qiu Chenfeng has to brag about this place. It's pure mountain spring water. After he finished filling 2 buckets, he squatted down and cupped his hands and drank his fill. After going down the mountain for a few months, he had never drank this kind of spring water again. It was so soothing. This water can be drunk directly? Of course, it's definitely better than any mineral water you can buy. Try it? With that, he pulled Shaolin to his side. After she followed Qiu Chenfeng's example and carefully cupped the water and took a sip, she realized that the water was truly extraordinary. In such a cold place, the water was actually warm, and it had a very natural sweet flavor right at the entrance. I'll go. This water is too good to drink. When I come back next, I'll have to bring a few buckets and transport it home to drink. After the two chatted for a while, Qiu Chenfeng picked the water and went back with Shaolin. After pouring the water into the large water tank, he continued to go out to chop firewood. Time soon arrived at night, and Qiu Chenfeng's dinner was ready. Only when Lu Yilin got on the table did she realize that this time, there were actually only vegetarian dishes. Not even oil was used, it was all boiled. Seeing these few dishes, she didn't have much of an appetite and sat there looking pitifully at Qiu Chenfeng. Chapter 50 Vitalizing the hair and washing the marrow. Seeing her eyes, Qiu Chenfeng could only explain to him, "You're going to have your hair cut and marrow cleansed tomorrow, so you can only eat very little tonight, and you can't eat oil or meat, so bear with it for a few days." After hearing his words, Lu Yilin regained her spirit. In order to become a martial artist, this little problem was nothing. When it was time to sleep at night, Qiu Chenfeng moved the stove to the room. Due to the fact that very thick mattresses and quilts were moved up this time, and the two of them slept cuddled together, they didn't feel much cold. Early the next morning, Lu Yilin was woken up by the sound of a wooden fish. When she searched for the sound and came to the side of the house dedicated to the ancestor master, she saw that Qiu Chenfeng was kneeling down to do his morning lessons. Lin Lang vibrates. The 10 directions are cleared. Rivers and seas are silent. Mountains swallow smoke. 10,000 spirits are subdued, inviting the group of immortals. The sky is free of ambient filth, and the earth is free of demonic dust. Underworld wisdom hold clear. A large number of Xian also. Dala Sanbao Tianzuan. Looking at his pious appearance, Lu Yilin didn't bother him and started washing herself next door. After washing up, she quietly listened to him sing the sutra for about an hour and a half before it ended. "Are you all washed up? Come with me when you're ready, and bring your change of clothes." With that, he carried the bag of Chinese medicine and led the way in front. "Little Taoist, you recite so many sutras, did you memorize them all?" Lu Yilin followed behind him and asked with a smile. "That's not allowed to eat if you can't memorize it." Thinking of the time when he was forced to memorize those scriptures by the old man when he was a child, he was really full and hungry, and he couldn't remember how long it took him to memorize them. "Is this considered a blessing scripture?" Lu Yilin asked again. "If you want to put it that way, it's also considered to be, but not for the evening class, with a little bit of the meaning of surpassing lonely souls and wild ghosts." Then do you do it at night? Do I have to hide? Speaking of which, are there really ghosts? Although Lu Yilin is a police officer, but after all, she is also a girl, and she is still a bit scared of these weird and wonderful things. "There's no need to hide. Just wait for me on the side. As for whether or not there's a ghost, it depends on whether or not you have any deceased relatives or friends that you miss. If there is, then yes, this ghost is in your heart." Hearing Qiu Chenfeng say this, Lu Yilin instantly felt enlightened. This thing was indeed still a psychological factor. When there was a ghost in your heart, everything you looked at looked like a ghost. After pondering for a moment, she looked at Qiu Chenfeng again, and said that this little Taoist still has some philosophical thinking. Here it is. Do you want to go to the toilet? There's a dry toilet next to it. If you don't go on it, you'll go in, and after you soak in later, you absolutely can't come out if I don't let you out. Lu Yilin went to the restroom just to be on the safe side before following him onward. Without taking a few steps, she saw a small cave that seemed to have hot air bubbling out of it. After going inside, she realized that it actually wasn't dark inside, and it took a bit of careful searching to find a number of small fist-sized holes at the top of the cave, with rays of sunlight coming out of each hole. Holy, this is a hot spring? After following him to the bottom, Lu Yilin suddenly realized that there was a pool on the ground that was bubbling hot air out. Yeah, but it's a hot spring with a higher temperature. The temperature is basically 50-55 degrees, Qiu Chenfeng said, pulling a large wooden barrel out from the side, and scooped some more water in from the hot spring pool, carefully wiping it off, and then confirming that the barrel wasn't leaking before letting go of his heart. Then he laid all those herbs flat on the bottom of the barrel, and then he filled up the water with a very fast speed. About 2 to 3 minutes later, the entire cave was filled with a strong odor of Chinese medicine. Shaolin, take off your clothes. After he reached out and tested the temperature of the water, he turned his head and said. Hearing his words, Lu Yilin was still embarrassed, even though the two of them had already been completely honest with each other. Hurry up, what's the point of being shy with me? The temperature in here is around 55 degrees right now. I'll hold you later and put you in. After you go in, your whole body must be hot and painful. At this time you can scream and shout, but absolutely can't come out. You must force yourself to sit down and let your whole body soak in it. This pain, just mild torture. When the water temperature drops to you do not feel hot, you will feel the whole body is tearing pain. This is because the medicine into the body. In the office of your body all the dirty things out of the lead. Again, you can shout, but cannot come out. If you really can't stand it anymore, you can just stand up, or ask me to carry you out. But in that case, you won't be able to become a martial artist in this life. I'm telling you all these things in advance so that you can make your own choices. And every decision you make after you go in will affect your life in the future. By the time he finished speaking, Lu Yilin had also stripped off almost all of her clothes. Luckily it was warm here. Otherwise she would really freeze to death if she stripped off her clothes at this speed. I know, you carry me inside. Having finished undressing with great difficulty, Lu Yilin squirmed and called out to him. When Qiu Chenfeng picked her up, as soon as he touched her skin, his body got a little hot again. He immediately used his energy to suppress his impulses, and said to himself that this Nima is also too testing. Waiting for him to hold Xiaolin to walk to the edge of the barrel, just put his feet in, heard Xiaolin screamed. But it was a good thing that she stiffly resisted the urge to pull her foot out. With her entire body submerged in the medicinal liquid, she had felt the pain all over her body as if her skin was melting. A moment of pain combined with the high temperature and the strong smell of the herbal medicine all made her almost faint. In a daze, she heard Qiu Chenfeng shout from the side. Steady your mind. Start running the mind techniques I taught you. You'll have a harder time later after the water temperature comes down. Don't stop running the mind techniques. It will make you a lot more comfortable. After hearing his words, Lu Yilin began to slowly run her heart technique. It was then that she understood why Qiu Chenfeng wanted her to practice and familiarize herself with the heart technique first. If she wasn't skilled herself, there was absolutely no way for her to run it completely in the middle of this dizzy state. When she fully committed herself to the operation of the heart technique, she realized that it could indeed resist some of the pain. Qiu Chenfeng watched from the side for a while and found that she had stabilized before letting out a sigh of relief. This girl is really strong. Although there is a heart method to assist, but the pain she is now enduring is also very people can imagine. She can grit her teeth and not shout out, but is not thought of. Half an hour later, the water temperature gradually began to drop to 40 degrees. It was hard for her skin to stop hurting so much, but her body started to hurt again. At that moment, she felt as if there were countless needles stabbing out of her body. Chapter 51, Midday After Heaven. Qiu Chenfeng, who was guarding the side, looked at her dead eyes closed and gritted her teeth, and understood what she was going through. At that moment, his heart did ache, and he even wished that Shaolin would just stand up and give up and forget about it. After another hour or so, the temperature of the water had dropped to more than 20 degrees, and only then did Lu Yilin open her eyes and weakly looked at him and asked, "Did I make it?" Qiu Chenfeng nodded fiercely. At this moment he actually had the urge to cry. Stabilize inside. When you can stand up, just come straight out. After another half an hour like this, Lu Yilin finally regained her strength, and when she stood up, she realized that there was a thick layer of something floating on the surface of the water. Ah, why is this so much ash? On me? This is not ash. This is the impurities inside your body, all discharged from your body. Autumn Chenfeng explained it to her before helping her out. Go down and wash yourself clean. I'll pour this water away first. After saying that, Qiu Chenfeng pushed the vat into a small cave on the side, where there was a sewage channel dug by the old man, which just happened to lead to the dry toilet outside. After pouring the water out, he saw that Shaolin hadn't gone down to wash, and had only draped a bath towel over her body, so he asked, "What's wrong? You don't mind the heavy smell on you? Go down and wash it." Isn't it hot down there? I'm a bit afraid of that sharp pain, Lu Yilin said with some aggravation. Why, your body has been remodeled once again, which will still be afraid of this temperature. Quickly go down to wash it. Why don't you wait for me to finish washing the barrels and accompany you down? Qiu Chenfeng was originally just flirting, but he didn't expect Lu Yilin to actually nod her head. So, he sped up the speed of washing the barrel, and after washing it, he took off his clothes and went down with her in his arms. How about it, it's not hot? After going down, Qiu Chenfeng asked with a smile. It's really not hot anymore. It's amazing. Lu Yilin looked at her body with delight. She could now feel a very pure breath in her body, at her Dantian location. However, as soon as she turned her head, she saw Qiu Chenfeng's lustful eyes staring at her, and she realized that she was standing in the pool, and the entire upper half of her body was in his eyes. I say, little Taoist, I really didn't see it before. Why are you so horny? Lu Yilin sat down before giving him a blank look and said, I'm looking at my own daughter-in-law. Is that considered colorful? Your words are flawed. After saying that, he grabbed her waist and wrapped it in his arms. However, Shaolin's current state was not suitable for those shy things, and after helping her wash, Qiu Chenfeng could only dry his body and return to the hut with her. Lunch was still boiled greens. In the words of Qiu Chenfeng, the body was still not completely set. It still had to be consolidated and consolidated. It could not be eaten indiscriminately. By the time it was almost dark, Lu Yilin sat on the side and watched him do his evening class. I don't know if it was because she knew that the evening class had the effect of transcendence, but she always had a feeling of sadness and compassion when she listened to it. In the evening, the two of them lay together and chatted about their future lives, both of them somewhat not wanting to go down the mountain. The next day, after Qiu Chenfeng finished his morning lessons, and after giving the ancestor master a word to leave, he held Xiaolin's hand and went down the mountain. When he returned home, Qiu Chenfeng cooked a meal with a little bit of oil and water. After all, his body needed to adapt slowly. Little Taoist, what cultivation level am I at now? Before going to bed at night, Lu Yilin tried her strength, and was actually able to bend the nunchucks she bought before with her bare hands very easily. Call out husband to hear. I'll tell you. Cut. Do not tell, forget it. Lu Yilin is not at all accustomed to him, but after a few minutes, some twisted over. Husband, tell me well. Autumn Chenfeng looked at her shy look and said smugly, Ahahaha, since all called husband, then I'll tell you, you are now in the middle of the Hotian. Because you practiced the set of gongfu I gave you before. So this time the hair cutting and washing of the marrow directly surged past the early stage. So am I good? Lu Yilin then asked when she heard that she had all skipped a level. Compared to ordinary people, that's definitely awesome, but amongst martial artists, you're still the bottom tier of existence. Above the Hotian, there's the innate, sovereign, grand master of martial arts and the realm of transformation, etc. I'm in the middle of the sovereign stage, and my master is at the peak of the grand master stage. Just a little bit away from entering the realm of transformation. Wow, then isn't master soon to be number one in the world? Lu Yilin said excitedly. Unexpectedly, Qiu Chenfeng shook his head and said helplessly, realm of transformation martial artists. Just I know there are 3 of them. All of them are hidden old demons. When I was a child they came to visit master and asked him to tell his fortune. Moreover, there is a legendary realm after the realm of transformation, and when you reach that realm, you are considered to have transcended the mortal world and entered the stage of a saint. It is said that this stage is the same as becoming immortal, and can override the entire world, so cultivate well. Alas, my master didn't say if there are any dual cultivation techniques, or else it would be much simpler. Lu Yilin was listening attentively until he heard the words dual cultivation. Then he felt that there was something wrong. Double cultivation? How to double cultivation? We can. You die. What are you packing in this head? Said half. Lu Yilin finally reacted. Directly a hand carried his ears, to him pain straight screaming, hey, you don't hand Don't you think it's good to be able to double cultivation words? How comfortable. Good a ghost. Comfortable a ghost. Today you sleep in your own room. I do not sleep with the colorful wolf. But this is useless, because the gap between the two strength is too big. Lu Yilin can't control him at all. After another night of rain and wind, the two were only woken up by the alarm clock. And only after waking up did they remember that they had to go to work today. Get up, wife, sleep again late. Autumn Chenfeng shouted as he put on his clothes. Lu Yilin looked at him in a daze and pouted. It's not because of you. You refuse to sleep properly at night. When the two of them came to the criminal police team in a mushy manner, it was almost 8 o'clock, even later than Lin Feng. Yo, The young couple came. It seems like this year has been a good one, full of red light. Lin Feng happened to be in the main office at this time, and as soon as he saw them, he teased. Hearing his words, Lui Lin shyly lowered her head and directly sat back to her seat. Qiu Chenfeng was completely different, chatting idly with him with a big grin. Emma, I forgot to call Mr. Xiaoming to tell him to go to work. Only after returning to the office did Qiu Chenfeng remember this matter. Little Wind, come out to the scene with me later. I guess it's your case. Just as he was about to make a call, HD Rong pushed the door in. Seeing the look on his face, Qiu Chenfeng understood that it must be a big case, otherwise it would be impossible to alarm him. After confirming the location, Qiu Chenfeng called Jin Ming and told him to go there directly, and followed HD Rong's car himself. Chapter 52 Falling from a Height. Just out of the door of the criminal police team, Autumn Chenfeng saw 7 or 8 police cars parked in front of him, all flashing police lights. It seems to be together out of the scene. It seems that this time things are not small. What are you waiting for? Get in the car. Autumn Chenfeng was still standing stupidly at the door. Lu Yilin happened to come out from inside and pushed him. You're going to? Nonsense. After Lu Yilin blankly glanced at him, she directly got into the car. In fact, Qiu Chenfeng inwardly was not too willing for her to go to such a scene. This gesture was not ordinary at first glance, but there was no way around it. Since she was going to be a criminal police officer, she would always have to encounter these things. At the end of the thought, he could only sigh, got into HD Rong's car, and learned the basic facts of the case from him. This morning in a factory building, the workers smelled a foul odor as they went to work. Since the temperature had started to pick up in the past few days, they thought it was dead rats that had frozen over in the winter and were now starting to rot. However, several people in the factory looked around and did not find, until the boss came, smelled the stench is getting heavier and heavier, so let the workers all stop the work in hand, are to find the source of this smell where. Dozens of workers almost turned over the plant once, but did not find the source of the smell, until the sun rose some, to almost 8 o'clock. A worker found that the color steel tiles of the plant began to drip down red liquid. Someone got close enough to smell it and confirmed that this was the smell. The boss then let someone go up to the roof, but the roof of the factory building was too high and the factory didn't have a proper ladder. Finally went next door to borrow a drone, flew up to find the roof of the plant lying 2 people, has begun to rot. Afterward, HD Rong played the video that the boss had captured. After watching it once, Qiu Chenfeng almost spit out his breakfast, which is damn too disgusting. However, after carefully viewing it, he realized what was abnormal. Hi director, these 2 how to die I am not sure, but they look like a high altitude fall to the roof of the building. No reason. There is no high buildings in this neighborhood. To be from the plane fell down. This roof has long been smashed through. You kid can. Our technicians have looked at it many times before they can see some problems, but you actually know it by looking at it once? How did you see it? After hearing his speculations, HD Rong realized why Lin Feng said that this kid was suitable to be a criminal police officer. Director, look at these 2 people, there's absolutely no traces of trampling around them, and there's a rather obvious depression where they fell to the ground. As he pointed his finger at the place, HD Rong did find quite a few things. These things could not have been discovered on their own, but he had found them by watching the video once. Such observational skills were indeed extraordinary. After arriving at the scene, Qiu Chenfeng found that the firefighting had also come. The ladder truck was already in place, so he simply went to the side to bask in the sun. This kind of thing should not be able to use himself. At this time, Jin Ming also arrived, saw Qiu Chenfeng on the side, went over to greet. Commissioner, what's the big case? Why are there so many people? Autumn Chenfeng told him to sit down on the side as well and gave him a brief introduction of the case before saying, the case is not very big, but things are more bizarre. We pray that this thing can be explained by science. If not, I will have to call for foreign aid. This damn can fly I cannot beat. Almost 2 hours later, the scene investigation is finished. Finally move the 2 bodies down. Let's go. Take a look. Seeing that they were loading the corpses onto the car, Qiu Chenfeng pulled Jin Ming over. Big brother and sister, wait a moment, let me take a look first. Hearing his shout, the few people who were about to lift the corpse stopped and unzipped the zipper of the body bag. After Autumn Chenfeng held back his nausea and took a closer look, he found that the bones in many parts of his body were broken, but the face that was just starting to decay made him feel a bit familiar. Asterisk. Can't be such a coincidence. Saying that, he unzipped another shrouded body bag, and sure enough, there was another one with a familiar face. Got to. Director, let the big troops withdraw. Just leave 2 people for me. These 2 people I know. After seeing the second person's face, he finally remembered. These 2 people's photo data are locked in the safe. Understood. That's fine. The body will be transported back as usual. Lin Feng, you transfer 2 people to him. Everyone else withdraw. After saying that, he commanded everyone to go back. Commissioner, where do we start our investigation? Just after returning to the office, Jin Ming asked excitedly. After all, this was his first time officially investigating a case. Qiu Chenfeng opened the safe and took out the two people's information from it and handed it to him, saying, familiarize yourself with the deceased first. Two mid-innate ones were beaten up like this, and they still fell from a high altitude. I guess we have a great master here. After 2 days of investigation, Qiu Chenfeng realized that these two people were originally from the same division, and the two of them escaped after the division was destroyed later. And according to the forensic examination, the injuries on both of them were caused by physical combat, and no traces left by any weapons were found. Alas, this is trouble. The ones who exterminated their division in the first place are said to be a few great masters. This is a ing way to catch up with them. Autumn Chenfeng looked at the information summarized over. Suddenly a headache. How to catch the great masters themselves, but also do not want to live. I'll talk to Zhu Linqing first. Let's see if he has any relevant information there. With that, Qiu Chenfeng took out his cell phone and called Zhu Linqing. Zhu Linqing was also shocked to hear that something so big had happened. This kind of case he had been in Zhang province for 4 or 5 years and had yet to see it. How about this? Director Qiu, I'll send a squad over to you to help you investigate this matter, but against Grand Masters, I really don't have the means. Alright then, thank you Team Leader Zhu. After saying this, Qiu Chenfeng hung up the phone. Since he was looking for someone to help him investigate, then don't for nothing. It just so happens that his own manpower is in short supply. A lot of things cannot let the people of the criminal police team to investigate. Can only go to investigate themselves? Now come to a small team. It would be perfect. That afternoon, the squad was in place. The squad's captain called Yu Junpeng, is also considered under the hands of Zhu Linqing old man, late innate cultivation. According to Zhu Linqing said the mind is also very good. For such a person, Qiu Chenfeng still quite need, no matter how to say, people must be more experienced than their own. But I didn't expect him to take 4 people and just arrive at the criminal police force, and then start instructing people. At first, Qiu Chenfeng also think that it does not matter. People are here to help themselves. That they put down the body is not a big deal. The main thing is still to get this case done. Chapter 53, Ma Yuntao. However, a day later, he probably felt that he had eaten up Qiu Chenfeng and began to intensify his efforts. This made Qiu Chenfeng a bit disgusted, demanding this and that when he didn't find out anything about the fart under his hand. I say Captain you've been here for a day, besides instructing us to serve you, have you found out anything yet? Hearing Qiu Chenfeng say this, he immediately got angry. How do I have to report to you to investigate a case? We were personally sent here by the team leader. What things you should ask and what things you shouldn't ask. You need to know the difference. Is that what Zhu Linqing told you? You've come to me to be the boss? I think you don't recognize your own identity, right? At this time, Qiu Chenfeng also lost his temper. He was also a Zhongsher in any case. This old boy completely disregarded himself. What? Am I wrong? You're a director of a prefecture-level city, with only a youngster by your side. What can you accomplish? I advise you to recognize your own identity, serve us well, and when we go back and put in a good word with the head of the group, and send you a few odd jobs, you'll be able to do your job as a division chief in peace. After saying that, the few dog legs around him also laughed. Seeing this scene, Qiu Chenfeng was instantly a little disappointed in the dragon group. How can you recruit anything into it? However, since the person was here to be a grandpa, there was no need to give him a face himself. Thus, he asked with a light smile, Captain Yu, have you heard of the saying that a patriarch cannot be insulted? Of course. What? You still have a patriarch here? Hearing this, Yu Junpeng tightened his grip slightly and looked around to observe and search. No need to look. The person you're looking for is right in front of you. After saying this, Qiu Chenfeng completely erupted his body's aura. This time he didn't hold back at all, and directly crushed the 5 Yu Junpeng people to the ground. Then ignoring them at all, he directly called Zhu Linqing. As soon as the call was connected, he said, Team Leader Zhu, you'd better call your people back. Come to me here, I'll serve you with good food and drink. And now they all started to curse me. I can't afford to have such a person. What? This asshole. You don't worry, I'll immediately let them come back. I'll send another person over for your place. After saying that, Zhu Linqing immediately hung up the phone. A few tens of seconds later, Yu Junpeng's phone rang, and Qiu Chenfeng simultaneously withdrew the true qi that was suppressing them. Yu Junpeng, what did I tell you when you set out? I told you to be more restrained. Don't you understand? That Director Qiu is someone I can't even afford to mess with. Who do you think you are? Who do you think you are? How dare you act in front of him? Get your ass back here. If you really piss him off, headquarters won't let you go. Only then did Yu Junpeng realize that he had caused a big trouble. He had thought of apologizing to Qiu Chenfeng, but he didn't care about him at all. So, he could only leave with his people in disgrace. Commissioner, I feel that the people of the Dragon Group are not as good as the people of the criminal police force. Just after they left, Jin Ming said thoughtfully, yes, they are all acting as if they have a little bit of skill. Don't worry about them, just do well for yourself. As long as you're strong yourself, no one would dare embarrass you. After Qiu Chenfeng finished speaking, he let him rest for a while, waiting for the next batch of people to come. It wasn't long before the second batch of people were in place. It should have been because Zhu Linsheng had said something to them, so all of these people did their jobs peacefully. During the few days of investigating the case, Lin Yu, the captain leading the team, got acquainted with Qiu Chenfeng as well. This was a young man in the early innate stage, or a woman. Before coming here, Zhu Linsheng had described Qiu Chenfeng as terrifying, but after the past few days, she felt that she was quite easy to get along with. Finally, after 4 days, they were able to identify the person who committed the murder. His name was Ma Yuntao, and he was also an old monster who had already lived for hundreds of years, and was also one of the people who had exterminated the Duos division in the first place. This old man had a strange temper. In his own words, he only killed those who deserved to be killed, and when he went to exterminate their sect, it was also because he knew which sect was doing some unseemly deeds. So in the end, he wasn't wanted by the Dragon Group, but this time, one didn't find out why he was killing people. Could it be to eliminate the roots? Commissioner Qiu, we're pretty much done investigating things, but this person, we're not capable of catching him, so we're closing the team. After Lin Yu finished reporting to him, she got up and excused herself. She understood that this Ma Yuntao was completely out of her reach, so it was better not to get involved. That's fine, thank you, Captain Lin. When I go to Jinling, I'll treat you to dinner again. Right now, I still need to find someone to probe this Ma Yuntao. Okay, then, Commissioner Qiu, we'll withdraw. Thank you for your hospitality these past few days. After saying that, Lin Yu left with his people, presumably with other matters at hand. This time, because of what happened with Yu Junpeng, they were temporarily transferred from another case. Commissioner, what are we going to do next? Jin Ming was completely out of ideas after seeing Ma Yuntao's cultivation. Next, I'll teach you a very useful method next. Find a backstage. So having a good backstage is excellent. After saying that, he dialed the phone number of the Easy Peoples. This time, it was fortunate that he had already pulled Qiu Chenfeng out of his blacklist. It didn't take long for the call to connect, and Qiu Chenfeng hurriedly told him about this matter. After listening to it, the Free Sun are silent, and then began to curse again. I say you this little brat, how to be restless all day long. A moment later dueling with others. A moment later checking out a great master. Do you think I'm idle? For these words, Qiu Chenfeng just listened. He knew the old man would help him. Alright, that old boy I know. I'll ask about the situation first, then just let him make a trip to your place to nod off. In the future, lest to the old man to cause some trouble. The old man's popularity are almost lost by you. After saying that, Easy Sun hung up the phone. Due to the louder sound, Jin Ming also heard what he said and his head was filled with black lines. Director, what's the situation? Nothing. The old man just likes to curse. This matter is sort of resolved. Sure enough, when the afternoon was almost over, an old man came to the criminal police team to find him. After chatting with him carefully, Autumn Chenfeng understood what happened. It turned out that he had been tracking the leakage from back then all these years. In his words, there wasn't a single good person in that clan. All of them followed their patriarch to collude with foreign forces and do some traitorous things. He happened to come to Suzhou City that day and met those two people. Before he even got close, he sensed a familiar aura on the other person. Chapter 54, Leave a phone number. Originally, he was thinking that if these two people had changed their ways, he might be able to let them go. But after getting closer, he heard these two people discussing about kidnapping the Li family for some money. Since neither of them had changed a bit, there was no point in living. Since he was still in the downtown area, he didn't make a move until he followed the two men to the vicinity of the factory before he showed himself. And the two also recognized Ma Yuntao, so they turned around and tried to run, and were directly kicked to the side by Ma Yuntao, and then they started to beg for mercy. But Ma Yuntao wouldn't be soft-hearted. He knew that that clan was good at light kung fu, so he told them that if they could survive falling from the air, then it was heaven's will for them to live, and he would definitely not kill them again. So, he directly picked up the two men and flew 40 or 50 meters into the air. Let go and put them down. Unsurprisingly, both of them were killed. Even if one's lightness was good, there was no way they would have a chance of surviving under heavy injuries. After saying that, Ma Yuntao also gave him the video recorded in his cell phone, some of the criminal facts that the two people themselves admitted to, and the video explaining the upcoming crime. After listening to his account, Qiu Chenfeng was also speechless for a while. How can this old man kill an individual still be so creative? Since this was the case, there was nothing wrong with it, and the case could be considered closed. I'm sorry, senior. I can't help it if I still let you make a trip. I can't help it. If you don't make it clear, maybe the Dragon Group will have to place a wanted notice on you. That would be too bad. As he sent him away, Qiu Chenfeng said with apologies, "Ha ha, your kid is really able to submit. This kind of character isn't the same as your master. That old man is someone who is justified no matter if it's right or wrong." Ma Yuntao said with a smile, "Ha, elder, if I don't say that you are reasonable, every time I call my master, he has to scold me. Ha 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 ha, I'm quite happy that you said that. Then I'll leave. Cultivate well. Your master's expectations of you are not small." After saying that, he took a step towards the outside. "Senior, what about leaving a phone number?" Qiu Chenfeng suddenly thought of something and immediately chased after him. "Okay, you kid is to my liking, so I'll leave you a phone number." After exchanging phone numbers, Qiu Chenfeng sent him to the front door and waited for him to leave before returning to the office himself. Jin Ming saw how happy he was smiling and busily asked what was so good. "Student Xiao Ming, remember what I told you before about having a backstage being a good thing? Just now I asked for Senior Ma Yuntao's phone number. That's one more backstage, learn it well you." After saying that, he finished writing all the reports and sent them directly to the headquarters. He had been busy for several days now, so he could finally relax. When it was almost closing time, he let Jin Ming withdraw first. He himself waited in the big office for a while, but he didn't see Lu Yilin come back, so he went to Lin Feng's office. "Uncle Lin, why isn't Ellen back yet? Any cases? Didn't she tell you? He Biao had a few bones broken, and we don't know who did it yet. This case happens to be in charge of Tianxiang." I go, "Why didn't this old black brother tell me? He himself is not all early innate. It must be a martial artist who beat him. Otherwise who can beat him? I'll go over and take a look." Saying that, Qiu Chenfeng drove Shaolin's car directly to the hospital, and when he went upstairs, he happened to see Li Tianxiang coming down with Lu Yilin. "Uncle Li, Shaolin, I'm coming. What does old black brother say? See for yourself," Lu Yilin said and threw the transcript to him. Looking furious, Qiu Chenfeng picked up the transcript and glanced at it. Realizing that it was almost all blank, he asked Lu Yilin, "What's the situation?" "Nothing was asked. Why don't you guys call me? Don't you guys know that he's a martial artist? The person who can injure him is definitely not an ordinary person." I was thinking that you weren't busy with that big case, so I checked it myself first," Lu Yilin said with her head lowered. Hearing her say that, Qiu Chenfeng's fire instantly rose. "Do you still remember what I told you at that time? He's in early innate stage, someone who can't even beat him. If you checked, would you still be able to survive? Forget it, I'll go and see what's going on first, and I'll talk to you properly when I get home." After saying that, he returned the transcript to her and went to Black Biao's ward alone. Lu Yilin knew that he was really angry this time, so she let Li Tianxiang go back first and waited for him outside the ward herself. "Elder brother, hey, you've been ed like this, why didn't you tell me about it?" "Gu, young master, why are you here?" As soon as He Biao saw that Qiu Chenfeng had come, he immediately transformed from the state where he had just refused to say anything. "Tell me, who did it? I know you must have seen it clearly." Qiu Chenfeng didn't even talk nonsense to him and directly got to the point. "Young master, do you know about the Zhou family? Their family has raised a group of thugs that specialize in those unseemly things. My security company undertook a lot of small companies' security tasks, and it just so happened that one company's business touched the Zhou family's interests, so they honestly came to the door to cause trouble. The brothers under me were injured, so I thought I'd go over and take a look. I'm an innate martial artist now. I didn't realize that the other party had a patriarch, who directly slapped me like this." Hearing him finish, Qiu Chenfeng immediately asked, "Is that patriarch you're talking about an old man with pretty long hair?" Yes, that's him." This time, Autumn Chenfeng knew. It turned out to be Qin Tianqi, with whom he had met at the Li family back then. "Alright, leave this matter to me. Get well in peace you." After saying that, he got up and left, walking to the door to see Lu Yilin waiting for him. After Qiu Chenfeng glanced at her, he still couldn't hold back and said, "Let's go." Along the way, the two didn't say anything to anyone until after they got home and closed the door. Only then did Lu Yilin pamper herself with him. "Husband, is my bad. I won't be like this next time. Don't be angry, okay?" Autumn Chenfeng looked at her, knowing that he had to give her a clear signal this time. He opened his mouth and said, "The one who injured He Biao is a Zhongsher, which means that He Biao knows you and didn't say anything for your safety. Once he says it and you go to someone else, what do you think will happen? Remember, no matter where you go in the future, don't reveal the information that you are a martial artist, and from today onwards, you have to practice the heart technique every day. It will help you to take in all the aura of your body. If you unknowingly check out a martial artist, he won't be able to detect your aura and won't lay a hand on you. If next time you take the initiative to touch a case that you know is a martial artist, I will directly abolish your cultivation. Then you may leave me at any time. I might as well let you stay with me peacefully for decades. Chapter 55, The Real Martial Arts World. After listening to him, Lu Yilin knew that what he said was true. No matter if it was that patriarch, or if she found out later that she would waste her cultivation, so she didn't dare to talk back at all, and could only admit her mistakes one by one. Shaolin, you have to remember that there are too many powerful people in this world. For example, in the case I worked on, I obviously knew who it was, but I couldn't go to the person because I knew they could slap me to death with one hand, so I could only use my master's hand to get people to come to me and tell me the truth. It's hard to survive amongst martial artists if you don't have a sense of reverence. I said something to Jin Ming today, and I'll give it to you in the same way. When you encounter something you can't handle, what you have to think of is not to fight for your life yourself, but to go to your backstage. I can be your backstage. If I can't do it, then I'll go to my backstage. If no one can solve this matter, I will directly write a report and hand it in. It's not my turn to get myself killed in any way. After saying that, he went to make dinner, leaving Lu Yilin alone to quietly think about the words he just said. After dinner, the two of them quietly lay on the bed. No one said anything. In the end, Lu Yilin took the initiative to drill into Qiu Chenfeng's arms, and only then did the two of them continue to sleep in each other's arms. The next day, Qiu Chenfeng was ready to take Jin Ming to Zhou's house, but thinking about it, since Lu Yilin had followed this case, he called them master and disciple together. Why don't we just let him see what the world of martial artists is really like this time? To the Zhou family door, Autumn Chenfeng let Jin Ming go up to call the door. This time they cooperate also, since if the resistance, then there is no love to say. After the other side opened the door, Jin Ming bright identity, directly named to find Zhou Ling and Qin Tianqi. After the other party looked at his documents, let him wait, presumably go in to think of countermeasures. At this time, Qiu Chenfeng was in the car and said to Lu Yilin, "See, they do not care what you Public Security Bureau, even the Dragon Group are not in the eyes. As long as your cultivation is not as high as theirs, they cannot see you. At most look at your backstage face. Do not start a conflict with you. If I were to go down and call the door, Zhou Ling would inevitably appear in front of me within 10 seconds. The martial world is so realistic." Lu Yilin nodded thoughtfully and continued to look at Jin Ming at the door. She wanted to know what the reaction of the Zhou family would be in the end. After waiting for about 10 or so minutes, that butler from last time came out. Although the tone of his voice when he spoke to Jin Ming was still relatively kind, but that was just to give face to the Dragon Group. A few minutes later, Jin Ming returned to the car with his head hanging down and said, "Director, people are just biting on the fact that Zhou Ling is not at home, and there is no such person as Qin Tianqi in their home." Autumn Chenfeng looked at him with this expression as if he had eaten fly. So he consoled him, "Mr. Xiaoming, just be glad that you're from the Dragon team. Ask Uncle Li what kind of attitude people have when they go to Zhou's house." Li Tianxiang sniffed and chimed in, "That's right, if we go, people come out as subordinate or condescending to us." Only after hearing Li Tianxiang's words did Jin Ming feel a little better. "Alright, come with me. I'm not going to take it in today, so I'll show you the cruelty of the martial world." Qiu Chenfeng's words were mainly said to Lu Yilin. He had thought about it last night. Today he wouldn't give face to anyone else. He would directly show her how martial artists really get along with each other. Thus, he brought the other three off with him. Just as he walked to the Zhou family's entrance, he didn't say a word and directly sent two thick wooden doors flying with a palm through the air. Hearing the commotion, the butler came out again and was about to start cursing when he suddenly saw Qiu Chenfeng, so he immediately changed his dog-licking face and smiled. "So it's Senior Autumn, what's going on? So much fire?" Since Autumn Chenfeng was here to find trouble today, he completely lost his previous kind of nice personality and asked after giving him a hard glare. "I sent someone to your Zhou family to get someone. You don't take it seriously, do you? Then I came by myself. Is it that Zhou Ling and Qin Tianqi are still not at home? Do you need me to go in and look for them myself? Or do you need me to have the Dragon Group headquarters issue a martial arts wanted notice?" Hearing Qiu Chenfeng's words, the butler's face immediately changed. Of course he knew that if Qiu Chenfeng went in by himself, this would be a big deal. If the Dragon Group really issued a martial arts wanted notice, then their Zhou family would be completely finished. Being on the martial arts wanted list meant that any martial artist could launch an attack on the Zhou family, and as long as they could find Zhou Ling and Qin Tianqi, not only would they be faultless, but they would also be able to receive a reward from the Dragon Group. This, Senior rests his anger. "I'll go in and inform immediately." Before he could enter the house, Zhou Ling came out with Qin Tianqi, and as soon as he came out, he directly apologized to Qiu Chenfeng non-stop. Lu Yilin had seen the tip of the iceberg of the martial arts world this time, and just as he felt shocked, Qiu Chenfeng did something else that surprised her even more, only to see him directly throw out a slap, sending Zhou Ling flying hard and falling heavily to the ground again. but Zhou Ling directly knelt down just as he regained his mobility. Zhou Ling, did I give you too much face? I don't treat me as a sect master when I talk to you guys nicely, right? That's fine. From now on, I'll argue with you mole crickets about whether the saying that a patriarch cannot be humiliated is still valid or not. After saying that, he completely released his entire body's aura, even pressuring Qin Tianqi, who was at the early stage of the patriarch stage beside him, to kneel down. You guys listen carefully to what I'm going to say below. First, the martial artists of Sioux City are all under my management. Jin Ming is my subordinate. He carries out my orders. If you guys don't take him seriously, you're not taking me seriously, so it's time for a beating. After saying that, with a wave of his hand, the two kneeling on the ground were directly sent flying several meters. Lu Yilan could clearly see that the corner of Zhou Ling's mouth had begun to spill blood, and Qin Tianqi wasn't much better. His face was very poor, but what surprised her was that they immediately knelt over again when they regained their movement. Seeing that they had returned, Qiu Chenfeng continued. Secondly, He Biao is my man. As the saying goes, when you hit a dog, you still have to look at the master. Not to mention that He Biao can be considered my senior brother, so for you guys to strike out at him, you're likewise hitting me in the face. Or should you be hitting him? After saying that, he waved his hand once again. This time the power to hit Zhou Ling was still the same, but the power to hit Qin Tianqi was obviously increased a lot. So much so that Zhou Ling, who was at the late innate stage, had already knelt back down, and Qin Tianqi was still paralyzed there. Autumn Chenfeng was not in a hurry to speak, and just let it wait for him. After waiting for him to return in front of him, Autumn Chenfeng then said, Zhou Ling, harboring a murderer, I'll give you this one to remember. Go back and properly control the people under you. Likewise, your own behavior must also be properly restrained. If next time I find out that you've done something wrong, then we'll settle old scores with new ones. Chapter 56, Su Cheng establishing authority. When Zhou Ling heard Qiu Chenfeng say this, he knew that he was prepared to let himself off the hook. He was relieved and returned with a trembling voice. Yes, I will be strict with my discipline. Please don't worry, senior. After finishing with Zhou Ling, Qiu Chenfeng then turned his head to look at Qin Tianqi and said after a pause, Qin Tianqi, you let me say what's good about you. The first time was to deal with the Li family and was bumped into by me. The second time is even better. Directly broke a few bones of my people. What do you say I do good? Qin Tianqi heard these words and knew that he was finished. Whether it was messing with a sect master who was more powerful than himself, or messing with the dragon group, neither of them was something he could fight against. Therefore, he simply hung his head and didn't say anything, leaving everything to heaven. Not speaking? Then I'll do what I want. After saying that, Qiu Chenfeng directly dodged in front of him and raised a foot to kick his dantian. You actually wasted me. Qin Tianqi originally thought that he should follow the dragon group's regulations anyways, but he didn't expect him to directly strike. Since you're going to drive me to extinction, don't blame me. If I don't feel good, I will likewise not let you feel good. After saying that, he took out his cell phone with a trembling hand, found a number and called it. Qiu Chenfeng was listening quietly from the side. He didn't expect that he still knew people from the dragon group in Zhang province, but these people weren't a threat to himself. He listened for a while and then let him be. After making the call, Qin Tianqi stared viciously at Qiu Chenfeng and said, if you have the guts to wait here, let's see who dies first later on. Qiu Chenfeng had originally planned to go back. Today's matter has been made almost as much of a fuss. Within a few days, what happened today will spread throughout the martial arts community of Sioux City, and may even spread throughout the entire Zhang province. However, since he wanted to add another slam dunk, let's just wait. So, he opened his mouth and said to the dozen or so subordinates at the entrance of the Zhou family, you guys, go and move a few chairs out. When the subordinates heard this, they immediately turned their heads and went into the house to move the chairs. Qiu Chenfeng saw the scene and smiled. Quite sensible. After a few people were seated, Autumn Chenfeng added, help your master up. I'm a man of my word. I'll keep it in mind this time. As long as there's no next time. If there really are martial artists targeting your Zhou family, you can come to me as well. I will manage the same. This is my duty. Zhou Ling heard Qiu Chenfeng's tone soften before he made a bow and sat down. After waiting for more than half an hour, the tea served out by the Zhou family had gotten cold several times before Qin Tianqi's backstage arrived. Patriarch Qin, why are you kneeling? Who is so bold to let you kneel? Qiu Chenfeng heard this voice quite familiar, and once he turned his head and saw the visitor, he was happy. Yo, who did I think it was? It turns out to be Captain Yu. What? Your team leader Zhou still allowed you to come to Sioux City? Is it you? Did you beat him up? When Yu Junpeng saw Qiu Chenfeng, he immediately felt that things were not good. The previous matter. According to Zhu Linsheng, even if Qiu Chenfeng scrapped Yu Junpeng's squad directly in Sioux City and locked them up according to malfeasance, he, Zhu Linsheng, wouldn't dare to say half a word. Moreover, the headquarters will only say that he did the right thing after learning about it, and will definitely not hold him accountable. So he would really be stupid if he directly confronted him again this time. Yes, he had a private fight in my precinct for the sake of profit, causing the other party to be hospitalized with a broken bone. In addition, I came to my door to ask for someone, and he still dared to hide. According to the rules, not to mention that I scrapped him, even if I directly killed him, it's not a problem, right? Qiu Chenfeng said with a smile. He also wanted to see if this captain you had learned his lesson this time. If he was still the same as before, then he wouldn't mind getting rid of these bedbugs. Commissioner Autumn, what you said. Since this is the case, then of course it is in line with the rules. I also didn't figure out the matter before I came over to take a look. That's fine. We'll withdraw first. You're busy. After saying that, Qiu Chenfeng did not even look at Qin Tianqi, turned around and left. Qin Tianqi, there is still backstage. If there is, I will wait for you to continue to call. At this moment, Qin Tianqi completely lowered his head. He is beginning to regret why he came to Su City, why he wants to do these things with Zhou Ling. Alright, Family Master Zhou, we'll be leaving, then pack up and clean up yourself. After saying that, Qiu Chenfeng let Jin Ming bring Qin Tianqi to the car. Before leaving, he turned his head and shouted again. That's right, Family Master Zhou. Tomorrow, have all the martial artists under your command come to the criminal police force to find me. I see that there are many who have not registered with me. You can either demobilize them or come and register with me, either one or the other. After saying that, he directly got into the car. When the police car left, Zhou Ling instantly paralyzed on the ground. He completely did not expect Qiu Chenfeng to make such a big deal this time. Before, he had always thought that this young man was very good at talking. It seems that the sky is about to change in the martial arts world of Suzhou City. In the future, probably all the martial artists will have to be under his supervision, and those who are not registered are expected to be severely beaten. Little Wind, did not expect you will directly move today. I thought you would give him some face. Back to the criminal police. After taking Qin Tianqi into custody, Li Tianxiang and Lu Yilan went to his office to chat for a while. Uncle Li, there are some people that if you give him face, he thinks you're easy to talk to and that he can eat you up, so taking advantage of this opportunity. I'm also setting up a reputation in the martial arts community of Su City. Qiu Chenfeng said with a smile. Then do you have to hit so hard? I think it's still a bit too much. Lu Yilan pondered for a moment before uttering these words. The moment Qiu Chenfeng struck, she even felt that she somewhat did not recognize him. Heavy? Not heavy at all, just that scene just now. Even if I directly killed Zhou Ling and Qin Tianqi, it was within the normal powers of the dragon group. Therefore, I am still relatively merciful. What you'll see in the future will only be several or even hundreds of times more brutal than today. Those martial artists who think highly of themselves will never negotiate with you. If you offend me, it's either you or me. In addition, you have just heard me say a phrase called the patriarch cannot be insulted. This sentence is an unspoken rule that everyone in the martial world agrees with. As long as the other party is a patriarch, you have to kneel and lick, unless you yourself are a patriarch and have a higher cultivation level than him. Otherwise, even if you just don't respect him much, it's all within the scope of this sentence. At that time, even if he kills you, the dragon group won't necessarily file a case unless someone can prove that he's the one looking for trouble. After hearing these words from Qiu Chenfeng, Lu Yilan instantly became fearful of the world of martial artists, and she finally understood why Qiu Chenfeng was hesitant at first when she wanted to practice ancient martial arts. Only now did she realize that it was because this world was too cruel. Apart from the backstage, it was all about cultivation, truly the weak and the strong. In the future, it is better to practice the heart method, to hide their cultivation in order to be safe. Chapter 57 Birthday. Within 2 days, this matter spread throughout the martial arts world of Zhang province, and everyone was surprised that a young patriarch would directly lay a heavy hand on him. So there was a considerable portion of people that felt that Qiu Chenfeng was too arrogant, and a few others even called on other sect masters to find him for a duel. But when they realized that Qiu Chenfeng's master was the easy master, almost everyone lost their voices. That was a godlike figure. Messing with him would be the end of one's life. At the same time, Ma Yuntao actually directly put out the word that if anyone felt that Qiu Chenfeng had done something wrong and wanted to go and duel with him, they should first come and find themselves in Pan Pan Dao. Now, almost all the martial artists in Zhang province understood that not only was Qiu Chenfeng's cultivation high, but in addition to Easy Sun, there was also a Ma Yuntao supporting him. These two could both be grand masters, completely not on their level. After learning this news, Qiu Chenfeng smiled and said to Jin Ming, "See, this is the power of the backstage without having to do anything on their own. People will take the initiative to lay down their arms." It was also at this time that Jin Ming realized that Qiu Chenfeng wasn't joking with him that day, but the backstage was indeed useful. Days so unhurriedly passed. Autumn Chenfeng, look at the time, are almost June, and then a few days is Xiaolin's birthday. This can be a good plan. She does not like the kind of social death of romance, so he had to accompany her at home on her birthday. As for the gift is relatively simple. A few days ago shopping, he saw Xiaolin has been staring at a diamond necklace. At that time, Qiu Chenfeng wanted to buy it directly, but the price tag was more than 80,000 yuan. Xiaolin died not to. Although diamonds this kind of IQ tax Qiu Chenfeng does not really want to buy, and platinum is not as valuable as gold, but he can obviously see that Xiaolin really like. So he still secretly bought this diamond necklace, which is called 1,000 gold can't buy her like. The days passed so uneventfully. Due to their own strong authority, the martial artists in the precincts are also very peaceful. Qiu Chenfeng every day on their own cultivation, guiding Jin Ming and Shaolin cultivation. Extra time at work, almost all in the bragging with Lin Feng in the past. On Lu Yilin's birthday, Qiu Chenfeng purposely secretly inquired about it, and luckily Shaolin didn't have a case, so he would be able to get off work on time. Anyway, he had nothing to do at work, so he went straight home after dinner. According to the online video, the home layout, after all, he accompanied her first birthday, he'll have to have some commemorative significance. After the arrangement, he went out to pick up the cake, before returning to the criminal police force. Cannot let her notice in advance, or their own these thoughts will be spent in vain. It was not easy to get through to the end of the day. Lu Yilin seems to have completely forgotten about his birthday. Is looking at the information, not ready to leave early. So, Qiu Chenfeng could only go in and call her. Shaolin, go home, it's not easy to have no case today, but still not go and wait for what? Ah, good. I don't even feel used to leaving work this early. After saying that, she tidied up her things and then walked out of the office on Qiu Chenfeng's arm. As soon as she got on the car, she sniffed around and asked after a while, "What's that smell? So fragrant? It's like some kind of flower scent." These words could really make Qiu Chenfeng pinch a sweat. When he went to pick up the cake in the afternoon, he went to the florist to buy another bouquet of roses. Although he had already put it home, there was still a faint smell in the car. I don't know if he put fragrance in it. Maybe it's an air freshener or something to wipe the car. I went to wash the car in the afternoon. Autumn Chenfeng casually pulled a lie and covered it up. Luckily, he did wash a car today. When she went upstairs, Qiu Chenfeng specially let her go out of the elevator first, in which case she must be the one to open the door. Once she opened the door, she could see all the things she had set up. For the sake of this moment, he had turned on the lights in the living room when he left the house in the afternoon. As soon as she opened the door, Lu Yilin was stunned by the scene in front of her, and it was only when she saw the happy birthday balloons plastered on the wall that she remembered that today was her birthday. Although there were a few birthday wishes text messages from the bank during the day, but she was busy at the time and forgot about it when it passed. As soon as she turned around, she saw Qiu Chenfeng hemming and hawing. For him, these arrangements in exchange for this expression on Lu Yilin's face was already worth it. Lu Yilin didn't even know how she sat down at the table, and she only came back to her senses when Qiu Chenfeng brought the cake to the table. "When did you set it up?" "In the afternoon, I came back after dinner," Qiu Chenfeng said while lighting the candles. After blowing out the candles, Lu Yilin took the initiative to hug Qiu Chenfeng and gave him a deep kiss. Since she started after she went to the police academy, she was almost never at home on her birthday, and it had been a long time since she had spent her birthday like this. "How do you know my birthday? I don't remember telling you?" Lu Yilin talked to him for a while before she thought of this question. Last time I saw your ID card, I remembered it." "Oh, I didn't expect you still know how to do this. I thought you didn't understand romance at all." Although Lu Yilin said this, her face was still filled with a happy smile. "It's true that I don't know much about it. Learned from watching videos online." After eating a few bites of cake, Qiu Chenfeng brought out the insulated dishes. When the two finished eating, Lu Yilin's parents' blessing message and phone call only came over. Of course this is what he arranged in advance. If he sends the blessing in advance, his own surprise will have to be discounted. When the two of them finished showering and went to bed, that's when Qiu Chenfeng took out the gift. "Emma, there's more gifts?" Lu Yilin excitedly picked it up, and once she opened it, she realized that it was none other than the necklace she had her eye on. "How did you really buy it?" "Not with you said too expensive, well, and a year are not certain to wear a few days. How wasteful. You like it on the line, do not wear even if you look also happy, there is a saying how to say it. The first thing you need to do is to get your hands on a pair of shoes or boots. Called allow you do not wear, not allowed you do not have come. I first help you wear look." Autumn Chenfeng said and took the necklace, helped her put on. "Does it look good?" Lu Yilin asked with a smile. "That's for sure. Can my wife not look good?" "Oops, I'm asking you if the necklace looks good." "Good looking but not as good looking as my wife." "Then let's go to bed early." "Sure, but it's still early. We can still do something else." The next day when Qiu Chenfeng woke up, it was already more than 9 o'clock. Thinking back to last night, it was indeed a bit crazy, and he almost didn't even sleep much. What time is it? So tired. Not long after, Lu Yilin also woke up and asked in a daze. 9:30. Just go on sleeping if you're tired. 9:30. I rely on. This time miserable. Lu Yilin instantly jumped up. All damn late for an hour and a half. Chapter 58. Japanese martial artist reappears. Go on and sleep. I finished taking your vacation yesterday. Really? I'll go. Scared me to death. Lu Yilin heard this before she laid down again and looked at her cell phone before asking. You turned off my alarm clock? Yeah, letting you have a good night's sleep after taking a vacation, Qiu Chenfeng said, and wrapped her in his arms again. He himself hadn't slept enough, so he continued to sleep. It's not easy for a day off. The two slept directly to more than 2 o'clock in the afternoon. After waking up to feel that this day is a good waste of time, do what is not good, have to sleep. After getting up, the two decided not to stay at home. Taking advantage of the weather is not too hot. Go out for a walk. Where are we going? Just after going out, Lu Yilin asked. Buy clothes to go immediately. Summer. Haven't bought you summer clothes yet. Qiu Chenfeng but brushed on the internet. Said that women always think they don't have clothes to wear. Although Xiaolin does not have a high demand for clothes, but how to make up for the goods. Kui. I didn't expect you to think about buying clothes for me. I didn't hurt you for nothing. The two of them talked and laughed as they walked down the street. From 2 o'clock in the afternoon until the evening. On the way home, Qiu Chenfeng saw two Hotian martial artists walking furtively on the street, as if they were afraid of being followed, and had to look back every few steps. He carefully thought about it. These two people seemed quite new to him, and should not have registered in his hands. So, he let Lu Yilin go back first. Lu Yilin looked at him with a serious expression and knew that something must have happened, so she went back without asking anything. After the last incident, she fully realized that she must listen to him in this regard. That world is too dangerous. After seeing Lu Yilin leave safely, Qiu Chenfeng secretly followed him. He wanted to know what these two boys were trying to do, since there was too much of a difference in cultivation. This time the follow-up was completely undetected by them. After following a period of time, Qiu Chenfeng found that they entered a hotel, and when they went upstairs, he also followed them in. After taking out his police officer's card, it was easy to find out the names of those two people, and half a day, the two people who just went in were both Japanese. According to the front desk, they are a total of 3 people. The two just looked like attendants. The leader is a 40-year-old middle-aged man, called Tanaka Taro. All 3 of them live in the same suite, from living in to now a week. Tanaka Taro has not gone out, has been 2 attendants go out to do business. After inquiring, Qiu Chenfeng let them pay attention to secrecy. After asking for the room next to theirs, he sneaked upstairs by himself. He wanted to know what in the world these few brats martial artists were doing here. After entering the room, he listened carefully to the movement of the next door, but he forgot one of the most important things. He did not understand Japanese. In an instant, he was almost cried by his own stupidity. Why did he come up? Completely meaningless. There is no way out. Autumn Chenfeng can only call the phone to the high-definition roam. Let him send someone to foreign guest registration as the reason. Contact with them, he only need to watch on the side on the line. Half an hour later, the person sent by HD Roam came. So Qiu Chenfeng put his police officer's license around his neck and followed them into that suite. During the questioning, Tanaka Taro claimed that they were here to do business, but Qiu Chenfeng could clearly feel that there was blood on his body, and he had definitely killed someone within 3 days, and they had already stayed in this hotel for a week, so it was inevitable that they had killed someone in Sioux City. As for the front desk not seeing him go out, it was because he was already at the early stage of Zhongshi. Wanting to jump down from the suite on the 5th floor was a small problem. However, he couldn't be moved yet. If he was brought back without substantial evidence, it wouldn't take more than a few days to cause an international dispute, and this would be more troublesome. The good thing is that Qiu Chenfeng himself is not prepared to directly move him. Tanaka Taro, since he killed someone and still stayed here, it means he has other things not done. He just need to keep an eye on him. After leaving, Qiu Chenfeng gave HD Roam another call, and after telling him his thoughts, HD Roam immediately began to arrange for people to investigate Skynet. This matter must be carried out on both sides at the same time. As long as there is progress on both sides, Tanaka Taro will not be able to go. As long as he cannot go, this matter can be slowly investigated. After returning home, Lu Yilin very consciously did not ask anything. For this point, Autumn Chenfeng is still quite pleased. Early the next morning, after he finished cooking breakfast, he told Lu Yilin that he had something to do, and let her go to the criminal investigation team by herself, and then went directly to the hotel near yesterday. After squatting for 2 hours, Qiu Chenfeng realized that the 2 ghost attendants he saw yesterday had gone out. He probed upstairs Tanaka Taro, and after learning that he was still sleeping, he immediately followed the 2 little devils. Followed a period of time later, Autumn Chenfeng found himself actually to the crematorium. This damn also too weird. These two ghosts here to do what? After following in, he saw two people are negotiating with the staff inside. Specifically what to say is not heard, the distance is too far away. Since he had met them last night, he couldn't get too close to them, or they would be easily exposed. After they left, Qiu Chenfeng found the staff member and asked him what the two said to him after he pulled out his ID card. The staff member said that those two people had been here for 3 days, saying that they wanted them to cremate the body in cabinet 18, but they didn't have a legal certificate, so they never gave it to them, and they kept emphasizing that the person was Japanese, so Xiagwa didn't have their proof, so they could only ask them to bring it back to their country after cremating it. Hearing this, Qiu Chenfeng let that staff member directly open the 18th freezer, in which lay the remains of a female, and according to the information on the tag, she was indeed Japanese. After recording the information, Qiu Chenfeng left the funeral parlor and rushed directly to the criminal police team. Just after arriving at the team, he went to Lin Feng's office and asked him to help check the information on this woman. About an hour later, Lin Feng went to his office to find him. The woman, whose identity information was all true, had died in a car accident half a month ago. Originally, the case could have been closed easily. The insurance company was responsible for everything anyway, but when they tried to close the case, they realized that the perpetrator had disappeared, as if he had evaporated. In theory, there was no need for him to disappear because the blame had already been assigned, and the cause was the woman who ran the red light, and he was not the main responsible party. Due to the disappearance of the perpetrator, this case can only be shelved, so it is also impossible to open the cremation certificate. Chapter 59, Father-in-law and mother-in-law are here. Upon hearing that the perpetrator had disappeared, Qiu Chenfeng instantly understood the circumstances of the matter, and it was no surprise that this woman must have had a close relationship with Taro Tanaka, so he immediately asked the Dragon Team headquarters to investigate the relationship between Taro Tanaka and this deceased woman. As expected, the information sent from the headquarters showed that this woman was Tanaka Taro's illegitimate daughter, and was living with Tanaka Taro before coming to Xia. When things reached this stage, it was basically clear. Tanaka Taro must have come to Xiagwa because his own daughter was killed in a collision, and when he came, he couldn't hold back and directly killed the perpetrator, but he did it a bit early. The police simply did not close the case, so it led to the fact that he could not let his daughter be cremated, and without cremation, he simply could not take it with him. As for the reason he didn't approach the diplomatic department, it was likely that he was a thief. He was afraid that the Xia government, in the spirit of checking out the facts, would re-examine the case and find out the things he had done. But now although all of this reasoning makes sense and is basically true, Qiu Chenfeng has absolutely no way to use this reasoning to arrest someone, and now the main thing to look at is how well HD Rong's side of Skynet is checking. However, the colleague who was checking the Skynet video felt that it was a headache, because Tanaka Taro's whereabouts could not be fully captured by the camera. He had also thought of this point long ago, which is why from the time he had already entered Sioux City, he had let himself deliberately avoid the cameras, so that when checking his whereabouts, it was all east and west. However, since his video is not good to check, then simply change it. Directly check that the driver who caused the accident, he will certainly not deliberately avoid the camera. So, Qiu Chenfeng told HD Rong about this proposal, and HD Rong immediately had people change their investigative mindset, and put all their focus on the at-fault driver. Soon, the video investigation team found the last place where the hit-and-run driver appeared, which was a small road on the side of a national highway, and the camera captured a video of him driving by with Taro Tanaka. Since he was a cab driver himself, he got his car fixed and went on with his business, and Taro Tanaka was just an ordinary passenger in his eyes, not realizing that he would lose his life because of it. After knowing the exact location, HD Rong immediately scattered a large number of people to survey the neighborhood, and finally found traces of freshly turned traces in a field that had been deserted, and in this location, the body of the driver who caused the accident was found. Upon learning of the situation, Qiu Chenfeng immediately took Jin Ming to the hotel and brought the three Tanaka Taro back to the Interpol on the spot. After Tanaka Taro saw the video of him riding in the car, he quickly confessed to the crime, and what happened was exactly the same as what Qiu Chenfeng had speculated. However, he didn't think that he would be tried in Xia, because he had a powerful backstage. Both martial arts families in Japan were related to him. One Yamada family was his mother's family, and the other, the Yamaguchi family, was his master's family. Just with these two families pressurizing the Japanese government, they wouldn't dare to ignore this matter. But he may be thinking too much this time. In martial arts strength, the Yamaguchi family is completely compared to the Yamada family, but the Yamada family has been Autumn Chenfeng beat fear. So when they learned that this matter had fallen into the hands of Qiu Chenfeng, they had a tacit understanding that no one cared. So Tanaka Taro was directly escorted back to the Dragon Group headquarters, waiting to be tried. A few days after finishing this matter, Qiu Chenfeng had nothing to do again. Every day he just cultivated for a while and then went to that office of Lu Yilin to hang around. I say, can you not keep running this way? You're so idle, we wanna hit you for watching. Lu Yilin complained as she watched him leisurely blindly looking around the office. Hey, I don't have anything to do, I just have to come to you, why don't I help you do something? Idle is idle anyway. Qiu Chenfeng didn't care if she wanted to beat herself up. This place was more fun than his office anyway. Where's that young man under you? Gave him a vacation? Haven't seen him for days. Li Tianxiang listened to them chatting, so he interjected and asked, oh, I let him escort Tanaka Taro to Yanjing. Young man, always need to see more of the world. After hearing his words, Lu Yilin directly couldn't help but laugh out, joyfully saying, I go, little Taoist, you say this as if you've been to Yanjing. Shaolin, you're not good like this. You have to give your husband face outside. How do you say everything? When he said this, the whole office laughed out. This time it was Lu Yilin's turn to be embarrassed. Alas, you two young couples are quite amorous, but don't come to mess with us. Let us these single dogs how to do. Eat dog food every day. Next to a single young police officer teased. Hearing this, Qiu Chenfeng became even more complacent and said with a smile, before Shaolin knew me, she had been here for more than a month. You guys didn't seize the opportunity. I grabbed it first. It can't be blamed on me. Do you want to kneel on the rubbing board when you get home? Lu Yilin heard him getting more and more outrageous, so she feigned anger and said, I go. Daughter-in-law angry. I slipped, finished, but also really directly ran back to the office. This can be. Li Tianxiang laughed half dead. Did not expect this kid, usually staggering, actually still a wife tube. Just returned to the office. Lin Feng came over, saw that he was lying down and playing with his cell phone, so he directly a hand gripped him away. Hey, Uncle Lin, what are you doing? Qiu Chenfeng didn't understand what he was doing at all, so he asked suspiciously. Sound lighter, hurry up and follow me. Your old husband and old mother-in-law came. The two of us first go to pick up. First don't tell Xiaolin, later give her a surprise. Lin Feng lowered his voice and said, why don't they tell me? Why don't I just go pick up? Old trouble Uncle Lin, you can't be good. Lin Feng sniffed and laughed. This kid is usually quite unreliable, but the words he said were quite pleasant to the ear. However, Louis is his old comrade in arms. How can he not go to pick it up? So Lin Feng directly pulled Qiu Chenfeng into his car and drove to the train station. On the way, Qiu Chenfeng looked at the bustling crowd and said with emotion, Uncle Lin, this tourist city is a tourist city, huh? No matter what day there are so many people. Lin Feng looked out the window and said with a smile, yes, fortunately, the security is better now. Otherwise so many people we have to be busy to death. Qiu Chenfeng also quite agree with this, said, well, this is true. A lot of people are easy to get into trouble. But Uncle Lin, how come we don't have an airport in Suzhou City? This guy, make us go out, still have to go to Shanghai and Wuxi. Chapter 60 to the in-laws acting. Oh, you kid worry quite a lot of heart. Su City wants to build an airport. Difficult to both airports are too close today, although the drive to an hour or two, but the plane is just a few minutes. But you care about what to do. Su City. Anyway, there is a high-speed train directly to Fengcheng. Will not delay you two home. There is a high-speed train that goes directly to Fengcheng. There is no delay for you two to go home. Aha, that's true. The two of them chatted one by one, finally arriving at the high-speed train station in Suzhou City half an hour later. After sitting there for a little while, Louis and Suing are seen walking out from inside with big bags. Emma, uncle and aunt, you guys are moving? Qiu Chenfeng immediately greeted him and took the packages in Su Ying's hands and said with a smile, why, this child of yours isn't bringing you specialties? Suing is also quite happy to see Qiu Chenfeng. This child more and more will come to things. Old Lua, you can come. We haven't seen each other for another year. Lin Feng sees Louis and says with the same excitement, ha ha, old Lin, I've taken 10 days of vacation this time. We'll stay here for a few more days. You have to let me eat well. Louis is not polite with him at all. The moment he comes up, he wants him to treat him to dinner. No problem. Isn't this a small matter? Even if I'm not available, your son-in-law can still accompany you. He's almost idle out of his ass. Hey, but what's wrong with you? To actually be able to take 10 days off, that's not normal. Lin Feng asked curiously. Go. Talk in the car. There are too many people here. Louis directly pulled him outside, leaving Suing and Qiu Chenfeng behind. After seeing the state of the two of them, Suing complains, alas, these two people act as if I'm the third party as soon as they meet. Xiaofeng, are you so idle? Why don't you go back to Phoenix City to have a look? Auntie Sue, I'm not really that idle. Occasionally there are still some things. Besides, if I go back to Phoenix City for a few days, Xiaolin shall not die of boredom, and can only eat takeout. Qiu Chenfeng said helplessly. Ha ha, this can only be blamed on you not letting her do anything. If I say I should let her do more, Suing has always felt that Qiu Chenfeng is 3 years younger than her daughter. Even if he is very good at taking care of people, can't always let him take care of always have to do something for him. But Qiu Chenfeng didn't think so. He felt that since he loved Xiaolin so much, he had to spoil her. And he is indeed very idle. Xiaolin busy to death. He let him after work to live a little comfortable. After getting into the car, Louis finally reveals the reason why he was able to take such a long vacation. Little Wind, that set of gungfu you gave is really extraordinary. That special combat team of mine took the first place among the military district competition. The commander was so happy that he gave me 10 days leave. Oh, that's good. Then I'm still the one who got the credit. Qiu Chenfeng didn't talk to him politely and said directly, "That's not true. Hey, old Lin, where are we going now?" Although Louis doesn't recognize the roads in Sioux City, he sees the neighborhood where Xiaolin lives and is moving away from there himself. Oh, first go to the criminal police team. Go to my office to chat. After chatting at night I will treat you guys to dinner. You guys will also take a look at Xiaolin's work status. Lin Feng this time is actually intentional. He knows that Louis doesn't feel at ease with his daughter, so he has to let him take a look at Xiaolin's work environment. That's fine. Then I won't be polite to you. This daughter of mine is just a bit grumpy. Her co-worker relationship should be good. As soon as he mentions his daughter, Louis says with satisfaction, "That's not true. Since being with Xiao Feng, her temper is obviously much better. The month she first came here, her temper was what was called a big one. What Lin Feng said was actually considered to be the truth." Qiu Chenfeng himself felt that Xiaolin was much gentler now. Soon, the four people came to the criminal police downstairs. When they passed by Xiaolin's big office, Louis probed and looked, and realized that his daughter was writing a report, so he didn't bother. After they entered Lin Feng's office, he went to the big office and called Li Tianxiang over. "Detachment Lin, what are the instructions?" "Yo, Little Wind is also here." Li Tianxiang entered the office and thought there was some kind of mission. Lin Feng waved his hand, signaling him to sit down. "Nothing much. Anyway, it's not busy now. Let's chat together. Come, introduce. These two are Xiaolin's parents. This officer Li Tianxiang is your daughter's master. Everything she has here was taught by Tianxiang." Hearing that this is Xiaolin's master, Louis immediately stands up to exchange pleasantries. Li Tianxiang had also heard before that Xiaolin's father was a colonel, and also greeted politely. After familiarizing themselves with Xiaolin's working condition here, Louis and Suing still can't help but go to the main office, with the three of them, Qiu Chenfeng, following behind. Due to the fact that today's report on this case is a bit difficult to write, Xiaolin completely fails to realize that there are a few people outside the door looking at her. "Why don't I go in and talk to her while you guys watch here?" Qiu Chenfeng felt bored after watching for a while, so he decided to go in and become an actor himself. "Alright, you go." Louis responded softly and nodded. Thus, Qiu Chenfeng walked in with Li Tianxiang. "How's the writing going?" Li Tianxiang spoke first. "It's early, master. This stuff is really hard to write. It's still better for me to go out and investigate the case," Lu Yilin said in a lifeless manner. "Hey, small comrades, do not have negative emotions. Well, revolutionary work are one step at a time to do out. How can you only walk? Do not maintain the shoes well." Hearing Qiu Chenfeng still talking sarcasm on the side, Lu Yilin directly picked up a pen and smashed it to him. "Complaining, just you can. Be idle all day like a what? Alas, Xiaolin, you're hurting my heart. I don't care if I'm idle every day. I'll give you a good meal. You actually say this to me." Autumn Chenfeng was playing a scene on the side. Lu Yilin had indeed felt as if the words were heavy, but seeing him like this, she didn't want to give him the bird again. "Wow, you actually do not bird me. You believe it or not, I give my old man to call the complaint." "Che, hit go." Chanting, "My father certainly helped me," said Lu Yilin full of care. "I go. Then my mother-in-law certainly helped me." Autumn Chenfeng also said unconvincingly. "Then you suit a chant Sky High Emperor far away." I'm afraid of what Lu Yilin still did not turn back, but where she turned back ahead to see their parents standing in the doorway. "I'll be damned. Uncle Lu, Auntie Sue, there's no justice. Quickly save me." With his shouts, Lu Yilin finally turned her head back. She originally wanted to fight with him for a few more of his words, but she didn't expect to see her parents close at hand once she turned her head. In an instant, her eyes inexplicably turned red, and she suddenly had an urge to cry. Chapter 61, She Won't Have a Baby with Me. "Mom and Dad, why are you here?" Originally she wanted to run over and hug her mother, but in front of so many people, she still held back. "Ha ha, it's rare for your father to have a vacation, so we thought of coming to Suzhou City to see you too," Suing said with a smile. After the three of them chatted for a little while, Louis felt that it was disturbing their work, so he returned to Lin Feng's office with Suing. "Hey, you hid it well enough? You didn't tell me anything?" After they left, Louis Lin said to Qiu Chenfeng on the side, "Ha, heaven and earth is kind. I only knew an hour earlier than you did. Just now when I came over I didn't know it, and when I went back to the office I was dragged to the train station by Uncle Lin, Qiu Chenfeng said in an aggravated manner. Lu Yilin looked at him like this. Also do not care what he said is true or false. Directly let him hurry back to the office to go. If he stays here to chat with their own, before the end of the work of this report basically impossible to write the end of. Director, I'm back. Qiu Chenfeng just walked out of the big office, and saw Jin Ming walking in from outside with a big bag on his back. Hey I go. Xiao Ming student, come back. How not to give me a call? I pick you up Also, I remember when you went you were empty? How come you came back carrying such a big bag? Ha ha, Commissioner. I'm still more familiar with this part of my own home. When I came back, a few leaders from the headquarters gave me a lot of Yinjing specialties. Let's go to the big office and share them with everyone, Jin Ming said excitedly. That's fine, walk, I'll see what goodies the headquarters has given. With those words, Qiu Chenfeng led him back to the big office again. Big brothers and sisters, come and get the food yo. Xiao Ming students brought it back from Yinjing. Come late and it's gone As he shouted out this voice, dozens of people throughout the big office walked over. Director, this is not given by the headquarters. Why do you say that I brought it? Jin Ming asked in disbelief. I didn't say anything wrong I didn't say you bought it. You brought it back. Isn't it quite right how they think it's okay with me for Autumn Chenfeng? This kind of thing that can let Jin Ming exchange feelings with everyone. He is definitely going to be on the ball. Everything else about this kid was good, but he was just too withdrawn. Probably also related to the family environment he grew up in. So with most of the people, he just knew them, but didn't have much interaction. And Qiu Chenfeng was ready to take this opportunity to let him integrate. I'll go, little Ming. This little body of yours can carrying so many things back? The crowd said as they grabbed food. It's not bad. As soon as he saw that there were more people, Jin Ming was a little afraid to speak again. Gu, I say you kid, hurry to learn with your director. You see him all day staggering. You follow him behind. A little voice is not, as if not familiar. In the future, there is something that needs to use us. You just say, look at these food on the part of. We will also help Lu Yilin see him again to miss such a good opportunity. Is ready to help him a hand. That's right, don't be stuffy in the office. Come out and brag. Li Tianxiang also chimed in. Emma, make half a day. I just stagger too much. How everyone says I stagger it. Hey, don't take it all away Next door to the second team still have to give some of it. And Uncle Linnet. Autumn Chenfeng said half. See that pile of things are missing a big half. Immediately snatched back. After he went next door to the second team and got them some, he had Jin Ming take the rest into Lin Feng's office. Uncle Lin, Xiao Ming came back from Yinjing and brought some specialties. Yo, these things look really good. Hey, don't give them all to me. Leave some for the people's children. Lin Feng saw that Qiu Chenfeng directly gave it to him and immediately stopped it. Early for him to leave a good rest assured that your family is not a small potty friend, just quite a lot of snacks. Autumn Chenfeng of course will not forget to leave a good first. Cannot let him carry all the way back. Nothing cannot get it. This time is purely for him to pull the relationship only. In the future, if he has something not in, he wants to borrow people also convenient point. Ha, then I won't be polite. You said why don't you make an effort? Your old man can be waiting to hold grandchildren. Lin Feng teased. How to pull on me? Xiao Lin said I still have more than a year to the marriage age. Not with me to birth to say that this topic words. Autumn Chenfeng completely unafraid of him. Their own or I'm not afraid of him at all. I'm still a child. What kind of child do you want to have? Gu, I really forget this thing. Old Lua, your son-in-law is still smallet. Ha, and then wait a few years at you. Lin Feng heard him finish before he remembered. This kid down the mountain when just 20 years old. This moment is really still more than a year difference it. Although Autumn Chenfeng words are so. In fact, the two of them also talked about, not ready to be so young to have a child, just not yet to the age of marriage. This excuse is better to use only. A few people chatted together for a while, and it was hard to finally get off work soon, so Qiu Chenfeng thought about dinner. Uncle Lin, where are we going to eat later? A big meal? Just put your heart in your stomach. It's already been arranged. Bring this little brother of yours along, said Lin Feng, pointing at Jin Ming. I just don't know what not Detachment commander treats. Not eat for nothing. Jin Ming had not finished speaking when he was interrupted by Qiu Chenfeng. Jin Ming of course knows that he wants to let himself integrate into them, but this character of his own, it is true that he is not very good at talking, even with Qiu Chenfeng. It was only after a month or two of familiarity that he talked more. After chatting for a while longer, Lu Yilin walked in. Once he saw that the people were almost there, Lin Feng let them go, and when he passed by the big office, he pulled Li Tianxiang out as well. As the saying goes, once a teacher, always a father. How is also a master? This kind of party he also have to go. After arriving at the hotel, Qiu Chenfeng realized that he had underestimated Lin Feng. Looking at the decoration is not like any cheap place. Uncle Lin, it's not cheap here, is it? Look at how a meal my month's salary is not enough to look like. Che, how can anyone come here to eat? Really out of class. Lin Feng has not yet spoken. Heard a brightly dressed young man on the side said with a face full of contempt. Qiu Chenfeng just wanted to argue with him, but was stopped by Lin Feng, directly pulling him into the box. Uncle Lin, why don't you let me say a few words? That little brat owes it to himself. Qiu Chenfeng asked in disbelief. What do you care if he owes it to clean up? He thinks he's a human being. Then let him be superior to go. Nothing to fight for. Take your old husband and old mother-in-law to dinner is the right thing to do. Lin Feng naturally knew that all the people who came in and out of this place were rich people, and his own profession decided that he couldn't clash with them. Not to mention them, even ordinary people, he wouldn't go looking for trouble. Chapter 62, The Zhou and Li Families. Why, Uncle Lin? These rich people don't dare to touch you, right? Qiu Chenfeng asked in disbelief. You kids still need to learn more about the human condition if your Uncle Lin and them get into a conflict. They don't even need to tear his face off, as long as the video of the two sides arguing is posted on the internet, and then your Uncle Lin's position is posted. The public opinion will criticize your Uncle Lin to death. Seeing that he still can't understand, Louis takes over and explains to him. Oh, so that's how it is. Luckily I'm not afraid of anything. Hearing his words, Lin Feng was depressed. Indeed, if he clashed with others, no matter what the public opinion was, it wouldn't affect him, and there would even be a relevant department to clarify the facts. This person just can't be compared to Come, introduce, my son Lin Yu, my daughter-in-law Yang Qian, and my little grandson Lin Zixuan. My daughter-in-law won't introduce you. We've all known each other for so many years. As soon as Lin Feng enters the box, he introduces all of his family members, and then looks at Louis with a bad smile on his face as he holds his grandson. Hey, I go to. Lao Lin, you are provoking me? Then today have to eat you bankrupt. Hearing her father's words, Louis Lin didn't understand what it meant, so she secretly asked Qiu Chenfeng. Oh, in the afternoon, Uncle Lin said that my old man also wants to hold a grandchild. Then I said that I'm not of marriageable age yet. Then Uncle Lin taunted your father, saying that he still has to wait a few more years. After listening to his words, Lu Yilin is also considered to be these two old men convinced. How can anything can make a mess it? A few people have just finished ordering food and were chatting, when the door of the box was knocked. Then a middle-aged man came in, looking about Lin Feng's age, and behind him was the kid he had just taunted, as well as Zhou Yu, who had gone to the house to look for himself last time. Sorry everyone, I'm Zhou Tianming from the Zhou family. Just now my nephew was disrespectful to a few of you at the door. I've already punished him, and now I've specially brought him here to make amends. As soon as he entered the door, the person introduced himself, but Qiu Chenfeng didn't say anything. After all, Lin Feng was here. Today he was the proprietor. So it's Mr. Zhou. It's just a small thing. Kids, it's normal to have a big temper. Lin Feng of course knows that when the autumn Chenfeng way things, but since people did not pick up the words, then they will say the words of the scene. The things past the line. It is not a big deal. Ha ha, then I won't bother you all. Branch Chief Lin. I'll take them to go first. After saying that, Zhou Tianming let out a sigh of relief and left with the two people behind him. He had originally thought that Qiu Chenfeng would completely disrespect him just like last time, and he was prepared for that, but he didn't expect him to say anything. It seems that his father was right. The mind of a patriarch is inscrutable. Dad, what's the situation? How come Zhou Tianming can still come and apologize to us? Lin Yu also heard about the Zhou family's domineering behavior, and today took a look at how it was completely different from what he had heard. Alright, they are not on my face. You have to ask Xiaofeng about this if it wasn't for the fact that I just persuaded him to start a direct confrontation with someone else. The one who came back here would be Zhou Ling. How did you bring me into this again? I'm still a child. Hearing his words, Lu Yilin felt a little nauseous. How come this kid always says something completely illogical? However, Lin Yu didn't care about this and directly sat down next to him and asked the reason for this matter. It was only at this time that Qiu Chenfeng could see that Lin Yu had the foundation of a martial artist, only that he had cultivated more slowly and had not yet entered the Hotian. Brother Lin, why don't you come to the Interpol to find me in a few days and I'll tell you more? Qiu Chenfeng glanced around. So many people are ordinary people. This matter can't just be set out. Okay, then it's settled. At this time Lin Yu had actually guessed some of it, and immediately came to be interested. Waiting for the crowd to eat almost, Lin Yu and Autumn Chenfeng are beginning to call brother and brother. Louis Lin also did not expect a meal of work. The two of them can be familiar with the same as knowing for several years like. So, she said to Jin Ming next to her, look at your big brother. A meal can be familiar with others like this. You have to learn while otherwise girlfriends are hard to find. Got it, sister-in-law. Jin Ming was actually quite envious of this kind of personality of Qiu Chenfeng. It seems like he does have to change for a change. This seems to be the first time he called Lu Yilan's sister-in-law. Before, Qiu Chenfeng told him to let him call his big brother on it, but he never shouted so on work occasions, and privately he didn't contact Qiu Chenfeng much, so this big brother was almost completely replaced by the director. After dinner is chatting when the door was knocked again. Autumn Chenfeng thought it was the Zhou family came again, did not expect the door to open. It is the Li family. Old man Li Peng Yuan came in. Behind them are also followed by the HD Rong couple. Yo, Director Gao, why are you here too? Lin Feng asked after greeting elderly and Mrs. Gao. Didn't I hear that you guys were here? The old man happened to come over for dinner, so I came along to take a look, said HD Rong with a smile. Xiao Feng promised to come to the house often to sit down. How come I haven't seen you come Li Peng Yuan asked cheerfully. Emma, Li Lao, this is not busy and then again every day to come then. Shall not be put, not right, as if also can not eat poor you. Autumn Chenfeng was about to flirt with his own meal size, when he suddenly thought of this old man is the richest man in Sioux City, then hard to turn the words over. Ha 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 ha, you kids still want to eat poor me? When you are free, come over to the house. I really have something to talk to you about. Alright then, I won't bother you anymore. After saying that, elderly left with Director Gao and his wife. What's going on here? Old Lin, why do I feel that my son-in-law is more popular than you? Louis is finally able to see some hints. Together these people are all rushing towards his son-in-law. That's not true. Looks like I can save a lot of money on this meal today, Lin Feng said with a smile. What do you mean? This time even Lin you couldn't understand. This restaurant is owned by the Li family. Would the Li family's old man charge money? Lin Feng continued. Sure enough, when the crowd left, they were told that the bill was waived, which made Qiu Chenfeng want to flirt with Lin Feng. I say, Uncle Lin, this time you've taken advantage of a great deal. I can't believe you didn't get screwed out of your money. Lin Feng didn't care about that. Anyway, it's not that he didn't invite himself, it's that they didn't accept it. He didn't care about the rest. After returning home, Louis looks at the things in the house, completely unlike the first time he sent her here, and the kitchen finally has a smoky atmosphere. Chapter 63, Martial Arts Competition. Little Wind, are these all your equipment? Louis looks at the newly acquired pile of pots and pans and asks. Yes, Uncle Lou, how does it look? Isn't it quite professional? Qiu Chenfeng nodded and said. Ha ha, it is indeed quite professional. So many pots and pans. Are they useful? Suing sniffed and also came over to take a look. There were indeed more than the last time he came. Can't use it all. Can't use it all at all. Just can't help but see the good-looking pots and pans. Autumn Chenfeng is actually quite helpless about this. It's like he has the chef gene himself. When sleeping at night, Lu Yilan looked over those attractions. Let Autumn Chenfeng tomorrow to take his parents out to stroll. He is afraid that there is no time for this. You don't know that Uncle Lin gave you 3 days off? What the hell? Gave me a vacation? How come I don't know? It was true that Lu Yilan hadn't gotten any news. I guess Lin Feng himself had forgotten to say it, but it was him who said it himself when he was in his office in the afternoon. Don't believe me? Ask your mom. We were all there when he said it. Hearing him say it with such certainty, Lu Yilan immediately went to ask, and sure enough, as he said, he was able to rest for 3 days. The next morning, Lu Yilan woke up. Unsurprisingly, this was the earliest day she woke up without turning on the alarm clock, but there's no point in getting up early. Can't cook, so she can only watch from the sidelines. The more she watches, the more she thinks she should learn. After breakfast, Autumn Chenfeng let her first take her parents out to play. After all, yesterday ate a meal at the Li family for nothing, since Li Lao said there is something. How to go to the Li family today? Just arrived at the door of the Li family. Qiu Chenfeng saw the old lady Li watering the flowers again. This old lady is really the flowers to raise the branches and leaves, that is, did not come to the flower season, otherwise it must be very good. After greeting the old lady, Qiu Chenfeng entered the house, still in that study. Elderly, I'm here. Qiu Chenfeng saw that the door wasn't closed, but still knocked politely. Oh, Little Wind is here. Come sit. Elderly heard the voice and immediately put down the book in his hand when he saw him coming. Did you fall out with those 2 little brats from the Zhou family again yesterday? Qiu Chenfeng just sat down and Li Lao asked with a smile. Why? Nothing happened. I didn't say a word. It's just that the juniors in the other family spoke badly, so Zhou Tianming brought them over to apologize. Oh, he dared not to come. I heard that you beat that old guy from the Zhou family down last time? Autumn Chenfeng was also quite helpless when he heard this, completely at a loss as to what to say. Okay, don't flirt with you. There's really something serious in calling you here today. Elderly saw that he had a hard time opening his mouth, so he changed the topic and continued. Have you ever heard of the Zhang Province Martial Arts Conference? Martial Arts Conference? Never heard of it. What is it for? It was the first time that Qiu Chenfeng had heard of such a term. To put it bluntly, it's a martial arts competition, a sparring match between the various martial arts families and sects in the province, held once every 3 years, and this year it will be held in July, Elderly explained. This is something I haven't really heard of, but your Li family isn't a martial arts family either. Are you going to go as well? Qiu Chenfeng thought about it. Could it be that Elderly wanted himself to go on behalf of the Li family? We are not participating in this competition, but our Li family has always been one of the sponsors, so this time, I would like to invite you to go over and calm down the scene then. After Elderly finished speaking, he carefully introduced him to this Zhang province martial arts conference. Normally those who went on stage to spar were the juniors of each family, and their highest cultivation would not exceed the late innate stage. The conference would invite 5 referees. These 5 referees were basically highly respected martial artists from the Dragon Group, and their cultivation levels were all above Zhang. And this time, when he invited Qiu Chenfeng over, he wasn't being a referee, but was simply suppressing the scene. This was because in the past few years, those martial arts clans were becoming more and more disobedient, and people could easily get killed on stage. Therefore, they needed someone with high strength to control this match, and since Qiu Chenfeng was now sufficient in both reputation and cultivation, those people would be much more restrained if he went. Then if I go, what do I need to do? Just simply watch? Qiu Chenfeng thought about it before asking. That's right, just watch. Just need to give those who want to mess things up a little deterrence. These past few years, those clans that weren't really dealing with each other originally have had some conflicts and clashes during the tournament, and with someone sitting in on them, they will at least weigh their options. From Elder Li's words, Qiu Chenfeng also sensed some disharmony. Since it was just a township, he would just go himself. Alright, then I'll go and take a look then, but if people don't take me seriously, there's nothing I can do about it, haha. Now that your reputation is in full swing, who would dare not take you seriously? This goes back. There must be quite a few people who want to befriend you, and it's not a bad gain for you. Qiu Chenfeng nodded. This was true. He really needed to build up his network as soon as possible. Relying solely on the old man's words seemed a bit daunting to use. Seeing that he agreed, Elder Li sort of let go of his heart. In fact, those people can't afford to start a conflict, whether they are dead or alive. It doesn't have anything to do with himself. It was just that he was a little worried that if something did happen at the martial arts conference, there was a possibility that it would be called off by the officials, and then in the future, he would lose an opportunity to make friends with martial artists. Qiu Chenfeng didn't care at all about his thoughts. It was just that he felt that all the Li family members were pretty good. Coupled with Director Gao's face, he would help if he could, and it wouldn't do any harm to him anyway. After coming out in the Li family, Qiu Chenfeng went to join Lu Yilan's family. This morning, they actually didn't play anywhere. They were just wandering around everywhere. Xiao Feng, I heard from Shaolin that the mountain you lived on before has mountain spring water. Why don't we go up to the mountain this afternoon and fill some up? Take advantage of the crowd and fill up some more. During dinner, Lu Yi proposes. Okay, as long as you guys don't mind getting tired, but it's quite hot. Climbing the mountain is not too comfortable. It's fine, then it's settled. Just go and see the environment you grew up living in. Suing sniffs and also comes to be interested. In the morning, she heard Shaolin say that except for the lack of Wi-Fi, that place has a lot of fun, and she also wanted to go and see it. So, after dinner, the family went home and took a nap. Before 2 o'clock, it was time to drive off. After parking the car at the last location, a few people started up the mountain. Since it was already summer, the weeds on the mountain path had already flooded the original path, so Qiu Chenfeng could only find a stick and make a path in front of him. After walking for almost an hour, the few people finally arrived at the hut at the top of the mountain, and the temperature here was much too cool compared to the bottom of the mountain. Chapter 64 Security Company. The old couple entered the house and looked around. Due to the fact that they had tidied it up a bit when they came over earlier, apart from being a bit worn out, it was quite neat and tidy. Suing turned around and said, Xiao Feng, this place is really nice. If you two are not doing anything, you can fix this place up, and in the summer, you can even take a summer vacation. Your idea is fine, but the practicality is almost zero. Before Qiu Chenfeng can say anything, Louis picks up the conversation. Look at how busy Shaolin is at work. Does she have time to come up here for a summer vacation? Waiting for Lu Yi to finish speaking, Suing only remembered this matter. If it wasn't for the fact that Qiu Chenfeng was relatively idle, the two of them wouldn't necessarily have the time to cook and eat. Uncle and auntie, let's go, let's irrigate, Qiu Chenfeng shouted to them as soon as he took a dipper from the house. Subsequently, the four of them carry a few large buckets of the drinking fountain kind to the edge of the small pond. Louis directly scoops it up and takes a sip, sighing, I go, this water is really okay. It's similar to the spring on Phoenix Mountain when I was a child, but unfortunately, that spring has dried up for more than 10 years. if no one comes here to develop it. It is estimated that the spring can last for hundreds of years. Qiu Chenfeng nodded at his words and said, "That's right. My master said a long time ago that this spring has been around for hundreds of years, and as long as no one destroys it, this place can last forever." Dad, why haven't I ever drank the spring water on Phoenix Mountain? I also went up the mountain all the time more than 10 years ago, Lu Yilin asked as she walked over after filling a bucket of water. Why? It's not because the scenic spot has blocked it up after there is a fence. Not many people go there. Louis shakes his head and says, after filling up the water, Louis suddenly sees a lot of wild vegetables on the ground and starts digging them on a whim. Qiu Chenfeng sees that he is so energetic, he is also too embarrassed to say anything. These wild vegetables are basically reproduced from the ones he planted last year, and can be half wild, right? After all, this year they are growing up on their own. Xiao Feng, there are still hot springs here? Suing turned her head to ask after chatting with Xiaolin on the side for a while. Yes, auntie, but it's just that the water temperature is a bit hot. It's not very practical to talk about that hot spring. Qiu Chenfeng didn't know what use it had besides bathing, and he hadn't seen the old man use it before. After all, the water temperature was said to be not too high and not too low. Go take me to see it. Suing was quite interested in this, and after a few people filled the water, they walked down the road to that cave. Hey, I go. This water is still a bit hot. Just after going in, Louis reaches out and tries the water temperature. This hot spring flavor is not bad. Nothing sulfurous. What did you guys use it for before? Suing also tries the temperature and smells it before asking. What did we do? Bathing in the summer. We bathed the spring outside. And in the winter, we bathed the one inside. Qiu Chenfeng said truthfully. Bathing? Wash it directly? That won't burn. Suing thought he was joking. Hey, Mom, he's that witch isn't afraid of boiling water. Lu Yilin said with a bad smile on the side. Hey, I go. You say this. No, now you're not afraid. This is cursing to your own head, haha. Lu Yilin only then reacted. He is not also not afraid of it. Is depressed. He heard Louis asked. Xiaolin, you are also not afraid of this water temperature? He definitely has some guesses in his heart, but this is a bit of a big deal. He still has to ask. Yes, Dad. I am also a mid-Hotian martial artist now. Lu Yilin said proudly. That's not right either. I see that all those martial artists have a different kind of aura. How come I don't feel anything on you? Louis senses carefully. There is no aura present on his daughter like Qiu Chenfeng and Yuan Ming. Because I have a heart method, Xiaofeng let me suppress the aura on my body at all times. The world of martial artists is too scary. If I am not careful, I will not be able to live. Louis Lin thought about it, but still honestly said it. At this, Louis is also deeply touched. That world is indeed scarier than the mundane world. But after becoming a martial artist, there are many benefits, such as slowing down aging, prolonging life and so on. For Xiaolin's choice, he still expresses his support, only to instruct a few more words to pay attention to safety and so on. When the four of them go down the mountain, the time has already reached more than 5 o'clock, and it will be almost 6 o'clock when they return home. It seems that they have to go out for dinner again today. During dinner, Louis asks, Little Wind, do you have any plans for the future? I've heard Yuan Ming talk about your life. He said that you were born either rich or noble. Now that your martial arts attainments have far surpassed your peers, do you have any plans in terms of wealth? Qiu Chenfeng thought that his old husband suspected that his salary was low, and he was busy saying that he has 2 salaries, and a small 20,000 a month is enough. Louis knows that he misunderstood his meaning, so he explains to him again. I'm not smacking you earn less. This salary is definitely a high salary. However, have you ever thought that your parents must have been forced to put you in front of the cloud view, to be able to make such a family endure the pain of sending their children away? Your parents' opponents must not be ordinary people, no matter in cultivation or in wealth. Therefore, I think that you should build up your wealth base while practicing your kung fu, so that in case there is a need in the future, you can be capable enough to face it. After listening to Louis's words, Qiu Chenfeng fell into deep thought. When senior uncle had spoken to himself, he had also mentioned that his family was likely to be an extremely large family, regardless of whether it was a family infighting or forced by outsiders. The person who could make his parents make such a decision was definitely more powerful than they themselves. Therefore, this proposal of Louis himself really needs to be considered. And practicing ancient martial arts is indeed burning money. If one wants some exotic treasures, the prices are definitely all astronomical. Without these exotic treasures, one's progress would be too slow. Only after making up his mind did Qiu Chenfeng open his mouth. Uncle Lu, there is indeed a need to do this matter, but I have to think about it carefully. Louis also knows that he simply doesn't have a clue at a time, so he directly points him to a path. You can try a security company. That Li family, isn't it the one that does real estate? So you can specialize in high-class security and just train the people under your hand well. Then you can cooperate with the Li family and let your people enter their properties. You'd be wasting your time if you don't use such a resource. A security company? Ha, that's a good idea. If I let them practice that technique as well, as long as there's no problem above their character, which security company would dare to steal business from me? Qiu Chenfeng became interested as soon as he heard it. And didn't Black Biao have a security company? This is a ready-made the old man is mighty. Chapter 65 Master's layout is unimaginable. Louis sees that he has a clue so quickly before he smiles and continues eating. In fact, this matter was requested by Yuan Ming before he came, while Yuan Ming was also instructed by his master. Taoist Cheng Yun, after discussing with Easy Sun, determined that he could no longer let Qiu Chenfeng mix it up like this, since there was a possibility that the issue of money would hinder the recognition between him and his family in the future. It would be better for him to start earning money immediately. When Easy Sun had asked the Zhang family to help Qiu Chenfeng with his money, it was to help him keep some startup capital, but he had not expected the Zhang family to betray him. After returning home, Qiu Chenfeng lay on his bed thinking about this matter. If he really went to work with Li Lao, he definitely wouldn't refute his face. But the first thing he had to do was to let He Biao train all these people, as well as weeding out those people with poor character. After thinking about it, Qiu Chenfeng went to find He Biao the next day. The injuries on his body had almost healed. It was just that his body was still a bit weak. Old brother He, I have something I want to talk to you about, Qiu Chenfeng said just as he sat down. Young master, if there's something you want to talk about, just say so. He Biao had originally treated Qiu Chenfeng as his senior brother, and now that he had disabled the person who had injured him, even if he was asked to exchange his life for Qiu Chenfeng's, he wouldn't even hesitate. Thus, Qiu Chenfeng told the whole thing. He could see that He Biao himself was not a person of great evil, so he was still comfortable working with him. Just this matter? Go! Now I'll go to transfer the company to you. He Biao stood up after hearing this. This company was originally opened according to the requirements of the Free Sun. To put it bluntly, He Biao is also a part-time worker. Just the legal person is him. Over the account even if you this hard work to operate 10 years, which can directly give me, we cooperate on it. Autumn Chenfeng completely did not expect Black Biao so fast, although the company is not too big, but said to send it is a bit scary. Oh, young master, this company is your master left to you, but he is not willing to be this legal person, only to use my ID card. Just I have been cleaning up those sneaky people during this time, that's why I did not immediately transfer to you. Now the timing should be just right. I just cleaned out some of my men with bad character, and the company standards are pretty much the same as you said. We only do mid to high-end business. We don't do ordinary security guards. This is also your master's request. Hearing this, Qiu Chenfeng himself was confused. He said to himself, what is this situation with the old man? How is it that other than the Zhang family, there are other companies left for him? The old man's layout is really unimaginable. In the midst of the confusion, He Biao took him to finish the transfer. Elder brother Black, this company still needs you to take charge. I don't think I have much time to keep an eye on it. Since it's all been transferred, Qiu Chenfeng wouldn't be polite with him. That's no problem. You can rest assured that I'll do my job, but now that the number of employees is insufficient, you'll have to think of a way for this matter. The ones I know aren't quite right. I'm afraid they'll mess up your things. Okay, I'll find someone to ask then. Qiu Chenfeng also knew what kind of people He Biao used to come into contact with, so naturally, he wouldn't let him find someone. After returning home, Qiu Chenfeng took out both the transfer agreement and the business license and said, how about it? This speed is okay, right? Where did you get such a company? Louis asks after taking a look. He Biao said that it was my master who left it for me. There was originally a bigger one, only that people defected. Qiu Chenfeng explained euphemistically. Hearing the sound outside, Lu Yilin also came out. After similarly looking at the documents, she smiled and said, so Black Biao is called He Biao. This is the first time I've known that. Xiao Feng, go on. What happened to that mutinous one? Louis listens to him not say half of what he said and comes to gossip. Nothing anyway. It's all not good people. Seeing that he is still unwilling to say, Louis Lin laughed out, which then said, back then, he still had a marriage contract when he came down from the mountain, and the other party was the granddaughter of the family that defected. After Lu Yilin originally said all the things once, Lu Yi and Suing only understood. No wonder this kid is not happy to say it. Originally there is such a thing. After being laughed at by them for a while, Qiu Chenfeng hurriedly changed the topic. Uncle Lu, do you have any veterans under your command that don't have good family conditions? If they are willing to come to Suzhou City, they can all come to my company to work. Those who have served in the military will definitely have no problem. It's much better than me going directly to recruit. Food and lodging are included, and wages start at 8,000. Qiu Chenfeng thought about this before he came back. His old man had been a soldier for so many years, and there must be a lot of men with average family conditions. If he didn't have a good job after his discharge, he certainly wouldn't be able to make much money. This salary of his own is still in accordance with the same standard as those of He Biao's original men, and since he started working with many companies in high-end neighborhoods early on, his salary is quite a bit higher than the average security guard. But of course, in terms of physical fitness and behavior, it will also be a lot stricter. How much? 8,000? You kid, don't open such a veteran there is not, but you open such a high wage. I'm afraid you can't make ends meet Louis heard him open his mouth as high wages are a little worried. Don't worry Uncle Lou, He Biao was doing high-end security. This 8,000 is still the salary of an ordinary security guard. If all the assessments are up to standard, and can enter a high-end neighborhood or even private security, the salary is doubled several times. Hearing Qiu Chenfeng say this, Louis puts down his heart. He hurriedly called some of his old subordinates, and when they learned that they would be able to come to Sioux City with food and accommodation, and high wages, they immediately agreed to do so. However, Louis also put the ugly words in the front. If not up to the company's requirements, let them get out of the time. Do not say they do not give them face. After an afternoon of contacting, more than 20 people are finally counted out, which is still the first batch. After they hired the two sides to get along, if they all felt good, there would be many more behind them. Emma, Uncle Lou, it's still you. It would be too difficult if I were to recruit people on my own. Autumn Chenfeng was relieved to hear him say that. You kid, don't relax too much. The people here are all scouts who had good grades in the beginning. If you don't train them, they will most likely go back. Once they do, I won't be able to help you. Of course, if you can handle it, then I'll give you more people. And when your number of veterans exceeds the standard, you'll be able to apply for some subsidies or something. For them, it's kind of a homecoming. And for you, you'll have a group of absolutely loyal men. Chapter 66, Where are my pajamas? For Louis these words, Qiu Chenfeng is completely agreeable. Lying on the bed at night, he has been thinking about what kind of person the master is in the end. How everything can be arranged for himself. Does he know something about his parents? Think what? Lu Yilin looked at him staring blankly at the ceiling, so she patted him and asked, Oh, I think about my masterate. How can this old man calculate everything? I even think it's possible that he already knew who my parents are. Hearing him say that, Lu Yilin also deeply shared the same feeling. Easy Son can count out so many things. It is unlikely that he can't count out his parents. At least he can know where they are. Is it because your master thinks that it's still more dangerous to let you identify with your parents now? Thinking about it, Lu Yilin could only think of this one reason. It's possible. Maybe my parents have indeed been targeted, and my current strength isn't enough to deal with it. While the old man, probably for some reason, can't intervene. Autumn Chenfeng also agreed and said, Well, don't think about it. Go to sleep, said Lu Yilin and drilled into his arms. Well, don't think about it, let's just do something fun. After saying that, Qiu Chenfeng hugged her tightly. Hey, my parents are next door. You can endure a few more days off. It's fine. The soundproofing here is good. The next morning, Lu Yilin looked at her parents with a somewhat evasive look, but the old couple acted as if they really didn't know anything, and didn't show any different state at all. Shaolin, why are my pajamas missing? Autumn Chenfeng rarely got up later than her and shouted in the room. I just washed it for you. Lu Yilin just finished saying this and felt bad. This Nima sleeping without pajamas. This is not a clear admission of his own. However, he looked to his parents. They still did not have any reaction. This only slightly put down his heart and went into the bedroom. When she went in, Suing started to be happy. Hey, old Lu, you say our daughter is not a little stupid. People have not yet gotten up the pajamas to others to wash. How to wash it? While he was sleeping pickpocket down? Hearing his wife's words, Louis also couldn't help but laugh out and said, I do think that these two children are quite stupid. The little wind is also, cannot find it to wear other clothes out of the chant, but also screamed there. Ha ha, auntie and uncle, what are you two laughing at? Tell me about it. This scene was just put on the clothes out of the Autumn Chenfeng saw. Thought there is something good at. Nothing. Hurry up and eat breakfast. Today we go out and have fun. Tomorrow Xiaolin has to go to work. Suing pretended to be calm and said, Oh, that's true. Shaolin, hurry up and eat breakfast. Let's go shopping after eating. Once Qiu Chenfeng heard that they were going to go out to play, he stopped dwelling on what they were laughing about. It was better to think about where they were going to play today. In the end, the four agreed to find a few gardens to stroll around. Come so many days, have not been there yet. Fortunately, today is not the weekend, or really not that mood at all. Where are looking at the head of the crowd. This day almost did not stop. Has been strolling, almost to 3 or 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Louis obviously also tired, but the mother and daughter are not at all a little tired. Still interested in shopping. When they went to try on the clothes, Qiu Chenfeng said to Louis, who was sitting on the side resting. Uncle Lu, do you think women are born with more perseverance than men? I'm a Zhongsher who doesn't want to go, and they are still so interested. That's not true. I just met with your aunt at that time. The two of us go shopping, can shop all day. Then I waited cross-country or tired. Louis looked at them, not yet out. Before he said softly, he did not dare to say too loudly, or his wife will have to say him again. It was not easy to finish dinner before the family returned home. Compared to Louis, who doesn't dare to speak, Qiu Chenfeng has just laid down on the bed and started complaining. Emma, this day today can be more tiring than my practicing gong for a day? I don't even have the strength anymore. I'm a Zhongsher. Ah, really? Tired? It's okay, you're only not tired when you're lying on the bed, Lu Yilin said as she looked at him with disgust. Actually, her intention was to say that Qiu Chenfeng likes to lie down when he's not doing anything, but that came out with a somewhat different flavor. By the time she reacted herself, she saw that Qiu Chenfeng was looking at her unkindly. So, she immediately hid away a bit and said, "Stop, relatives are here. No time to play with you." "What relatives? How come I didn't see it?" Autumn Chenfeng hadn't reacted at all for a while. "Great aunt." Lu Yilin gave him a blank look and said, well, take care of the relative. I'll go pour a cup of brown sugar water for your relative." With that he walked out of the room and pounded around in the kitchen for a while before returning with a cup. The next morning, the two went to work together. It was also on this day that Lin Yu also came to find Qiu Chenfeng. After knowing that Lin Yu's grandfather was also a martial artist, he realized why Lin Yu had ancient martial arts techniques. It was only because Lin's grandfather had passed away many years ago due to an accident and no one had taught him that his progress was so slow. When he was at home, Lin Feng had also told him that Qiu Chenfeng was a grandmaster, so he even had the urge to worship him now. "But don't, you brother, I can guide, but worshipping the master is even better. Let's just discuss it like that. Otherwise I have to call your dad brother. But before guiding, you have to have a good chat with your dad first. There are pros and cons to this. If he agrees, I'll teach." Qiu Chenfeng was a little scared when he saw such an excited Lin Yu. "No problem. I'll go back tonight and talk to him about this. Then I'll withdraw first. The company still has things to do. Let's leave a WeChat first," said. The two exchanged contact information, after which Lin Yu left first. Not long after he left, Qiu Chenfeng received a phone call from He Biao, saying that there are 7 or 8 northeastern accents to find him, saying that they are veterans. "Okay, let them rest and relax first. I'll be right over," Autumn Chenfeng said and immediately drove back home, picking up his old man and going to the company together. "Cheng Beacon Security, why didn't your master just use your name, and specially change the word?" As soon as he got to the downstairs, Louis asked. "This I don't know. I even just learned that this company was arranged by the old man." Qiu Chenfeng smiled helplessly. He actually doesn't know much more than him. As soon as the two of them enter the parlor, they see 8 people discussing something. Suddenly there is a sharp-eyed one who sees Louis and immediately shouts, "Rise. Good day, chief. He, all retired from the army. No need to be like this. All sit down. Today I just came over to see you all. The main character is him," Louis said with a smile. Chapter 67, the first batch of personnel in place. "Chief, who is this?" the veteran in the lead asked. "My son-in-law and the boss here," Louis says with a smile. The crowd then understands why Louis can give them a guarantee that there is no problem. It turns out to be his son-in-law. However, this matter still depends on the specific details of the job. If there is something inappropriate, they may not stay either. So it's like this. I don't know if the chief's initial claim that he could make us stronger was true or not. The veteran in the lead continued to ask. "Of course it's true. You all know about the Falcon Special Warfare Team. Their results are not bad, but they have always been in the middle to upper reaches of the military region. During the new year, my son-in-law helped me go to the regiment to train for a few days. And a few days ago, the military region's grand competition directly turned into the first place," Louis proudly said. "Really? Holy, no wonder that Zhu Chi kid was sending out red packets in the group a few days ago. And he didn't say anything even when asked what good things he had." Another veteran also said, "Alright, now let's go to the training ground first. Let me see how much your strength has regressed after being discharged from the army for a few years." Louis says and goes to the training ground with Qiu Chenfeng and He Biao. Since He Biao is also an innate martial artist, he has also gotten a simple gongfu for everyone under his hand. But this gongfu is 100,000 miles away from the one prepared by Qiu Chenfeng. "Chief, what are we going to do?" As soon as they arrived at the training ground, the group of veterans' excitement that had been suppressed for several years was completely released. "Don't ask me, ask him," Louis points at Qiu Chenfeng and says. "Good, boss, my name is Wang Lei. I used to be their squad leader. Now you can conduct an entry assessment on us." With Wang Lei's order, the other 7 people all lined up and stood in front of Qiu Chenfeng. "Let's put it this way, all of you are specially trained people. so I'll also find someone who has been trained here to fight you. Most of the people here were gangsters when they were young, but now they've reformed. But you guys shouldn't think anything of them, because none of them have made any major mistakes or kept a record. Now, you guys can choose one-on-one or team battle. The requirements are not high, just get to know each other after all. No one here has received that set of Falcon Special Warfare Team's Kung Fu. You guys will only be stronger in the future. So, in the future, you're all your own people. Just point it out. After Qiu Chenfeng finished speaking, Wang Lei became a bit disdainful. How can a small punk compare to a few excellent scouts on his side? So, he didn't hesitate to choose one-on-one. He Biao picked out only one person from among the people who were training on the training ground. This person was called Wu Xin, the chief instructor of this security company, and also an expert who was not yet a martial artist that he had personally trained. What do you mean? Just one person? Looking down on us? When Wang Lei saw this scene, he became a bit angry. They were all people who wanted to be strong, and now they actually picked only one person to come out and fight against them, clearly not looking down on them. Qiu Chenfeng also sized up Wu Xin, smiled and shook his head, saying, "Brother Wang, elder brother He is looking down on you guys, pulling out the most powerful person in the field. If you're ready, just go straight to it." Hearing Qiu Chenfeng say this, Wang Lei also put away his contempt. After all, someone who could bring the Falcons all the way to number 1 in the military region would definitely not flirt with them with such things. As a few people took turns, Wu Xian also used 50% of his strength and still defeated them relatively easily. Only after the 8 people stood up did they realize that this person was indeed not to be underestimated. Looking at him, if he put out his full strength, the 8 people on their side together would not necessarily be able to beat him. How about it? Convinced? Louis looks at them with a smile and asks, "Convinced? We can be this powerful in the future?" Wang Lei doesn't care at all that he has just been beaten down. More than anything, he is looking forward to what he will become in the future. "No, you guys will become even more powerful than him, of course. I'm only talking about the current him. In a few days, I'll have old brother Black send down the gongfu I've prepared, and he'll give you guys specific instructions on how to practice it. As long as you guys can truly practice this set of gongfu, your combat power won't be any worse than Falcon," said Autumn Chenfeng with confidence. Inside, "Excuse me, I would like to ask a question. Although you are already the boss, are you sure you have a better set of gongfu than Brother Biao?" Those veterans fell silent. This time it was Wu Xian's turn to have questions. "Of course, what I promise is definitely true," said Qiu Chenfeng with a smile. "That's right, my cultivation is completely incomparable to him. 100 of me wouldn't be able to deal with him, so you don't need to doubt any of this." Black Biao on one side also said, "Then, can you let me feel it? I remember at that time when Brother Biao released the aura on his body all the time. I even felt scared. Can you show me yours?" Wu Xian was still undeterred and continued to ask, "We also want to know about it. Your cultivation." Wang Lei also chimed in, "Alright then, I am indifferent, it's just that you guys are a little bit mentally prepared. Otherwise it will be very uncomfortable," Qiu Chenfeng said, and slowly walked towards them. As he slowly approached, although there was still a smile on his face, the 9 people on the opposite side of the room had a completely different feeling. It was as if a beast had locked onto them, and their hearts were filled with panic, but they were completely unable to move a single point. "Well, feel that?" Qiu Chenfeng asked after withdrawing all his qi. "Felt it. It's too terrifying," Wu Xian said with a palpitating heart. He, little Wu, this is only less than a tenth of young master's power. If he let it all out, you would have already been on the ground and not been able to get up," He Biao explained. While others couldn't see it, he could still see it. A patriarch's aura is not just a little bit. This time everyone believed in He Biao's words. After all, this feeling was too shocking, and Qiu Chenfeng was not exerting himself at all, and even still kept a smile on his face. "Alright then, old brother He, I'll leave these people to you. I'll send the gongfu tomorrow, and by then, there will be veterans coming over to report for duty one after another, so you can just receive them. If they tug at you, just find big brother Wang Lei and let him handle it for you." Qiu Chenfeng saw that things were pretty much taken care of, so he was ready to bolt. "Okay, but our business is a bit low right now, so we still need you to find a relationship in this regard." He Biao nodded. "Okay, you first practice on a 10 days and half a month. I take the time to find the Li family to talk about. I believe that as long as your ability is not a problem, use your place as much. The higher the ability, the higher the salary is also the higher. So today it is simply take a day off to have a good rest, and tomorrow start to devote yourself to it." Chapter 68, Whose surname will the child take? After saying that, Qiu Chenfeng left with Louis. This time it could be considered to have made Lu Yi's face grow greatly. "Xiao Feng that one called He Biao, is not simple, right?" Only after getting on the car, Louis asks. "Yes, early in 8th stage. It was also the old man who helped him." Qiu Chenfeng returns. "No wonder. I said why he called you little young master. Louis said thoughtfully, hey, Uncle Lou, is it time to send you home? No need. Xiaolin's mom said that today she's going to go to this side of the hospital to do exchanges. I'm going back alone and have nothing to do, so I'll go with you to the criminal police force. Go to old Lin's place to drink tea. So the two of them went to the Interpol together. After arriving, they found that Xiao Lin was not in the office. A colleague said that she had a case to go to the scene. When they passed by Qiu Chenfeng's office, Jin Ming was doing the subject 1 exam questions on the computer. This was still Qiu Chenfeng's suggestion. Otherwise they would have to go out together and have to drive themselves. How troublesome. How's it going? Little Ming student, this shouldn't be too hard, right? Qiu Chenfeng asked after he went in. Director, it's not bad. I feel like it's pretty easy too. Jin Ming turned around and smiled and said, okay, when the time comes, I'll apply for a car with the director, so that I don't have to go out without a car to drive work hard. Tart. After saying that, he then also goes to Lin Feng's office next door. At this moment, he has just made tea for Louis. Uncle Lin, is there a share for me? As soon as he entered, Qiu Chenfeng shouted, alas, I say you kids' salary are higher than me, but also come to rub my tea. Also do not know to bring some over. Filial piety to your Uncle Lin. Lin Feng complained, while still give him also made a cup. Tea I don't have any, but I can provide you with water to make tea. It's definitely better than this bucket of water you have. If you don't believe me, ask Uncle Lu, said Qiu Chenfeng after taking a sip. Oh, there's such water? Mountain spring water? Lin Feng guessed it in one bite. After all, he knew very well that Qiu Chenfeng had grown up in the mountains and it was normal to find mountain spring water. Hey, you're not bad with this brain. You guessed it in one go. I'm telling you, Lao Lin, that water is really good, but there's just a possibility that it can't be preserved for too long. Lu Yi also concurred. That dares to be good. I don't want more. When you go up to the mountain, help me bring a bucket down. Let me taste it, said Lin Feng, smiling to Qiu Chenfeng. No problem, but you have to give me a bucket that's good to hold some. It's best to have a lid that can be sealed, otherwise it's too easy to spill, said Qiu Chenfeng after thinking for a while before saying, okay, I'll go look for it after work and buy one to go. Lin Feng nodded and suddenly thought of something else and immediately asked, Little Feng, I heard that you're the boss of Chengfeng Security now? Hearing him ask this, Qiu Chenfeng felt how there were no secrets at all in this world. The transfer had just been made not even 24 hours ago, and even he knew about it, so he could only say helplessly, yeah, Uncle Lin, this kind of small matter has reached you? What is trivial to you is not to us. All the security companies in the precincts are registered with the Public Security Bureau. So whenever there is a change of legal entity or something like that, they will notify the bureau. It wasn't Director Gao who told me after he got the news. He even said that you'd become the boss and asked you to treat yourself. Lin Feng explained, and only then did Qiu Chenfeng understand that there were all of these Daos in there. But when he heard the latter, he felt like he was going to hemorrhage again. Uncle Lin, how do you say that Director Gao is also a rich son-in-law? Why is he still thinking of coming to rub my nose in it? Qiu Chenfeng this sentence, just by walking in HD Rong heard, immediately smiled and retorted, hey, I say Comrade Qiu Chenfeng, I'm only letting you treat me to dinner because I'm happy for you. By the time you invite the rest of us, won't things spread by then? You'll have fewer stumbling blocks on your operation. Alright, it's just a meal. I can still afford it, but you have to invite elderly here as well. I have something I want to talk to him about. Qiu Chenfeng was also based on the principle of not wasting anything. Since he was going to be invited to the dinner, he would simply talk to elderly about the cooperation a little bit first, and if there were any special requirements, he would also be able to make arrangements as early as possible. Okay, other people can't invite my father-in-law. If you invite him to dinner, he will definitely be there. HD Rong directly gave him a guarantee. The old man's attitude towards Qiu Chenfeng, he still saw it clearly. So, Qiu Chenfeng let him book a hotel for himself. It also had to be outside of the Li family. Otherwise Li Lao would definitely not let himself pay again. And that would be a bit embarrassing. After the few people blew off some steam in Lin Feng's office for a while, Qiu Chenfeng asked about Xiao Lin. Uncle Lin, where did Xiao Lin go? Why isn't she back yet? It's almost time for work. Oh, there was an armed robbery case today. Tianxiang brought her along to investigate. What's wrong? Your old husband is still here, so you're not avoiding thinking about your daughter-in-law at all? Lin Feng teased. Yes, what does thinking about your daughter-in-law have to do with whether your old husband is here or not? Qiu Chenfeng didn't understand the logic of his words at all. That's not right. Don't people say that old husbands-in-law all think that their son-in-laws are here to steal their daughters? When you get married, I don't know how often you can go back to your mother's home. HD Rong also said from the side, but pull down it. I am planning I'm married to her family. You see, I want a room without a room. Want a mother without a mother. Married her, do not know where to live. Autumn Chenfeng said with some despondency. Hey, you don't say. You really don't say. You are indeed more suitable for a backwards marriage. Ha 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 ha. Lin Feng also joked with him. He knew that Qiu Chenfeng wouldn't get angry because of this kind of joke. Sure enough, Qiu Chenfeng himself nodded and said, I feel the same way. It'll be easier to live in the future. Then whose surname will your child take? With Shaolin's surname? HDR asked again. Yes, I have no intention of letting my child take my surname. This name of mine is completely randomly chosen by my old man. He saw me on an autumn morning when it happened to be windy. So my name is Autumn Chenfeng. Is there any need for the surname to be passed down? Autumn Chenfeng said in a serious manner. He himself had absolutely no need in this regard. Besides, even if the surname was really his father's surname, he didn't care. So many years of cultivation had made him not value these things at all. With whom is a surname not a surname? With whom the last name is not his own child? However, it is still a little too early to discuss the matter of the child. According to his own estimation, Shaolin is definitely not willing to have a child in 4 or 5 years, not to mention that now she is also a martial artist, and she has the ability to keep herself from being conceived after she has finished her business. Chapter 69, Invitation to Dinner. After chatting for a while, Qiu Chenfeng asked Director Gao to hurry up and call Elderly. If he didn't hurry up, the old man would probably start eating soon. Thus, Director Gao picked a mid to high-grade restaurant according to Qiu Chenfeng's request and made sure that it wasn't the Li family's property before calling his father-in-law. Uncle Lu, when will Auntie finish? Why don't you stop by and pick her up then? Qiu Chenfeng nodded his head and started asking Louis. Okay, I just sent her a message. She said around 5:30. Let's wait for the closing time to go over just in time. After hearing Louis's words, Qiu Chenfeng started to worry about whether Shaolin would be able to make it in time again. After all, it's his first large-scale treat. How inappropriate for his daughter-in-law not to come. But luckily, Shaolin also came back when she was about to leave work. As soon as she heard that Qiu Chenfeng was going to have a treat, she immediately came into the spirit. What's the situation, little Taoist? How did you think of buying dinner? I didn't think of it. Director Gao said that I became the boss and wanted to treat. So I did it. Autumn Chenfeng also had no choice. How else could he treat himself? He was a very stingy person. And this time, he invited 3 tables. And almost all of those who were not on duty and had no tasks in the big office went. I see. Why did you have to wait for me to go with you? They said you've been hanging around here for an hour? Lu Yilin then asked. Why? I'm the boss. Aren't you the boss's wife? Of course you have to go together. Autumn Chenfeng teased. Che, I don't care about being a boss's wife. Or being a cop suits me. Although Lu Yilin was full of happiness, her mouth still retorted. Well, I also think that anyway. As long as you're my wife, Qiu Chenfeng said with a smile. Once his words came out, Lu Yilin really didn't know what to say and could only fall silent. However, those people beside her wouldn't let her off so easily and started to flirt with them non-stop. Alright, just about right. Say it again and Xiaolin will blush. Lin Feng said wistfully from the side. Alas, you group of single dogs, feeding dog food to you all won't eat it. 2 picky eaters. Qiu Chenfeng also said. Hey, I go. You kid dare to scold us. Brothers tonight to pick the expensive point. Give him to eat bankruptcy to go. A group of people went to the restaurant together in such an uproar. Jin Ming wanted to slip away at first, but was directly grabbed by Qiu Chenfeng. This kid just can't get into this kind of occasion. This time how can't let him miss the good opportunity to exchange feelings. After arriving at the hotel, they did not pick the expensive ones as they said, or ordered very normal dishes. That kind of joke, that is to flirt a little. Whose money is not a gust of wind? Although the Autumn Chenfeng certainly will not be angry because of this matter, but they do so is certainly not appropriate. After they all finished ordering, Qiu Chenfeng looked at the menu and asked the waiter to add a few hard dishes for him before sitting down. After waiting for a while, He Biao also came. Now that the crowd knew about He Biao's relationship with Qiu Chenfeng, they were all very polite to him, and completely lost their previous preconceptions. When it was almost time to serve the food, Elderly also came over with Li Yuqing. Qiu Chenfeng hurriedly got up and motioned the old man to the main seat beside him. Little Wind, what's this doing today? How come you're all starting to invite guests? Getting married? Li Lao opened his mouth and flirted, causing Lu Yilin to stare, thinking to herself how this old man is so old and still so skin. No, Elderly, your son-in-law said that I became the boss and wanted to treat. So I did. Qiu Chenfeng laughed evilly and looked at Director Gao, confessing in front of Elderly. Ha ha ha, Qingrong is also really. But where did you become the boss? How come I haven't heard of it? After Elderly flirted, he started asking about the business. Thus, Qiu Chenfeng told Elderly about the whole thing and his plans. When Elderly heard that He Biao could be considered his senior brother, he gave him a particularly surprised look. In his eyes, He Biao had always been a hangdog, and even though he hadn't done anything to harm the world, he couldn't connect him to a martial artist. However, Very quickly, Elderly regained his calm eyes and renewed his greeting to He Biao. Elderly, in the future, my company will train a large number of security personnel who are infinitely close to the early Hotian stage, and at that time, if your property company needs it, I still hope that we will be given priority consideration. Only now did Qiu Chenfeng speak out his purpose this time. Ha 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 ha, you kid are still being polite to me as long as your people are indeed as you said. I'll use as many as you have. It just so happens that I've also been considering separate management of property and security lately, and you're doing this, you're also saving me from having to do it, Elderly said with a smile. Of course, although this was said so, Qiu Chenfeng understood that it was just giving himself face. However, since a preliminary intention of cooperation had been reached, today's meal was not a loss, and after that, he would have to let Black Biao get in touch with Li Yuqing. After talking about business, Elderly started to get his skin in the game again, and kept asking when Qiu Chenfeng planned to get married. When he learned that the side is his old husband and mother-in-law, and then told them a lot of Autumn Chenfeng's advantages, making him a little confused, and said when this old man's so much understanding of their own, and so back home lying on the bed, Lu Yilan look at his eyes are a little different. She did not understand how the Autumn Chenfeng and Li old man has been so familiar with. Hey, what is the situation between you and that old man Li? If you don't understand your people, thought he was your grandfather at this heart manipulation. I don't know until now I also still confused state, but if there is such a grandfather, it seems to be good. There is no money is not important, the main thing is that this old man to me really good, even if it's just to have a good relationship with me. I'll admit it, Qiu Chenfeng did feel quite happy, since he was a child, no one had ever worried about him so much, although Master would do a lot of things for him, he never had anything good to say on his lips, so from a young age, Qiu Chenfeng's life was lacking in that kind of more obvious concern. Hearing him say this, Lu Yilan also began to feel a little heartbroken for him, obviously so much younger than herself, yet she had experienced so many things, and from the time she first met herself, he was the one who took care of herself. There are times when he plays with his own temperament, he is also completely indifferent. In addition to being more clingy, he does seem to be very suitable for himself. Seeing Lu Yilan looking at him, Qiu Chenfeng didn't know what she was thinking, he just smoothly put her in his arms and fell into a deep sleep. Chapter 70, Dog Legs. Early the next morning, Qiu Chenfeng went to find He Biao and gave him the set of gungfu he had adapted. Also that afternoon, the remaining dozen or so veterans were already in place. When He Biao called to say that, he even flirted with Qiu Chenfeng that these people were probably not easy to manage. Let's put it this way, Black Veteran, what if they want to fight you? You can just accompany them through a couple of moves without hurting anyone. They all worship the strong in their bones. As long as you beat them into submission, they will listen to you. Autumn Chenfeng thought about it and finally gave him such a solution. Of course it wasn't something he came up with on his own. It was something Lu Yi told him. It's just that he didn't plan to use it at first. After He Biao gets his permission, he stops being restrained and strikes when it is time to strike. And within 2 days, he has trained this group of veterans to be obedient. After a few more days, Lu Yi and Suing should also go back. Qiu Chenfeng prepares a whole lot of specialties. After all, the next time they meet again it will most likely be the new year. When he sent them away, Shaolin happened to have a mission and was unable to come over. After sending them away, Qiu Chenfeng was also overwhelmed with emotion. Although it's all one job, but this job really needs a strong belief to support. If you purely look at the salary, there are still a lot of jobs that cannot sell their lives. When he returned to the criminal police team, he saw that Lin Yu had come again, so he smiled and said, "Yo, so quickly took care of your old man?" Although the words were said like this, Qiu Chenfeng had long understood that his last visit was authorized by Lin Feng. After all, it was still quite dignified to have a martial artist in the family. He, little wind, you'll have to teach me more in the future. I even quit my job and came to work as a temporary laborer. It's still the kind that doesn't get paid, Lin Yu said excitedly. Alright, so are you following me or your dad? Follow you. If there's any odd jobs in the future, put him on them. Let Xiaoming learn his driver's license properly before Lin Yu could speak. Lin Feng walked out from the next office and said with a smile. Autumn Chenfeng said to Lin Yu when he heard that, "That's fine, then bring me your gongfu. I can instruct without seeing the gongfu. In fact, I'm more willing to let you learn my set, but I don't have the power to do so. It's only possible if the old man nods his head." But at this time Lin Yu still turned his eyes to Lin Feng's side. After all, this gongfa of his own, he doesn't have the power to dispose of it. He still has to listen to his dad. Lin Feng also felt that gaze and said helplessly, "What are you looking at me for? Take it out? I saw you put it in your pocket when you went out in the morning. So what are you pretending to do with me? Hey, this is not just waiting for you." This sentence had finished, Lin Yu took out his family's ancestral gongfu from his pocket. In fact, when Lin Feng was small, he had also learned this set of gongfu. but maybe it was too bitter. Or maybe he didn't have the talent. Anyway, in the end, he didn't stick to it. Plus, Elder Lin didn't think it was necessary to have to become a martial artist at that time. And at that time, organizations like the Dragon Group hadn't appeared yet and everything was chaotic. So he just let him be. When his grandson was born, Elder Lin casually taught him a few things, and it wasn't until he was in his teens that he was ready to properly train him. However, without cultivating him for a few years, Elder Lin died unexpectedly. Without a teacher to teach him, Lin Yu was completely left to slowly figure things out on his own. So the more he learned, the more tired he got, and when he couldn't understand it at all at the back, he just gave up. Qiu Chenfeng took the gongfu and flipped through it, also feeling that it was a good gongfu. However, a lot of places were really easy to misunderstand, and if no one taught them it was very possible to go astray. How about this? Today you'll familiarize yourself with the environment here. Tomorrow morning go wait for me at the entrance of Cheng Beacon Security. I'll go there to teach you. As Qiu Chenfeng spoke, he returned the book of gongfu to him. If he practiced it here, there would be too many people, and it would be easy for someone to spread the news. At that time, if someone had any bad intentions, Lin Yu's safety would be jeopardized. Alright, then it's a deal. Then what do I do next? Lin Yu asked. You go and clean the big office of Criminal Police Team 1. I'll come to inspect it later. If it's not clean, you won't have any food today. Before Qiu Chenfeng could think of anything, he heard Lin Feng's voice. However, once he heard the content, Qiu Chenfeng was happy. Since he, as a father, didn't feel sorry for him, then what do we have to worry about? Let him clean it. After staying in the office for a while, Xiao Lin's few people came back. Seeing Lin Yu cleaning up after them, they immediately teased. Agu, Mr. Lin, what's going on? Actually came to the criminal police team to clean up. What did you do to make Uncle Lin angry? Go. Go on the side of the bar you just this is voluntary. I will work in the criminal police force in the future. Lin Yu was not happy to ignore her at all. Although there was a difference of 7 or 8 years between them, but in terms of mouth, Lin Yu were no match for Xiao Lin. In those past years, occasionally when Lin Feng and Louis met for a small get-together, the two of them were able to argue over various things. But of course it all ended with Lin Yu losing miserably. Even if occasionally Lin Yu got the upper hand, he would be chided by Lin Feng to shut him up. After all, there are so many older people. What do you mean, being a cop? Uncle Lin wouldn't have recruited you specially, right? Lu Yilin asked in surprise. Because of this special recruitment, it is easy to be criticized. If Lin Feng recruited his own son, the people who have the heart as long as a stab upwards, suspension and investigation is a must. Special recruitment is indeed a special recruitment, but I do not occupy the quota. There is no salary. It is to follow your husband and help him to do miscellaneous things. Lin Yu of course knew what she was thinking, so he explained. Emma, I seem to understand a bit. Little comrade, your current cultivation is not as high as mine. After taking a closer look at his state, Lu Yilin knew why he was following Qiu Chenfeng, so she walked over to his side and said softly, ********. You're a martial artist too? It can't be. Your husband's means? Lu Yilin nodded at his words before returning to her seat. I'm going to. This dog's leg old man for sure. To actually be able to instantly turn an ordinary person into a martial artist. This kid is awesome. Lin Yu froze for a few seconds, and only after coming back to his senses did he mutter to himself. Seeing the stifled look on his face, Lu Yilin's heart bursts with joy. She really didn't expect that she could actually press him again. How could she go home and give the little Taoist a little reward? However, these things, Qiu Chenfeng was completely unaware of. He was currently busy discussing the matter of the martial arts conference with Elderly, and counting the time. It was indeed almost time. After discussing this matter, he started to prepare for his trip. Before he left, he had to give Lin Yu some guidance, and then he also had to meet those veterans who came behind the company. After thinking about it, he finally set the time to leave for Jinling 3 days later. Chapter 71 Preparing to leave Jinling. After returning home, Xiao Lin couldn't wait to tell him about today's events. Only then did Qiu Chenfeng realize that there was such a story between these two. After listening to Xiao Lin talk for a while about her previous bullying of Lin Yu, Autumn Chenfeng told her that in a few days, he was going to Jinling for a few days, and this time, in addition to Jin Ming, he would probably take Lin Yu there as well. Bring him for what? He's not even considered a martial artist. You might as well bring me. Although Lu Yilin didn't know what he was going to do, but since he was bringing Jin Ming as well, it was definitely a martial artist thing. Bringing you won't work. You guys have been busy as hell lately. There's no way Uncle Lin would let anyone go. Qiu Chenfeng actually wanted to bring her. The two of them hadn't been separated for more than 24 hours since the beginning of their acquaintance until now. This cold separation, the heart must still be very reluctant to part. Just say that there's not enough manpower. Can't you just borrow someone? Lu Yilin said in disbelief. Can't borrow someone this time. This time is me going to help Elder Li's favor, not official business. Qiu Chenfeng looked helplessly, and then told her about the martial arts conference. Martial arts convention? There's actually such a thing. I also want to go to see it. But Uncle Lin really should not agree. After all, once you go, it will take 4 or 5 days. Lu Yilin was full of despondent eyes as she lay on the bed fuming. Don't be unhappy La, even if you go I won't let you go to the scene, including Jin Ming and Ling Yu. Likewise won't go to the scene. I'm only taking them there because I want them to visit the Dragon Team's Zhang province branch to see if they can learn something. Qiu Chenfeng wrapped his arms around her and explained to her again. You're telling the truth? Lu Yilin asked as she turned her head to look into his eyes. Of course Elder Li only asked me to go alone, so how could I possibly bring someone with me, said Qiu Chenfeng with great certainty. That's fine then. Then I won't go if I don't go after you go. Pay attention to your own safety. Don't think you're invincible. Lu Yilin lay on his chest and said softly, don't worry, this point of self-knowledge I still have. Qiu Chenfeng saw that she finally did not dwell on it before he smiled and hugged her. Alas, that case of ours is also really good trouble. I originally thought that I would have to stay up all night tonight, but I didn't realize that Master let me go home after finishing this matter. Lu Yilin started thinking about her case again. What case? Tell me about it? Hearing Shaolin say this, Qiu Chenfeng was also curious. It's just a seemingly ordinary robbery, but the other side asked the victim for something, only her hair. In addition to the hair, neither robbed money, nor robbed color. But from that day onwards, that victim began to be mentally depressed, and all of those hairs that he had cut had begun to turn withered and yellowed. These 2 days I have begun to doubt whether it is similar to the novel inside. Someone is practicing evil magic, Lu Yilin said with some self-deprecation. You don't say. This is really a bit like it. Why don't you take me to see it tomorrow afternoon? I have to go to the company in the morning. I shouldn't be able to catch up. Okay, then I'll ask my master tomorrow. If he agrees, I'll come back at noon to pick you up. Lu Yilin's intention was to let him go and take a look. There really wasn't much he could do about this kind of strange things. Actually, Qiu Chenfeng didn't have much to dabble in these things. The old man still understood some of it, but he didn't teach himself anything, saying that there were 5 drawbacks and 3 deficiencies that he didn't want him to get involved in. Little Taoist, do these things really exist? Lu Yilin was also a bit scared after hearing him out. This I can't say. Anyway, the old man just bit the bullet and won't teach me these things. Qiu Chenfeng was also a little unsure in his heart. He could only look at the situation tomorrow when he arrived. The next morning, Qiu Chenfeng took Ling Yu to the security company, and when he saw that the security guards trained here were all better than himself, they all wanted to cry a little. However, soon after, Qiu Chenfeng called him to a more remote corner on one side, and then had him demonstrate the entire set of feats. After watching it, he found quite a few problems. There was nothing wrong with Lin Yu's talent, although it wasn't the outstanding kind. He could become a martial artist relatively easily. The main reason why his cultivation could not go up was still in his understanding of the gongfu. A lot of movements that required the use of external energy. He used internal energy, which resulted in the qi in his body not being able to keep up at all. And even halfway through the operation, the qi was blocked. After Qiu Chenfeng gave him detailed instructions, Lin Yu slowly started to get on track. While he was running his gongfu, the qi on his body slowly began to rise. After practicing for a morning, Lin Yu was considered to be truly convinced. The progress he made this morning far exceeded the sum of his own cultivation over the past few years. In the car back to the criminal police team, he said excitedly, Xiao Feng, I really didn't expect it. So my family's gong method is so powerful. In the past, my grandfather had only reached the middle innate stage, and I thought that there was no way for our family's gong methods to reach the zongshi. But after you said that, I feel that getting to the zongshi is just a matter of time, and is not an impossible thing. Qiu Chenfeng also nodded when he heard this and said, this thing called a gong method is only shaped after a long period of testing. So in general, the gong methods that have been passed down in the past are all valid, unless they are those that have started to create their own gong methods without even really understanding them themselves. You should feel free to practice. Your set of gongfu is still not bad. If you're willing to work hard, it won't take more than half a month for you to get started and become a Hotian martial artist. Really? Holy, I'll definitely work hard then. My grandfather's greatest wish before he left was that I could become a martial artist, and now I'm about to reach this goal. Lin Yu said excitedly. The determination in his eyes made Qiu Chenfeng feel that he had no problem at all, and it was only a matter of time before he became a sovereign. When he returned to the criminal police team, it happened that the cafeteria was open for dinner. After Qiu Chenfeng called Jin Ming, the 3 of them went to eat together. In the next 2 days, take care of all the things in your hands as soon as possible. The day after tomorrow you guys will come with me to Jiling. I plan to take you guys to the Dragon Team's Zhang province branch to have a look around. When that time comes I will have my own things to do, so you guys will go to the branch to read books. At first, Zhu Linsheng said that there are quite a few good books in their bookstore, so you guys will go and read them for a few days, and it will definitely help you. Seeing that they were almost done eating, Qiu Chenfeng then said. Jin Ming nodded. He had always obeyed Qiu Chenfeng's words, not to mention that this was him helping himself improve. No, little wind. I'm not from the dragon group. They won't let me in, right? Lin Yu asked. Don't worry, I've already inquired about it. As long as I personally agree to you using my identity to go in and sign a guarantee, you can go in and watch, said Qiu Chenfeng with a smile. Chapter 72, Borrowing Life. That's fine then, but won't you look at it yourself? Lin Yu was a bit embarrassed even though he wanted to go. I've asked my master. The books in there don't help me much anymore. When you guys go there, read them as hard as you can. One person only has 48 hours of reading time a year. If you come across anything that you can't understand, memorize it. No record keeping or photography is allowed inside. After memorizing it, just come back and I'll explain it to you. Autumn Chenfeng instructed a bit, then went to pack a meal, and then took them out of the cafeteria. He still have to go with Shaolin later to see that bizarre robbery case. It back to the office did not wait a few minutes. Lu Yilin came back, see him as bragging with them, then directly pull him to go outside. She also took the time to come back. Today the victim has a new situation, making them anxious. Walking to the car, Qiu Chenfeng then handed her the portion of rice and said, I'll drive. You hurry up and eat, just show me the way. Lu Yilin took the lunchbox and looked at him with some surprise, not realizing that he could still remember to bring himself a meal. Look at me, what to do. Hurry up and eat. After arriving and then eat, it will be easy to make people's eyes red. Autumn Chenfeng has already driven a road. See, she is still looking at herself, then said with a smile, Nothing, you look quite handsome today. Lu Yilin casually complimented him after, then ate up beautifully. Following the road that Xiaolin pointed out, Qiu Chenfeng drove the car to the hospital, and just stopped the car. He asked suspiciously, What's the situation? How to run to the hospital? The victim went into a coma today and was sent to the hospital by 120, but the doctors are completely confused as to why she went into a coma, and they can't even find a reason as to why her hair became withered. Lu Yilin had just gotten out of the car and hurriedly led him to the elevator. After arriving at the hospital room, Qiu Chenfeng saw several doctors surrounding the hospital bed, and a few police officers standing on the periphery as well, so he couldn't see anything clearly. He could only hear the doctors' conversations. Director Zhang, your neurosurgery department can't do anything? There's no way. I tried to stimulate many of her sensitive parts, and there's absolutely no little reaction, and the electrocardiogram doesn't have any abnormal fluctuations. Alas, this is troublesome. How did she suddenly fall into a coma so suddenly? The key is that all the indicators of the body are normal. It's just that she fell into a coma. Hearing them say so much, Qiu Chenfeng also wanted to go up and take a look. He had never seen such a strange patient before. Little wind, quickly come and take a look. We can't solve this person. Li Tianxiang frowned as he looked there, and suddenly turned his eyes and saw that Qiu Chenfeng was standing at the door, so he immediately called him in. Yo, isn't this the little divine doctor? Hurry up and come take a look. We're really at our wits' end. The one next to him, Director Zhang, was one of the doctors who had seen Qiu Chenfeng do the induced abortion surgery on those 3 Koreans in the first place. As soon as he saw him coming, he also instantly had some hope. How are you calling on the little god doctor? I've learned just a little bit. Qiu Chenfeng is actually on the medical arts, wasn't particularly good at it. Just some emergency stuff would be a bit more. After everyone heard their conversation, they took the initiative to make way for him. Qiu Chenfeng walked to the hospital bed and finally saw the patient for the first time. It was a woman in her 20s, with well-maintained skin and no surface abnormalities on her entire body. Only her hair was a bit of a problem. At the back of her head area, there was a handful of very short hair that was already showing a withered dark red color, but the rest of her hair was normal. Autumn Chenfeng walked up and plucked the hair on the back of her head, and found that the scalp underneath this handful of short hair had similarly turned a dark red color. But this handful of hair did not fall out easily like those really dead hairs. Qiu Chenfeng even used some force to pull it. He could clearly feel that these hairs were just as powerful as the others, and couldn't help but say to himself, This is strange. Everyone knew that the problem must be here, but they couldn't determine what had gone wrong here. Could there really be this kind of thing similar to borrowing life? It shouldn't be. The old man himself said, He will be those things. Are the ancients according to the gossip heavenly phenomenon deduce things? There is no such thing as a spell against the heavens. It seems that this time again have to trouble him. So, Qiu Chenfeng took out his cell phone and took a picture of those hair and scalp parts, then passed it to the old man's WeChat. After waiting for a few minutes and not seeing a reply, he could only call directly. This period of time the old man to him a little better. At least will no longer do not pick up his phone, only to pick up the phone, or the same like to scold people. Little brat, what trouble again? the phone has just been connected, and sure enough, there came the cursing voice of the prosperous son. Master, this cannot break into trouble. Just met a very strange thing. Look at the picture I sent to you on WeChat. She was walking at night when she was blackmailed, but people neither robbed money, nor robbed color, just cut a handful of hair from the back of her head. Since being cut this handful of hair, she has been all day as muddled, completely no spirit, was cut. The handful of hair also began to wither, until today when she was found to be in a deep coma. The doctors were completely unable to find any reason for anything, and all indicators were good. After Qiu Chenfeng finished speaking, he quietly waited for the old man to reply. You've come across someone borrowing their life off. I didn't realize that there are people in big cities who know this trick. Easy Son muttered to himself for a while before he began to speak about the solution. This so-called borrowed longevity was actually using one's own true qi to externalize, focusing most of the opposite person's essence blood and essence into the back of the head, and then flowing downwards along the hair, and finally cutting off that handful of hair would be enough. And the solution is to use a silver needle to lock the scalp in that dark red area. Then after cutting it open, release all the stasis blood and she will wake up. Then prepare a ginseng over 100 years old. Boil 3 bowls of water into 1 bowl, and just let her take it. After taking it, some dark blood will flow out of the wound, and when the blood turns bright red, it can be sewn up. After hearing this, Qiu Chenfeng immediately had someone prepare a pack of silver needles and then sent the person into the operating room. With the shadowless light on, Qiu Chenfeng raised his hand and stuck in 9 silver needles, picked up the scalpel and made a cut within the circle surrounded by the silver needles. Again, no anesthetic was used. When the stasis was released cleanly, the patient did wake up. After that, they followed the method of the prosperous son and waited until the stitches were done before sending the still very weak patient back to the ward. Chapter 73, Divine Woman. When she returned to the ward, Qiu Chenfeng was pulled to the entrance corridor by Li Tianxiang and Lu Yilan. Little Wind, quickly tell me, what's going on? Just now I heard you say borrowing life? Is there really such a metaphysical thing? Li Tianxiang couldn't wait to ask. Next to him, Lu Yilan also looked at him with eyes full of curiosity. Seeing the two of them in this stance, Qiu Chenfeng knew that he couldn't hide today and could only explain the matter of borrowing life to them. The so-called borrowing longevity is actually borrowing another person's essence in essence, but it's not something that anyone can borrow. This thing is just like a blood transfusion or organ transplant that requires a matching type. Essence Qi and Essence Yuan also has its unique attributes and must be matched to work. However, this matching is much easier than organ transplantation. Only need to be born with the same character. Opposite sex match on the line. As for how the birth characters can be considered compatible, I don't understand. The old man refuses to teach me. In this matter, the most difficult place is to know other people's birth characters, so you guys can ask her later if she has gone to a fortune teller recently. I feel as if it's not particularly difficult. Don't acquaintances know birthdays from each other? Lu Yilan asked in disbelief. Birthdays are not the year, month and day of birth, but the year, month, day and hour that corresponds to the heavenly stems and earthly branches chronology method heavy, and nowadays in this society, only the fortune tellers will use it. Autumn Chenfeng explained. Oh, then I really don't know. Then how did he lend his life over? Lu Yilan then asked. I don't know the exact principle, but the method anyway is that people with the cultivation of a Zhong or above use their true qi outwardly to catalyze other people's essence and essence to enter the head, and then come out along the hair, and in the end, he only needs to cut off that section of the hair to get all these things, and then he can just connect this section of hair to the hair of the person who needs to borrow the longevity. In fact, Qiu Chenfeng originally didn't know about these things. This was all told to him by the old man on the phone just now. Can that bad stuff be transmitted to people through hair extensions? Hair extensions are so popular now. Lu Yilan suddenly remembered that several of her friends back home were very fond of hair extensions, so she opened her mouth to ask. Of course, if the person wasn't very good in the first place, his hair will carry dead qi, which you can understand as a virus, and it won't take long for the extensions to enter the person's body. But those hair extensions on the street nowadays use fake hair, right? Fake shouldn't be anything, but it's better not to be able to receive it. Just in case. Hearing Qiu Chenfeng say this, Lu Yilan immediately called her few friends and told them to try not to go back to hair extensions, but she could hear that the other party didn't really believe in these things. However, this kind of thing was only supposed to be done to the best of one's ability. Just be reminded of it. The rest was not up to one's discretion. After the chat, a few people went back to the hospital room and started asking her if she had ever had her fortune told. As expected, on the morning of the day she had her hair cut off, she had her fortune told by a goddess inside her neighborhood. People in the neighborhood said that she was quite spiritual, and since she never had a boyfriend, her mother had to let her go to the fortune telling. And on the night after the fortune telling, this happened. Since there is a target, a few people intend to go to find that godmother. Originally, Lu Yilan was ready to let Qiu Chenfeng go back, but there is a master behind this matter, so he can't go back. When they arrived at the godmother's place, they found that the building was already empty. After asking the neighbors, they found out that the granny had left 2 days ago, saying that she had gone back to her hometown. Luckily, this granny had lived here for many years, so the district police station had her identity information. After a few people knew the specific information, they rushed non-stop to a small village on the outskirts of the area that hadn't been demolished yet. When they arrived at the place has been more than 7 p.m. Here due to the demolition of the fast, there are not many people live, full of only 4 or 5 families still lighted. The local police station has been waiting at the entrance of the village. After seeing them, they went to one of the lighted homes. Coincidentally, the one who came out to open the door was that godly woman, and when he saw the police, he also understood that he couldn't run away. "Mom, what's going on here?" Another middle-aged man in his 40s came out from inside, and was a bit dumbfounded to see so many police. "Nothing, they're looking for me to understand something. You go eat with the kid first." After the goddess supported her son, she said to Li Tianxiang, "Let's go out and talk." Thus, the group of people all came to an open space in front of the Divine Mother's house, where there were several stone piers, just enough to sit for a while. "Tell me, who is the person who approached you to inquire about your birth date?" After letting the godmother sit down, Qiu Chenfeng opened the door and asked. "Alas, I've never done anything in my life to harm the heavens and the earth, but this time he gave too much money." After the godwoman sighed, she slowly spoke out the whole thing. One morning a week ago, she was going to take advantage of the fact that no one came to see things in the morning and went to the street to buy some vegetables. Unexpectedly, just as she opened the door, she saw an old man about the same age as him standing in the doorway, looking straight at her. The godmother thought she had seen enough people, so she didn't feel scared. She just thought that this person was not very good in the head, so she didn't intend to pay attention to him, and went straight around. Unexpectedly, just as he went around, the old man opened his mouth and asked her if she had come across any 8 characters from a specific time period, and if she had he was willing to pay a high price for the person's information. The goddess hadn't originally intended to take this business. For people like them, the thing called the 8 characters couldn't be passed on indiscriminately. It was a matter of credibility, and if someone really knew any evil arts, it might harm others. But when she saw that the old man's first offer was $100,000 in cash, she was a bit moved. After asking in detail what the other party was going to do, she still took the deal. Just one person's information and $100,000. This deal was quite a bargain. However, this range of 8 characters given by the old man was a bit special, so she didn't find a suitable one at all, and could only tell the old man that she would look again. Unexpectedly, just 1 day later, a young girl came to her to calculate her marriage destiny, and her 8 characters were exactly what the old man needed. So the godmother, after counting, then detailed understanding of the little girl's information, such as noon busy, to the old man hair message are sent over. After the old man got the information, there was no hesitation, and he directly sent her the money, because at first the old man told her that he was trying to find a girl who was the most compatible with his son's 8 characters, so the godmother was not at all defensive, and also pointed her to the building where the girl lived. Chapter 74 Traveling to Jinling. However, the next day, she heard that the girl seemed to be sick, and at first she didn't take it seriously, but after observing her continuously for a few days, she sensed something was wrong. She only saw that the girl's mental condition was getting worse and worse, which gave her a hint of an ominous premonition. Could this matter be related to that old man who bought her 8 characters? It wasn't until that day when the girl fainted and the ambulance picked her up that she was able to be sure that it was that old man who was behind it, or else it couldn't have been such a coincidence. So she tried to call that old man to ask what was going on, but the number had become empty. This made her even more sure that this matter was definitely his doing. So that afternoon, she packed up her things back to the countryside, thinking of going home to hide. Although this thing 89 is because he sold her 8 caused, but the police do not care about this matter. Prepare to wait for things to wind up after the past, and then go back to start another stove. Did not expect the police so quickly on the doorstep. Give us the cell phone number of that empty number, then go back with us and help us find that person from the surveillance. By now, it was useless to say anything. Finding the culprit was the main thing. After arriving at the CID, it was easy to find the old man inside the surveillance, and it was easy to find his details through his track information. His name is Jin Shichuan. He is from Jinling, and his son opened a small company in Suzhou City. Not long ago, his son became a vegetable due to a car accident, and that was the day he came to Su City from Jinling. It's alright, let's go find him. Seeing that things were progressing, Qiu Chenfeng didn't want to wait any longer to avoid a long night. He was leaving for Jinling the day after tomorrow, and if he couldn't catch anyone in the next 2 days, he wouldn't have much time left. After arriving at the hospital where his son was hospitalized, the hospital said that they were discharged 2 days ago, and the old man also asked the hospital to send a 120 transfer car to send the two people directly back to their residence in Jinling. Hearing this news, Qiu Chenfeng was speechless, muttering on the side, "Hey, I go. This is to let me go early, ah? No way. No way. I'm not really interested." After muttering, he took out his phone and called Zhu Linsheng, telling him everything that had happened. When he heard the name Jin Shichuan, Zhu Linsheng also felt a little depressed. This old man is also the middle of the sect master, but he is not a rival. So this thing, if people do not give face, want to fight a fish death net, then they cannot get any benefits. So, he can only discuss with the Autumn Chenfeng, cannot come over to help a favor? The two join forces how to catch him. Autumn Chenfeng also did not expect things will be so messed up, half a day or have to go themselves. Really ing life. No way. Since taking this salary, they have no way to retreat. Can only make an appointment with Zhu Linsheng to go over the next afternoon. After returning home, Autumn Chenfeng told Lu Yilin about this matter. But this time, Lu Yilin can go with him. The name of the business trip, isn't this person all letting the dragon team handle it? Do you guys still have to go over there? Qiu Chenfeng didn't expect this at all. The Interpol team still had to follow him down. That's of course. Although we can't arrest the person, the report still has to be written. Without results, how can we close the case? What's wrong? You don't want me to go with you? Lu Yilin feigned anger and said, "Why? You say this? How is it possible? I can't wait to go with you. A piece of it where you play in Jinling for a few days, and wait for me to go home together. Forget it. Anyway, the two of us live together, and don't need to spend more funds," Autumn Chenfeng said with a smile. "Che, this you don't want to think about it. Tomorrow you guys can catch the people to the trial finish then. I have to come back tomorrow. I hear a mess of things at Lu Yilin. Why do not want to stay there for a few more days? But there is no way. Work always have to have a look of work." The next morning, Autumn Chenfeng told Jin Ming and Lin Yu, today after lunch to go. Let them both hurry to prepare luggage to go. At 1 o'clock in the afternoon, a few people got on the high-speed train to Jinling, and Lu Yilin also followed Li Tianxiang. "Uncle Li, what's good to eat in Jinling?" Qiu Chenfeng was idle and bored, so he started to think of what specialties to bring back when the time came. He originally wanted to ask Lu Yilin, but thinking that she was not familiar with this place, he could only ask Li Tianxiang. "Delicious? That's still quite a lot, but I can't tell at once. Do you want to eat here or do you want to bring it back?" "Bring it back. I can't eat much here." Autumn Chenfeng counted the number of people. "This time I have to buy quite a lot of it. Then I'll push a WeChat for you. Is my decades of old friends. He has his own specialty store. Then you let him give you loaded on the line." Li Tianxiang said and pushed someone else's WeChat to Autumn Chenfeng. "Emma, still have to be Uncle Liao. What industry have acquaintances added?" After the fall, Chenfeng began to pat the horse's ass. Li Tianxiang to the Autumn Chenfeng. This character is also very well understood, so did not say anything more with him. After leaving the station, Qiu Chenfeng saw Zhu Linsheng waiting at the door, so he took the initiative to walk over. "Team leader Zhu, I'm really sorry. I still let you personally come to pick up. Ha 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 ha. Director Qiu, don't be polite to me. All follow me." With those words, the few people got into a commercial vehicle. Luckily, he didn't drive a sedan, or else he really couldn't sit down. "Commissioner Autumn, I had people scout in the morning. Jin Shichuan and his son are both at home. However, he is considered a sideline of the Jinling Jin family, so it's better not to tear his face off, otherwise it will be more troublesome when the battle is big," Zhu Linsheng said with some embarrassment. It was only at this time that Qiu Chenfeng realized that Jin Shichuan was also a member of a martial arts family, and it was no surprise that he would still see them at the martial arts conference in a few days. However, Zhu Linsheng's words were also right. It was better to play it safe if one could stay out of trouble. After a few moments of thought, Qiu Chenfeng said, "Team leader Zhu, then this is something you can arrange. I'll just follow at the back, and if there are no surprises, I won't make a move." Only after hearing Qiu Chenfeng's words did Zhu Linsheng let out a sigh of relief. He was now afraid that Qiu Chenfeng would do the same as he did when he dealt with the Zhou family and directly hit the door. The car had just arrived at Jin Shichuan's house when Qiu Chenfeng saw the three patriarchs standing at the door. Somewhat helplessly, "Team leader Zhu, it seems that this time it's not as easy as you thought." Zhu Linsheng was already a bit angry at this time. This matter he had only told a few team members in the car behind him. He didn't expect them to release the information to the Jin family so easily. Chapter 75, The Jin Family. This time in front of Qiu Chenfeng. This group of brats were disgracing themselves. "You guys don't get out of the car first. I'll go down and talk to them first." After Zhu Linsheng said to Qiu Chenfeng and the others, he got out of the car. After getting out of the car, Zhu Linsheng started exchanging pleasantries with those few sect masters. This didn't surprise Qiu Chenfeng at all. As a provincial-level subgroup leader like him, he would definitely have some dealings with some local people above the level of Zhang. After a few people talked for a while, Qiu Chenfeng could clearly feel that the atmosphere was bad, and that the talks must have fallen apart. Do they even dare to confront the dragon group? Lu Yilin asked with some incredulity. The strongest is the most respected. As long as the dragon group doesn't come to someone who can crush them, they don't need to give too much face. Because of this kind of thing, even if the headquarters comes, they won't kill the Zhong master. A painless punishment will be passed. Qiu Chenfeng explained with an expressionless face, his eyes still staring intently at those few people. Although the three people were all early Zhongshi, but Qiu Chenfeng could feel that in addition to Jin Shichuan amid Zhongshi in the house, there was also a late Zhongshi presence. But this breath was somewhat familiar. It seemed that they had seen it many years ago, but they really didn't quite think of it. Qiu Chenfeng was just thinking about it, and Zhu Linqing outside the car was already about to hold back and was ready to make his move. However, Qiu Chenfeng does not intend to get out of the car now. These three people, Zhu Linqing can still deal with. Besides, people just said that they cannot conflict, so even if you want to start a fight, you have to let Zhu Linqing first then their own shot. As expected, very soon Zhu Linqing made his move. Three early stage masters didn't take a few moves under him, and fell to the ground. Although he didn't strike a deadly blow, he didn't stay his hand either. Hey, this old kid was quite imposing when he made his move, Qiu Chenfeng said as he clapped his hands in the car. Once he turned around and saw that everyone else was looking at him like he was a little cutie. Like looking at him, he only felt as if this statement was indeed a bit amusing. Jin Shichuan, you always have to face what you've done. It's not appropriate to keep sitting inside like this. Since they all fought, Zhu Linqing simply shouted to the house. I have been merciful to the end. You do not give a little face. Then also with you polite what? Ha 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 ha. So it's team leader Zhu. Calm down. It's just a little thing. It's not worth making such a big deal out of it. Finally, the two people inside came out. At the head of the group was an old man with a white beard, late Zhongshi cultivation. Jin Shichuan was following right behind him, and those three Zhongshi also got up from the ground and stood behind them. After seeing the person who came clearly, Zhu Linqing began to make a mistake. This time it seems that the mission will not be completed. After sighing, he went forward and arched his hand, and said stiffly, so it's the Jin family head. I didn't expect you to be here. But Jin Shichuan did the wrong thing. Always have to give a statement. Otherwise the dragon group cannot deliver. Public security cannot deliver. Then what kind of explanation does team leader Zhu want? The old man continued to ask. Let him go back with us to make things clear on the line. People will certainly not be handed over to the police. The specific how to deal with. Have to look at the arrangements of the headquarters. Zhu Linqing at this time there is no other way. Can only hope that he looks at the face of the headquarters. Don't be too much with themselves. Alas, Zhu group leader. This matter although we have a mistake, but it is also excusable. Xiaochuan is also love the sun heart. Only to do confusing things, but also hope that Zhu group leader can look at the face of the old man. The matter uncovered in the past. Although the old man's words were softer, his tone was indeed unusually harsh. Just as Zhu Linqing was thinking about how to answer him, suddenly the car door was opened and Lu Yilin walked down, directly rushing at the old man and asking, he is in love with his son. What about the girl who was almost killed by him? Doesn't she have parents? Can they also love their daughter for once? I go. This girl, not pay attention to how to go down. Autumn Chenfeng slapped his forehead and said somewhat helplessly, little girl, this occasion is not suitable for you to appear. Your cultivation is too low. The old man's words just fell. Lu Yilin realized that this time something big had happened. He had obviously been using his heart method to hide his strength. How could he see through it at a glance? Just as the old man released his true qi, wanting Lu Yilin to pay for her disrespect, he suddenly felt an extremely powerful force that bounced all of her true qi back. At the same time, Qiu Chenfeng walked down from the car and pulled her behind him. Bullying others was fine. Bullying his own wife was not. Besides, he himself recognized this person now. No wonder the scent was so familiar. Jin Qiyuan, after not seeing you for a few years, you seem to have gotten a bit cocky. She has my old man's protective jade on her, so just be glad that you didn't move to kill. Otherwise you would have been lying down long ago. Hearing Qiu Chenfeng's words, everyone present was dumbfounded. Zhu Linqing stared at him with wide eyes, completely unaware of how he knew the Jin family head. Who are you? And who is your family's old man? Jin Qiyuan asked in incomparable shock. Of course he knew that the power had just almost been aroused, and once it was aroused, he would not be able to resist it at all. 4 years ago, west of Su City, Little Mountain, cloudy sky view. Need I say more? Qiu Chenfeng had his hands behind his back and looked at him with eyes full of contempt. What? Yun Xiaoguan? Jin Qiyuan instantly became agitated when he heard the 3 words cloudy sky view. Back then, when he was impacting the late stage of the Sovereign Master, he had accidentally reversed his qi and blood and almost went overboard. Later on, It was his master who had told him that Elder Freezy was on that small hill in Sioux City, and that only Freezy could solve a problem like his, so he immediately arranged for someone to send himself there, and when he was at the bottom of the mountain, he was stopped by the vertigo formation. In the end, it was Easy Sun who sent Qiu Chenfeng down the mountain to pick him up alone. At the beginning, the Easy Sun had said that he had only come to his rescue after seeing that he didn't have a bad face and hadn't done anything to harm the world. When he had recovered, the Easy Sun had nudged him a bit, and after the breakthrough, he had even sparred with Qiu Chenfeng. At that time, even though Qiu Chenfeng was only at the early stage of Zhongshi, he had beaten a late-stage Zhongshi who had just advanced to the stage with absolutely no strength to fight back. You're Qiu Chenfeng? That's right, you are Autumn Chenfeng. I told you who was able to run this matter of the Zhou family so smoothly. So it was you, Jin Qiyuan. I said that you are also more than 100 years old. What is the point of getting involved in these juniors' matters? He definitely has to pay the price for the wrong things he has done, and in addition you have to pay the price as well. Autumn's senior brother, this matter is indeed my fault. I admit the punishment. Hearing him call Autumn Chenfeng's senior brother, everyone around him was once again confused. What the hell is the situation? How did the Jin family master become the disciple of the Easy Sun again? But don't. At first the old man just nudged you a little bit, and didn't accept your idea. And what I'm talking about is not that you're siding with Jin Shichuan, but that you actually dared to take a swing at the old man's disciple daughter-in-law. And if you let him know about it, how can you do it, yo? Qiu Chenfeng pulled over Lu Yilan as he looked at Jin Qiyuan with a bad smile on his face. Chapter 76, The Four Great Families. As soon as Qiu Chenfeng's words left his mouth, Jin Qiyuan immediately started to get a chill down his back. No wonder this little girl had the protecting jade of the prosperous sun on her, so she was the daughter-in-law of Autumn Chenfeng. Thus, he hurriedly explained. No, I didn't move to kill then either. According to what you young people say, it's just showing off your muscles. You mustn't tell Elder Easy. I'll apologize to my sister-in-law, Jin Qiyuan said and made a bow to Lu Yilan, causing her brain to have gone completely blank. Why did she call me sister-in-law? Isn't he calling me senior brother? It's normal to call your sister-in-law. He's willing to call him, let him call him. Anyway, we don't suffer, Qiu Chenfeng said with a smile. Lu Yilan heard seems to be. Tube him, he dared to call his own dare to agree. Who is afraid of whom? Alright, hurry up and let Jin Shichuan go with them. Can you guarantee that he won't resist? If he can't, I'll have to do it? Qiu Chenfeng turned his head to Jin Qiyuan and asked. Can. Definitely can. Don't worry, senior brother. He definitely won't resist. Jin Qiyuan of course knew what he meant by do it. If he was really wasted, wouldn't the things that the Jin family had paid on him go down the drain? And also just understand a bit, the girl is still alive. Since it is still alive, according to the rules of the Dragon Group, even if it is really sentenced, but also sentenced to a few years, and then come out to contribute to the family is not too late. After all, more than 60 years old is still exactly the age of the breakthrough. Well, that's fine. Team leader Zhou, you take the people away, and by the way, bring my daughter-in-law, them and my two men over there. I'll talk to old man Jin about something, and I'll come back to you later, Qiu Chenfeng said, and pulled old man Jin into the house. What's wrong, senior brother? Is there anything else? Jin Qiyuan asked cautiously. Nonsense. Since it's your offspring, I always have to help you see how the injury is. We'll talk about something else after that. Hearing him say this, Jin Qiyuan immediately excitedly led him to Jin Shichuan's son who was in a car accident. Jin Yon's room. By this time, he had already woken up because of the borrowed life. However, due to the method of borrowing longevity, it couldn't allow a person to completely absorb all of the essence. At most, it was only about 1/10 of it. Therefore, he was still very weak. After checking himself, Qiu Chenfeng shook his head and said, Alas, originally if I made a move he would still be able to get well quickly, but now that he has absorbed the yin qi from that girl's body, it is estimated that in the future, even if he is still able to regain his freedom of movement, there is no way to practice martial arts. Doing this kind of harmful thing, retribution retribution. When Jin Qiyuan heard him say this, he immediately became anxious and asked him what exactly was the situation. He is now an innate martial artist, right? Your Jin family's gong methods are all passed down to men and not women. The reason is that they are too masculine, and if a woman practices them, she will suffer from premature aging if she's light, or die early if she's heavy. The reason for this is that a woman's body is heavy with yin energy, and the two forces will fight more and more fiercely as her cultivation deepens, and he now has an extra portion of yin qi in his body, and it's mixed inside the essence, so there's no way to strip it away at all, and he's not expected to live past 40 if he continues to cultivate. Autumn Chenfeng said somewhat helplessly. Senior brother, you also have no way to make him recover? Jin Qiyuan asked with some anticipation. There's no way. I've only learned 1/10 of the old man's medical skills, so I won't. Qiu Chenfeng said honestly. Alas. Then is there a way to contact Senior Lofty? This child has had a good foundation since he was a child. I don't want to see him wasted like this. Jin Qiyuan still wanted to grab this last life-saving straw. Looking for the old man? That's fine, I'll give you the phone number. Ask yourself, but if the old man knows that your family actually dared to borrow longevity, I can't say if he'll just come over and exterminate you guys. After saying that, Qiu Chenfeng handed him the phone, but Jin Qiyuan's hand stopped reaching forward halfway. He was also in a hurry and had completely forgotten what kind of person Easy Sun was. Qiu Chenfeng was absolutely right. If he knew that the person he had saved in the first place had actually condoned his junior to borrow his life, he might actually come over and waste himself. In the end, Jin Qiyuan sighed and could only beg for Qiu Chenfeng's help to fix Jin Yang's brain problem. And after that, as long as he recuperated properly, it wouldn't be long before he would be able to live like a normal person. After resolving this matter, Qiu Chenfeng went with Jin Qiyuan to the Jin family's old mansion. Although this place looked older, the price was not at all comparable to those new buildings outside. Senior brother, did you come over this time just for this matter? Jin Qiyuan poured him a cup of tea before asking. No, I was invited by elderly to sit in on this Zhang province martial arts conference. It's rumored that there's been some chaos these past few years? Oh, so that's how it is. There's definitely nothing wrong with senior brother sitting in on it. However, the Liang family and the Sun family have had a bit of a falling out these past few years, so even in the ring, it's still very unruly. What kind of trouble? Originally, Qiu Chenfeng did not want to be so gossipy, but all heard here. Do not ask clearly, really itchy heart. In fact, it's not a big deal. We have 4 big ancient martial arts families in Zhang province. According to the cultivation, our Jin family is the leader. There are Liang family, Sun family and Qin family, Su city. That Zhou family is the subordinate of our Jin family. Originally, the Qin family has a little girl child, is engaged with the Liang family, but then the Liang family, that little boy accidentally killed, sentenced to life. So the Qin family repented of the marriage. According to the Liang family, out of this file of things, people repent marriage is also in the case in reason. But the Liang family had to let the Qin family that little girl married to the Liang family's other son, that the Qin family how willing to. So the Qin family simply the little girl promised to the Sun family. This thing is so farce up. Although Jin Qiyuan was a bit arrogant, his nature wasn't bad, so for this kind of thing, he just stood in a neutral perspective to mediate. But those two families didn't seem to intend to give him face, and have been bickering for several years. Emma, this Liang family is also too overbearing. But why does the Liang family have to marry the Qin family? I don't think it's just a matter of face, right? Qiu Chenfeng sipped his tea and looked at Jin Qiyuan with a smile on his face and asked, It's still senior brother who's smart, because both the Liang and Sun families want to be the number one in this Zhang province. And only if they marry with the Qin family can we break the current situation of our Jin family being the dominant one. Jin Qiyuan said with some pride. I go, old Jin, can't see that they are actually so jealous of you. Qiu Chenfeng said with a smile, but when he turned his head and saw an underling pouring tea, a hint of surprise appeared in his eyes. Actually, this underling was also in the middle Hotian stage of cultivation. The main thing was that the aura on his body was exactly the same as Jin Ming's. Chapter 77, The Jin Family's Past. Seeing that he was about to leave after pouring the tea, Qiu Chenfeng immediately shouted, Wait, what technique do you cultivate? Suddenly hearing someone ask him, that subordinate was still a bit confused, and in the end, it was Jin Qiyuan who explained. Senior brother, our Jin family has always had 2 sets of gong methods. He practiced an ordinary set of gong methods, which focuses on building up the foundation, and only after breaking through the innate through the ordinary gong methods will he start practicing the advanced gong methods. Jin Shichuan's father and son originally practiced this set of gongfu, and both of them broke through to the innate when they were almost 30 years old before I gave them the advanced gongfu. If one can't break through to innate with ordinary gongfu, then it only means that they don't have any talent and they don't deserve to practice advanced gongfu. I see. Then you go down first. Qiu Chenfeng waved his hand at that subordinate and then continued to ask. Those who can enter the innate with this set of gongfu are not young, right? That's right. Senior brother. Basically all of them are after the age of 25, and most of them are in their 30s. Then if I tell you that there is a person who practiced your ordinary set of gongfu and just turned 18 and is already in the middle stage of innate, what do you think? Asked Qiu Chenfeng with a smile. Jin Qiyuan thought that Qiu Chenfeng was joking with himself when he heard it at first, but he stared at Qiu Chenfeng for a few seconds and couldn't tell at all that he was trying to flirt with him. Could this be true? So he immediately asked, Senior brother, is what you said true? Who is this person? Think carefully. Is there a side branch of your Jin family in Su City? Qiu Chenfeng wasn't in a hurry. This matter still had to be made clear. Su City. Come on people, call Jin Xin to me. Jin Qiyuan thought for half a day. There was no result. and finally could only call the person responsible for genealogy revision over. Soon, Gene Xin trotted over. This is a small old man of 50 or 60 years old. On the body is also the early innate cultivation. As soon as he entered, he hurriedly asked, "Family master, what are you looking for me for?" "Oh, this brain of mine can't remember. Think about it. Do you know if there is no collateral of our Gene family in Sioux City again?" Gene Qiyuan asked somewhat eagerly. "Suzhou City? Allow me to think for a moment," said Gene Xin and thought carefully. In those 10 seconds or so, there was no one to disturb him. Even Gene Qiyuan waited patiently, waiting until Gene Xin's tightly furrowed brows stretched. He nodded and said, "Family master, Suchang does have a branch, but it's not a collateral branch. That branch was the descendant of the third master, and after that incident with the third master, they were expelled from the family, so the records behind it are gone. Alas, this brain of mine seems to be really old. It turns out to be the descendant of the old third. No wonder at first the old three was the most talented within our brothers several people. Okay, you go down." Gene Qiyuan heard this answer. His heart is also full of self-blame. "Old Gene, what's the situation? Can you tell us?" Qiu Chenfeng felt that today is really a story after a story. Go home can tell a story to Xiaolin. Alas, senior brother, family scandal but in front of you, I am not afraid to say, 60 years ago, we were all 60 or 70 years old, and since the oldest had never been married, he lived a very lonely life. We brothers could not see past it, so we thought about whether to open up a match for him. Even though they were all over 60, at the age of a martial artist, they were actually no different from young lads. So then, we found a matchmaker. Let him help to see if there is a suitable, say a matchmaking. We are not pedantic in our thinking, even if it is a divorced or a widow. Even with children can be, as long as Lao San is willing to. Soon after, the matchmaker came to our door, saying that there was a girl who was a big girl, and that we should meet her. We thought, let's just see her. She won't be able to see Lao San anyway, she said. However, if you look at Lao San at this time, he does look quite good, like about 40 years old. Coincidentally, the girl thought Lao San was also good, and the two soon fell in love, and we helped them get married 6 months later. A year later, Lao San's child was born, a big fat boy, so we organized another big wedding. It wasn't until 5 years later that our Gene family's accounts suddenly went awry. At first, because Lao San's daughter-in-law was young and had studied accounting, she was left to do all this stuff. When we found Lao San's daughter-in-law, she told the truth. She married Lao San because she was interested in the Gene family's money. After she married, Lao San realized that she owed a lot of gambling debts, and for the purpose of resting on her laurels, she secretly helped her pay them off, as long as she could live a good life in the future. But gambling, this thing is really addictive. Once she went out on the street when she saw someone playing Pai Gao, it came back to interest. But just that one time, lost a whole $100. That year many families could not earn $100 a year. She went back and got scared, didn't dare to tell Lao San, took advantage of the time to do the accounts, moved that $100 out, waiting for more than a month. Actually no one found out about this thing. Since then, she went completely crazy, every day on the street to go gambling, lost, embezzlement, until the end of the year when the general accounts, our father, that is, the old master of the family, found that actually missing more than 8,000 yuan. Immediately several sons and the accounts of the 3 daughters-in-law are called. A question to find out that the original is her ghost. At that time, the old man was angry sick. The old 3 and his daughter-in-law has been kneeling in front of his father's bed, until the old man got well. He made a decision, want the old 3 and her divorce, or else together to get out of the way. A few brothers went to persuade the father, but completely useless. But Lao San, this person, the same as his father's temper, he thought for several days, and finally decided, with his wife and children, to go to Sioux City. Since then, old 3 has hardly ever come back. In fact, what the old man said at first was also angry. So in the middle of the brothers often send some money and goods to the old 3 home. He also write not to see. Another year to the end of the year. The old master originally wanted the family to come back to spend the new year. Several brothers heard also very happy, because the old 3 came back. Certainly do not have to go, as long as you can live a good life on the line. But when they arrived in Suzhou, they heard that the oldest daughter-in-law was sentenced to 3 years in prison for mob gambling, and in those days, the control of these things was very strict, and there was no accommodation at all. As soon as this matter came out, Lao San had no face to go back at all, and refused to come to find a few of his brothers, and when this news reached the old master's ears, he completely lost faith in Lao San's family, and at the same time announced that Lao San's family would be removed from the genealogy. In the end, it was the previous genealogy reviser who, because he had always been relieved by Lao San in the past and couldn't bear to let the name disappear completely, wrote his name on the last page of the genealogy and labeled the reason why it was moved out of the genealogy reason. Chapter 78, Finally Recognizing Each Other. It turns out that there are still such complicated things in it. You guys haven't gone looking for it since then? Qiu Chenfeng asked. How can you not look for Ah? The old master also died a year after this matter, and I took over as the head of this family. The first thing to take office is to let everyone inquire about the news of the old three, because he is no longer living in the original place. The police station also did not have any registration information. Looking for a few years after, also gave up. Senior brother, if you really see people who practice this kind of gongfu, then only the descendants of the old three, teenagers, if it is his grandchildren. He was 68 years old when he first left home, with a late innate cultivation, and if he hadn't made a breakthrough, he would have passed away a long time ago. And the oldest three's children were around 5 years old at the time, and had already obtained the ordinary gongfu and started cultivating, so it's very likely that it was passed down from him. Senior brother, can you let me meet this young man? Jin Qiyuan knew that Qiu Chenfeng definitely knew this person, so he eagerly wanted to know about the situation of Lao San's offspring. Old Jin, don't be anxious. In fact, at that moment just now, that child was sitting in the car. Then you should come with me to the dragon group, and I'll take you to meet them. But you'd better not get too excited. This kid hasn't had a good life since he was a kid, and his personality is a bit withdrawn. From a young age his father had cancer. All rely on him to go out and pick up rags to support himself. His mother I didn't have the heart to ask. In short, quite a good kid. Now he follows me. Is also considered to be a member of the dragon group. After Qiu Chenfeng slightly explained to Jin Qiyuan, he was pulled into the car. All other things were minor issues. Being able to bring the descendant of the oldest three back to the Jin family was the main thing. Seeing that he was in such a hurry, Qiu Chenfeng could only go with him, and would have liked to understand the strength of a few other martial arts families, but only next time. Half an hour later, the car stopped outside the Dragon Group base, and after Qiu Chenfeng flashed his credentials, he brought Jin Qiyuan inside. Zhu Linsheng learned that Jin Qiyuan had also come, so he hurriedly came out to greet him. After all, no matter his age or cultivation is higher than himself. Jin family master, I didn't expect you to come as well. Quickly sit inside, I've prepared tea. But at this time, Jin Qiyuan didn't have any heart to go in and drink tea with him, but because Qiu Chenfeng didn't say anything, he didn't dare to say anything more. Team leader Zhou, are my daughter-in-law and her master still here? Qiu Chenfeng asked. Gone for a while, said that the team called with an emergency and went back after the formalities. There are also 2 of your men, both are in the conference room. Let's go straight over there. If there's anything to talk about, go there. Zhu Linsheng was also a human savant. He knew that Jin Qiyuan wasn't here to find him this time. There must be something else. After Qiu Chenfeng nodded, he and Jin Qiyuan followed him into the conference room. Little Wind, you can finally come. Here is not allowed to bring cell phones in. I'm dying of boredom. As soon as Lin Yu saw Qiu Chenfeng, he started complaining. On the contrary, Jin Ming just shouted out the chief before continuing to sit. Team leader Zhu, go prepare the formalities for them to enter the book depository. I'll go to your office right away to sign it, or else there'll be a delay in case something happens. Seeing that he gave himself a wink as he spoke, Zhu Linsheng nodded knowingly, using the excuse of going to do the formalities to give them some time. Only after Zhu Linsheng went out did Qiu Chenfeng say, Xiao Ming, the next thing you're going to hear, I can give you my word that it's true. You just need to listen. As for how you decide, it's your business. Alright, Lao Jin, you should also see it. Go explain yourself. After saying that, he pulled Lin Yu out of the conference room with him and went to Zhu Linsheng's office. Zhu Linsheng had just prepared the formalities when he saw him coming and asked with a smile, so fast? I thought it would take you a long time. Why? It's not about me. It's between old man Jin and my men. It's better to let them speak for themselves. I just came to hide here with you for a while. And signed the words. By the way, Qiu Chenfeng sat down on the sofa, picked up the document, and signed it after reading it hastily. Director Qiu, what is their relationship? Both surnamed Jin will not be separated for many years. I go. Will not be the descendant of the oldest 3 of the Jin family? Halfway through speaking, Zhu Linsheng guessed something. Qiu Chenfeng also froze when he heard him say this. How come even he knows about this matter? Team leader Zhu also knows about his family's Lao San? Isn't this matter more than 60 years in the past? At that time you were at most in your teens, right? Oh, the database has a Jin family old 3 things. Back then in the circle of martial artists is also considered a big thing. But after that incident, no one has seen him again. Pity but you can be sure that the child is really a Jin family descendant? Zhu Linsheng was obviously more interested in Jin Ming's origins. 8 or 9 is not too far off. You tell me again. What happened to Jin Laosan's daughter-in-law after she was released from prison? Qiu Chenfeng came over and asked. Seeing that Qiu Chenfeng was also so fond of gossip, Zhu Linsheng also smiled. Alas, That woman didn't even wait to get out of prison. It is said that she first went crazy and died within a few days. No one knows how. Qiu Chenfeng shook his head after hearing, sighed and said, alas, originally quite a good family. Got into this, gambling harms people. The two chatted for about 20 minutes before Jin Qiyuan and Jin Ming pushed the door in. Qiu Chenfeng took a look at the old man who seemed to have cried, but it was Jin Ming who was still in that state. So he teased, old Jin, how's it going? Did you confirm it? Do you want to do a paternity test or something? Alas, senior brother, my third brother's descendant, I still can't recognize it. Look at this photo, it's simply carved out of a mold. Jin Qiyuan excitedly pulled out the black and white photo of the 5 brothers from his pocket and pointed to the one sitting on the far right. When Qiu Chenfeng took a look, he instantly also felt that it was amazing. Other than the age difference being a bit large, the other similarities were indeed very high. Hey, old Jin, how do you think you're going to thank me? Also, how are you going to arrange him? Senior brother, between the two of us there's still nothing to say about thanking or not thanking. You have something to use me for. As long as you open your mouth, I definitely won't say a word of no. As for this child, I will give him the gungfa at that time, or follow you around. Have to trouble you to point out he. Hearing Jin Qiyuan's shameless words, Qiu Chenfeng also lost his temper. But this is also quite good. It won't take more than a few days for the martial arts world to know about Jin Ming, and in the future, if he goes to the Zhou family again, Zhou Ling will probably have to come out and kneel to welcome him. Alright then, let's go back to the hotel first. Team leader Zhou, I'll have them come over tomorrow. You arrange for someone to greet them, haha. Right, you're also going to the martial arts conference tomorrow, right? Before leaving, Qiu Chenfeng asked a question. So you're here for this. That's fine. I'll make arrangements for things. We'll talk about the rest tomorrow when we meet. Once Zhu Linxing heard that he was also going, then basically nothing would happen this year. Chapter 79, Jin Family Invitation. Alright then, we'll just see you tomorrow at the martial arts convention. Old Jin, can we rub your car to take us to the hotel? Senior brother, of course that's no problem. Just wait at the hotel tomorrow morning as well. I'll come and pick you up. Originally, Jin Qiyuan had all the respect in the world for Qiu Chenfeng, not to mention that this time, he had helped him find his third brother's descendant. There's no need for tomorrow. The Li family will come to pick me up. After all, I'm going on behalf of the sponsors. It's not in line with the rules to go with you, however. You can arrange a car for this descendant of yours. Both of them will be going to the Dragon team in the next 2 days. Qiu Chenfeng directly rejected Jin Qiyuan's offer and just told him to just take care of Jin Ming and the two of them. It would be better for him to go over with Li Yuqing and elderly. After returning to the hotel, Jin Qiyuan immediately went back, saying that he was looking for someone to pick a date for Jin Ming to recognize his ancestor and return to the family tree. Seeing that he was in such a hurry, Qiu Chenfeng didn't keep him and let him go. After opening a room, he took Jin Ming and Lin Yu to dinner. At the dinner table, he asked Jin Ming what he himself thought. Director, I don't know what to do. My head is in a daze until now. This matter is indeed placed on anyone is very difficult to accept, not to mention that his character was originally withdrawn, and he was even more clueless about this kind of thing. Seeing that he had lost his appetite for eating, Qiu Chenfeng was ready to give him ideas. Just think about whether your father has said anything to you, or whether your grandfather has said anything when you were a child. In addition, what do you think about yourself? Do you want to continue to live this kind of life alone, or do you want to live with a strong backstage? Jin Ming thought hard. It seemed like no one had ever told him about these things. However, it was only after he heard Qiu Chenfeng talk about the backstage that he nodded thoughtfully and said, Director, I actually can't figure it out either. But didn't you say before that you have to find a good backstage? If it's a powerful backstage, it seems like it's not bad. Qiu Chenfeng saw that he was finally enlightened before he smiled and said, Actually, even if you don't want to return to the Jin family right now, the Jin family will still be your backing. Although this old Jin person seems to have gone a bit wild these past few years, there's still nothing wrong with his heart. That Jin Shichuan also explained that he was also chastised by Jin Qiyuan after he came back this time. It's only in the face of outsiders that he would help his own people. But if you really don't want to, I'll help you talk to him. This matter can be delayed later. There's no problem. It mainly depends on yourself. Jin Ming saw that Qiu Chenfeng had finally thrown the decision to himself, and became torn again. However, he also knew that no one could really help him with this matter. They ate this meal for almost an hour, and Jin Ming considered it for an hour, and it was only when Qiu Chenfeng was ready to get up and pay the bill that he finally mustered up the courage to say, Commissioner, I think I'd better return to the Jin family. If all that he said is true, my great-grandpa definitely still wants me to go back. Okay, then go back. Anyway, you'll still be following me at that time, so you don't have to worry about too many interpersonal problems. Old Jin now only has a fourth brother who is still alive. and counts as your great-grandfather's generation. Meeting with him is still necessary. Seeing that he finally loosened up, Qiu Chenfeng started to strike while the iron was hot. This time it was necessary to let him integrate into the Jin family, or else he might not be able to come back again at some point in the future. The others could be left alone. The two old ancestors had to be honored. The only ones who had the deepest feelings for his great-grandfather were these two, and as long as these two were still around, Jin Ming was definitely favored. Early the next morning, the Jin family's driver came to pick up Jin Ming and Lin Yu. At the same time, the driver also brought a message to Qiu Chenfeng, saying that the Jin family was preparing to hold a ceremony for Jin Ming's return to the Jin family immediately after the martial arts conference. That is, on the 11th of July, and at that time, he hoped that both Qiu Chenfeng and Lu Yilin would be able to attend. This was certainly something he had no problem with and directly agreed to. It was just that he didn't know if Lu Yilin was free, but of course it would be best if she was. This kind of big family, and martial arts family, organizing such a large ceremony, it was expected that many officials from Zhang province would attend. Letting them see the respect that the Jin family had for herself and Shaolin would save her a lot of trouble in the future. However, this matter still needed to be told to Shaolin, so he dialed Shaolin's number. "What's up, missed me?" Just after picking up the phone, Lu Yilin asked. "Yeah, one day without seeing you is like 3 autumns. Autumn Chenfeng heard that she was in a good mood today and joked about it. "Che, there is something to hurry up and say. I'm going out to work right away." Lu Yilin of course knows that he called back so early. Must be something serious, so she stopped messing with him. That's July 11th, can you take leave? If you can, it's best if you go and ask yourself. Just say that the Jinling Jin family has a large event to invite you to attend. If Uncle Lin doesn't approve it, I'll have to look for Director Gao to help you get the time off." Qiu Chenfeng didn't have time to explain everything to her right now, so he could only let her say that first. Just that senior brother of yours? What is he going to do? Lu Yilin didn't want to see him. A mouthful of a sister-in-law herself would have to die of shame. To put it simply, it is Jin Ming is actually his third brother's offspring, the 11th to do a ceremony to recognize the ancestor. Whether it is Jin Ming's sister-in-law, or Jin Qiyuan's sister-in-law, you have to come to a trip to the bar, and, surely there are benefits. Qiu Chenfeng said with a smile. "Holy, such a coincidence? But what's in it for me?" Lu Yilin still didn't understand the tout here. Think about it, do you have some cases now? Once you find out that you're involved with certain leaders, you still have to call their secretaries to make an appointment in order to go and understand the situation? Think about a martial arts family like the Jin family. When they hold a large ceremony, will they invite the leaders of Zhang province? If those leaders see him treating you with such respect, do you think they'll investigate you? After investigating, would they give the people below them the eyeballs? This matter does seem to be Then I'll nag Uncle Lin later. As soon as Lu Yilin heard about this, she was immediately happy. It was inevitable that they would come across cases related to leaders, and once there was such a case, they could only wait for people to finish their work before they could go to understand the situation, and a lot of things would just be delayed. If it is really like what Qiu Chenfeng said, in the future encounter this kind of thing, as long as they show up, they can only prioritize the reception of their own. So as soon as he arrived at the unit, Lu Yilin sat directly in front of the office waiting for Lin Feng, and froze Li Tianxiang who came in. "What are you doing?" Master. "I'm waiting for Detachment Lin. Something's up, I'm going to take leave on the 11th," said Lu Yilin truthfully. Chapter 80 Elder Li's Mind. Taking a vacation? Why are you going? Is it that kid who asked you to take leave again? Li Tianxiang looked at her state and knew that it must have been Qiu Chenfeng's trick again. "Yes, Master. Do you know that Jin Ming is actually Jin Qiyuan's long-lost descendant? He wants to recognize his ancestor and invited me to go with Xiao Feng. Little Win said that maybe some leaders from Zhang province will also go, so when the time comes, letting them see that I'm the guest of honor will be beneficial to our later stages of investigating cases where we need to question the leaders." Lu Yilin didn't hide it and directly told this matter. After hearing this, Li Tianxiang felt that it did seem like such a thing, so he let her continue to sit at the door and waiting for Lin Feng to go to work. He saw that Lu Yilin also froze for a moment before asking with a smile, "What's the matter, girl? Xiao Feng left for a day and miss him?" With a look out stone-like. "What? Uncle Lin, you say this. I'm waiting for you." Saying that, Lu Yilin went into the office with him and told him about the fact that she had to take a vacation. Actually, Lin Feng was still a bit short of manpower in the last few days, but as soon as he heard that the Jin family had invited her to go, he immediately granted her leave. Only yesterday he heard from Li Tianxiang that Jin Qiyuan actually called Xiao Feng's senior brother and Xiao Lin's sister-in-law, and this time Jin Ming became a member of the Jin family again. By the time Xiao Lin and Xiao Feng go to the Jin family show their faces, their own criminal investigation detachment is not bull big hair. Let us just say that there are still any cases that they can't take over. After Lu Yilin left, Lin Feng reported the matter to HD Rong. HD Rong did not talk nonsense with him, directly said let her go, then show more face. Hanging up the phone, HD Rong smiled and crossed his legs. This time he was going to be on the right track. At the same moment, Qiu Chenfeng had already been received by Li Yuqing and elderly at the scene of the martial arts convention. It was still relatively early at this time, and several martial arts clans had yet to come. Autumn Chenfeng then chatted with elderly on the side, and after chatting for a while, he suddenly smiled and asked, "Little Wind, I heard that you've made a big deal out of this? You subdued the Jin family? Why, what take in awe? Once our old man gave him a cure for his injuries, and nudged him a bit. He thought he was my senior brother. I can't do anything about it." To say this matter, Autumn Chenfeng was also somewhat helpless, although he himself also quite likes to pretend to be AB. But letting an old man of more than 100 years old call himself a senior brother is still a bit excessive. This is good. In that case, if you want to do something in Zhang province in the future, there won't be anyone to stop you. Elder Li spoke, while at the same time, he was also considering how he could truly tie Qiu Chenfeng to himself. If he had such a helper, his own company would probably be able to move up a bit. That's right, Little Wind. How is your security company doing? How many people can you give me in the first batch? Elder Li suddenly thought of this matter. As long as his cooperation with him was exposed, the road ahead should be a lot smoother. Qiu Chenfeng didn't care what he thought. Anyway, he only looked at people when making friends, as long as they were of good character and could talk. As for whether or not he would help people, he didn't care at all. He would even take the initiative to help. Isn't it normal for friends to help each other out? So, he also said as such, elderly, it will probably take about 10 more days before I can give you the people. The first batch of 20 or so. They are all close to reaching the early Hotian stage, so it's enough to use as a deterrent to ordinary people. Then have you considered picking some with good qualifications and training them in the direction of martial artists? Elder Li then asked. I don't have this idea for ordinary people. After all, I need to pass on my gongfu, and this is something my master should disagree with. If I meet someone who is a martial artist themselves who defects to me, I can still consider it what's wrong. Do you need martial artists? Qiu Chenfeng asked after explaining. Of course. Basically, the bigger clans will hire one or a few martial artists to make offerings, so that way the other clans won't be as likely to make underhanded moves, and another balance will be achieved. After hearing his words, Qiu Chenfeng realized that it could still be played this way. It seemed like he had heard of this before, but didn't understand it in detail, so why not just take this opportunity to understand it in detail? So, he then asked, are there any basic requirements for this offering? And if there is a conflict, will they really help you go out and fight? Elder Li nodded and said, of course, it's not cheap to make an offering to a martial artist, and it has to be at least a Zhong. The main family spends so much money. If you run away from the battle, you won't be able to mix in the martial artist circle in the future. Qiu Chenfeng thought about it as if it was true. It should also be considered a work ethic however. He only had Jin Ming as a martial artist under his command now, and Lin Yu was expected to be soon, but the two of them couldn't form a force, so the matter of training a team of martial artists would have to be put off for a while. However, he suddenly thought of a way, so he said, Elder Li, I'm not a grandmaster, you can just make offerings to me, how nice. The fertilizer doesn't flow to outsiders. His words directly caused Elder Li to spray out the tea he just drank into his mouth and coughed several times before saying, Xiao Feng, our Li family can't afford to hire someone like you. Before, that Qin Tianqi of the Zhou family, who just entered the Zhong stage, was at least $1 million a month, Then how much money am I missing out on? Autumn Chenfeng was directly shocked at the words. He had come down from the mountain for these 9 months. He had missed out on more than 10 million ah. If you were to accept people's offerings, with this mid-sect master's strength, and also being able to rival late-sect masters, coupled with the fact that Elder Easy Sun is your master, anything less than 10 million a month would be looking down on you. As soon as it comes to money, Li Lao makes the account clear, but this makes Qiu Chenfeng even more depressed. Himself is damn less than 100 million ah. Just when he wanted to cry, Jin Liang Sun Qin 4 families arrived, and behind them there are a dozen small families, including Su City's Zhou family is also included. How come I don't see Zhu Lincheng? Qiu Chenfeng looked around and didn't see anyone else before muttering, he's the supervisor of the martial arts conference. He should be coming over with the chairman of the Zhang Province Martial Arts Association, and counting the time. He's almost here, Elder Li explained to him, but with this explanation, Qiu Chenfeng was confused again. How is there still a martial arts association, and a martial arts association chairman? Himself seems to have never heard of it. Thus, he could only continue to ask stiffly, Elder Li, what is this martial arts association? Who is the chairman of the association? At this time, it so happened that Zhu Linqing brought in 2 people with him, along with an old man who looked about the same age as Jin Qiyuan. Just by looking at his cultivation, This old man was only in the middle stage of Zhongshe, not as high as Jin Qiyuan's cultivation. Chapter 81 Martial Arts Conference begins. This Martial Arts Association is actually a private organization, but it's definitely led by the Dragon Group in the back as well. The association is mainly responsible for things between martial artists in the region, such as mediating disputes, exchanging and cooperating with each other, and so on. However, there is a hard and fast rule in Zhang province. In order to avoid favoritism, the president of the Martial Arts Association can never be a member of the four great families. Now the president of this Martial Arts Association is a clan master transferred from Yanjing, called Zhou, a casual cultivator. From what I've inquired about, he's still relatively decent and handles things in an organized manner, but the conflict between the Liang family and the Sun family, he mediated for a long time to no avail. People don't sell him this face, so this president is not good to be. There is no real power. Elder Li shook his head at the end of his words. Such an organization was just a platform and didn't have any real power. So many times, Zhao Wei dealt with things and also seemed powerless. Qiu Chenfeng nodded after hearing this. This institution is indeed quite chicken ribs. At this time, Zhu Linsheng and Zhao Wei had already walked to the podium. Zhu Linsheng arched his hand at Qiu Chenfeng, and Qiu Chenfeng also got up and returned the salute. Zhao Wei originally thought that Qiu Chenfeng was some junior from the Li family, but after getting closer and seeing the thick aura on him, he understood that this was someone the Li family had invited to press the issue, so he also arched his hand at him. After that, they sat on the podium, and Qiu Chenfeng and Elder Li sat in the corner by the podium. Old Zhu, what is this young man's origin? I kind of can't see through him. Zhao Wei glanced at Qiu Chenfeng before asking. Old Zhao, you should have also heard about the disciple of Senior Easy Sun entering the world, right? Zhu Linsheng pretended to be profound and only said half a sentence. You mean, he is? Zhao Wei asked with wide eyes. Zhu Linsheng nodded, and Zhao Wei, after a brief moment of surprise, also quickly returned to normal as well. He had also heard before that the disciple of Easy Sun had entered the dragon team, and Zhu Linsheng must have known him for quite a long time. At this time, Jin Qiyuan also brought his fourth brother, Jin Qiming, and walked up to Qiu Chenfeng, shouting out, "Hello, senior brother." This time, Qiu Chenfeng just nodded his head and signaled him to hurry up and sit down. This kind of occasion he was going to pretend anyways. Everyone under the stage, including Zhao Wei on the stage at this time, are somewhat unable to think. Although they didn't hear what Jin Qiyuan shouted just now, the gesture of bowing did really happen. Although Jin Qiyuan was not that domineering, he had always presented himself as an old-timer in the martial arts world. This time, he would actually make a special effort to bow to a young man. Just as the stage was buzzing, Zhu Linsheng stood up and spoke a bunch of official words before introducing the people on the podium. When introduced to the Autumn Chenfeng, he was a little difficult. How should this be introduced? He is, after all, here to suppress the scene. If he says it lightly, others will definitely not take him seriously. But it is also impossible to directly report the name of the prosperous son. Just when he hesitated, Zhao Wei gave him a trick. Zhu Linsheng heard a joy and immediately said, "This is the head of our Dragon Team's Suzhou City office, directly under the headquarters, not under my control. Since he took office a few months ago, he has done a lot of things for our Zhang province martial arts community. For example, the original Yamada Ryuichi, as well as Qin Tanqi's case and so on, were all handled by him personally." By the time he finished speaking, both on and off the stage were abuzz. When it came to Yamada Ryuichi, the people who might know about him were limited to the vicinity of Su City. But when it came to Qin Tianqi, there were many more people who knew. After all, Senior Ma Yuntao had come out to support him in the first place. Moreover, it was heard that he was the disciple of Senior Easy Sun, and although he was only at the mid-sect master cultivation level, he was said to be an invincible existence below the grand sect master level. But no one knew whether this news was true or not. Then again, just now, even Jin Qiyuan, who was in the late sect master stage, had gone over to salute, so this claim was even more believable. So those people on stage who had wanted to make things happen began to worry. This person is not a good thing, dare to do anything. The Zhou family is light-hearted at this time. One is that they have long been submissive, and the other is that today just know that Qiu Chenfeng is the master of the Jin family's senior brother. All saved themselves to think of ways to flatter. Seeing that the effect had been achieved, Zhu Linsheng smiled and said, "Alright, then let's begin. The requirements are still the same as before. Point by point, don't hurt the piece. Last year's ringmaster was the Jin family. The Jin family will send someone to guard the ring first." As soon as the words fell, a junior from the Jin family in the late innate stage leapt forward and stood on the ring. Autumn Chenfeng took a closer look, probably in his early 30s. At this age to the late innate stage, he was indeed a genius. "What did you say? You said Qiu Chenfeng?" "That's right, he's a genius among geniuses, just like that by AI fart among farts." Elder Li, Was it the Jin family that won the championship in the previous editions as well? Chenfeng asked softly. Yes, the other few families have more miscellaneous gong methods, so of course they can't compare to the Jin family whose gong methods are pure. Elderly nodded and said, it's really quite strong to be able to survive a wheel battle like this, but in that case, the Liang family and the Sun family wouldn't be able to fight even if they had a conflict. Ah? Qiu Chenfeng asked in confusion. Only then did Elderly remember that he had forgotten to tell him about the rules, so he hurriedly said, today is the first day. The first day is for the ring master to guard the ring and the others to fight. Starting on the second day is the 2-day challenge session. At this stage, one can send out a challenge to any clan at will, although it is said that the other party cannot accept it, but so far, there has never been anyone who did not accept it, because once they do not accept it, they are considered to be wimps, so they would definitely all rather die than fight. Is this the challenge that you said could be signed to life and death? Qiu Chenfeng asked. That's right. This year, even though you're here, these people will still throw out life and death certificates once they get red-eyed in a fight, so you'll have to be flexible on this matter when the time comes, Elderly said with some difficulty. This was because he knew that it would be difficult for Qiu Chenfeng to have a way to organize this kind of fight where both sides were willing to fight. Qiu Chenfeng nodded slightly at his words. This was indeed a difficult problem. He had to think about how to deal with it. Thus, the first day of the fighting session, Qiu Chenfeng just hastily glanced a few times. Basically before those people even went up, Qiu Chenfeng knew that they would have to lose, and the juniors of the Jin family on the stage were not at all at the same level. Soon, the time came to the evening, when Zhu Lincheng invited for dinner. He saw that Qiu Chenfeng was still sad, so he asked softly, Director Qiu, what's the situation? Seeing that you are not in high spirits? Only then did Qiu Chenfeng realize that he had lost his temper and could only sigh and say, alas, tomorrow if they really sign a life and death contract, how can I stop it? The purpose of me coming here is to make sure they don't get killed. Chapter 82 I have no signboard. Oh, I said how you do not have much spirit today. This thing is actually not so difficult to get, mainly to see if you are willing to head out. Zhu Lincheng said meaningfully. Oh, what team leader Zhu means is, that I can come in hard? Qiu Chenfeng asked doubtfully. Of course, you have the strength and the backstage. You can do whatever you want as long as you open your mouth. Who among those people below would dare to disobey? Zhu Lincheng said with a smile. Alas, I'd better think about it again. Qiu Chenfeng sighed. He didn't want to tear his face off with these people as a last resort. After returning to the hotel, Jin Ming and Ling Yu came to him. They remembered quite a few things that they couldn't understand, and Qiu Chenfeng explained them one by one. After the explanation, the two left. Qiu Chenfeng took a closer look at Ling Yu. The aura on this kid already had the beginnings of advancing into a martial artist. After taking a shower, the time was almost 8 o'clock, so Qiu Chenfeng called Shaolin, who soon picked up. Have you arrived home yet? Chenfeng asked. Just arrived. I dabbled with the cafeteria's dinner at night before leaving. How about you? Just finished working? Yes. Did you get your vacation time? Was just about to tell you. Hired down. Uncle Lin agreed without saying a word. When do you think I'll go? If I don't get off work early on the 10th, I'll go there directly. Lu Yilin is also very excited. His last visit did not play a good game. Rushed back. Broad to ah. As long as you can ask down the vacation. 10th is also the last day of the martial arts conference. The afternoon should I also quite early back to the hotel. Chenfeng also became interested upon hearing this. That's fine. I won't talk to you anymore. I have to go to bed early. I still have things to do tomorrow. You also go to bed early. Don't let me know that you're out fooling around with the Jin family. Don't worry. You're right, I'm going to fool around only with you. Qiu Chenfeng heatedly laughed. Across the street, Lu Yilin listened to the goosebumps, and directly hung up the phone. Chenfeng lay down for a while, and began to consider what to do tomorrow. This thing is really not much good way to think for a while. After a while there is no clue. It simply does not matter, or sleep is more important. The next morning, Li Lao brought Li Yuqing were very early in the hotel downstairs waiting. After seeing Chenfeng downstairs, took him to eat breakfast. What? Elder Li, aren't you going over there today? Qiu Chenfeng was a bit puzzled when he saw that the duo had brought themselves to the breakfast place. It doesn't start that early today. It won't be until around 9 o'clock. It's not too late for us to go over after breakfast. Elderly finished with a smile and led him into the store. While eating breakfast, Elderly also felt that Qiu Chenfeng's interest didn't seem too high today. So he asked, Little Feng, what's wrong? What person messed with you? Why do you have an unhappy look on your face? Oh, Elderly, I just can't think of any way to stop them from signing the life and death contract. You invited me here not because of this matter. Well, if I didn't do it well, how disgraceful. Chenfeng to this time will not hide with him. I called you to just sit in on the town. Surely there will be people who won't make trouble because you're there. As long as you can influence one person, it's considered that you've accomplished your mission. the rest let them be. Elderly of course knew that this matter was a tough one, so he didn't hold much hope that Qiu Chenfeng would be able to stop it completely. To him, it was certainly best to be able to stop it. The key was to have a good relationship with Qiu Chenfeng. As for this martial arts conference, it really can't go on. It's a big deal not to do it. Anyway, the Li family in this matter above basically can't earn money, just for a reputation. Ugh, okay, then I'll just see what happens. Autumn Chenfeng didn't know if he was relieving himself or if it really didn't matter. Anyway, he definitely had to do his best. After eating breakfast, the three of them came to the site of the martial arts conference. It was only just over 8 o'clock. There weren't many people yet. Autumn Chenfeng proceeded to urinate and called his family's old man. Easy Sun happened to not be busy and quickly answered the phone. Little brat, have you been calling a little too hard lately? Master, I'm not encountering a difficult problem. I need Master to answer questions and solve puzzles. Qiu Chenfeng laughed with a shameful face. Hurry up and put it. The progenitor spoke as succinctly and clearly as ever. Master, I've been invited by the Li family to sit in on the Zhang province martial arts conference with the purpose of avoiding any casualties. But as I look at this formation, it seems like it's hard to stop them from writing life and death. You said that I just came down from the mountain not long ago. If I mess up this matter, isn't it just smashing your signboard? After Qiu Chenfeng said the matter a bit, he waited for the old man to come up with an idea. The old man cannot have much signboard smashed on smashed chanting. With the old man has nothing to do with. Autumn Chenfeng completely didn't expect Easy Sun to care at all, and could only continue to beg. Master, you just helped me by the way. I also saw Jin Shiyuan. My men have a kid is actually his third brother's family descendants. A few days later he also want to run a ceremony to let him recognize his ancestors. You say coincidence? Oh, that third brother of his I did see aside. Unfortunately alas, line. You directly call the Dragon Group headquarters, tell them the matter once again, and then let them give an order. Just say that the Dragon Group will no longer recognize the life and death certificate with immediate effect, as long as there is a human life. Even if they signed the life and death certificate, they will also be sentenced in accordance with the relevant laws as well. That's all. Autumn Chenfeng's sound and fury was really good. After pulling away from the topic, the old man started to branch out, but he still wasn't very assured and asked, "But master, can they listen to me? What's not to like? Killing people to pay for their lives is natural." The Dragon Group didn't care in the past. It was only because the victimized party didn't pursue the matter, so they turned a blind eye to it. There has never been this kind of life and death agreement in the law. If they don't agree then you can tell me. If they don't dare to do even this little thing, this Dragon Group should shuffle their cards. After saying that, Easy Sun hung up the phone. It was only when Qiu Chenfeng heard the end that he felt a big stone fall to the ground in his heart. Thus, he called the headquarters and after saying his request, the opposite party told him to wait for a while before going to find the Dragon Group leader. In less than 5 minutes, the opposite party called back that they would immediately issue a relevant notice, and it was expected that within an hour, all martial arts clans in the country would know about this matter. After that, Qiu Chenfeng also chatted with the leader of the Dragon team for a while, exchanging opinions before hanging up the phone and returning to the side of the podium to sit down. When Elderly saw that he came back from a bathroom break, he was indeed much more relaxed. Even the sad face he had just worn was gone, so he knew that he must have thought of a way, and he was immediately happy in his heart.